Song Wannuan, the only student in the class yet to awaken any powers, harbors a mysterious system in his mind that is 99.9 loaded. When the strongest genius encounters the weakest underdog, who would have thought it would overturn the entire world of abilities? In Class 7, Grade 12 of Phoenix City's 6th high school, the homeroom teacher stood firmly on the podium, declaring, "In 1 month, the moment that will determine your destiny arrives. Whether you rise as a dragon or fall as dust depends entirely on your performance. Your fate is in your own hands." This is a world of ability users, where everyone randomly awakens their powers at the age of 18, with potential ranging from F to SSS in 9 increasing levels. Those within a level or above are guaranteed wealth and prosperity, but most people can only awaken level or level abilities. At the back of the classroom, the handsome young Song Wannuan stared at his watch, counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, class dismissed. As the bell rang, he grabbed his backpack and rushed to the door like an arrow. "Song Wannuan, stop right there," the teacher commanded sternly. Song Wannuan immediately halted his step. "Yes, teacher? Yesterday was your 18th birthday. What ability did you awaken?" "Funny you should ask," Song Wannuan smirked slightly. "When the gods were distributing abilities, I happened to be holding an umbrella, so perhaps I'm unique." A classmate nearby quickly explained. "Teacher, he means he didn't awaken any abilities." "What?" The class erupted in disbelief. Awakening an ability at 18 is a law of nature, and even the least talented can awaken an level ability. Yet Song Wannuan, who consistently topped academic subjects, was an ability blank slate, making him rarer than an SS-level genius. "Are you serious?" the teacher asked, incredulous. "It's not something to brag about. I have no reason to lie." Song Wannuan shrugged nonchalantly. "Then why were you rushing out?" The teacher was worried he might do something reckless out of frustration. "Of course, to eat. As the saying goes, if you're not enthusiastic about eating, there's something wrong with your thinking. Food is the most important thing. Honestly, with your carefree attitude, I was worried you might do something drastic." The teacher shook his head and left. Just as Song Wannuan dashed out of the classroom, a voice stopped him. "Dog bro." He turned to see his close friend, Yunda. "Little rascal, if you can't justify stopping me from eating, prepare your own urn. Lunch is on me today. Order whatever you want. Money's no issue." Yunda promised, patting his chest. Song Wannuan was called Dog Bro because he was incredibly shrewd, always managing to stay out of trouble. His motto was avoid injustice and retreat from danger. He was cunning and never took on tasks that were thankless. Offering kindness without a reason is either a traitor or a thief. Song Wannuan squinted. "Little rascal, do you need something from me?" This time, really no reason, just to thank Dog Bro for always looking out for me. Yunda replied sincerely. "What? You won't make it to tomorrow? Or getting married tomorrow?" Song Wannuan retorted mercilessly, as was their usual banter. "From today on, the king has risen, and the peasants shall sing." Yunda's demeanor suddenly changed. "From now on, I'll have your back, letting you do whatever you want. Dog bro, remember, I'm your greatest support." "You awakened your ability?" Song Wanwan's eyes sharpened. He recalled Yunda was 3 days younger, so he should awaken in 2 days. But seeing his current arrogance, there was only one possibility. "Dog bro, you guessed it right." Yunda beamed with pride. "S-level potential?" Yunda shook his head. "S-level. Nope, keep guessing." "No way, SS level." Song Wanwan was truly shocked. SS level geniuses appear only once or twice in a million. "Correct, and your prize is a meal." Yunda pulled him along. "What ability did you awaken?" Song Wanwan pressed on. Yunda leaned in and whispered, "Sequence 16 morality." "Holy cow, that's insane." Song Wanwan was utterly astounded. SS level was already terrifying, but sequence 16 was even more so. An ability ranked within the top 100 sequences meant he would become an exceptional powerhouse, and sequence 16 would make him one of the most influential figures in Dragon Nation. As long as he survived and grew, Dragon Nation would undoubtedly protect such a genius in secret. Song Wanwan finally understood Yunda's arrogancy indeed had the right to be. However, he chuckled inwardly, wondering what aspect of Yunda was related to morality. Then his attention shifted to the enormous computer screen deep in his mind, where it flashed, loading 99.9. Song Wanwan wasn't originally from Blue Star. He had traveled there from Earth. It happened 3 years ago on a stormy day. He was working as a programmer on Earth and had to stop on his way home while riding a shared bike due to an urgent bug fix request. Just as he pulled out his laptop to check the code, a bolt of lightning struck him directly. When he regained consciousness, he found himself on Blue Star, inhabiting the body of a teenager with the same name. To his astonishment, a computer screen interface appeared in his mind, displaying loading 0. After repeated attempts, he discovered that this mysterious loading progress was closely tied to the improvement of his physical fitness. Excited by this discovery, he embarked on an intense fitness regimen. For 3 years, he maintained a high-intensity workout routine, eager to see what would happen when the progress bar reached 100. I wonder if this is my golden finger, an SS-level potential ability? Song Wannuan mused as he looked at the loading progress, now at 99.9. Today, he was determined to complete the final zero point 0.1 breakthrough. What are your plans, dog bro? His friend Yunda asked seriously after dinner. First, I'm going to deliver durians and milk to Grandma Lu, Song Wanwan replied. This was part of his daily exercise routine. Each delivery allowed him to push his running speed to new limits while earning some pocket money. No, I mean for the future, Yunda said with a serious expression. You haven't awakened any abilities, so becoming a warrior is your only path. With your current physical condition, it suits you. As his close friend, Yunda didn't want to see them drift apart due to a gap in abilities. The path of a warrior was tough, with limited potential, often requiring decades of hard training to match the progress an ability user could make in just 1 year. Maybe, Song Wanwan replied nonchalantly about not awakening any abilities. As a traveler from another world, he had faith in his golden finger. After parting ways with Yunda, Song Wanwan headed straight to the supermarket to pick up the durians and milk Grandma Lu had ordered. Even with these items in hand, he could still run swiftly, surpassing the speed of Earth's famous Su Shun in a 100-meter sprint. This was perhaps due to Blue Star's abundant spiritual energy, and after 3 years of rigorous training, his physical fitness was more than 3 times that of his time on Earth. When his wristband indicated he had covered 10 kilometers for the day, Song Wanwan finally returned home. He slipped on his slippers and called out to the kitchen, Sister Qingqing, I'm back. Is dinner ready? Doggy's back. Dinner will take a little longer, came the response from the kitchen. A slender, stunningly beautiful woman peeked out from the kitchen, her gaze landing on Song Wanwan. This woman, who appeared to be only in her late 20s, was actually the over 40 Yu Qingqing Song Wanwan's biological mother. Mom, how many times have I told you? Stop calling me puppy. Song Wanwan sighed helplessly. Because his mother maintained her appearance so well, looking nearly as youthful as ever, he had always referred to her as Sister Qingqing. Well, you're single, aren't you? Yu Qingqing retorted, hands on her hips. Bring home a daughter-in-law for me. How many times have I told you this, but you never listen? Unlike other mothers who worried about their children's grades and abilities, Yu Qingqing's main concern was always her son's lifelong happiness. Mom, I'm only 18. Song Wanwan straightened his posture instinctively, showing off the handsome features he inherited from his mother. With looks and brains like mine, finding a girlfriend should be a piece of cake. You can't even catch anything at the zoo, and you think you'll succeed outside? Yu Qingqing said mercilessly. Your father had already won me over by the time he was 18. Why can't you learn from him? Where's Dad? Song Wanwan quickly changed the subject. He's gone to meet some old friends. Let's eat first, don't worry about him. My dad has old friends? That's rare. Song Wanwan quipped, and then retreated to his room. After 3 years of living together, he had fully integrated into the family and genuinely regarded the two as his parents. Back in his room, Song Wanwan took off his shirt and began his daily workout. 200 push-ups, sit-ups, and crunches later, sweat trickled down his welted muscles. His 8-pack abs were so defined that any girl would be swooning. Phew. Finished with his exercise, he lay back on his bed, leisurely reciting. Withered vines, old trees, crows at dusk, the same sofa as Guyu, air conditioning, Wi-Fi, watermelon, the setting sun. I lie back on the bed. How comfortable can it get? Just then, a familiar computer startup sound echoed in his mind, accompanied by a mysterious voice. The sudden change made the tired Song Wanwan spring off his long-awaited golden finger had finally arrived. System? System, he called out eagerly, but received no response. A follow-along grandpa? A ghost? A spirit? He tried every type of golden finger he could think of, but still nothing, leaving him frowning. As he pondered, a mouse icon suddenly appeared before him. He rubbed his eyes, thinking it was an illusion, but the mouse icon was clearly visible. As a former programmer, he was all too familiar with a mouse. When he willed it to move, the icon actually responded to his thoughts and moved. Is this my golden finger? A mouse? Or rather, a computer? Song Wanwan stood in the center of the room, staring at the virtual mouse pointer that had appeared out of thin air, his tone unable to hide his disappointment. He couldn't help but think of other travelers with their impressive golden fingers, invincible systems, the ultimate counter systems, or even the remnants of an immortal emperor's soul. Yet, all he had was an ordinary computer. Despite his reluctance, Song Wanwan began to carefully examine this peculiar golden finger. He controlled the virtual mouse, moving the pointer to the unopened bottle of drink on the table, and tentatively right-clicked it. Instantly, a familiar menu appeared in the air. Copy, cut, paste, create shortcut, delete, rename, send. Properties. These were mundane computer functions on Earth, but they suddenly seemed promising to him. Holding his breath, he focused intently on the bottle, quickly clicking copy and then paste. To his amazement, an identical bottle appeared on the table. Oh my, this is incredible, he exclaimed, grabbing the newly appeared drink to examine it closely. From the packaging to the weight, it was identical to the original. He eagerly unscrewed the cap and took a sip, finding the taste indistinguishable as well. This function is as amazing as a cow reaching the South Pole. It's off the charts. He then began to explore other functions. Selecting cut, he pasted the drink onto the bed, and it vanished from the table, reappearing precisely on the bed. The rename function allowed him to change the drink's name at will. Create shortcut generated an intangible projection of the drink, and the delete command made the drink disappear completely. Where's the recycle bin? He instinctively searched, soon finding the familiar icon on the virtual display in his mind. Besides the recycle bin, there were icons for this PC, Word, Excel, PPT, Computer Manager, and Cloud Storage, all emitting a faint glow. These programs, commonplace on Earth, now hinted at extraordinary power. He opened the recycle bin first, easily restoring the deleted drink to its original place. Curiously, he then clicked on the Computer Manager, discovering 3 neatly arranged options: full inspection, virus scan, and junk cleaning. With a mindset to experiment, he clicked full inspection. Immediately, a strange energy coursed through his body, as if countless tiny probes were moving within him. Moments later, a striking red message appeared on the virtual screen. Life fate incomplete. Please repair immediately. When Song Wannuan saw the message, his pupils suddenly dilated, and his breath caught for a moment. Having never been seriously ill, he always thought he was in perfect health. However, he was shocked to see that the system indicated his fate was incomplete. This might explain why he hadn't awakened any supernatural abilities yet. Without hesitation, he clicked the Repair Now button, but a prompt appeared on the screen. Beep. Insufficient energy. Please replenish energy in time. Energy? What kind of energy? Song Wannuan frowned. He had assumed his golden finger was unbeatable, only to discover this limitation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Right? I can ask the voice assistant. Xiao Yi. I'm here. A mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Hearing the familiar electronic tone, a smile unconsciously formed on Song Wannuan's lips. Fortunately, the voice assistant was still functional. What kind of energy is needed to repair my fate? Spirit stones. Xiao Yi replied succinctly. Hearing this answer, Song Wannuan breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that he would need hard-to-acquire resources, like the emotion points, national fortune points, or fame found in some novels. Although he chose to live freely in this life, it was due to the lessons learned from working tirelessly until death in his previous life. If he had to turn his hobbies into a profession, the feeling of being manipulated by his golden finger would be uncomfortable. In this world, spirit stones are one of the main currencies in Longwa. For those with supernatural abilities, spirit stones are essential for enhancing their power. Besides spirit stones, there are dragon coins specifically used for everyday purchases, with an exchange rate of 10,000 dragon coins for 1 spirit stone. As a transmigrator, Song Wannuan had accumulated a decent amount of dragon coin savings over the past 3 years by writing some popular novels and poems from his previous life. But if he exchanged it all for spirit stones, he would only have a few hundred. Though his parents were also ability users, they were of average strength, and their income barely covered daily expenses, leaving them unable to support him in exchanging for spirit stones. I can't just sit around and do nothing. I need to find a way to earn spirit stones, Song Wannuan pondered, shifting his attention back to the display. On the computer manager's interface, besides a comprehensive checkup, there were options for virus scan and garbage cleanup. Xiao Yi, what do these two functions do? The virus scan can detect and expel all toxins from the body, and garbage cleanup can remove excess impurities. Song Wannuan's eyes lit up. These two capabilities were a boon for cultivators. Consuming daily food inevitably leads to the accumulation of impurities, which slows down the cultivation process. Whether for ability users or martial artists, cultivation essentially involves purifying and refining the body. With the garbage cleanup ability, he had effectively found a shortcut to cultivation. A glint of determination flashed in Song Wannuan's eyes. If he could harness supernatural abilities, his speed would far surpass that of ordinary people. With this in mind, he unhesitatingly clicked the cleanup button. In an instant, a strange sensation swept over his body. It felt like countless tiny insects were burrowing through him, causing waves of sharp pain. Song Wannuan clenched his teeth, knowing that this was the necessary pain of transformation. 5 minutes later, the pain subsided, replaced by an unprecedented feeling of lightness. Looking down, he saw a layer of black impurities covering his skin, emitting a foul odor. Unperturbed, Song Wannuan clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within. He tentatively swung his fists, and the sound of the air being sliced filled the room. With my current strength, I could even take on a bronze-level ability user, he muttered to himself as he headed to the bathroom. In this world filled with ability users, the ranks from lowest to highest are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and king. Most people awaken at the black iron level, with very few reaching bronze. Yet, by merely cleansing his body of impurities, Song Wannuan had reached the bronze level on unheard-of feat. Soon, he emerged from the bathroom, eager to further explore his newfound powers. Full understanding was key to wielding them freely. He soon discovered another exciting feature: cloud storage. This function was akin to a spatial ring, allowing him to upload physical objects as files and retrieve them whenever needed. After the initial excitement, Song Wannuan calmed down and realized a problem. All his abilities so far were auxiliary, lacking any offensive skills. In a world brimming with ability users, lacking attack skills meant being defenseless. There are still 3 active programs. I hope they won't disappoint me, he murmured, staring at the icons for Word, Excel, and PPT on the display. These were basic computer functions, but who knew what changes they might bring now? Curious, Song Wannuan opened Word. Instantly, a special magnetic field enveloped the room. He felt as though he could manipulate everything around him. Excitedly, he selected the drink on the table with his mouse and activated the bold and font enlargement features. The next moment, the drink size doubled. Bigger! Song Wannuan shouted excitedly, using the features once more. The drink expanded at an incredible speed, reaching the ceiling within seconds. Song Wannuan watched this magical scene with excitement shining in his eyes. If I had an iron rod, it would be just like Sun Wukong's Rui Jinggu Bang, he laughed out loud. Who can compare to me now? At this moment, Song Wannuan was visibly exhilarated, his expressions exaggerated to the point of madness. Suddenly, a bold idea crossed his mind. He decided to apply these 2 skills to a certain important part of his body. As the effects began to manifest, a meaningful smile curled at the corners of his mouth, a smile every man would understand. With each passing second, his grin grew more audacious, as if he had acquired the greatest treasure in the world. A divine skill. It's truly a divine skill. Song Wannuan cheered, dancing around the room. The joy this ability brought him surpassed even the benefits of a complete physical overhaul, as it touched upon a man's most fundamental confidence. He then began exploring other functions, gradually mastering some self-defense skills. Using the background color fill function, he could change the room's hue at will. When he set the background to pure black, the entire room plunged into pitch darkness, yet he could see everything clearly. Even more astonishing was his ability to change the color of every object in the room, including himself, using the font color function. He could turn his hair green and his clothes red. Most amazingly, when he set his own color to transparent, he achieved perfect invisibility. Just as he was about to try more features, a sudden wave of dizziness and weakness hit him. Xiaoyi, what's happening? Song Wannuan asked urgently. He had thought his golden finger was flawless, never expecting such a situation to occur. The system is overloaded. You need to upgrade your hardware and software, Xiaoyi replied. Hardware and software? What does that mean? As a former programmer, Song Wannuan was well acquainted with these terms, but in the current context, he found them somewhat puzzling. Xiaoyi patiently explained. A human body is like a computer's hardware, and the soul is akin to software, while spirit stones are like the electricity and subscription fees for using a computer. Noticing Song Wannuan's thoughtful yet partially confused expression, Xiaoyi elaborated further. Take the computer's core processor and RAM, for instance. They determine the system's operating speed. This is akin to the body's strength. Better physical fitness means stronger hardware performance, faster CPU operation, larger memory capacity, and improved overall configuration. Xiaoyi continued. Think of the CPU as an excavator. The better its performance, the more efficient it is in excavation per unit time. The RAM is like a dump truck. The larger its capacity, the more cargo it can carry at once. Improving these 2 aspects significantly boosts work efficiency. Song Wannuan stood in the bedroom, contemplating his current situation. I figured out that software too. The soul is like an operating system and language processor. The higher the quality, the easier it is to control the software, he murmured to himself. The dizziness and weakness he had experienced earlier were due to insufficient physical and soul strength, leading to an overload, essentially excessive consumption. Although he hadn't yet mastered any attack techniques, the skills he had acquired were enough to protect himself among his peers. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Next, I need to find a way to enhance my physical and soul strength. Looks like I need to get some body strengthening and soul cultivating potions. These 2 types of potions, one to enhance the body and the other to cultivate the soul, could be bought if he had enough spirit stones. Ultimately, it all came down to finding ways to earn more money. Doggy, come out and eat. Yu Qingqing's voice called from the living room. Song Wannuan opened the door, just in time to see his elegant and handsome father, Song Laosan, had returned. Though only in his 30s, he walked with a slight limp, a reminder of the injury from 3 years ago when he saved his son. Song Wannuan had perfectly inherited his parents' strengths, surpassing them in some ways. Yu Qingqing quickly stepped forward to hug her husband. Honey, you're back. Give me a hug. Song Laosan naturally kissed her forehead. What are you looking at, you single dog? He teased, glancing at his son. Song Wannuan averted his gaze and silently took his seat at the table. He was well accustomed to this, seeing his parents' favorite pastime was flaunting their affection in front of him, teasing him in the process. Honey, you must be tired after a whole day. Have a rib, Yu Qingqing said. Sweetie, you worked hard cooking too. Have a shrimp, Song Laosan replied. Thanks, honey. The shrimp you peeled is delicious, she said. It's your cooking that makes it tasty, he responded. At the table, they were lost in their own world, oblivious to anything else. After 3 years, Song Wannuan had mastered the art of ignoring them. Only a month left until Doggy graduates high school. Then we'll be free to enjoy our time together, Song Laosan laughed. Yu Qingqing agreed. Exactly, he's been our third wheel for so long. It's time for him to give us some space. Am I really your biological child? Song Wanwan finally couldn't hold back. Hearing such words from his parents inflicted immeasurable damage on his young heart, casting a shadow as vast as infinity. Song Laosan's eyes lit up. Wanna know? Transfer 2,000 to your old man, and I'll tell you. He knew his son had earned quite a bit from writing novels and was always trying to swindle some money from him. Song Wanwan calmly picked up a rib. I think our father-son bond isn't worth 2,000. Here, brother, have a rib. Let's call it quits on our father-son relationship after this. Song Wanwan picked up a shiny piece of rib and gently placed it into her father's bowl, smiling as she said, Dad, you've grown up. Instead of getting upset at his daughter's teasing, Song Laosan's eyes showed a hint of satisfaction. The dinner table was filled with playful banter between father and daughter, and the meal concluded in a warm and joyful atmosphere. Wanwan, after putting down his chopsticks, Song Laosan shed his usual carefree demeanor and looked at his daughter seriously. You haven't awakened any special abilities. What are your plans moving forward? Song Wanwan straightened her back, her gaze firm. I've thought about it. There are two paths. First, becoming a martial artist. Although progress is slow and the ceiling is low, there are merits. Second, earn money. I believe that wealth can open doors. Since you have a plan, I won't interfere much, Song Laosan said, taking out an old book from his pocket and gently placing it in front of her. This is a martial arts manual I managed to get for you. See if you can train with it. Song Wanwan picked up the book, her eyes sweeping over the 4 large characters on the cover. Sunflower Manual. A shiver ran through her, as if a cold light flashed between her legs, making her tense up. The phrase to master this skill, one must first self-castrate, was infamous on Earth. Is there a problem with this manual? Seeing her strange expression, Song Laosan frowned slightly. I'll check the contents first. Song Wanwan quickly flipped through the pages and soon breathed a sigh of relief. The manual described how to absorb solar energy like a sunflower and convert it into power for attacks, with no mention of any self-castration requirement. Although she wasn't sure about the skills level, it was better than nothing. In truth, her claim of becoming a martial artist was just an excuse for outsiders. Her real reliance was her secret advantage that not even her parents or closest friends knew about her trump card, which she would never reveal to anyone. After Song Wanwan left, Yu Qingqing softly asked, Are you really letting Wanwan take the path of a martial artist? 3 years ago, Wanwan's fate was shattered, losing the chance to awaken any abilities. Despite all my efforts, I couldn't restore her fate. Song Laosan's eyes reflected pain. I don't expect her to go far on the martial artist path. Just hope she can protect herself. I can't let what happened 3 years ago happen again. Honey, you can't blame yourself for that. Yu Qingqing comforted him. Wanwan living a happy, ordinary life is also good. How can I let it go? Song Laosan clenched his fists, emanating a fierce aura. Wanwan nearly died in front of me. I broke my own leg to constantly remind myself if anyone dares to harm a hair on her head again, I, Song Huangquan, will annihilate their entire family. Yu Qingqing silently stepped forward and gently embraced her husband. She knew the scars from 3 years ago ran deep in his heart, and all she could do was slowly heal them with love. After Song Wanwan left home, he headed straight to the exchange center. This was a place specifically designed for exchanging dragon coins and spirit stones. Inside the brightly lit hall, orderly lines formed in front of several exchange windows. Since his cheat system required spirit stones, obtaining them became an urgent priority. He quickly used up 2/3 of his savings 3 million dragon coins to acquire over 300 spirit stones. Standing in a corner of the exchange center, he quietly asked the system, Xiao Yi, how long will these spirit stones last me? Can they repair my life destiny? Repairing your life destiny requires 1,000,000 spirit stones. Xiao Yi's voice echoed in his mind. These 300 stones will only allow you to use the system 50 times. Song Wanwan felt a sinking feeling in his heart. These spirit stones were indeed just a drop in the ocean. Moreover, he needed the stones not only for system energy, but also to purchase body tempering and essence-enhancing potions to strengthen his physical and spiritual resilience. In the shop, he eyed the potions displayed on the counter and, with a heavy heart, bought a bottle of black iron-grade body tempering liquid and an essence-enhancing liquid, spending a total of 100 spirit stones. The wealth he had accumulated over 3 years of copying literature seemed insignificant at this moment. As he prepared to consume the body tempering liquid, a sudden thought struck him. He quickly summoned the system interface, moved the cursor to the body tempering liquid, and clicked on the copy and paste option. A system prompt appeared immediately. The current copy is 0.16 complete, with an estimated remaining time of 9.59 seconds, consuming 10 spirit stones. This discovery made Song Wannuan's eyes shine with excitement. Compared to the instant copying of beverages, replicating the body-tempering liquid required more time and spirit stones, but was still extremely worthwhile. 10 minutes and 10 spirit stones to obtain a bottle worth 50 spirit stones. Over the next 3 hours, he focused on replicating the body-tempering and essence-enhancing liquids. 200 spirit stones were quickly exhausted, but the results were rewarding. 10 bottles of body-tempering liquid and 10 bottles of essence-enhancing liquid, with a total value of 1,000 spirit stones. Although he couldn't sell them at the store's original price, even at a 40 discount, he could still earn a substantial profit. However, for the moment, he wasn't in a hurry to sell these potions. Instead, he took 1 bottle each of the body-tempering and essence-enhancing liquids, intending to first enhance his own physical capabilities. A mysterious energy began to circulate within Song Wannuan, refining his body and soul. He quickly opened his status panel, his eyes scanning the lines of data. Name: Song Wannuan. Age: 18. Physical strength: 42. Soul strength: 83. Supernatural ability: none. Overall combat power. Looking at these numbers, Song Wannuan furrowed his brow. Over the past 3 years on Blue Star, he had poured sweat into training his body and even undergone a cleansing of impurities, yet his physical strength was a mere 42 points. In contrast, his soul strength was an impressive 83 points, prompting him to ponder. Could it be because my soul fused with the original owners when I transmigrated? What puzzled him further was the none under supernatural ability, which was understandable given his damaged life fate that prevented awakening. But what did the after overall combat power signify? Typically, this marker either indicates a question, an inability to measure, or uncertainty. With his current abilities, it shouldn't be beyond measurement, and doubt was unlikely. After thinking it over, he concluded it was probably because his skills were too varied, making his combat power hard to accurately assess. As the effects of the body-tempering liquid and essence-nourishing liquid gradually faded, Song Wannuan immediately refreshed the status panel. Name: Song Wannuan. Age: 18. Physical strength: 52. Soul strength: 93. Supernatural ability: none. Overall combat power. Both attributes had increased by 10 points, indicating that a bottle of black iron grade body tempering or essence nourishing liquid could bring about a 10-point boost in the corresponding attribute. However, without a reference, he couldn't determine what level of physical strength of 52 represented. With this in mind, Song Wannuan dashed towards the school. He needed to compare attributes with others and, more importantly, to monetize the replicated body tempering and essence nourishing liquids. When he arrived at the classroom, the last period was about to end. He pretended to be engrossed in flipping through the book. 3 years of supernatural abilities, 5 years to success. Dog bro, why are you so late? His close friend Yunda approached him. Old Shah just announced that there will be the last mock test for seniors tomorrow. A test is just a test. We've done mock exams before, Song Wannuan said nonchalantly, always confident in his academic subjects. This time it's different, Yunda whispered. It's not a theoretical exam, but a supernatural ability combat competition. All the seniors are 18 now, and except for you, everyone has awakened their abilities. I heard that those who perform well can get direct admission to the 3 great institutes. Direct admission to the 3 great institutes, Song Wannuan murmured. These institutes were akin to the prestigious Qin Bei of his past life, specializing in nurturing supernatural talents. But with his cheat-like ability, it wasn't a big deal to him. While they spoke, he discreetly checked Yunda's attributes. Name: Yunda. Age: 18. Physical strength: 14. Soul strength: 18. Supernatural ability: moral SSS potential. Overall combat power: 32. At that moment, Song Wannuan's eyes widened. He never expected that Yunda, who was always like a brother to him, had such lower physical and soul strength compared to himself. Yunda's awakened ability is called morality. This top-tier power, ranked 16th in its sequence, is impressive even though he hasn't fully grasped its capabilities. Surprisingly, his physical and soul strength are both below 20 points. Yunda turned to look at Wang Jieli, who sat at the desk in front of him, and the system immediately displayed her attributes. Name: Wang Jieli. Age: 18. Physical strength: 12. Soul strength: 11. Ability attribute: water-type Clevel. Overall combat power: 23. A simple comparison revealed that although both were at the black iron level, Yunda's overall combat power was a full 9 points higher than Wang Jieli's. What's more, Yunda awakened his ability more than half a month later than Wang Jieli, yet he had already surpassed her in all metrics. Song Wannuan then checked the attributes of other classmates. He noticed that the class's abilities didn't vary much, with most students' overall combat power hovering around the 20s. This was understandable, as everyone had just awakened their abilities, so even if their potential differed, the initial strength gap wouldn't be significant. Nevertheless, Yunda remained the strongest in the class. The bell suddenly rang, signaling the end of the class. Unlike usual, Song Wannuan didn't dash out of the classroom this time. Instead, he pulled out a megaphone he had prepared in advance. Body tempering liquid, on sale. Body tempering liquid, on sale, he shouted into the megaphone, instantly grabbing the attention of the entire class. Dog brother, what are you up to? Yunda asked, puzzled. Song Wannuan didn't answer directly. He pulled 10 bottles of body tempering liquid from his bag and began his sales pitch. Black iron level body tempering liquid, not 998, not 888, just 40 spirit stones to take it home. Tomorrow is the last simulation. Improve your strength today, and you'll progress even more tomorrow. Don't miss this chance. What are you waiting for? Dog brother, is this body tempering liquid reliable? A classmate questioned. Everyone knows that while I, Song Wannuan, might not always be serious, my credibility is beyond doubt. This is genuine body tempering liquid, originally priced at 50 spirit stones, now only 40. True to its value, no deception, Song Wannuan assured, patting his chest. Indeed, Dog Brother's credibility is unquestionable, a classmate agreed. The specialty store charges 50 spirit stones a bottle, saving you 100,000 dragon coins. Dog Brother, can I buy on credit? A classmate asked. Small business, no credit, Song Wannuan replied seriously. But I can wait for you to get the spirit stones from home, or have your parents bring them. All right, save a bottle for me. The classmate immediately said. Dog bro, if these are really as good as the ones from the official store, why don't you keep them for yourself? A classmate suddenly asked, his eyes filled with suspicion. I know why. Another classmate chimed in quickly. It's because Dog Bro hasn't awakened any abilities. These body refining liquids were supposed to be for him after awakening, but unfortunately. This comment subtly shifted the atmosphere in the classroom as everyone remembered the fact that Song Wannuan hadn't awakened any abilities. Vitality liquid for sale. Cheap vitality liquid. Song Wannuan raised his voice, trying to break the awkwardness. To others, his urgency seemed more like embarrassment after being exposed. Mom, I want to buy some vitality liquid. Are 2 bottles enough? That's enough. Thank you, Mom. Who the heck is buying vitality liquid? The classroom quickly became lively. Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of this deal. You save 10 spirit stones on a bottle. Dog bro, I want a bottle of body refining liquid. I'll take 2 bottles of vitality liquid. I want 2 bottles of body refining liquid too. In no time, all 20 bottles that Song Wannuan brought were sold out, earning him 800 spirit stones and a profit of 600. He thought to himself with delight. Looks like things are picking up. I can make another good sale tomorrow. If he used all 800 spirit stones for duplication, he could get 80 bottles. Selling them all would bring in 3,200 spirit stones, which translates to a whopping 32 million dragon coins. As his physical and spiritual strength increased, Song Wannuan's duplication efficiency also improved. What used to take 10 minutes to duplicate a bottle now only took 8. Even so, duplicating 80 bottles would still take 10 hours, just in time to finish before the mock battle tomorrow. Little Jian, come on, Big Bro's treating you to some skewers tonight, Song Wannuan said to Yunda. Sure, Brother 7 just messaged us too. As they headed towards the school gate, a tall, strikingly confident woman was looking around. Dressed in athletic gear, her gaze was searching for someone. Just then, a burly man nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall approached her. Chi-Chi, let's have dinner tonight. No, I have plans. And don't call me Chi-Chi. We're not that close, Tang Chi-Chi replied without turning her head. Chi-Chi, I've awakened in level potential power type ability. I'm sure to get into one of the top 3 academies. I'll definitely become a strong one, the burly man insisted. Impressive, impressive, Tang Chi-Chi replied dismissively, suddenly lighting up as she spotted the people she was waiting for, her face breaking into a bright smile. Dog bro, over here, she called out, waving at Yunda and Song Wannuan as they walked out of the campus. Chi-Chi, you look even more beautiful after just one day. Song Wannuan approached Tang Chi-Chi quickly, raising his right hand over his head and holding up one finger in an exaggerated manner. Tang Chi-Chi frowned at his comical gesture. Why are you raising your finger while talking? I'm installing a lightning rod, Song Wannuan explained with a serious face. I'm afraid of being struck by lightning for telling lies. You're still the same old dog bro. Tang Chi-Chi rolled her eyes, but there was a hint of helpless amusement in her voice. She was used to such banter after all. Song Wannuan, Yunda, and she practically grew up together. From kindergarten to middle school, they were always in the same class. Even in high school, though in different classes, they were in the same school. More importantly, their fathers had been close friends for many years. Chi bro, Yunda joined them, his eyes shining with excitement. Dog bro said he's treating us to skewers today, so don't hold back and eat as much as you can. Though Tang Chi-Chi was undeniably beautiful, Yunda and Song Wannuan never treated her like she needed special attention. That's why Yunda always casually called her Chi bro. What good fortune has Dog bro encountered? Tang Chi-Chi curiously examined Song Wannuan. Song Wannuan shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing big, just made a little money. But I do need your help with something tomorrow. With your personality, if you say it's a little money, it must be a lot. Tang Chi crossed her arms and interrogated him. Spill it. How much exactly? Not much, Song Wannuan replied casually. Converted to dragon coins, it's just 6 million. What? Holy! Tang Chi and Yunda exclaimed in unison, exchanging shocked looks. Although their families were well off, 6 million was still an astronomical sum to them. Dog bro, you didn't rob a bank, did you? Tang Chi half joked. It's crowded here. Song Wannuan glanced around, lowering his voice. I'll explain over dinner. Let's go. Just as they were about to leave, a burly man blocked their path, the same guy who had tried to hit on Tang Chi earlier. Chi. The burly man looked directly at Tang Chi. Who are these two? Did you turn me down because of one of them? You don't even know us, yet you dare to pursue Chi bro? Yunda sneered. You're quite bold. From another school? Song Wannuan raised an eyebrow at Tang Chi. As her longtime protectors, they were adept at dealing with suitors like this. Yeah, from first high school, Tang Chi replied curtly. The burly man seemed unconvinced. Are you two famous? What's your relationship with Chi? Since you're so eager to know, Yunda struck a theatrical pose. We'll graciously enlighten you. To prevent Chi bro from being harassed, to maintain Chi bro's peace, embodying love and the reality of evil, the mighty and handsome agents of justice, we are the flower protectors walking among men. Yunda, Song Wannuan. Yunda and Song Wannuan took turns introducing themselves with a hint of dramatic flair in their voices. After finishing, they both turned their gaze towards Tang Chi, their eyes filled with an undeniable sense of pressure. Under their watchful eyes, Tang Chi reluctantly spoke the last line of the script. She thought to herself that while this seemed fun when she was younger, saying it now felt a bit embarrassing. Yet, under their coercion, she had no choice but to play along. You guys are a bit off, the burly man commented, watching their performance with a hint of disdain. I know a great psychiatrist. Want me to introduce you? Back. Yunda retreated repeatedly, raising his hands and pointing at the burly man with a mischievous grin. Song Wannuan picked up the thread with a mocking smile. Look at you. Your features are all over the place, yet you fight for territory so fiercely. And your territory is so vast, last year's tear of longing still hasn't reached your cheek. If I were you, I'd be embarrassed to go out, let alone pursue Chi. The burly man looked puzzled. What do you mean by that? Ugly people should read more, Yunda said with a shake of his head. Look at you. You can't even understand when someone insults you. If Chi really agreed to be with you, she'd be driven mad 800 times a day. Song Wannuan quickly chimed in. But you can't say that entirely. Stupid people are experts at dragging you down to their level and then beating you with experience. Better be careful. Their back-and-forth mockery finally made the burly man understand their meaning. Clenching his fists, he angrily said, Do you two want to die? Dog bro, he's threatening us. Yunda turned to Song Wannuan. No worries, let him try. Song Wannuan said disdainfully. If he dares to lay a finger on me, I'll make sure he ends up with nothing but his underwear. Otherwise, I wouldn't be Song Wannuan. Relax, dog bro, I'll record everything. Yunda swiftly pulled out his phone and started recording, a routine they had practiced many times. Song Wannuan walked right up to the burly man, provocatively saying, Come on, weren't you going to hit me? Here's your chance. At most, it's 3 to 10 years in prison. Once you're in, I'll be sure to visit and tell you how great my life is outside. The burly man, though clenching his fists, ultimately didn't make a move. In this society governed by law, maliciously hurting someone carries a heavy price. He knew Song Wannuan was provoking him, and Yunda was recording with his phone, ready to provide solid evidence if he acted. I challenge you. The burly man suddenly shouted. Challenge me? Sorry, I don't accept, Song Wannuan replied casually. What can you do to me? If you have the guts, just go ahead and hit me. Coward. Spineless. Not a man. The burly man tried to provoke him into accepting the challenge, but all he got in return was Song Wannuan's dismissive response. There's no rule that says I have to accept someone else's challenge. Yeah, so what? I can make sure you never get close to Chi, and you wouldn't dare touch a single hair on my head. Song Wannuan scoffed, looking at him with disdain. Provoking him was useless. Perhaps a beauty trap might stir him a bit. The burly man took a deep breath, his chest heaving, and gritted his teeth. We'll see about that. Tomorrow, I'll have you kneeling before me. With that, he turned and left, knowing that any further entanglement would only humiliate himself. He was determined to settle the score eventually. Is that guy well connected? Song Wannuan turned to Tang Chi. Not really sure, but I heard his uncle is some official in the education department. Tang Chi replied honestly. I thought he was something special, but it turns out he's not. Song Wannuan waved dismissively. The education department might intimidate ordinary people, but for him and Yunda, it was nothing. He hadn't awakened any abilities, so college didn't matter. Yunda, on the other hand, had an SS-level potential ability. Once that news got out, the top 3 academies would vie for him, and even the mayor couldn't interfere. Let's go eat, Song Wannuan said as he walked. Chi-Chi, have you awakened any abilities? I have. Sequence 10, Reincarnation. Tang Chi-Chi whispered. What? No way. Song Wannuan and Yunda exclaimed in unison. Abilities within the first 100 sequences were all SS level potential, and Sequence 10 was among the most powerful in the world. I thought awakening Sequence 16 was impressive, but Chi-Chi, you're even more amazing. It's like a calf inviting an old cow to a sauna-steaming incredible. Yunda exclaimed excitedly, full of genuine joy. Go. You really haven't awakened any abilities? Tang Chi-Chi asked cautiously. As the soul of their trio, she was worried Song Wanwan might feel down. Nope, Song Wanwan said, laughing as he put his arms around their shoulders. I'll be counting on you guys to look after me. Let's not just have skewers. I'll treat you to a grand feast to celebrate your rise to greatness. If you want me to look after you, then you better call me Brother Yun or Brother Da. Yunda seized the opportunity to bargain. Among the three, Song Wanwan was the eldest, Tang Chi-Chi was 1 day younger, and Yunda 3 days younger. He had always called them Brother Go and Brother Chi. You little rascal, are you rebelling? Song Wanwan squinted. Don't think just because you've awakened Sequence 16 that you're all that. Want to see if beating you up is as easy as a father disciplining his son? Yunda immediately backed down, smiling ingratiatingly. Maybe another time. He suddenly remembered that Song Wanwan had been working out and practicing martial arts diligently for the past 3 years. Song Wanwan looked at Yunda in front of him, a slight smile on his lips. He knew Yunda had only awakened his powers for a day and was still far from matching his own strength. Little rascal, I'm giving you a chance, Song Wanwan said, crossing his arms. Within a year, if you can beat me, I'll gladly call you Brother Yin. Yunda's eyes lit up instantly, and he leaned forward involuntarily. Really? You promise? He was already calculating in his mind that with his potential, a year would be enough time for his abilities to undergo a dramatic transformation. By then, defeating Song Wanwan would be a piece of cake. I promise, Song Wanwan shrugged casually. Chi-Chi can be our witness. Standing nearby, Tang Chi-Chi immediately chimed in. Sure, I'll be the witness. But, she turned to Yunda, a mischievous glint in her eye. If you can beat me, I'll call you Brother Yin too. Maybe not, Brother Chi. Yunda stopped himself halfway. He recalled that Tang Chi-Chi's power sequence was ahead of his, and more importantly, he'd been overpowered by her since childhood. Every time he faced Tang Chi-Chi, he felt a natural sense of suppression, like a younger brother instinctively fearing his older sister. No matter how fierce the brother, he's always a lamb in front of his sister. Little rascal, you aren't using the opportunity. Tang Chi-Chi shook her head playfully. Missed this chance, and there won't be another. Yunda waved it off nonchalantly. Having Brother Dog's opportunity is enough for me. Don't be too sure, Song Wanwan said meaningfully. It's easy to eat your words later, and getting slapped in the face repeatedly can be quite painful. Internally, Yunda felt smug. Even though he hadn't awakened his powers, he had a cheat at his disposal. He believed this cheat was as powerful as any ability, even those in the top sequences. As long as he could earn enough spirit stones to repair his destiny, if he then awakened a powerful ability, he'd be truly unstoppable. In the end, the three didn't go for a lavish meal, but chose to have skewers instead. For them, eating skewers and drinking beer was more satisfying than a grand feast. After a few rounds of drinks, Song Wanwan shared his 2 development paths. One was to become a warrior, and the other was to earn as many spirit stones as possible to reach a point where money could work wonders. Naturally, Tang Chi-Chi and Yunda wholeheartedly agreed. Here, a gift from your brother, Song Wanwan said, pulling out 2 bottles of black iron-grade body tempering and essence-nurturing elixirs and placing them in front of them. Congratulations on awakening your abilities. He had copied them during dinner. Brother Dog, this is too much, Yunda hesitated. The 3 families had similar economic conditions, not poor, but not wealthy either. These 2 bottles would cost 1,000,000 dragon coins, a significant expense though not enough to bankrupt them. Take them, Song Wanwan said with a smile. Your brother has a special channel. Each bottle costs only 10 spirit stones. Whenever you need more body tempering or essence nurturing elixirs, your brother's got you covered however much you need. Aside from the secret of his cheat, he was willing to share everything with these 2 close friends. Really? Go, you're not tricking us, are you? Yunda asked with skepticism in his eyes. I swear to your mom, I'm not lying, Song Wanwan assured, patting his chest with determination. But my mom always tricks me, Yunda pouted, looking quite aggrieved. I trust Go, Tang Chi-Chi chimed in. He's never lied to us about serious matters. Is this where your wealth can connect with the divine confidence comes from? Song Wanwan smiled slightly. That's just part of my confidence. You'll understand the rest as time goes on. But you 2 better train hard. Don't let me become a wealth god while you're still novices. All right, let's each do our best and meet at the top. Tang Chi-Chi raised his beer glass, his eyes shining with determination. Each do our best and meet at the top. The 3 clinked their beer glasses in the air, producing a crisp sound. The next morning, as the summer sun just peeked over the horizon, Song Wanwan was already up. According to the Sunflower Manual, the first ray of sunlight in the morning is the easiest to absorb, making training twice as effective with half the effort. He sat on the rooftop, facing the sunrise. Soon, a warm current flowed into his body, nourishing him. So easy. Song Wannuan was a bit surprised. He had thought that starting with the Sunflower Manual would be difficult, but he succeeded on his first try. He didn't realize that the previous cleansing function had already refined his body. If he were to open his attribute panel at that moment, he would see his physical strength increasing by 0.01 points every minute. It seemed small, but in an hour, it would increase by 0.6 points, and in 10 hours, 6 points. To put it in perspective, ordinary awakened ability users have physical strength of only a few dozen points. After more than an hour, Song Wannuan stood up and stretched. The greatest benefit of practicing the Sunflower Manual was not just the increase in physical strength, but the presence of a new energy within him, providing him with another means of attack. Another day full of energy. Today's goal, 3,200 spirit stones. Song Wannuan rode his electric scooter towards the school, humming to himself, riding my beloved little motorbike. I'll never get stuck in traffic. Before 7, he had already set up his stall at the school gate. With the final mock test at 8, many students were already arriving at school. Body refining liquid, cheap sale. Essence nourishing liquid, cheap sale. Body refining liquid, 200 spirit stones for 4. As he called out, students gradually gathered around his stall. Go, are the prices the same as yesterday? A student asked. This was thanks to the advertisements Song Wannuan, Yunda, and Tang Chichi had posted in various school groups the previous night. Although advertising might be a bit annoying, nearly all the senior students were now aware of the news. 40 spirit stones for a bottle of body tempering liquid and primordial liquid, genuine and authentic. Song Wannuan stood at the front of the classroom, holding up 2 crystal clear jade bottles. The sunlight streaming through the window cast a soft glow on the bottles. Hey, Song, is this body tempering liquid reliable? A classmate squinted at the jade bottles with a teasing tone. Song Wannuan straightened his back, his gaze sweeping confidently over the students in the classroom. As the renowned botanist Lu Huaqiang once said, when you start to doubt whether a melon is ripe, it's already unripe in your mind. But I, Song Wannuan, conduct business with integrity. You can question my character, but never my credibility. He patted his chest. After all, I'm destined to become the richest person in Longhua. I can vouch for him. A classmate quickly raised a hand. The body tempering liquid I bought yesterday worked just like the ones from the official store. I want another bottle of primordial liquid this time. Song Wannuan's eyes lit up, immediately seizing the opportunity. This is a rare chance. Today, there are only 40 bottles of each liquid. If you want to stand out in the upcoming simulation and catch the attention of the top academy teachers, this is your opportunity. His words were like a bombshell, causing a stir in the classroom. The students understood that once someone started using these liquids to enhance their abilities, others would have no choice but to follow suit. This was a classic case of peer pressure, and Song Wannuan knew how to capitalize on it. In less than half a day, all 80 bottles were sold out. At this school with over 1,000 senior students, only about 1 in 10 could get a bottle, which wasn't a lot. But considering some students couldn't afford them and others had already stocked up, the sales were quite impressive. For these newly awakened superpowered students, the black iron level body tempering liquid and primordial liquid could only be taken once a month. Overuse could harm their bodies. Although the market at this school was temporarily saturated, Song Wannuan had already set his sights on other schools in Phoenix City. More importantly, in a month, the college entrance exams would take place a test even more brutal than Earth's college exams. On Blue Star, abilities were everything. Unlike on Earth, there were no other paths to success such as business or entrepreneurship. Failing the college entrance exam meant it was nearly impossible to turn things around. Every student was acutely aware of this, which was the key to Song Wannuan's business success. Of course, there are always a few who, despite facing numerous hardships, manage to grow and succeed. However, such individuals are exceedingly rare, perhaps only 1 in a million or even 1 in 10 million. Song Wannuan was bending down to organize the goods on his stall when a mocking voice suddenly interrupted him. Looking up, he saw the speaker was the burly man who had pursued Tang Chichi the day before. This burly man had quietly investigated Yunda and Song Wannuan after leaving the previous day. The investigation revealed that Song Wannuan was indeed well known at the 6th high school. Not only did he consistently rank first in academics, but he was also adept in social interactions, making him a notable figure. Unfortunately, he had not awakened any special abilities by the age of 18, which made him seem worthless in the eyes of the burly man. Who's barking here like a dog? Oh, it's you, the idiot, Song Wannuan said as he straightened up, his tone calm. May I ask what you're barking about? Meanwhile, he pondered why a student from the 1st high school would suddenly visit the 6th high school. It surely couldn't be for anything good. The burly man squinted and said condescendingly, "Do you remember what I said yesterday? I promised to make you kneel before me today. I keep my word. Although you're an idiot, even your mom had to give birth to an idiot. Song Wenwan replied, feigning a sincere tone. Be good. Go home and have some milk. Maybe it'll cure your idiocy. A full recovery might be impossible, but there's hope for improvement. Have some confidence in yourself. As a master of verbal sparring, Song Wenwan's skill in this regard made it impossible for even 10 burly men to gain the upper hand. Song Wenwan, you can only boast with words, the burly man sneered. The more arrogant you are now, the worse it'll be for you soon. Well, see. With that, he and his entourage turned and walked into the school. Hope you don't mess with me, or you'll regret it. Song Wenwan called after them before packing up his stall and heading into the school. Truthfully, he wasn't concerned about a student whose potential ability level was only ranked as S. By 8 o'clock, all the senior students had gathered around the sports field. 10 platforms were neatly set up in the center, and the school leaders, teachers from the first high school, and recruitment officers from 3 major academies were seated on the stage. The school leader briefly announced, following the Education Bureau's directive, this simulation match will be a joint event with the first high school. They have sent 10 outstanding students to join our competition. This is both an exchange and a challenge. As students of the 6th high school, your task is to give it your all and defeat them. For the honor of the 6th high school, I implore you all. Pausing, he then declared, without further ado, I hereby announce the official start of the senior year simulation competition. I hope each of you can perform beyond expectations. The rules of the competition are simple, head-to-head matches. The winner advances to the next round, while the loser is eliminated. In the classroom, Song Wenwan looked up at their homeroom teacher, Mr. Shah, with a hint of expectation in their eyes. Mr. Shah, can I not participate? No, Mr. Shah replied firmly, adjusting his glasses. The principal has said all students must participate. You can concede immediately when you get on stage, but you have to go through the motions. He softened his tone slightly, seeing this student who hadn't awakened any special abilities. Is there a reward for first place? Song Wenwan asked, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, a calculating glint in his eyes. For him, it was more worthwhile to figure out a way to earn more spirit stones than waste time in the competition. Mr. Shah's voice rose a notch. Yes, the school is being generous this time. The top 3 all receive rewards, with first place getting 100 spirit stones and a bottle of bronze-grade body tempering liquid. The entire senior class 7 erupted upon hearing this. The students whispered excitedly, their eyes gleaming. 100 spirit stones were equivalent to 1,000,000 dragon coins, and bronze-grade body tempering liquid cost at least 200 spirit stones in specialty stores. Mr. Shah surveyed the classroom, his tone serious. So, you all must do your best. Don't let the students from first high take all the rewards. Don't worry, Mr. Shah. Yunda stood up suddenly, pumping his fist at his classmates. I declare that the top 3 spots in this mock tournament will be swept by us 3 musketeers. Everyone else, better luck next time. Ah, little Jinjian, that's just like you. If there's a prize for thick skin, you'd be unbeatable, a classmate teased with a laugh. Yunda feigned a melancholic expression. The strong are always misunderstood. It's lonely at the top. Whether you're a master or not, you're definitely lonely and empty. Another classmate chimed in. Amidst the banter, the school broadcast suddenly sounded. Head-to-head matches, determined by drawing lots. Senior Class 2's Li Wei, Senior Class 5's Zhang Lei, please proceed to Arena 1. Senior Class 7's Song Wenwan, First High's Lu Meng, please proceed to Arena 2. Song Wenwan was taken aback, not expecting to be called so soon, and especially not against a student from First High. Go get him, dog bro. Yunda patted him on the shoulder. Ignoring Yunda's teasing, Song Wenwan turned to Mr. Shah. Mr. Shah, are weapons allowed in the matches? They are, but they won't be of much use against those with abilities, Mr. Shah reminded. Good to know, Song Wenwan said, striding confidently towards Arena 2. Watching Song Wenwan's back, Mr. Shah turned to Yunda. Yunda, has Song Wenwan chosen the path of a martial artist? Yes, Yunda nodded. What a pity, Mr. Shah sighed. If only Song Wenwan could awaken abilities, his potential would be limitless. Unfortunately, the ceiling for martial artists is quite low. When Song Wenwan stepped onto Arena 2 and saw his opponent's face, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "It's you." "It's me, surprised?" On the stage, Song Wenwan's opponent was none other than the burly man Lu Meng they had encountered earlier. The two locked eyes, and the tension in the air was palpable. "I'll make you kneel before me today," Song Wenwan sneered. "Oh, so you think you can cheat just because you have some connections? I take back what I said before. You're not a fool. You're just a little less than theta complete idiot." A flash of anger crossed Lu Meng's eyes. "Everything I've done is within the rules. Today, I'll make you pay dearly, you worthless fool, and show you the vast difference between us." "I agree with that," Song Wenwan shrugged nonchalantly. "There is a vast difference between us. I am the cloud, you're the mud. Your name, Lu Meng, sounds like a villain, while mine, Wannuan, sounds like a hero. Evil never triumphs over good. Are you ready to face defeat as the villain?" Lu Meng wasted no more words and launched his attack. As a power-enhanced combatant, He excelled in close-quarters combat, and any hit would be devastating. Just then, Song Wannuan pointed behind Lu Meng. "Chi-Chi, why are you on the stage? I can handle him alone. You don't need to get involved." Lu Meng reflexively turned his head, and in that instant, Song Wannuan picked up a brick he had prepared and struck Lu Meng hard on the back of the head. Bang! Lu Meng didn't even have time to react before he fell heavily to the stage, unconscious. Song Wannuan looked at the brick in his hand and said leisurely, "Confucius said, when fighting, use a brick, aim for the face, don't swing wildly. If you miss, swing again, aim to knock out. Keep swinging until they're down." The winner, Song Wannuan from Class 3, Grade 11, the referee announced. Song Wannuan jumped off the stage, greeted by Yunda's enthusiastic praise. "Dog bro, amazing. A direct knockout, as expected from you. No matter how skilled, a knife is feared. No matter how powerful, a brick can knock you down." Song Wannuan hummed his victory song with pride. "I could take on 10 of these guys. Being invincible is so lonely." The teachers from the first high school looked grim, as if they had swallowed a fly. Although Lu Meng wasn't their strongest contestant, he was still one of their seed players. To be knocked out with a single brick before he could even fully use his abilities was a disgrace. Of course, they couldn't call Song Wannuan despicable. This was a fight, and once both parties stepped onto the stage, they were opponents. In a life-or-death battle, Lu Meng might have already been a corpse. The teachers present did not despise Song Wannuan's fighting style. Instead, they showed some approval. To them, combat should aim for the most efficient path to victory, and Song Wannuan achieved just that. "What is this student's name?" asked an admissions officer from one of the 3 major academies, pointing towards the arena. "His name is Song Wannuan, and he's the top student in cultural subjects at our school," replied a teacher from the 6th high school, adding, "However, as far as we know, he hasn't awakened any abilities due to damage to his life path." This statement brought a hint of regret to the eyes of the admissions officers. Without abilities, the path for future development is completely blocked. "Our school has many other promising students." The principal of the 6th high school quickly changed the subject. "Have you identified any students with high potential for abilities?" asked a beautiful admissions officer. The principal shook his head and said, "To ensure safety, we haven't compiled such information. We let them reveal themselves naturally." He went on to explain the origin of this approach. 10 years ago, 9/10 of the S-level talents in the Dragon Kingdom were assassinated, which enraged the nation, leading them to send powerful figures to settle scores with suspicious countries. That conflict nearly sparked a world war. Since then, the Dragon Kingdom changed the way abilities are awakened, opting for a private process with no need for reporting. If it weren't for that, students like Yunda and Tang Chi-Chi, who have SS-level potential, would have been snatched up by the 3 major academies long ago, the principal thought with relief. "Hopefully, we'll discover some unparalleled talents," the beautiful teacher said with anticipation. The principal turned to a teacher from the 1st high school and asked, "How did your school select these 10 seed candidates?" "We simply issued a notice for friendly exchanges, using a completely voluntary registration method," the 1st high school teacher explained. The admissions officers exchanged glances. Students today are good at hiding their skills. Those with real talent tend to be low-key, while those with average abilities love to show off. "To see their true capabilities, we might have to wait until the college entrance exams," one of them remarked. "Hiding one's skills is a good thing, but let's see if they can hide them from us," another admissions officer said with a smile. As they were speaking, the broadcast suddenly announced the next match. Yunda from Class 37 and Wang Xuewu from Class 310. Please proceed to Arena 8. "Dog bro, watch me," Yunda called out to Song Wannuan as he strode towards the arena. Watching Yunda's back, Song Wannuan felt a surge of curiosity, eager to know what kind of abilities his friend possessed. Yunda awakened the Sequence 16 moral ability. This ability is different from the commonly seen elemental abilities like fire and water, making it hard to comprehend and imagine. Soon, Yunda stood on the arena. He looked down at his opponent, Wang Xuewu, with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. "You should just admit defeat and save me the trouble of making a move. You think too highly of yourself." Wang Xuewu retorted with a cold snort and waved his hand. Several water arrows shot out from his palm, showcasing the water elemental ability, one of the most common elemental powers. Facing the fierce attack, Yunda remained motionless, instead revealing a confident smile. He silently intoned in his mind, "Moral constraint. This place should love peace." In an instant, an invisible and peculiar magnetic field spread from Yunda, enveloping Wang Xuewu completely. The rushing water arrows vanished into thin air, and Wang Xuewu felt as if he was bound by invisible ropes, unable to move. Yunda calmly approached his opponent and said with composure, "Watch my Kong Long Yu Hui." He struck Wang Xuewu on the chest, sending him flying out of the arena like a kite with a broken string. "Thanks for the match." Yunda clasped his hands together, appearing calm on the surface but inwardly elated. He knew his moral ability was powerful, but he hadn't expected to win so easily with just a moral constraint. without even needing to use moral blackmail or moral judgment. He hummed the tune of Invincibility is so lonely, mimicking Song Wannuan's earlier demeanor as he leisurely walked off the stage. The audience was stunned. Song Wannuan's earlier victory had been due to surprise, but in this match, Wang Shuwu was well prepared and initiated the attack, yet still lost without suspense, leading some to wonder if this was a prearranged performance. On the podium, the teachers from the three academies were discussing Yunda's ability. Even with their knowledge, they couldn't accurately determine what this ability was. Some said it seemed like telekinesis, others thought it resembled gravity, but none could explain the bizarre phenomena on the field. Ultimately, they agreed that he was a promising talent with unknown potential. Back in the classroom, his classmates eagerly surrounded Yunda. Zijianjian, what ability did you awaken? How are you so powerful? Yunda, with a straight face, jokingly replied, this is the 18 dragons subduing palms. What I used just now was the first move, Kong Long Yuhui. There are more moves like Fei Long Zai Tian, Jian Long Zai Tian, and Shun Long Bai Wei. The classmates could tell he was joking, but also understood that abilities were not something one could casually disclose to others. Not bad. You didn't embarrass me as your big brother. Song Wannuan nodded approvingly. Everyone's attention then shifted to Arena 6. Tang Qiqi lightly leaped onto the platform, facing her opponent, a freckle-faced girl from First High School. Around the arena, students from 6th High School had already begun cheering in support. As the school's beauty, Tang Qiqi's willingness to help others had earned her immense popularity. Tang Qiqi, you must win. Go, Tang Qiqi. The deafening cheers rang out one after another. This bunch of friends who forget about you when a pretty girl is around didn't cheer for me earlier. Yunda looked around, then shouted loudly, go, Qiqi. The freckled girl appraised Tang Qiqi from head to toe, a hint of jealousy in her eyes. The school beauty of 6th High, indeed very pretty. But after awakening abilities, looks don't matter anymore, strength does. Did you awaken a talking ability? You sure talk a lot, Tang Qiqi retorted with a blank expression, her sharp tongue clearly influenced by Song Wannuan. All right, let me see how strong the school beauty is, the freckled girl sneered. I awakened an 11 potential wind ability. Infinite wind blades. With a wave of her hand, 3 sharp wind blades shot towards Tang Qiqi in a triangle formation. Tang Qiqi remained calm, simply waving her hand to halt the wind blades midair. Samsara, heavenly path rebound. The wind blades immediately reversed direction, speeding towards the freckled girl. In a panic, she formed a wind shield in front of her, trying to block her own attack. Samsara, hungry ghost path absorption. Tang Qiqi struck again, causing the freckled girl's wind shield to vanish instantly. As the 3 wind blades were about to hit their target, the freckled girl stood frozen in fear. At the critical moment, the referee appeared in front of her to block the fatal strike. I declare, Tang Qiqi from Class 8, Senior Year, the winner. Tang Qiqi nimbly jumped off the arena, giving Song Wannuan and Yunde a meaningful glance, as if saying, see, I didn't embarrass myself either. The two understood immediately, giving her a thumbs up in approval. Tang Qiqi, Tang Qiqi. The audience's cheers continued to resound. On the podium, the teachers exchanged significant glances. Although they hadn't fully discerned Tang Qiqi's specific awakened ability, one thing was certain: it had to be within the top 100 capabilities. Abilities within the top 100 invariably possessed SS-level potential. Faculty from the 3 major academies were already calculating what terms they needed to offer to recruit this prodigious talent. The admissions officers from the 3 major academies maintained a cautious silence. They were well aware of Tang Qiqi's extraordinary potential and feared that any leak of information might attract unwanted attention. The competition was in full swing, and 2 hours flew by. The list of the top 32 contenders was freshly announced, and the battle for the top 16 was about to begin. Song Wannuan leaned against the wall, bored. If it weren't for the lucrative first-place prize, he would have found an excuse to slip away. Just as he was pondering how to pass the time, a furious shout erupted behind him. Song Wannuan. He turned to see Lu Meng glaring at him with a fierce gaze, eyes brimming with murderous intent. Grandpa's here. Song Wannuan grinned, thinking that something interesting had finally come along. He had been considering whether to privately bet on the top 3, but remembered the school's rules and dismissed the idea. Unexpectedly, Lu Meng came to him, adding some excitement to his dull life. You despicable scoundrel, Lu Meng said through gritted teeth. Daring to ambush me. If you have the guts, face me in a fair fight. I'll make you kneel and call me daddy. It turned out he had orchestrated an exchange between the 2 schools just to teach Song Wannuan a lesson, only to be ambushed instead. A defeated soldier dares to speak of courage, Song Wannuan scoffed, glancing at him disdainfully. You're not even worthy of a fair fight with me. You're just scared, aren't you? Only know how to ambush. Lu Meng continued to provoke. Facing you heathen is easier than dealing with my family's dog. Song Wannuan's eyes twinkled. If you want a fair match, that's fine, but let's add some stakes. Dare you? He suddenly remembered Lu Meng came from a wealthy family. Perfect for extorting some spirit stones. Stakes? Fine. Lu Meng immediately agreed. If you beat me, I'll give you 100 spirit stones. If I win, I don't want your spirit stones. You just need to kneel and bow 3 times, saying, Daddy, I concede 3 times. Say what 3 times? Song Wannuan asked deliberately. Daddy, I concede. Good boy. As long as you concede, go play, Song Wannuan said with a mischievous smile. Nearby, Yinda couldn't help but tease. Wow, I've seen a lot of strange people, but I've never seen anyone so eager to acknowledge a daddy. This guy must be love-starved. One word, dare or not. Lu Meng didn't want to engage in a war of words, knowing he was no match for this dog king in verbal sparring. He wanted to prove himself with strength. 100 spirit stones and you're proud of it. Song Wannuan sneered. If I were you, I'd be ashamed. Even as the eldest son of the Lu family, you seem like a counterfeit. Dog bro, don't make it hard for him. Yinda egged on, knowing Song Wannuan's tactics all too well. 500 spirit stones. Lu Meng raised his voice. Song Wannuan pouted. With a voice that loud, I thought it was 5,000 spirit stones. Turns out it's just 500, what a waste of time. Song Wannuan stretched her weary body, a hint of mischief in her eyes. You broke fool. Do you even have 500 spirit stones? Lu Meng sneered disdainfully. Sorry, Song Wannuan's lips curled into a slight smile. I just received 3,200 spirit stones this morning. If you want a fair fight, bring 3,200 spirit stones first. If you can't, feel free to walk away. Lu Meng arrogantly pulled out a spirit stone card from his pocket. Fine, 3,200 spirit stones. I have them. This is a spirit stone card from the exchange office. It holds 4,000 spirit stones. If I beat you, it's yours. If I lose, you have to kneel and bow to me. He secretly calculated, convinced his previous loss to Song Wannuan was due to his own carelessness. Since you sincerely asked for guidance, I reluctantly agree, Song Wannuan said, feigning profundity. Consider it an opportunity for you to learn from me. Soon, the two arrived at an open area beside the playground. Over 100 students gathered around, forming a circle. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Do you think Dogbro can win this time? Doubtful. Last time he knocked out Lu Meng was just a sneak attack. In a heated fight, without awakened powers, Dogbro can't be Lu Meng's match. Dogbro, don't hold back. Go get him. Yunda's shout pierced through the noise. Ready? Song Wannuan asked calmly. Trying to ambush me? No way. Lu Meng stomped the ground heavily, launching himself like an arrow. Chi-Chi, hit him on the back of the head, Song Wannuan suddenly called out. I've seen that trick. You think I'll fall for it again? Die. Lu Meng ignored the distraction, charging straight at Song Wannuan. With speed surpassing Lu Meng's, Song Wannuan continuously dodged. Within 20 seconds, Lu Meng launched a series of fierce attacks, even knocking Song Wannuan's phone to the ground, yet he couldn't land a hit. Useless, only dodging. Do you dare face me, Heaton? Lu Meng paused, breathless. He excelled in strength, but couldn't match Song Wannuan's speed. I wanted to blend in as an ordinary person. Song Wannuan's expression shifted. Since you only show contempt, I won't hold back. Behold the first form of the Tathagata palm. Buddha's light shines everywhere. Before she finished speaking, a golden light appeared above Song Wannuan's head, warm and bright, like a small sun. Lu Meng retreated warily, eyeing the unfamiliar technique. Dogbro, I'm here to help. Tang Chi-Chi's voice suddenly came from behind Lu Meng. Instinctively, Lu Meng turned to look, but saw no one. In that instant, a sharp pain exploded at the back of his head, and he fell to the ground, vision darkening. Song Wannuan smiled slightly and bent down to pick up the glowing spirit storage card from the ground, his gaze falling on the unconscious Lu Meng. I, Song Wannuan, am willing to call you a good person for willingly giving me spirit stones, he said. Unhurriedly, he moved behind Lu Meng and picked up the phone he had accidentally dropped earlier. This was all part of his carefully laid trap, shouting, first move of the Buddha's palm, to distract Lu Meng while playing a pre-recorded audio by Tang Chi-Chi. Lu Meng fell for it, leading to his second unfortunate defeat. Holding invincibility is so lonely. Song Wannuan hummed a tune as he briskly walked back to class. Behind him, one of Lu Meng's lackeys hurriedly lifted him and rushed to the infirmary. The onlooking classmates exchanged bewildered glances, clearly not expecting the fight to end in just a minute. In the subsequent matches, Song Wannuan advanced smoothly, securing a spot in the top 8. Unlike other contestants who relied on sheer strength, he skillfully diverted his opponent's attention and clinched victory with a single brick. This unexpected fighting style took both the admissions officers from the 3 academies and the homeroom teacher of Class 7 by surprise. The semifinals soon commenced. Xiao Jinghao from number 1 high school prodigy with awakened lightning powers was Song Wannuan's opponent. Song Wannuan, your luck ends here, Xiao Jinghao declared arrogantly. If you think you're strong, just say it outright. Why beat around the bush with me? I can't stand this kind of hypocrisy. Can't people be more straightforward with each other? Song Wannuan retorted disdainfully. Enough talk, let's fight. Thunderstorm. Xiao Jinghao's hands crackled with electricity as he struck the arena. Instantly, dozens of lightning serpents coiled on the ground, lunging at Song Wannuan. Fine, I'm laying it all out, I am the champion. Song Wannuan charged into the swarm of lightning serpents instead of retreating. The audience collectively gasped, thinking he had lost his mind. But in the next moment, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Song Wannuan effortlessly crushed the fierce lightning serpents as if stepping on soap bubbles. Taking advantage of Xiao Jinghao's momentary shock, Song Wannuan flashed in front of him, swiftly raising the brick in his hand. Bang! In the next moment, without any surprise, the brick in Song Wannuan's hand landed precisely on his opponent's head with a dull thud. The opponent's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed on the platform, unconscious. That's it. All show and no substance. Song Wannuan remarked disdainfully as he turned and walked off the platform with a casual air. The audience below took a few seconds to process the swift outcome. Dog brother, impressive, a voice suddenly shouted with a break in tone. Song Wannuan's straightforward and forceful victory left a deep impression on everyone present. The teachers on the podium exchanged knowing glances. This isn't just luck, it's genuine skill. His sheer physical strength alone can rival that of a bronze-level ability user, one teacher quietly commented. To have such physical prowess at his age, this young man is indeed on the path of a martial artist and has considerable talent, another teacher nodded in agreement. It's a pity he hasn't awakened any abilities. If he had even a level potential, he would certainly become a formidable force in the future. After stepping down, Song Wannuan turned his attention to another platform. Tang Qiqi was facing off against a fire-type ability user. Her opponent shouted, "Blaze of glory," and immediately, intense flames engulfed the entire platform. Just as the referee hesitated about intervening, an extraordinary scene unfolded. All the flames converged towards Tang Qiqi, as if drawn by an unseen force. In the next second, she unleashed reincarnation, Azura Path, and a blinding energy beam shot from her hand, hitting her opponent precisely. Her opponent was knocked off the platform, but fortunately, Tang Qiqi controlled her power well, inflicting only minor injuries. So powerful, the audience and judges exclaimed in amazement. "Thank you for the match," Tang Qiqi said calmly, her gaze then shifting to Yunda's battle. At that moment, Yunda was facing a gravity-type ability user. "Triple gravity," the opponent shouted, attempting to suppress Yunda with gravity. However, Yunda remained unfazed and softly said, "Moral coercion, you should respect the elderly and let the young win." Before he finished speaking, his opponent uncontrollably walked off the platform. This bizarre victory left everyone puzzled. What exactly was Yunda's ability? No one could solve this mystery. Soon, Su Hong from First High also secured the last spot in the semifinals. The students from Sixth High then realized the three swordsmen, as Song Wannuan had said, might indeed take the top three places. They were caught in a dilemma, not wanting First High to win the championship, yet not wanting to see the three swordsmen dominate the top spots, as it would make them feel even more overshadowed. "Su Hong, I must admit, you've got some skills." Yunda stood in the center of the arena, looking down at Su Hong. "We, the three musketeers, believe in fairness. We'll give you a chance to concede, so we don't have to step in." Song Wannuan's lips curled into a chilling smile. "You can either take on all three of us at once, or we gang up on you. Your choice." Although Tang Qiqi didn't speak, her slight nod made her stance clear. She fully supported the other two's proposal. "The next round is supposed to be unknown," Su Hong said, clenching his fists. His voice carried a hint of defiance, but under the trio's intimidating gaze, his confidence seemed to waver. "Kid, don't be too greedy. Fourth place is already pretty good," Song Wannuan warned, his voice dripping with threat. "Any one of us could easily defeat you. Know your limits and concede, and you might gain our friendship. Otherwise," he paused meaningfully. A flicker of struggle passed through Su Hong's eyes, but he finally gritted his teeth and said, "When it comes to the college entrance exams, I won't lose to you. Just wait and see." With that, he turned and walked away, choosing to forfeit. The three musketeers were left standing in a triangular formation, each with a burning desire to win. "I'm taking the championship. Any objections?" Song Wannuan declared, leaving no room for argument. "Just because you want it? Why don't you reach for the stars while you're at it?" Yunda retorted immediately. "Ladies first. The championship should be mine." Tang Qiqi interjected at the right moment. "Oh, so our years of friendship mean nothing over a little championship?" Song Wannuan feigned hurt. "Have you forgotten who often took care of you, played with you, and treated you to lavish meals? How much is a conscience worth?" Yunda shrugged indifferently. Yunda, don't even have manners, let alone a conscience." "My conscience can't buy me a championship," Tang Qiqi replied bluntly. The surrounding students watched with keen interest, secretly hoping that if the three really fought, it would be a spectacular show. Some even speculated whether the six high school's three musketeers might split up over this championship. Since no one wants to give in, let's settle it the usual way. Song Wannuan decided. "Bring it on, I can't wait." Yunda rubbed his hands together eagerly. Then it's the usual way. Tang Chichi agreed with a nod. Rock, paper, scissors. The three moved simultaneously. Tang Chichi and Yunda played paper, while Song Wenwan played scissors. Anyone else? Ha ha ha. Song Wenwan laughed triumphantly. Compete with me? Do you two even match up? I declare, in the senior mock competition, I, Song Wenwan, am the champion. Sore winner. Yunda muttered resentfully. Next, Yunda and Tang Chichi faced off to determine the runner-up. Ultimately, Yunda's rock defeated Tang Chichi's scissors. Hurrah! Brother Chi, better luck next time. Yunda exclaimed proudly. I declare, in the senior mock competition, I, Yunda, am the runner-up. Consider yourselves lucky, Tang Chichi said with a hint of regret. And so, the champions of this senior mock competition were decided in such a playful manner. The school could only accept it with resignation. After all, who wouldn't be impressed by these three making it to the finals? A student in the audience watched the trio intently. If they wanted, they could easily decide the rankings among themselves. Such friendship is truly enviable. Half an hour after the mock competition ended, during the award ceremony, each of the three received their respective prizes. The champion, Song Wenwan, received 100 spirit stones and a bottle of bronze-grade body refining fluid. The runner-up, Yunda, got 100 spirit stones, and the third place, Tang Chichi, received 50 spirit stones. Later, the three were invited to the principal's office. In the spacious and bright room, the admissions officers from the three major colleges sat upright, their eyes fixed intently on the trio. Tang Chichi, Yunda, the elegant teacher from Huadu Academy began, completely ignoring Song Wenwan standing in the middle. On behalf of Huadu Academy, I extend a sincere invitation to you. If you choose our academy, you'll receive a full scholarship and a private villa as your dormitory. The slender man from Modu Academy quickly followed up. Join us at Modu Academy. And besides a full scholarship, you'll also get unknown teaching from a master-level instructor. His gaze also bypassed Song Wenwan. Though Imperial University might not be as lavish, the admissions officer from Imperial University said calmly, we can offer 2 spots in our secret realms. This offer left the other 2 teachers visibly shocked, as spots in secret realms are extremely rare. Despite these tempting offers, Tang Chichi and Yunda remained remarkably composed. My condition is simple, Yunda said, looking directly at the 3 teachers. I'll go to whichever academy is willing to accept go. That's my stance as well, Tang Chichi affirmed resolutely. The 3 admissions officers exchanged glances, clearly at a loss. To them, a martial artist without awakened abilities was nothing but a burden. Yunda, Chichi, Song Wenwan spoke softly. You don't have to do this. Just choose the academy that's right for you. Our paths are inherently different. No way, Yunda responded firmly. The 3 musketeers are inseparable. Exactly, Tang Chichi insisted. My stance hasn't changed. If you want to admit us together. After a brief moment of consideration, the teacher from Modu Academy spoke up. All right, if you two agree to join our academy, I can allow Song Wenwan to enroll as an auditing student. This was the greatest concession he could offer. Since the establishment of the 3 major academies, the ironclad rule of quality over quantity has remained unshaken. Even the children of the deans cannot step foot into the academy without sufficient talent. The teacher from the Imperial Capital Academy sat upright, his gaze sharp. We cannot overturn this rule for 1 or 2 exceptional students. If everyone made such demands, the academy would become a haven for the untalented. Song Wenwan hasn't awakened any special abilities, and entering the Imperial Capital Academy might not be a blessing for him. This sentiment echoed that of the teacher from the Magic Capital Academy. Yunda's eyes flickered with a strange light, and he was about to speak. Rules are dead, but people are alive. With enough leverage, any rule can be broken. At this point, I'm not afraid to tell you, Yunda. Song Wenwan abruptly interrupted him. You don't need to worry about my affairs. He turned to the 3 teachers, bowing slightly. Apologies, please excuse me for a moment. I need to talk to them. With that, he grabbed Tang Chichi with one hand and pulled Yunda with the other, quickly leaving the office. In a secluded corner, Song Wenwan released them, his expression serious. He knew well that if he hadn't stopped Yunda in time, he would have revealed the secret of his awakened moral abilities. Once such a thing spreads, even within the 3 academies, safety couldn't be guaranteed. I know you mean well. Song Wenwan looked directly into their eyes, his voice firm. But you should also understand my character. Whatever I, Song Wenwan, want, I must earn it through my own strength, fair and square, not by relying on others' charity. I'm proud, and I can't accept a spot gained through such means. Tang Chichi was about to speak, but Song Wenwan raised his hand to stop her. Remember our promise last night? We each strive and meet at the top. What does a temporary separation matter? We will reunite. I promise you. I will enter one of the 3 academies with the most dazzling presence. Dog bro, keep your word, Yunda said, staring into Song Wenwan's eyes. A gentleman's word is his bond. Song Wenwan declared firmly. Tang Chichi stepped forward, her eyes resolute. Dog bro, this is the first time you've promised us so seriously. We trust you. But if you fail, I'll hate you forever, you know. When I say forever, I mean it, not a second less. All right, see you at the 3 academies. Song Wannuan smiled brightly. See you at the 3 academies. Tang Chichi and Yunda echoed in unison. Now, go choose the academy you desire, Song Wannuan urged them. This time, neither said more, and after giving Song Wannuan a deep look, they turned and walked towards the principal's office. In the end, Yunda chose the Magic Capital Academy, while Tang Chichi opted for the Flower Capital Academy. This result left the admissions office teacher at the Imperial Capital Academy puzzled. After all, the Imperial Capital Academy is not only the strongest among the 3, but also offers the most generous conditions. However, neither of them chose the Imperial Capital Academy. Song Wannuan furrowed her brows slightly, but quickly understood the underlying reason. If she were to ask Yunda and Tang Chichi, they would undoubtedly give the same answer. They left the Imperial Capital Academy for Song Wannuan. By choosing different academies, they clearly intended to dominate their own fields, allowing Song Wannuan to shine on the stage of the Imperial Capital Academy alone. Realizing this, Song Wannuan smiled and resolutely decided to choose the Imperial Capital Academy. Soon after, Tang Chichi and Yunda received their admission notices and immediately set off for their chosen academies. In the Dragon Kingdom, training in supernatural abilities is of utmost importance, and the sooner one starts learning, the better they can ensure their safety. After bidding farewell to her friends, Song Wannuan began planning her own development path. Relying solely on replicating body refining elixirs and vitality elixirs can make money, but if she wanted to go further on the path of wealth can reach the gods, she knew she couldn't do it alone. Therefore, building a reliable team became a priority. Over the next 2 days, Song Wannuan invested all 3,200 spirit stones she earned into replicating body refining and vitality elixirs, selling them at 10 spirit stones below market price in other high schools in Phoenix City. This strategy proved effective, quickly earning her 12,800 spirit stones. Riding the wave of success, she spent a week replicating 640 bottles of body refining elixirs and 640 bottles of vitality elixirs, successfully boosting her income to 51,200 spirit stones, marking her first significant profit. However, this business had reached its limit. Firstly, the market was becoming saturated, and students who wanted to buy had already done so through various channels. Secondly, Song Wannuan realized she was being watched. It made sense. Her prices were 10 spirit stones lower than the market, and she had ample supply, naturally attracting envy. As the saying goes, competitors are like enemies. Blocking someone's financial path is like killing their parents, so being targeted was expected. One night, as Song Wannuan was on her way home, a masked man suddenly blocked her path. Just as she was about to turn around, she noticed another masked figure behind her. "Do you need something, gentlemen?" Song Wannuan asked with a friendly smile. "Just one question. Where do you get the body refining and vitality elixirs you sell at the high schools?" The man in black in front asked as he advanced. "So that's what you want to know? I thought you were after something else and scared me for a moment," Song Wannuan replied, pretending to be relaxed. It was a dark and windy night, and I was sitting on the rooftop absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in the sky. From the vortex emerged a golden door, which quickly opened. A golden basin floated out, descending to the ground. Naturally, I couldn't ignore such a treasure falling from the sky. I rushed over to pick it up and discovered that it was adorned with dragons and phoenixes, with 3 gilded characters carved on it. Treasure basin. I found that if I placed something in the treasure basin, it would multiply dozens of times overnight. That's how I got my body refining and vitality elixirs. After listening to Song Wannuan's story, the 2 men in black exchanged a meaningful glance. There was a hint of disdain in their eyes, clearly not fooled by such a clumsy lie. "Are you making up stories for us?" one of them said coldly. "Do you know the consequences of deceiving us?" "Enough with the talk. Let's just take him back first," the other interrupted impatiently. Song Wannuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Impressive. You actually figured out I was making it up. Smarter than my neighbor's dog." "You're asking for it," one of the men in black shouted angrily, darting towards Song Wannuan like an arrow. "You think I have no tricks up my sleeve? Naive." Song Wannuan clapped his hands together. First move of the Buddha's palm, Buddha's light illuminates all. Before he finished speaking, a brilliant golden light appeared on his palms, the energy he had cultivated from the Sunflower Manual. Faced with this unprecedented attack, the men in black retreated swiftly, distancing themselves by several meters. However, once they steadied themselves, they realized Song Wannuan's attack was just a bluff. "Gotcha, just kidding." Song Wannuan's teasing voice reached them. "You're dead." One of the men charged again. Just then, Song Wannuan's tone shifted, now filled with murderous intent. "Golden armor. Kill them all. Leave no one alive." This sudden change made the men in black wary, and they quickly scanned their surroundings. But when they turned back, Song Wannuan had already run far away. "Fools, fooled you again." Song Wannuan's triumphant laughter echoed from a distance. I'm furious. I will tear you apart. After him, the two men in black gave chase. With their superior speed, they soon caught up with Song Wannuan. You think you can escape? One of the men blocked his path with a sneer. Song Wannuan remained calm. Escape? Do you think I'm running? Why don't you consider that I brought you here on purpose? Still pretending despite the danger, Song Wannuan. We've investigated you. You haven't awakened any powers. True, I haven't awakened any powers, Song Wannuan admitted calmly, then shifted the conversation. But that doesn't mean I have no means of resistance. Today, I'll use you two to test my golden finger. With that, Song Wannuan opened his palm. Instantly, it felt as if everything within a radius of several dozen meters was under his control. The two men in black sensed something changing about him, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Time for you to go, color fill black. Song Wannuan's voice suddenly rang out. As soon as he finished speaking, the area around the two men was engulfed in darkness. Alarmed, they instinctively dodged to the side. Boom! A sharp collision echoed where they had just stood, a cold gust brushing their clothes. Quick reflexes, you managed to dodge, Song Wannuan acknowledged with a hint of approval, then flashed a dangerous smile. Let's see if you can dodge this next move. Song Wannuan held a large knife and said. His fingers gently slid across the blade, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. When dealing with ordinary classmates, a brick would suffice. But against these true enemies, the carefully prepared saber was the best choice. He quickly accessed his cloud storage and retrieved the long-stored saber file. Make it bigger, make it stronger. With his commands, the saber's data rapidly changed. The blade on the screen extended continuously, soon surpassing the 20-meter mark. The blade gleamed with a chilling light, as if it could tear through space. Watch me sweep through the battlefield, Song Wannuan shouted fiercely, twisting his wrist sharply. The 20-meter-long giant blade drew a stunning arc, slashing horizontally at two men in black. Though they sensed the deadly threat, they were thrown into confusion as they couldn't track the attack's trajectory. They flailed wildly, attempting a wide-range attack to dissolve the crisis. As the giant blade approached, the two instinctively leaped back 2 meters. However, this distance was negligible against the 20-meter-long blade. The blade swiftly swept through, and their bodies were severed in an instant. Silver tier abilities? Seems like that's all there is to it. I didn't even exert myself, and you're already dead, Song Wannuan remarked with a calm tone, as if he had just completed a trivial task. He quickly restored the saber to its original state, then used the mouse to drag the severed bodies and bloodstains into the recycle bin, clicking to empty it. The entire process was clean and efficient, leaving no trace. Closing the Word document, Song Wannuan turned and headed home. This was his first life-and-death encounter with ability users, and he couldn't hide his excitement. 2 silver-tier experts, yet they couldn't last even 10 seconds. What thrilled him more was that many of his skills remained unutilized. He wondered to himself if he could take on a gold-tier opponent if he went all out. Over the past 10 days, he had been replicating body tempering and energy cultivation liquids to earn spirit stones while diligently practicing the sunflower manual. After consuming black iron-grade body tempering and energy cultivation liquids twice, his attribute panel had shown significant improvement. Subject name, Song Wannuan. Age, 18. Physical strength, 132. Soul strength, 113. Ability attributes, none. Overall combat power. Thanks to the Sunflower Manual's 0.6-point hourly enhancement effect, he trained 10 hours a day, increasing his physical strength by 60 points in 10 days, surpassing his soul strength. After all, soul strength could only be improved with energy cultivation liquids, which progressed relatively slowly. Looking at the yet-unlocked gray icons, Song Wannuan was even more determined to enhance his power. For ordinary ability users, there are strict limitations on consuming body refining and energy nurturing potions. They can only take 1 potion of the same level per month. If an iron tier ability user recklessly consumes a silver tier potion, it will surely result in their body exploding. Even with potions of the same level, excessive consumption can place a significant burden on the body. This is because these potions contain impurities that require a full month for the body to completely metabolize and recover. However, Song Wannuan is an exception. With his unique waste-clearing skill, he can completely expel impurities from his body in just 3 to 4 days. As his physical and soul strength continue to increase, this detoxification cycle keeps shortening. This means he can consume 7 or 8, or even more, potions per month. The more potions he takes, the faster his strength grows, creating a positive cycle. At this moment, though, Song Wannuan is more concerned with how to gather 1,000,000 spirit stones. That huge sum could not only repair his destiny, but also awaken his abilities. He is full of anticipation about what abilities he might awaken in the future. When he returned home, he didn't tell his parents about the danger he encountered tonight. Even though he successfully killed 2 men in black, the experience made him deeply aware of the crisis. This time, his opponents were only at the silver level, which he could handle, but what if next time they were gold, platinum, diamond, or even king level? He must be prepared. It's time to take the bronze tier body refining and energy nurturing potions, he murmured to himself while sitting on the bed. Through long-term research, he discovered that a body and soul strength below 50 is considered iron tier. Currently, his body strength is 132, and his soul strength is 113, fully meeting the standard for bronze tier potions. Without hesitation, he took out the bronze tier potion he had prepared and drank it in one go. Intense pain swept through his body immediately, but having experienced it many times before, he was unfazed. It took a full 10 minutes for the pain to completely subside, twice as long as an iron tier potion. I wonder how much my physical strength will increase this time, he thought with anticipation as he opened his attribute panel. Subject name, Wannuan. Age, 18. Physical strength, 152. Soul strength, 133. Ability attributes, none. Comprehensive combat power. The bronze tier body refining potion only increased my physical strength by 20 points. Wannuan murmured to himself in surprise. Wannuan furrowed his brow as he contemplated the effects of the bronze-grade body tempering potion. Initially, he expected it to increase his physical strength by 40 to 50 points, but reality forced him to reassess. As his physical condition improved, the effectiveness of lower-grade potions was rapidly diminishing from an initial 10-point increase with each bottle of iron-grade potion to now only a single point. However, this change did not dampen his confidence. Since the iron-grade potions were no longer sufficient, he decided to switch to the higher-grade bronze potions. The next morning, just as the sun began to rise, Wannuan arrived at the Sea Pavilion, one of the two major commercial giants in the Dragon Kingdom. As he pushed open the heavy mahogany doors, a myriad of products came into view, ranging from basic body tempering potions and energy cultivation liquids to precious artifacts, elemental stones, and rare natural treasures. If you had the financial means, you could purchase almost any item available within the Dragon Kingdom here. He had two objectives for this visit. Firstly, to find new products to replicate, as the business for body tempering and energy cultivation liquids had already concluded for the month. Secondly, to discreetly observe the staff at Sea Pavilion. He suspected that the two suspicious men in black from the previous day might be connected to the pavilion, though it was merely speculation without concrete evidence. After all, driven by profit, some merchants would stop at nothing. A well-dressed and attractive female clerk approached gracefully. "Good morning, sir. How may I assist you today?" "I'm just browsing for now," Wannuan replied while observing the store's popular items. "This is an elemental stone, which helps those with abilities enhance their internal energy," the clerk explained, pointing to the display case. Wannuan was well acquainted with these. They came in 9 basic attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, wind, and thunder. "How much for one?" he inquired. These consumables, essential for nearly all ability users, were precisely what he was after. 10 spirit stones each. "I'll take 10 of each type," Wannuan ordered decisively. Unlike body tempering potions, elemental stones had no monthly usage limit and were essential for ability users. The clerk appeared surprised. 10 of each type? "Are you sure, sir? Most people typically chose stones of a single attribute. Is there a problem?" "No, not at all. I'll package them for you right away." Subsequently, Wannuan selected several weapons, armors, and other valuable items, focusing particularly on protective gear to enhance his currently lacking defenses. As for the rare natural treasures, due to their need for special preservation methods and the lack of a sales channel, he decided to hold off for now. While purchasing these items, Wannuan carefully observed his surroundings but found nothing unusual. Nevertheless, he couldn't completely dismiss the suspicion of the Sea Pavilion. They might just be exceptionally good at hiding their tracks. With a sigh, he decided to set aside his doubts for now and take things one step at a time. Just as he was about to step out of the Sea Pavilion, 2 figures approached. Leading the way was Lu Meng, accompanied by a man who bore a striking resemblance to him. "Wannuan, you're still alive?" Lu Meng blurted out, quickly covering his mouth, but the astonished words had already reached Wannuan's ears. This was no ordinary remark. There had to be a reason behind it. Wannuan narrowed his eyes, fixing a piercing gaze on Lu Meng. "Is he Wannuan?" asked the man beside Lu Meng's second brother, Lu Jiao. "Yes, second brother, it's him." Lu Meng nodded repeatedly. Lu Jiao looked Wannuan up and down coldly. "Very good. Using deceitful means to swindle 4,000 spirit stones from my brother. The Lu family spirit stones aren't just for anyone to take. I'm afraid you might not live long enough to spend them." Wannuan smirked coldly. "Talking so arrogantly, you might not live to see tomorrow." "Good, very good." Lu Jiao's eyes flashed with anger. "A useless person who hasn't awakened any abilities dares to speak to me like this. I've been away from Phoenix City for 2 years, and now any random person thinks they can challenge me." He looked down at Wannuan. "I'll give you a chance. Kneel down, apologize to my brother with 3 kowtows, and return the 4,000 spirit stones you swindled. I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll make your life a living hell." With such a big mouth, You must have never brushed your teeth, Song Wannuan retorted without backing down. Does your father know how arrogant you are? If he did, would he regret not flushing you down the toilet? Just as tensions were about to escalate, an admiring bravo suddenly came from the side. The three turned their heads simultaneously to see a young man about the same age as Song Wannuan looking at them with admiration. The man quickly stepped forward and, without hesitation, grabbed Song Wannuan's arm. Let me introduce myself. I'm Jean Zizai, the man said eagerly. I want to call you my big brother, or if you're willing, I could be your disciple. Song Wannuan glanced at him, his tone sarcastic. I told you not to leave the hospital. Look at you, acting up again. Big brother, your words are profound, as if you're implying I'm mentally ill, Jean Zizai replied, unfazed, pulling out a small notebook from his pocket. Impressive, insulting without using foul language. Such a good line, I have to jot it down. Song Wannuan thought to himself, this guy is definitely a bit off, probably just released. He then turned his attention back to the Liu brothers. Liu Jiao said no more, simply raised his hand and made a throat-slitting gesture at Song Wannuan. Song Wannuan responded with a cold laugh and walked away. Big brother, don't go. Jean Zizai called after him. Do you have any more good lines? Say a few more, let me learn. Seeing Song Wannuan preparing to leave, Jean Zizai quickly rushed forward with a flattering smile. Come on, if you're not feeling well, go see a doctor. Don't delay. Song Wannuan frowned, scrutinizing this strange man who had suddenly appeared, contemplating how to get away. Before he could take a step, Jean Zizai caught up to him like a shadow, earnestly saying, Big brother, don't think I'm crazy. I genuinely want to learn from you how to insult people without using foul language. He scratched his head sheepishly. I've always been bad with words. I stutter during arguments and can't even retort when insulted. I always regret it later, stomping my feet and feeling like a coward. Big brother, I've been watching you for a while now. Your way of cutting straight to the point is amazing. Song Wannuan waved his hand impatiently. If you want to learn to insult, go online and be a keyboard warrior. See how others do it and take notes. Jean Zizai quickly pulled out a crumpled little notebook from his pocket, showing it to Song Wannuan. It's not the same. The insults online are too rigid. I can't figure out how to use them flexibly. Look, I've written down many phrases, but I just can't apply them. Looking at the notebook filled with insults, Song Wannuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He sighed and casually advised, speaking is an art. Insulting is actually simple. Use the opponent's mother as the center, close relatives as the radius, physiological organs as the main weapon, and imagination as the main skill. Add some words related to ethics, gender, livestock, pets, and the funeral industry, and you're halfway there. Before he finished speaking, Jean Zizai's eyes lit up, and he dropped to his knees, hugging Song Wannuan's leg tightly. Big brother, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Either take me as your apprentice today, or accept me as your follower, or I won't let go. Song Wannuan warned coldly. I'm a civilized person and generally don't resort to violence. But if I do, even I get scared. As long as you don't kill me, I'm committed to you as my master. Even if you break my legs, I won't let go. Jean Zizai clung tighter, like sticky candy. Seeing that persuasion wasn't working, Song Wannuan's tone turned stern. I'm very busy, earning millions by the minute. I don't have time to play with you. Blocking someone's financial path is like killing their parents. Don't make trouble for yourself. Jean Zizai looked up, eyes shining. Master, if it's about money, that's easy. I have money. You think money can do whatever it wants. It can buy almost anything. If it can't, it just means there's not enough of it. Jean Zizai said seriously. Master, take me in, and I'll give you 100 every day. Just that little amount of dragon coins, you think I care? Song Wannuan sneered. Not dragon coins, spirit stones. Cough cough. Song Wannuan choked on his own saliva, eyes wide open. 100 spirit stones, that's 1,000,000 dragon coins. That's an astronomical tuition fee. Song Wannuan faced Jean Zizai's offer of 500 spirit stones, a slight smile playing on his lips. A gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it with integrity, he said, feigning modesty. 1,000 spirit stones. Jean Zizai immediately upped the offer, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Looking at Jean Zizai kneeling on the ground, Song Wannuan sighed softly. The ground is cold, stand up. Seeing your sincerity, I'll reluctantly accept you as my little brother. Excited by the acceptance, Jean Zizai stood up, his eyes fixed on Song Wannuan. Boss, now teach me how to roast people. Xiao Jean, Song Wannuan adopted a wise man's demeanor. Speaking is an art, not something you can master overnight. From now on, follow me closely, observe my words and actions. Only through subtle influence can you truly grasp the nuances that differ from what you learn online. Jean Zizai nodded repeatedly. You're right, boss. Please guide me well in the future. Start following me tomorrow. I have things to do today. Song Wannuan prepared to leave. No, boss. Jean Zizai said urgently. I want to start following you now. Sharing meals and living arrangements, inseparable. Song Wannuan frowned. I know I'm charming, but I'm not interested in men. Sharing meals and living together is out of the question. An additional 500 spirit stones a day. Jean Zizai stretched out 5 fingers. I, Song Wannuan, am not someone who bows for mere grain. Absolutely not. An additional 1,000. Song Wanwan's expression instantly relaxed. I just remembered I have a guest room at home. You're welcome to move in. After exchanging contact information, Song Wanwan hurriedly left. This time, Jean Zizai didn't stop him, just watched him go. Once he was out of sight, Jean Zizai muttered, "Second grandfather, help me check his detailed information." All right. A voice immediately responded in his ear. The real reason Song Wanwan left in a hurry was to follow the Lu brothers. Lu Mang's remark, "You're still alive," convinced him that they must have secretly plotted something against him. The appearance of those 2 men in black yesterday made Song Wanwan wary. Even if they weren't sent by Lu Mang, the person behind them must know something. Being someone who habitually nips danger in the bud, Song Wanwan decided to first uncover the origin of these 2 individuals. Initially, he cast a suspicious eye towards the Sihai Pavilion. After all, competition breeds animosity, and the large quantities of mysterious body refining and essence cultivating liquids he recently introduced to the market were enough to arouse the envy of others. However, Lu Mang now seemed like the more plausible suspect. In a secluded corner, Song Wanwan activated his special ability, rendering himself colorless and instantly vanishing from sight. He quietly returned to the entrance of the Sihai Pavilion, patiently waiting for his target to appear. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Lu Mang and his brother emerged. At that moment, a car stopped in front of them. Song Wanwan frowned. If they left by car, tracking them would become exceedingly difficult given Lu Jiao's heightened senses as an ability user. In a flash of inspiration, he quickly activated his shrinking ability. In the blink of an eye, he reduced himself to the size of a finger, the limit of his power. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt and grabbed onto Lu Mang's pant leg. Luckily, his reduced size also lightened his weight, avoiding any embarrassing incidents of pants being tugged off. "Second brother, why did you suddenly come back with so many elemental stones?" Lu Mang asked his brother inside the car. Lu Jiao lowered his voice, saying, "Last time in the secret realm, I obtained a king-level dragon Lingji. Once we fully activate its potential, our Lu family will surely produce a king-level powerhouse and join the ranks of the top families in Phoenix City. That's fantastic. We won't have to bow to those major families anymore." Lu Mang couldn't hide his excitement. "This matter concerns our family's rise and fall. We mustn't let any word leak out," Lu Jiao warned gravely. "Don't worry, second brother. I understand the importance. Once we get home, I won't step outside." "It's rare to see you so sensible," Lu Jiao nodded. "I estimate that using the elemental stones to activate the dragon Lingji's potential will only take an hour. By then, as long as grandfather consumes it, there's a 98% chance he'll break through to the king level." "When grandfather breaks through," Lu Mang said through gritted teeth, "I will definitely capture that Song Wanwan. That bastard sells each bottle of black iron level body refining and essence cultivating liquid for only 40 spirit stones, yet we can't trace the source. If we could control his supply chain, with our Lu family's power, we could quickly monopolize the Phoenix City market and rake in a fortune. The 2 silver-level experts I sent yesterday haven't reported back, so they're probably dead. It seems this guy is hiding quite a few secrets." Upon hearing this, Song Wanwan, hidden inside the car, broke out in a cold sweat. Song Wanwan suddenly realized that his previous efforts to earn spiritual stones had been too conspicuous, attracting unwanted attention. A flash of cold determination crossed his eyes as he made up his mind. It wasn't just because of the people Lu Mang had clearly sent to deal with him yesterday. More importantly, Lu Mang had begun to suspect and pry into his secrets. This alone made it necessary for him to eliminate Lu Mang. Song Wanwan narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling Lu Mang's behavior. He had to admit that he had misjudged Lu Mang before, thinking he was just a spoiled brat who relied on his family's influence to act recklessly. But from the conversation earlier, it seemed that Lu Mang was much more cunning, and his outward arrogance was likely a carefully crafted facade. "These descendants of powerful families are never simple," he mused to himself. "There's no rush with Song Wanwan's matter. Let him jump around for a few more days," Lu Jiao said calmly. "Our priority now is to ensure that grandfather breaks through to the kingly realm." "I understand." Lu Mang nodded in agreement. The carriage fell silent, and Song Wanwan turned his attention to Lu Jiao, quietly examining his attributes. Subject, Lu Jiao. Age, 24. Physical strength, 1241. Soul strength, 1138. Ability attribute, speed. Overall combat power, 2379. This data made Song Wanwan's expression more serious. Judging by his physical strength, Lu Jiao was already a gold realm ability user, reaching this level at just 24 years old, a testament to his remarkable talent. Even more concerning was his overall combat power of 2379, making him the strongest opponent Song Wanwan had encountered so far. "Even with all my trump cards, it's uncertain if I can take him down," Song Wanwan pondered. Lu Jiao seemed to sense a fleeting hint of murderous intent, but dismissed it. After all, besides him and his brother, there was only the trusted driver in the car. He assumed the killing intent came from his brother's hostility towards Song Wannuan. Soon, the car entered the Lu family estate, where a grand artificial hill came into view. The hill, composed of yellow and earthy stones, was adorned with a mix of ancient trees and fresh branches, bamboo swaying, ginger growing, and vines hanging naturally, exuding a sense of rustic charm. Such a meticulously arranged garden was rare in the entire city. Lu Meng and Lu Jiao quickly got out of the car and headed towards the secret chamber, with Song Wannuan following closely behind. The chamber was already filled with the core members of the Lu family, an elderly man with a goatee and two middle-aged men in their 40s. "Have you bought the elemental stones?" asked the goateed elder, Lu Wenshan, the current head of the Lu family and a Diamond Realm expert. "We have," Lu Jiao replied briefly. "Good. To avoid any delays, let's immediately activate the Dragon Ganoderma's vitality," Lu Wenshan said, and the group gathered around a jade basin. Planted within was a palm-sized dragon-shaped Ganoderma, currently dull and shriveled like dried ginger. Lu Jiao took a cloth bag out of his pocket and gently waved it. Instantly, the ground was covered with countless elemental stones and spirit stones, numbering in the tens of thousands. Lu Wenshan, Lu Jiao, and two middle-aged men quickly sat cross-legged on the ground. Each with a clear task. Lu and his son were responsible for refining the elemental stones, while the two middle-aged men focused on refining the spirit stones. The four of them continuously channeled the refined energy and elements into the dragon Lingji, which absorbed every bit of energy like a thirsty sponge. Lu Meng, aware of his limited strength, took on the role of guarding the door. Time ticked by, and an hour and a half passed in the blink of an eye. By then, Lu Jiao and the two middle-aged men were drenched in sweat, their faces pale, clearly reaching their limits. Yet they persisted with gritted teeth. Suddenly, a clear dragon's roar echoed from the dragon Lingji, startling everyone in the chamber. They watched as a crimson dragon shadow soared from the dragon Lingji, circled the room several times, and then returned to the plant. The dragon Lingji, now transformed, was plump and vibrant, resembling a dormant young dragon. "It's activated," they all exclaimed with joy. Abruptly, a loud bang came from the chamber door. Everyone instinctively looked at Lu Meng, who was standing by the door. "It wasn't me," Lu Meng immediately denied. "If it wasn't you, then who?" Lu Jiao asked warily. "Oh no." They all quickly turned to where the dragon Lingji had been, only to find it had vanished without a trace. "Where's the dragon Lingji?" Lu Wenshan stood up abruptly. There were no other people in the chamber besides them, and everyone present was a core member of the Lu family, making it impossible for anyone to have taken the dragon Lingji unnoticed. More importantly, with Lu Wenshan's peak diamond-level strength, no ordinary person could have acted under his watchful eye. "Be alert. There's an invisible ability user." Lu Wenshan, the leader, quickly deduced the most plausible explanation. In his view, there were only two possibilities for someone to take the dragon Lingji right under their noses. Either a power vastly superior to theirs, such as a king-level ability user, who wouldn't need to be so stealthy, or an equally powerful invisible ability user. Among the myriad of abilities on Blue Star, invisibility is not uncommon. Upon hearing this, the two middle-aged men immediately blocked the chamber. Duran invisible ability user might be able to vanish, but they couldn't pass through walls and would have to exit through the door. Meanwhile, Lu Wenshan used his sensing ability to meticulously search every corner of the chamber. Since the intruder was not at the king level, they should be detectable. During all this, Song Wanwan's heart was pounding in her chest. Although Song Wanwan used color blending to become invisible, his physical presence was still very much real. If someone were to search carefully, they would undoubtedly detect him. However, he remained calm, knowing he had a more powerful card up his sleeve. "Hyperlink, activate." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Song Wanwan vanished from the secret chamber without a trace. "Not good. It's a spatial disturbance." Lu Wenshan's expression shifted dramatically. "There's another spatial ability user. Quickly, lock down the entire Lu estate at once." His voice carried an undertone of desperation. Blocking the chamber door might be effective against someone with invisibility, but it was futile against someone who could traverse space. The people in the chamber immediately split up, pushing open the door and rushing outside. Lu Wenshan took to the air at once, his gaze sharp as lightning, scanning for traces of spatial fluctuations and suspicious individuals. Chaos erupted throughout the Lu estate as everyone joined the search effort. Meanwhile, Song Wanwan was hiding in an inconspicuous corner of the Lu family garden. The hyperlink he had just used was inspired by the jump function in PP Tallowing instant transfer between preset locations. Of course, this ability had its limitations. With his current physical and spiritual strength, he could only jump within a 100-meter radius centered on himself. But this distance was sufficient for him to escape the chamber. More importantly, within this range, he could establish an unlimited number of hyperlink points, enabling free movement. He had planned all this while on his way there. As soon as he entered the garden, he set up multiple hyperlink points as a contingency. What was initially a precaution had turned out to be crucial. Song Wannuan didn't rush to leave his hiding spot. Once the Lu family members dispersed to search, he seized the opportunity to return to the secret chamber. Earlier, he had only deleted the dragon Lingji, but couldn't take it with him. Whether cutting or uploading it to the cloud, the process required considerable time akin to handling a massive file, with the dragon Lingji's immense energy being the file's memory. Under Lu Wenshan's watchful eyes, he couldn't afford such a luxury of time. Although he could become invisible, the disparity in power was too great. Acting rashly would surely expose him. Thus, deleting it on the spot was the best choice. After deletion, the file is temporarily stored in the recycle bin. Once Song Wannuan confirmed there was no one in the secret room, he quickly opened the recycle bin and clicked the restore option. In an instant, the vanished Long Lingji reappeared in its original spot. He swiftly stepped forward and grabbed the Long Lingji, opting to upload it to the cloud. Compared to the cut function, this method was indeed more efficient. While both abilities appear to store items, their fundamental differences are significant. Cutting involves spatial transfer to move items from one place to another, taking longer, whereas uploading to the cloud only requires holding the item, which takes less time. A prompt appeared on the screen. Operation completed 1.6, estimated remaining time 0:59. Good, just 1 minute. Song Wannuan sighed with relief, worried that taking too long might allow the Lu family to return to the secret room. In the blink of an eye, 1 minute passed, and the Long Lingji quietly disappeared from his hand. Throughout the process, the Lu family did not appear. Lu Meng, it's time to settle our scores, Song Wannuan whispered, leaving the secret room to return to the Lu family garden. He concealed himself, searching for Lu Meng. Soon, he spotted his target. Lu Meng was leading his servants in the garden, searching for suspicious individuals. Song Wannuan silently approached Lu Meng from behind. A cold flash appeared, and Lu Meng's head fell. This sudden scene left the Lu family servants stunned. Before they could react, Lu Meng's headless body and head vanished into thin air. Song Wannuan had clicked delete on both and emptied the recycle bin, ensuring complete disposal. Was I just seeing things? I think I saw the third young master's head suddenly fly off, and then the body and head disappeared in the blink of an eye. Two servants exchanged glances, murmuring to each other. Everything happened so quickly that they doubted their own eyes. Suddenly, one of them snapped out of it. No, it wasn't an illusion. The third young master was really killed. Master, sir, come quickly. The third young master has been murdered. His shout quickly brought all the Lu family members, except Lu Wenshan. What did you just say? The third young master was murdered? What happened? Lu Jiao urgently inquired. The servant recounted everything he had just witnessed in detail. Who could be so heartless to kill my son? I will tear them to pieces. Lu Xinghan, Lu Meng's father, gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, clearly consumed by hatred. The invisible attacker is likely still in the garden. Everyone be cautious. It's certain that this person harbors a deep grudge against our Lu family. Jiaoer, stay close to your second uncle. Lu Xinghe, Lu Meng's second uncle, remained calm, issuing a solemn warning. Lu Xinghe furrowed his brow, speculating about the motives of the invisible power user. The theft of the dragon Lingji and the murder of Lu Meng must be acts of vengeance. Unable to directly confront him and his brother, the perpetrator chose to target the younger generation. His gaze fell on Lu Jiao, and a wave of unease washed over him. Lu Jiao was likely the next target. Hidden in the shadows, Song Wannuan gritted his teeth. He indeed planned to eliminate Lu Jiao, but hadn't expected him to be protected so quickly. However, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Lu Jiao had to die. On that day in the car, Lu Jiao had already become aware of the grudge between him and Lu Meng. If Lu Jiao lived and his memory returned, Song would be at a disadvantage. If Lu Jiao targeted those around Song or set up traps, the consequences would be dire. Song Wannuan held his breath, like an experienced hunter patiently waiting for the right moment. He understood the truth in the saying, a thief for 1,000 days, but not 1,000 days to guard against a thief. As time passed, the once vigilant Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghan began to show signs of fatigue, and their attention started to wane. The perpetrator should have left by now. Father is about to return, and he wouldn't still be hiding here, Lu Xinghe said, though his tone remained cautious. We can't be careless. Menger is already gone. We can't let anything happen to Jiaoer. Let's wait for father. Though Lu Xinghan's eyes still burned with the fire of hatred, he appeared outwardly calm. About 5 minutes later, Lu Wenshan descended from the sky, his expression terribly grim. He had found no trace of spatial fluctuations or any suspicious individuals during his search. This meant that his hope of breaking through to the king level was completely shattered, and to his frustration, he hadn't even found a trace of Song Wannuan. From their father's expression, Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghan could see that retrieving the dragon Lingji was hopeless. Father, who do you think did this? Lu Xinghan stepped forward to ask. It's unclear, Lu Wenshan replied in a deep voice. but we can be sure there are at least two perpetrators, one with invisibility abilities and another with spatial abilities. These words made the brothers furrow their brows. Lu Xinghan analyzed. Invisibility users are rare, but there are a few in the Dragon Kingdom. However, as far as I know, there's only one spatial power user in the entire Dragon Kingdom, the Spatial Supreme. But he would never do something like this. To put it bluntly, even if we offered him the Dragon Lingji, he might not want it. I know it's not the Spatial Supreme, Lu Wenshan said, his eyes sharp. There may be other unknown spatial power users in the Dragon Kingdom. If we investigate slowly, we'll find clues. We can't let this matter rest. Eldest, issue an order to use all our channels to search for power users with invisibility and spatial abilities. Yes. Lu Xinghan responded and turned to leave. Father, there's something else, Lu Xinghe said solemnly. While you were searching for suspicious individuals, that invisible Esper killed Manger, leaving no trace of his body. What? Lu Wenshan clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. Damn it. If I find out who's targeting the Lu family, I'll make sure they pay dearly. Lu Wenshan suppressed the surging energy within him, aware that a diamond-level Esper in a rage could unleash enough power to turn everything within hundreds of meters into ruins. After calming himself down, Lu Wenshan ordered Lu Xinghe. Investigate the list of Espers who hold grudges against the Lu family, and find out how the information about Long Lingji was leaked. Yes. Lu Xinghe replied, knowing well that it was no easy task. The Lu family, having risen to power over the years, had made countless enemies, and identifying them all would take time. Meanwhile, Song Wannuan had to leave the Lu family estate. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay, but his body was nearing its limit, and continuing would risk losing his invisibility, which would be fatal. However, before leaving, he had already set up a hyperlink in the estate, allowing him to sneak in unnoticed in the future. Once rested and recovered, Song Wannuan used the hyperlink to infiltrate the Lu family again. It was late at night, and the estate was silent, with most people asleep. To avoid searching room by room for Lu Jiao and alerting the household, Song Wannuan devised a plan. He started a fire in the garden. With the night breeze, the flames quickly spread, rising skyward. Fire! Put it out! The cries of the Lu family's servants pierced the night. In no time, the entire Lu household was awakened, rushing out of their rooms. This was when Lu Xinghe, a water esper, took action. With a wave of his hand, streams of water shot into the air, converging and colliding midair, transforming into a torrential downpour that extinguished the flames in just 10 seconds. This played right into Song Wannuan's hands. In a world like Blue Star, where espers were everywhere, water, fire, earth, air, and space espers could easily quell a fire. His real goal in starting the fire was to draw his target out. Sure enough, amidst the chaos, Song Wannuan spotted Lu Jiao in the garden, conveniently distanced from Lu Xinghe and the others. It was the perfect opportunity he had been waiting for. Song Wannuan had previously checked Lu Jiao's attribute panel and knew he was a speed-powered gold-level superhuman. She was well aware that when dealing with such an opponent, she had only one chance to strike. She moved lightly, silently positioning herself 10 meters behind Lu Jiao. Lu Jiao, it's just your bad luck. If you were any other type of superhuman, I might not be able to kill you. But unfortunately for you, you're a speed type, Song Wannuan whispered as she tapped her finger to open Excel. In an instant, an invisible grid divided the 20-meter space in front of her into small compartments, each able to hold only 2 people. At that moment, Lu Jiao was standing unsuspectingly in one of these compartments. Why did a fire suddenly break out? This is no accident. It's likely intentional, Lu Jiao muttered to himself. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he sharply looked up. Almost simultaneously, he felt a looming sense of danger behind him. Without hesitation, he activated his power, pushing his speed to the maximum, ready to dash forward. However, just as he took the first step, he crashed heavily into an invisible wall, causing him to lose balance and fall backward uncontrollably. In that critical instant, a cold flash sliced through the air. Song Wannuan's waist knife had already swung precisely at his neck. In the next second, Lu Jiao's head flew off, blood splattering. Gold level might be strong, but the body isn't yet impervious to blades and bullets. Once ambushed, death is inevitable. Only by reaching the platinum level can one be considered a true powerhouse. Song Wannuan quickly closed Excel, then used the delete function to clean up Lu Jiao's body and head, meticulously erasing all traces of hyperlinks before swiftly leaving the Lu residence. It was only then that the Lu family realized Lu Jiao had been killed. Jiao! Lu Xinghan cried out in anguish, unable to even find his son's body. Who is it that has such enmity with my family? If I find out who killed my 2 sons, I will tear you apart, grind your bones to dust. The 3 great tragedies in life. Losing a father in childhood, a husband in middle age, and a child in old age. Lu Xinghan lost 2 sons in one day, a pain beyond words. Yet, unless Song Wannuan spoke, it would forever remain an unsolvable mystery. After leaving the Lu family estate, Song Wannuan looked back in their direction and softly said, "You can't blame me. You made the first move. I was just protecting myself. If a child is not taught, it's the father's fault. Blame yourselves for not raising your sons well. I hope in his next life, he won't be so arrogant and can be a good person." With that, she turned to head home, recalling what she had said to Lu Jiao at the Sea Pavilion entrance. Talking so arrogantly, you might not live to see tomorrow. It was just a casual retort at the time, but who would have thought it would become a prophecy? Who would have thought that because of Lu Meng's actions, Lu Jiao would be taken down by him, never to see another day? As the saying goes, arrogance leads to disaster, just as the heavens bring rain. Karma has its way, and no one is spared by fate. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, filling the room with warmth. Song Wannuan stretched lazily, feeling a sense of relief throughout his body. He felt no remorse for the events of the previous night. Instead, he was in an exceptionally good mood. The sword of Damocles that had hung over him had finally vanished, and he no longer had to worry about Lu Meng's threats. "Good morning, Chingcheng," Song Wannuan greeted as he walked out of his room, having finished his morning routine, and found Yu Qingqing busy at the dining table. "Guer, today's breakfast is all your favorites," Yu Qingqing said as she gave Song Wannuan a thoughtful look. She already knew that Yunda and Tang Qiqi had been accepted into Huadu Academy and Modu Academy, and she had expected her son to feel a bit down, given that his childhood friends were entering the top 3 academies while he hadn't even awakened his powers. To her surprise, Song Wannuan was not only not dispirited, but seemed full of energy. "Guer," Yu Qingcheng continued as she served him more food. "I've told you many times to pursue Qiqi, but you wouldn't listen. Now that she's gone to Huadu Academy, the chance is even slimmer. Qingcheng, we've talked about this many times. Qiqi and I are just like brothers, the kind who would go to the ends of the earth for each other. It's impossible for us to develop a romantic relationship. You're still young and don't understand. Many couples become like siblings over time, so why can't you transition from siblings to a couple? Qiqi is so pretty, she's the school beauty. Don't you want to fall asleep every night holding such a beauty?" Cough, cough. Song Wannuan choked on Yu Qingqing's bluntness. "I'm still a kid." "You're 18, what kid? At your age, you're father already." Yu Qingqing suddenly turned serious. "Guer, be honest with me, do you like boys?" "Stop guessing. My orientation is perfectly normal." Song Wannuan quickly waved his hands in denial. "If you really like boys, your dad and I wouldn't oppose it. We're open-minded parents. As long as you're happy, that's what matters." "Qingcheng, let me repeat, my orientation is perfectly normal. Just wait, within a year, I'll find a stunningly beautiful girlfriend," Song Wannuan said, trying to placate his somewhat anxious mother with a grand promise. Hearing Song Wannuan's promise, Yu Qingqing stared at him intently, a slight smile playing on her lips. Her tone was firm and undeniable. A real man should keep his word. "Today, we make a pact. If you don't find a girlfriend within a year, you have to listen to the arrangement your father and I make for you." A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes as she added, "And you can't refuse the person we choose. If you dare refuse." She deliberately stretched her words, "I'll drug you. I bet you wouldn't want to lose your first time under such circumstances, would you?" Yu Qingqing's words were surprisingly filled with excitement, leaving Song Wannuan speechless. He quickly changed the subject. "Where has my dad been lately? He seems to have disappeared into thin air." This conversation needed to end before his formidable mother said anything more outrageous. "He's been on a business trip out of town and won't be back for a while," Yu Qingqing replied casually. "I see." Song Wannuan nodded, not thinking much of it. Business trips are pretty standard for working people. After breakfast, Song Wannuan left the house, contemplating as he walked. "Qingcheng is right. I should find a girlfriend. Just imagining sleeping next to a beautiful woman with a great figure is enough to make anyone happy." He stretched. "Unfortunately, I haven't met anyone suitable. Qiqi is pretty, but we're too familiar, so there's no spark. Who else is there? I don't know any other attractive girls. Oh well, I'll just let things happen naturally." Today he planned to find a shop since street vending wasn't a long-term solution. "Business must grow and succeed," he muttered to himself. "First put on socks, then shoes. First be a grandson, then a grandfather. What is a grandfather? The father of a father is called." Before he could finish, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, nearly making him jump out of his skin. Whoa. People scaring people can be deadly. Song Wannuan glared at the suddenly appearing Jean Zizai. "Are you crazy? If you're sick, go see a doctor and don't waste time." Jean Zizai looked innocent. "Boss, you told me to find you today. I did ask you to find me, but not to hide by my door and scare me," Song Wannuan said angrily. "If I wasn't in a good mood today, I'd show you why the flowers are so red." Another golden quote from the boss. I must write this down. Jean Zizai pulled out a small notebook, looking serious. Song Wannuan looked at his adorable sidekick with exasperation. "You really are a little cutie. I give up on you, you old six." "Listen, thank you. Because of you, I nearly met my end." "Boss, what does old six mean?" Jean Zizai asked, clearly puzzled by the term. Song Wanwan's interest was piqued. This term comes from ancient mythology. It said there was a divine vine with 7 gourds growing on it. These gourds absorbed the essence of the sun and moon every day, and after 77 days, they birthed 7 gourd children with immense powers. The eldest, strongman gourd, could move mountains and had limitless strength. The second, sharp-eyed gourd, had keen vision and could hear everything. The third, iron-arm gourd, had a body impervious to weapons. The fourth, fire gourd, wielded flames with mastery. The fifth, water gourd, could command the seas and rivers. Old Lu is like a ghost, appearing where the enemy least expects and vanishing without a trace, Song Wanwan explained with a hint of amusement in her eyes. That's why people call such elusive figures Old Lu. Jean Zizai couldn't help but smile after hearing the explanation. You're truly knowledgeable, boss, he exclaimed, eyes shining with determination. I've decided, I want to become an Old Lu, to have that same elusive presence. Song Wanwan patted his shoulder seriously. It's not an easy path. Everyone hates Old Lu, yet everyone wants to be one. To be a good Old Lu, you'll need to put in unimaginable effort. Don't worry, boss, Jean Zizai assured, patting his chest. From now on, Old Lu is me, and I am Old Lu. Song Wanwan turned to leave, fearing she might burst out laughing. Jean Zizai watched her go, a complex expression in his eyes, and quickly followed. Just as he took a few steps, Song Wanwan turned back, extending her hand. As we agreed, learning the art of conversation costs 2,000 spirit stones a day. Pay up now. Boss, isn't business usually settled monthly? Jean Zizai tried to negotiate. Monthly. Song Wanwan raised an eyebrow. My rule is payment first, service later, cash only, no transfers. If you're not willing, we part ways here. All right then, Jean Zizai agreed, flipping his hand to produce a bulging pouch. I'll pay for a month up front. That's 60,000 spirit stones. Song Wanwan took the pouch and checked its contents, finding far more than 60,000 spirit stones inside. He scrutinized Jean Zizai. Thoughtfully spatial storage items were extremely rare on Blue Star. Yet Jean Zizai could easily retrieve so many spirit stones from his ring. After 3 years as a ghostwriter, he had earned only a few hundred spirit stones. Even selling body refining and essence nurturing liquids for 10 days had only netted him a bit over 50,000. Jean, you certainly have deep pockets, Song Wanwan remarked meaningfully. Heh. Jean Zizai waved it off with a smile. My family just has a few more spirit stones. It's nothing major, boss. I see. You're not interested in money. You really get me, boss, Jean Zizai replied sincerely. My family is just an ordinary one. Hearing this, Song Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle. You've already got the makings of a big shot. At that moment, he was reminded of the 4 great masters on Earth. Money makes the world go round. With Song Wanwan's extravagant spending, he quickly bought a shop over 130 square meters. Boss, why are you buying a shop? Jean Zizai asked, scratching his head in confusion. To make money, Song Wanwan replied succinctly. Jean Zizai immediately perked up, gesturing with his hands. What's so hard about making money? You have so many vacant properties, just rent them out. If that doesn't work, sell some of those collectibles. Any one of them could fetch thousands of spirit stones. You're right. Song Wanwan nodded, a slight smile on his lips. But mainly, I want to experience life. As for making money, it's as easy as pie for me. For instance, if I want to earn 10,000 spirit stones a month, I just need to deposit 3 million. If I want 100,000, then 30 million will do. Isn't it simple? Boss, you make so much sense. You're amazing, Jean Zizai exclaimed, eyes wide with admiration. Song Wanwan suddenly turned serious. Xiao Jean, have you ever had your IQ tested? I think with your intelligence, you'd definitely outshine the crowd. I have. Jean Zizai puffed out his chest proudly. My IQ is a whopping 89. It might not be the very top, but it's enough to leave many in the dust. Song Wanwan gave a sympathetic smile. Impressive. With that IQ, only my distant uncle's neighbor who had a stroke might not surpass you. Jean Zizai, missing the sarcasm, felt even more pleased. I know my IQ is outstanding, but I usually don't like to overthink. In my opinion, if money can solve it, it's not a problem. I haven't encountered anything yet that money couldn't fix. You are indeed remarkable, Song Wanwan said with a meaningful look. If brains could be sold for money, others might be worth 100 spirit stones, but yours could fetch 1,000,000. Really that valuable? Jean Zizai rubbed his hands together excitedly. Boss, you have such an eye for talent, spotting my greatest asset instantly. Song Wanwan said thoughtfully. Your brain is certainly valuable, considering it's barely used, almost like new. Others' brains are nearly worn out, so naturally, they're not worth much. Jean Zizai earnestly said. Boss, my mom says we shouldn't compare ourselves to others in these matters. We should keep a low profile to avoid making others feel inferior. Your mom is right, Song Wanwan advised. But in the future, don't say my mom says. People might call you a mama's boy. Instead, say ancestral wisdom. It sounds much more sophisticated. That's true, that's true. Jean's eye nodded repeatedly, pulling out a small notebook. Boss, your words are always so artful. I need to jot this down. By the way, Xiao Jin, how old are you? Have you awakened any abilities? Song Wenwan turned to the young man beside him and asked. Jean's eyes lit up as he leaned closer to Song Wenwan and whispered, Boss, I'm already 18 and I've awakened my ability. I'll tell you secretly, I awakened sequence 37, the freedom ability, with SS level potential. I wasn't called Jean's eye before. I changed my name after awakening my ability. You guys and your abilities, each one more peculiar than the last. Song Wenwan shook his head helplessly. He thought to himself, Yunda awakening the moral ability was surprising enough, and now Jean's eye had awakened the freedom ability. Although it sounded strange, being ranked in the top 100 sequences with SS level potential must not be simple. As he was thinking, a man in a suit walked into the shop, holding a stack of documents. Mr. Song, all the paperwork is complete. From today, this shop is yours. Great, thank you. Song Wenwan quickly skimmed through the documents and said, the renovation of this shop doesn't need major changes, just a layout adjustment. Jean's eye looked around curiously. Boss, what are you planning to sell in this shop? Song Wenwan didn't answer directly, but instead asked, do you know what kind of things sell the best? Artifacts, rare materials. Jean's eye replied without hesitation. These are the most commonly used items for ability users, and they can fetch high prices. Right, but not exactly. Song Wenwan smiled mysteriously. Let me ask you, if there are two artifacts with identical functions, valued at 500 spirit stones each, but one is ordinary and the other was used by a saint, which one would you buy? Of course, the one used by the saint. Why? Even though the function is the same, it was used by a saint. What if the one used by the saint costs 100 more spirit stones? I'd still buy it. I'm not short on money. What if it costs 1,000 more spirit stones? I'd still buy it. And what if it costs 10,000 more spirit stones? Jean's eye hesitated. I'd have to think about that. It might not be worth it. Song Wenwan clapped his hands. Exactly. The real value isn't in the artifact's function, but in the story behind it. That's the core appeal and the biggest selling point. Seeing Jean's eyes puzzled expression, Song Wenwan continued to explain. Does your family have any collectibles? Yes, quite a few. Among them, there should be items that can't be eaten, don't enhance strength, aren't aesthetically pleasing, and can't be used as decorations. Yet, because of some famous person or event, their value skyrockets. Song Wanwan recalled his past experiences on Earth. Like a breath of Edison, a chamber pot used by an emperor, a chair sat on by a great person, or clothes worn by a celebrity. These items have limited intrinsic value, yet people are willing to collect them. He glanced around the shop, soon to open, with a gleam of wisdom in his eyes. So, I've taken over this shop not just to sell items, but to sell stories. Or rather, to use stories as a hook to capture people's attention. After arriving on Blue Star, Song Wenwan spent 3 years transcribing stories. His mind was a vast library of Earth's tales, from ancient myths to online novels, each a unique resource. These stories would be key to his success on Blue Star. After careful consideration, he decided to combine these stories with the items he sold. This idea thrilled him, as he was the only one in this realm with access to these Earth legends. Over the next few days, Song Wenwan was incredibly busy. He redecorated his shop, meticulously designed the storefront, and replicated many of the purchased treasures and elemental stones. Most importantly, he began creating stories, starting from Pangu creating the world to Nuwa molding humans from clay. Writing 20,000 words a day, how long will that take? After finishing Nuwa's story, Song Wenwan massaged his sore wrist and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Xiaoyi, can we use Baidu? Baidu is not unlocked. Xiaoyi replied straightforwardly. Is there any way to quickly turn the stories in my head into text? Song Wenwan persistently asked. You can connect your computer and phone via Bluetooth and use brainwaves to convert mental images into text. Xiao Yi's answer brightened Song Wenwan's eyes. Fantastic. He jumped up and immediately set to work. To his delight, this feature could not only convert images into text, but also generate pictures and videos, although the latter took more time. This is simply magical. Song Wenwan exclaimed with excitement. If I had this on Earth, I would have dominated the entertainment industry by now. He immediately began transforming the mythical legends in his memory into text, images, and animated videos. The next morning, Song Wenwan printed 5,000 flyers and began distributing them around Phoenix City. The flyers contained only 2 lines. First floor, grand opening today. Present this flyer to receive a spirit stone worth 10,000 dragon coins for free, limited to 2 days, 1 per person. This incredible offer made many people suspect it was a scam, and they tossed the flyers into the trash. However, some, driven by curiosity, followed the address to first floor. When they saw the large screens at the entrance playing the animated story of Pangu creating the world, they couldn't help but stop and watch, captivated by this unprecedented tale. As the onlookers watched, they gradually became absorbed in the awe-inspiring scenes of the creation of heaven and earth. Many found themselves contemplating the origins of the universe so deeply for the first time that they momentarily forgot their original purpose for being there. The crowd at the entrance grew larger, and passers-by stopped to join in and see what was happening. It wasn't until the story of Pangu creating the world finished playing in its entirety that everyone reluctantly looked away, remembering that they had come to collect spirit stones. Upon stepping inside, they were greeted by the sight of a smiling young man seated behind the central counter. Behind him, shelves were neatly stocked with various elemental stones and treasures, with two banners hanging prominently at the top. The larger banner read, 10 off store-wide, while a smaller one below promised a free Panga storybook with purchases over 100 spirit stones and a free comic book with purchases over 200 spirit stones. These carefully crafted promotional materials had been prepared overnight by Song Wannuan, aiming to make first floor renowned throughout Fenghuang City. At that moment, a customer hesitantly asked, holding the flyer, "Boss, can we really get a spirit stone just with this flyer?" "Of course. You can exchange it right here. Hand me the flyer." Song Wanwan replied cheerfully, immediately handing over a spirit stone. The customer stared in disbelief at the stone in their hand, as if in a dream. This scene triggered a chain reaction, and others holding flyers surged forward, exclaiming, "Boss, I have a flyer too. I have one as well. Please, everyone, stay calm and line up to collect." Song Wanwan said steadily, efficiently exchanging spirit stones for each customer who presented a flyer. In no time, nearly 200 spirit stones had been given out, and the crowd watching was even larger than those exchanging. Those without flyers turned and left to find one, while those who had received their spirit stones remained, curious about what first floor would do next. Someone then asked, "Boss, what does the 10 off banner mean?" Song Wanwan patiently explained, "It's simple. For instance, if an elemental stone costs 10 spirit stones elsewhere, here it will only cost 9. The same 10 discount applies to other treasures like body refining liquid. Additionally, if you spend over 100 spirit stones, you get a special Panga storybook with more detailed accounts of the creation story." Upon hearing this, the crowd understood and nodded in agreement. Although each element stone was only 1 spirit stone cheaper, the savings were significant for customers buying in bulk. Song Wanwan stood at the counter, her eyes scanning the bustling crowd of customers, and posed a thought-provoking question. "Do you know which part of Pangu these element stones originated from?" As soon as she finished speaking, a lively discussion erupted among the crowd. "In my opinion, it must be from his hair," a man in a blue robe suggested first. "No, no." Another person immediately countered. The video clearly mentioned that Panga's hair turned into plants and trees. Could it be cells? Or maybe dust? The discussions continued energetically. Watching the scene unfold, Song Wanwan smiled slightly and leisurely took a sip of her drink. The answer to the question wasn't important. What mattered was the lively debate it sparked, which served as excellent publicity for the first floor. "Interested in buying element stones? Please hurry. First come, first served," Song Wanwan reminded them at the right moment. "I'm a water element wielder. I need 12 water attribute element stones. Don't forget the Panga storybook," a customer signaled. Song Wanwan swiftly turned around, retrieved 12 crystal clear water attribute element stones from the shelf, and handed them to the customer along with a hardcover Panga storybook. Each element stone sold for 9 spirit stones, with a replication cost of just 2 spirit stones, netting a profit of 7 spirit stones. Costs for labor, utilities, rent, and printing were negligible in comparison. "I'll take 5 metal attribute element stones and a bronze-grade broadsword," another customer requested. "Sure, that'll be 345 spirit stones, and I'll include a Panga comic book for you." Song Wanwan completed the transaction efficiently. From morning till night, the store was bustling with customers. Some came with flyers to exchange for spirit stones, while more came to purchase element stones and treasures. As night fell, Song Wanwan closed the shop, took a deep breath, and began tallying the day's earnings. By the end of the day, they had sold 867 element stones, 32 black iron-grade treasures, 11 bronze-grade treasures, and 1 silver-grade treasure. Calculating the profit for each item, each element stone netted 7 spirit stones, each black iron treasure 80 spirit stones, each bronze treasure 250 spirit stones, and the silver treasure 1,800 spirit stones. The total profit amounted to 13,179 spirit stones, equivalent to 1 small goal in dragon currency achieved in just a day. Sitting behind the counter, Song Wanwan looked at the empty store, feeling both delighted and concerned. This was only the first day's result. As the first floor's reputation grew, so would the customer flow and profits. However, the only concern now was the supply issue. Given his current stamina, he could only replicate up to 1,440 element stones per day, which might become a bottleneck for further business expansion. Song Wanwan carefully calculated his replication abilities. He could replicate 144 black iron artifacts, 28 bronze ones, 6 silver ones, and element stones. However, these options were mutually exclusive, allowing him to choose only one. He sighed softly, knowing that the higher the level of the artifact, the longer it took to replicate. With his dwindling inventory, Song Wannuan frowned slightly. With the current influx of customers, the remaining stock would only last for 3 days at most. Determined, he realized he had to find a way to enhance both his physical and spiritual strength. Only by improving both hardware and software can I keep up with the replication speed. Song Wannuan mused to himself. If either my physical or spiritual strength could reach 1,000, I could replicate at least 50,000 element stones a day. Though he was currently enhancing his abilities through the practice of the Sunflower Manual and the use of body refining and energy nurturing liquids, and could expel impurities using a waste clearing function, the improvement was still too slow. Xiao Jin. Song Wannuan turned to Jin Zizai. Besides the energy nurturing and body refining liquids, is there any other way to enhance physical and spiritual strength? Although Jin Zizai never explicitly said so, Song Wannuan was aware that he must come from a prestigious family. Despite his seemingly low intelligence, his knowledge far surpassed Song Wannuan's. There are plenty of ways. Jin Zizai replied nonchalantly, seemingly perplexed by Song Wannuan's previous excitement over counting over 10,000 spirit stones. Tell me all about them. Song Wannuan urged eagerly. The first method is to refine your body with natural treasures, Jin Zizai explained with a smile. Things like earth fire, thunder liquid, or primordial heavy water. These aren't expensive, just over 1,000,000 spirit stones each. Over 1,000,000 spirit stones each, really cheap. Song Wannuan's mouth twitched. If he had that kind of money, he would have fixed his fate already. What else? You can also train in a gravity field, Jin Zizai continued. You can choose different gravity multipliers based on your strength, ranging from double to 10 times. But training like that is tough, and I don't think it's very good. How much does that cost? It's quite cheap, Jin Zizai said casually. Double gravity is 100 spirit stones per hour, quadruple is 200, eightfold is 800, and 16-fold is 1,600 spirit stones per hour. The highest, 128-fold gravity field, is only 6,400 spirit stones per hour. Song Wannuan looked at Jin Zizai and couldn't help but comment. Your use of the word only is impressive. It highlights how cheap the 128-fold gravity field is while also revealing your disdain for it. Talking with Jin Zizai required an exceptionally strong mental fortitude. This young master from a prominent family had a completely different concept of spirit stones compared to ordinary people. To the uninitiated, it might seem like he was boasting. But Song Wannuan knew that Jin Zizai genuinely believed that treasures costing over 1,000,000 spirit stones were cheap. This was the insurmountable gap in their understanding. Song Wannuan meticulously orchestrated everything to create a clever illusion that a formidable power was backing the first floor. He subtly leveraged Jin Zizai's identity, even though he wasn't entirely sure which prominent family Jin came from. Nonetheless, the mysterious and profound background was enough to deter any potential troublemakers. Jin Zizai's bustling presence in the shop today was bound to catch the attention of those with keen interest. Anyone trying to probe into the shop's background would inevitably focus on Jin Zizai, which was precisely what Song Wannuan intended. However, he didn't share this little scheme with Jin Zizai. But this alone wasn't sufficient. The gravity field that Jin Zizai mentioned piqued Song Wannuan's interest. Although it was quite expensive, the current rate at which he was earning spiritual stones made it affordable for him. He planned to personally experience it once the first floor was settled the next day. As the two conversed, news of the first floor spread like wildfire across Phoenix City. Words like first floor, Pangu's creation, flyers, receive spiritual stones, and 10 off everything caused a huge sensation. Those who had casually discarded the flyers were filled with regret, realizing they had thrown away not just a piece of paper, but a tangible spiritual stone. For ordinary people, one spiritual stone could equate to several days' wages. Soon, the unusual sight of people rummaging through trash bins in search of flyers emerged in the city. Some were ecstatic to retrieve the flyers, while many others were left frustrated. Meanwhile, the storybooks and comic books distributed by Song Wannuan were also widely circulated among the public. The legend of Pangu's creation became deeply ingrained in people's minds, and the fame of the first floor grew steadily. Although it hadn't reached the level of universal recognition, such momentum on its opening day was remarkable. The next morning, as Song Wannuan bathed in the sunrise on the rooftop, he opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that his efficiency in absorbing sunlight had doubled from an increase of 0.01 points in physical strength per minute to 0.02 points. This was the result of advancing the Sunflower Manual to the second level, and at that moment, a mass of energy, akin to blazing flames, was gathering in his dantian. Let's test my current attack power. Song Wannuan moved to the doorway and struck the ground with his palm. With a bang, a deep pit about a meter in diameter appeared on the ground, with visible scorch marks on its walls. Just with this massive energy, without relying on physical strength, I can achieve the attack power of the black iron level. Song Wannuan assessed his progress internally. After all this time of training, Song Wannuan has barely reached the attack power of the black iron realm. This progress was thanks to his repeated refinement and purification. Otherwise, it would have taken even longer. Instead of feeling discouraged by his slow progress, Song Wannuan smiled mysteriously. These were just unexpected gains, far from his true trump card. He pulled up his attribute panel and examined it closely. Name, Song Wannuan. Age, 18. Physical strength, 252. Soul strength, 193. Ability attributes, none. Overall combat power. My physical strength has reached the Silver Realm standard, but my soul strength is clearly lagging behind, Song Wannuan pondered. This significant gap was due to the Sunflower Manual. He practiced this technique, greatly enhanced the body, but did little for the soul. Just like a computer needs both software and hardware to improve simultaneously for stable operation, he too must find a way to balance these attributes. It seemed he needed to seek advice from Jean Zizai. After leaving home, Song Wannuan didn't head straight to the first floor, but went with Jean Zizai to the Ability Users Guild. This organization, founded by the four great sages of Long Country and with official backing, functioned like a special talent market. Anyone could hire ability users here to complete legal tasks, ranging from escorting items to bodyguard services and item retrieval. The guild assessed task difficulty and monitored the behavior of ability users to prevent them from taking dangerous risks for profit. Song Wannuan's purpose was simply to recruit bodyguards for the first floor. Given its current growth trajectory, the first floor would inevitably become a target for certain forces. He wasn't afraid of business competition. He was wary of underhanded tactics. His experience from 2 lifetimes taught him that open attacks are easy to avoid, but hidden ones are not. Although he could handle ordinary troublemakers, he preferred to maintain his image as a useless martial artist without awakened abilities. Soon, the two arrived at the guild's entrance. Jean Zizai looked around and muttered, "Is this the famous Ability Users Guild? It looks so run down, not at all worthy of its reputation." Before he finished speaking, a voice full of hostility suddenly came from nearby. "Such arrogance. It's the first time someone dared to call our Ability Users Guild run down." Song Wannuan glanced helplessly at the troublemaker. Jean Zizai had managed to stir up trouble with just one sentence. As Song Wannuan turned around, she met the cold gaze of a man in his mid-20s. "Did I say something wrong?" Jean Zizai continued bluntly. "The Ability Users Guild claims to be the largest guild in Longhua, yet they can't afford marble floors and use this inferior artificial stone. Even my dog's kennel has better materials." This shocking statement left everyone in the guild stunned. The young man snorted, "Marble floors? Why not suggest using Imperial Jade? You're just an ignorant kid." Jean Zizai was about to retort, but Song Wannuan immediately interrupted. "Xiao Jin, shut up." Although he knew Jean Zizai might be speaking the truth, saying such things in this setting was akin to slapping someone in the face, and no one would respond kindly. Song Wannuan quickly tried to smooth things over. "Please forgive him, everyone. This is my brother. 3 years ago, he got kicked in the head by a donkey while saving me, and now his intelligence is rather touching." This explanation slightly eased the tension among those present. "Boss, you've changed," Jean Zizai said, confused. "Where's the you who used to challenge everything and everyone?" "Xiao Jin, I've told you many times, language is an art. It's not just about confronting people. When you're with me, listen more and speak less." "Got it, boss." Once Song Wannuan was sure Jean Zizai wouldn't say more, she approached the task window. "Hello, I'd like to hire some experts to protect my shop and personal safety. The stronger, the better. Please help me select suitable candidates." "Sir, is this a long-term hire? What's your budget?" "We have individual ability users and teams available for you to choose from," the staff member asked in detail. "Individual ability users, long-term hire. Money's not an issue. Strength is the priority. I'll pay accordingly based on their abilities." Song Wannuan was well informed about the market rates. 1,000 spiritual stones per month could hire a gold-level ability user, while 10,000 could secure a platinum-level expert. This was a fortune for ordinary ability users, but not a problem for Song Wannuan, who had special skills. The staff member nodded. "All right, please wait a moment." She then began operating the computer. Soon, individual ability users in the hall started checking their phones for the newly posted hiring task and gradually approached the counter. A man in his 30s stood in front of Song Wannuan, humbly introducing himself. "Sir, I am a silver-level wind ability user, specializing in speed and attack. Do you think I meet your requirements?" Song Wannuan assessed silently. Reaching silver level in your 30s means your talent is at most clevel, destined to be mediocre. Such people are as common in Longhua as ordinary people are in any world. Then, several other ability users stepped forward. "Sir, I am a silver-level fire ability user. I am a silver-level telekinesis ability user." Song Wannuan shook his head slightly and politely said, "Sorry, everyone, I need at least a gold-level ability user." He then turned to the desk staff. Please raise the requirement to a minimum of gold level. The staff nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, the silver level ability users left, making the hall feel momentarily deserted. Gold level is considered quite skilled, not the very top, but definitely a solid pillar. Ability users at this level usually have considerable talent and are often recruited by major powers, with some forming their own teams. Lone wolves are rare. Is there no one? Song Wannuan muttered. If necessary, they'll hire an ability user team. At that moment, a man strode over, looking Song Wannuan up and down with disdain. I'm a gold level ability user. Are you the employer? How come it's just a snot-nosed kid? This arrogant attitude made Song Wannuan frown. He was hiring ability users to avoid trouble, not to invite it. Sorry, I don't think you meet my requirements, he responded, restraining his temper. Oh, the man's tone grew more unfriendly. What's not up to par? Your task requires the stronger, the better. In the only gold level here at the Ability User Guild. Are you messing with me? Song Wanwan's attitude turned cold. What? You don't meet the requirements and still want to force me to hire you. If I don't meet them, you should at least explain why, instead of wasting my time. The middle-aged man pressured relentlessly. Song Wanwan turned to the desk. Is this the rule of your Ability User Guild? The staff gave Song Wanwan an apologetic glance, then sternly addressed the middle-aged man. We have no such rule at the Ability User Guild. Wang Jiang, mind your behavior. Don't tarnish the guild's reputation. You know the consequences. In this tense moment, a clear female voice chimed in from the side. Wang Jiang, you're still as arrogant as ever. Everyone turned towards the voice, and a captivating figure came into view. It was a woman in a striking red cheongsam, appearing to be around 25 or 26 years old. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, and her eyes sparkled with an alluring light. She walked gracefully towards Song Wanwan, her long, fair legs subtly visible with each step, exuding the charm of a mature woman with every movement. Song Wanwan was mesmerized. He usually preferred women with a pure and innocent look, but the commanding presence of this sophisticated woman intrigued him against his will. Members of the Abilities Guild began to whisper among themselves. Even the previously arrogant man fell silent. Clearly, the title, Poison Rose, was well-earned. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but also dangerously lethal. When this 1.72-meter-tall woman stood before Song Wanwan, even in high heels, she had to slightly tilt her head up. Fortunately, Song Wanwan's height of 1.85 meters kept him from being overshadowed. She smiled charmingly and said, Little brother, I am a golden-ranked Fate ability user who can see people's fortunes. Would you like me to take a look for you? Song Wanwan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he silently checked her attribute panel. Name, Nangong Weiyang. Age, 23. Physical strength, 2863. Soul strength, 4912. Ability attribute, prophecy. Comprehensive combat power, 7775. These figures astonished Song Wanwan. First, her actual age was only 23, much younger than she appeared. Second, her soul strength exceeded her physical strength by over 2,000 points, an anomaly in the cultivation world. Most importantly, she possessed a Sequence 35 prophecy ability, an SS-level rare power. Typically, someone with such a valuable ability would be under the Dragon Nation's protection. He couldn't help but wonder why she would conceal her true ability and join the Abilities Guild as an individual. Song Wanwan smirked and teased lightly. Oh, can you really help me that much? Could you find me a pretty girlfriend? I'm not picky, someone like you would be perfect. The little brother has quite high standards. I'm the most beautiful on Blue Star, and if you're looking for someone like me, you might end up single for life, Song Wanwan said playfully, and Nangong Weiyang first paused. Then a teasing smile appeared on her lips. You can't say that. What if you become my girlfriend? Song Wanwan asked in a probing tone, trying to gauge whether the beauty in front of him had ulterior motives for approaching him. A sly glint flashed in Nangong Weiyang's eyes. You're very direct, little brother. You're making me blush, she said as she gently tucked her hair back. But to be my boyfriend, you're still lacking a bit. If one day you become the strongest in Longhua, maybe I'll give you a chance to pursue me. Right now, I just need some money, and I'm looking to be hired to earn some pocket money. Do you think I meet your requirements? Just as Song Wanwan was about to speak, a voice full of authority suddenly rang out. I'll take that spot. Everyone present was stunned. Who didn't know the infamous reputation of Poison Rose? Snatching a spot from her never ended well. The golden-ranked man who had been silent since Poison Rose appeared was now as shocked as everyone else, unable to utter a word. Why is it him? I can't believe he showed up and is looking to be hired. Am I still dreaming? Is this an illusion? The world has gone mad. The surrounding ability users were abuzz with conversation, the noise even louder than when Poison Rose appeared. Who is he? Song Wanwan asked, puzzled, looking at Nangong Weiyang. The man who appeared was reeking of alcohol and disheveled, but his presence caused such a stir. He was clearly no ordinary person. Dao Wuxin, Nangong Weiyang said, giving Song Wanwan a meaningful look, as if chiding him for not knowing such a figure. She then explained, He used to be the captain of the strongest ability user team in Phoenix City of Phoenix Squad. They completed a 9-star mission. But later, the entire Phoenix Squad was wiped out except for him, and his abilities plummeted, leading him to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Song Wannuan quickly checked Dao Wuxin's stats. Name, Dao Wuxin. Age, 48. Physical strength, 78,542. Soul strength, 19,369. Ability attribute, Blade. Overall combat power, 97,911. Seeing these numbers, Song Wannuan realized that Dao Wuxin's soul strength was less than a quarter of his physical strength, obviously due to past traumas that damaged his soul, causing his overall strength to decline. Mr. Wuxin, why are you here? If you're out of money for alcohol, just say so. There's no need to be hired by someone. The staff member behind the counter stood up, looking concerned. In response to this kindness, Dao Wuxin merely turned his head coldly towards him, his gaze filled with an indescribable desolation. Do you think I need anyone's pity when I have hands and feet? Dao Wuxin's voice was cold with a hint of drunkenness as he staggered towards Song Wannuan, reeking of alcohol. He shook the wine gourd in his hand. If you hire me, pay me in spirit stones as you see fit. Just make sure the wine keeps flowing. How about it? Song Wannuan studied the formidable figure before him, who despite being drunk, exuded an undeniable aura of power. Respectfully, he said, no problem, if Mr. Wuxin is willing to grace us with his presence, you can choose whatever wine you like. Although it was their first meeting, Nangong Weiyang had just recounted the impressive reputation of this powerhouse. Not only was his strength unmatched, but even the people at the Guild of Abilities treated him with the utmost respect. Being able to enlist such a master was an unexpected boon. Dao Wuxin showed no expression as he took another swig from his gourd, as if all this was nothing out of the ordinary. Nangong Weiyang, standing nearby, frowned slightly. She was well aware that her abilities couldn't compare to Dao Wuxin's and hadn't expected him to appear at this moment. If you're willing, sister, you can join me too. How about 1,000 spirit stones a month? As Nangong Weiyang was pondering her next move, Song Wannuan suddenly extended an offer to her. A hint of surprise flashed in Nangong Weiyang's eyes, but she quickly smiled. Of course. She hadn't expected that after Dao Wuxin's appearance, Song Wannuan would still be interested in hiring her. As the three of them were about to leave the Guild of Abilities, a staff member suddenly called out to Song Wannuan, pleading, please, sir, be good to Mr. Wuxin. Mind your own business. Dao Wuxin interrupted coldly, without looking back, before Song Wannuan could respond. Song Wannuan simply gave the staff member an okay gesture and left with Dao Wuxin, Nangong Weiyang, and Jin Zizai. He understood that someone as esteemed as Dao Wuxin must carry untold stories, but none of that mattered. The events of that day quickly spread throughout Phoenix City. Both the Poison Rose and Dao Wuxin had been hired by the same person, causing quite a stir. Some speculated that Song Wannuan hired the Poison Rose out of lust, arguing that with the powerful Dao Wuxin on his side, he didn't need her. They labeled him as base, saying he was just after her body. However, Song Wannuan's decision to hire Nangong Weiyang had nothing to do with her looks. In this world, beautiful women were never scarce, and as a wise mother once said, the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceptive and dangerous she can be. If Nangong Weiyang weren't dangerous, she wouldn't be known as the Poison Rose. Song Wannuan, though appreciative of beauty, is not someone easily swayed by it. His decision to hire Nangong Weiyang had a deeper purpose. Firstly, he had long noticed that Nangong Weiyang seemed to be deliberately approaching him. If this feeling was not a mere illusion, it was intriguing. The best way to deal with someone harboring ulterior motives is to keep them close. If he rejected her, she could act from the shadows, a situation that would be disadvantageous to him. Rather than guarding against hidden threats, it was better to bring her into his ranks. With her under his watchful eye, she couldn't stir much trouble. If she truly had hidden intentions, this would give her the chance to reveal them. Secondly, if Nangong Weiyang was truthful and merely seeking employment due to financial need, that would be ideal. Her possession of a rare prophetic ability, Sequence 35, would certainly be useful in the future. Moreover, having the daily opportunity to admire such a beauty was a pleasure in itself. Scientific studies have shown that frequently looking at beautiful women can improve mood, reduce the incidence of illness, and even extend one's lifespan. Nangong Weiyang was unaware of Song Wannuan's thoughts. Like most, she believed her employment was solely due to her striking appearance. Yet, she didn't see this as shameful. Using one's advantages is perfectly reasonable, and it's entirely different from selling oneself. When Song Wannuan and his group arrived at the first floor, they were momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. The entrance was completely surrounded, resembling a mass gathering from afar. 3 young female clerks hurriedly approached them, saying, "Boss, you're finally here." These were the assistants Song Wannuan had hired the previous day, as he couldn't manage everything alone. Upon hearing the clerk's call, the crowd's attention immediately turned to Song Wannuan. Feigning ignorance, he asked, "Is there something I can help you with?" In truth, he knew full well that these people had come to collect spirit stones. Since this promotion only lasted 2 days, and today was the final day, it was expected that those who received stones yesterday would have told their friends and family, leading to today's large turnout. People are naturally inclined to seize a good deal, thinking that free items shouldn't be missed, often unaware that free things can come with the highest cost. Someone spoke up, "We're here with flyers to collect spirit stones." A friend said the promotion is real. The boss wouldn't go back on his word, right? This promotion is absolutely genuine. Please wait a moment. Once I open the door, we'll start exchanging the stones, Song Wannuan replied. As he finished speaking, the crowd instinctively made way for him. Without delay, he opened the door, quickly arranged the tasks for Nangong Weiyang and Dao Wuxin, and began the exchange process with the 3 temporary workers, following the same method as the previous day. This seamless operation left Nangong Weiyang in awe. Nangong Weiyang frowned at Jean Zizai, her eyes full of confusion. What is the boss doing? Is he just throwing money around? Her gaze swept across the counter, where Song Wannuan had already exchanged several hundred spirit stones. At this rate, they might give away thousands by the end of the day. This was no small amount. Her monthly salary was only 1,000 spirit stones, and some of the lower-level ability users might not save this much in a decade. Nangong Weiyang skeptically looked at Song Wannuan, and then at the long queue outside the door. She knew there was no such thing as a free lunch if they were simply giving away spirit stones. Why hire her and Dao Wuxin to guard the shop? Speaking of Dao Wuxin, he had already found a corner to sit in, drinking wine from his gourd, completely uninterested in his surroundings. Just like the day before, those who received spirit stones did not leave immediately. They lingered at the shop entrance, either examining the products on the shelves or watching the video of Pangu creating the world on the big screen. Song Wannuan ignored this and continued exchanging spirit stones with the 2 temporary clerks. "Boss, give me 10 earth element stones." Someone finally spoke up to make a purchase. "It's all starting," Song Wannuan thought with delight. Sure enough, once the first customer made a purchase, the herd mentality kicked in. More and more people began buying elemental stones or treasures. That's human nature even without a need to shop. Seeing a good deal sparks the desire to buy. All of Song Wannuan's previous efforts had one goal: to attract crowds. And the people drawn in were potential customers for the first floor. At sunset, Song Wannuan counted the promotional flyers received and found that over 2 days, they had collected 8,000, far exceeding the expected 5,000. Clearly, someone had cheated, but this only made him secretly pleased. According to the rules, each person was limited to 1 spirit stone, so the extra 3,000 flyers meant an additional 3,000 visitors, essentially gaining 3,000 free marketers. When Song Wannuan first printed only 5,000 flyers, it was because he was too lazy to distribute more. Now that business is booming, it has turned out to be a pleasant surprise. As night fell and the shop doors were closed, Song Wannuan carefully counted the day's earnings. Looking at the pile of spirit stones in front of him, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. His net profit had nearly doubled compared to the previous day, making a clear gain of 21,524 spirit stones. At this rate, saving up 1,000,000 spirit stones to repair his destiny was within reach. With first floor being so popular now, it's bound to attract some ill-intentioned individuals, Song Wannuan said, looking at Nangong Weiyang and Dao Wuxin. Your task is to guard this place and ensure no one causes trouble. With me here, any ability user below the diamond realm might as well not bother coming, Dao Wuxin said in a deep voice. Despite having fallen from his ranking, he was once a strong diamond realm fighter, and his combat experience and awareness remained. Indeed, no one below the diamond realm could threaten him. Nangong Weiyang nodded slightly. I will constantly monitor first floor's fortunes and inform you in advance if anything unusual occurs. That's good, Song Wannuan nodded. The 3 of them then left the shop and headed straight for the Veterans Tower. This was a special force established by retired war veterans of the Dragon Nation, with official support. In terms of strength, the Veterans Tower was unmatched in the Dragon Nation's civilian sector, even surpassing the largest and most widespread ability user guild. Unlike the ability user guild, which focused on spirit stone transactions, the Veterans Tower valued combat achievements the most. Each combat achievement had to be earned on a real battlefield, with no room for falsification. In the Dragon Nation, not everyone might care about spirit stones, but those with combat achievements were respected wherever they went. The Veterans Tower not only had gravity fields but also offered arenas for combat and simulated battles, making it an excellent place to gain practical experience. If willing, one could even access real battlefields through this place. Though the Dragon Nation appeared peaceful on the surface, the fires of war had never ceased in secret. As the popular saying goes, there is no such thing as a peaceful time, only people carrying burdens for you. The 3 stood before the Veterans Tower, looking up at what seemed to be an ordinary building. Time had eroded the 3 characters' Veterans Tower at the entrance, but the intense aura of lethality still lingered around the building. Just as they were about to step inside, a man and a woman emerged from the building. You scoundrel! A man's angry shout erupted in front of the old general's building. While I was busy training, You hooked up with another man. And you say I'm not your boyfriend? How did I not realize you were this shameless? This sudden argument immediately caught Song Wenwan's attention. His eyes lit up as if he had stumbled upon something entertaining. Magically producing a handful of sunflower seeds from who knows where, he shared them with Jin Zizai, Nangong Weiyong, and Dao Wuxing. Then, he leaned casually against the wall, munching on the seeds while watching the drama unfold with great interest. Jin Zizai followed suit, cracking the seeds with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Nangong Weiyong stared blankly at the seeds in her hand, secretly wondering, who carries sunflower seeds with them? Is Song Wenwan not afraid of getting involved in trouble while watching this? She initially thought he was shrewd in handling first floor's business, but now she realized she had completely misjudged him. He was just a thrill-seeking, immature guy. Did I say anything wrong? The woman calmly raised her head. You're not just my boyfriend, you're my husband. We've been married for a long time. Then why did you say we were just strangers who met by chance? Is that other man's love at first sight more important than me? If I hadn't shown up, would you two have already been all over each other? The man questioned through gritted teeth. So, you want a divorce? The woman sneered. You're about to cheat. Should I keep the marriage just for the holidays? Wu Datong, are you even a man? You have no tolerance at all. The woman's voice suddenly rose. Don't say nothing happened between me and that man. But even if it did, so what? 6 years of feelings, and they can't withstand a moment of impulse. You'd rather divorce than give a woman you've loved for 6 years another chance. Isn't that laughable? Song Wenwan watched with relish and turned to Jean Zizai. What a technique. Little Jean, did you catch that? This is the art of conversation. Shift the blame and take the moral high ground. Who would have thought she was the one at fault? I got it. Jean Zizai earnestly jotted down notes. It's classic. I should highlight this. If it weren't for following you, boss, I'd want to learn from her. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Song Wenwan looked on with admiration. Such an angle, I can't compete. You. How can you be so shameless? The man shouted hysterically. Divorce. Right now. Fine, let's divorce. Who's afraid? The woman retorted, having made up her mind. Look at you, still a mere soldier after 6 years, not even a warrior. I must have been blind back then. Even a random guy from the street would be better than you. Get out. Just get out. The man trembled all over, his fists clenched tight, yet he never raised a hand. The woman snorted coldly and walked away without looking back. It's just a battle master, right? I'll break through and show you. The man gritted his teeth and strode confidently into the ancient general's tower. His figure was as upright as a pine tree, exuding a sense of determination to burn his bridges. Song Wenwan cleaned up the sunflower seed shells in her hand, watching the man's departing figure with a satisfied smile on her lips. Boss, it's the first time I realized how entertaining it is to watch the drama unfold, Jean Zizai said with bright eyes, full of enthusiasm. From now on, I should bring a small stool. That's the proper way to watch the show. Not bad, Xiao Jin. Song Wenwan praised him with a glance. You've really grasped the essence of being a spectator. You're a promising talent. Putting aside the playful demeanor, Song Wenwan said seriously. Let's go. We have business to attend to. As they were about to enter the general's tower, Dao Wuxing suddenly spoke. Boss, you all go ahead. I'll wait outside. There won't be any danger inside. Song Wenwan looked thoughtfully at Dao Wuxing but didn't question his reasoning, simply nodding. All right. Then I'll trouble Mr. Wuxing to wait here. With that, she led Jean Zizai and Nangong Weiyong into the general's tower. Xiao Jin, have you been here before? Song Wenwan asked as they walked. I've only heard my family mention it, but this is my first time coming myself, Jean Zizai replied, gazing around with curiosity. And you, Sister Nangong? Song Wenwan turned to Nangong Weiyong. I come here often, Nangong Weiyong smiled. I'm a 2-star battle spirit of the general's tower. Battle spirit? What about battle soldier and battle master? Song Wenwan asked, puzzled. Nangong Weiyong patiently explained. In the Dragon Kingdom, military merit is everything. These are honorary titles based on military merit. Below 1,000 points is a battle soldier, ranging from 1 star to 9 stars. From 10,000 to 100,000 points is a battle spirit, 100,000 to 1,000,000 is a battle sect, and 1,000,000 to 10,000,000 is a battle general. The highest is the battle god, requiring over 20 million points, which is the highest honor in the Dragon Kingdom. Except for the battle god, all other titles are divided from 1 star to 9 stars. How do you earn military merit? Is there a standard? Song Wenwan inquired further. Nangong Weiyong replied. You can earn military merit by killing exotic beasts or foreign ability users, mainly calculated based on the level of the exotic beast defeated. As she spoke, a glint flashed in her eyes, clearly recalling the battles she fought to earn her battle spirit title. The battle achievements gained from defeating beasts of the same level vary due to differences in the beast's strength. Both gifted individuals and beasts are categorized not only by major realms, but also by 5 sublevels within each major realm. For example, the Black Iron realm is divided from Black Iron 5 to Black Iron 1, with the same applying to the Bronze realm and others. Song Wenwan and the group entered the Veterans Hall, which was as large as a football field. Inside, several service windows were staffed by specialized personnel, requiring customers to take a number and wait in line, similar to a currency exchange. Why do we have to wait in line? I hate waiting. Isn't there a VIP line? Jean Zizai frowned, looking at Nangong Weiyang. There is, but you need to have the War Master title to skip the line, Nangong Weiyang replied. Do I really need the War Master title? Can't I just pay more spirit stones to skip the line? Jean Zizai asked, unwilling to give up. To him, money could solve anything. Nangong Weiyang shook her head. In the Veterans Hall, battle achievements are the real currency. Even if you have trillions of spirit stones, without battle achievements, they're useless. This was a huge blow to Jean Zizai. He, who always believed that money could solve everything, was for the first time faced with a situation where spirit stones couldn't help. He slumped in his chair and said, forget it, I'm tired. Let the world end. Unable to watch any longer, Song Wannuan reminded him, little Jean, even though you don't have battle achievements, you can hire strong warriors who do. If you pay enough spirit stones, even a war god might help you. Hearing this, Jean Zizai perked up and sprang from his chair. That's right. I have spirit stones. Money can indeed work wonders. When their number was called, Song Wannuan approached the window. Hello, I'd like to use the gravity field. Please show your honor bracelet, the staff member said. What is an honor bracelet? Song Wannuan asked, puzzled. The staff member smiled and explained. It looks like this is your first time here. To use the gravity field, you need to register as a warrior, pay 100 spirit stones to receive 10 battle points, and become a 1-star warrior. The honor bracelet is a symbol of your status, and it will automatically record your battle achievements when you defeat beasts or foreign gifted individuals. After hearing the explanation, Song Wannuan pondered, if I pay 1,000 spirit stones, can I get 100 battle points? Song Wannuan stood at the service window of the old general's hall, attentively listening to the staff's explanation. I'm sorry, sir, the staff member said with a professional smile. Everyone starts with only 10 merit points. To earn more, you must personally defeat the beasts. He paused before continuing. The more merit points you accumulate, the greater the discounts you can enjoy at the old general's hall. For example, using the gravity field, warriors pay full price, battle masters get a 10 discount, battle spirits 30, battle sex 50, battle generals 70, and 9-star battle generals only pay 10. What about battle gods? Song Wannuan asked, curiosity glinting in his eyes. The staff member straightened up immediately, speaking with respect. A battle god can use any facilities, channels, and equipment at the old general's hall for free. Whatever a battle god needs, we will fully accommodate. Hearing this, Song Wannuan understood the purpose of the old general's hall was clearly to motivate the nation's ability users to continuously earn merit points. Then please register me as a warrior, he said, taking out 100 spirit stones from his storage pouch and handing them over. Sir, we need a drop of your blood for verification, the staff member said, handing him a silver needle. After verification, this honor bracelet will be exclusively yours. Without hesitation, Song Wannuan pricked his fingertip with the needle. Soon, he received his honor bracelet. The bracelet, which appeared ancient, displayed 4 pieces of information, 10 merit points, warrior status, a serial number, and 0 prestered spirit stones. Just as he was about to leave, an angry voice came from the adjacent window. I want to use 10,000 merit points to find the murderer who killed my 2 brothers. Song Wannuan quickly turned his head towards the source of the voice. A man in his late 20s sat there with a grim expression. His heart raced. The man's features bore a striking resemblance to Lu Jiao and Lu Meng. Piecing together the man's words, he immediately realized his identity. Lu Long, the eldest son of the Lu family. Before targeting Lu Jiao and Lu Meng, Song Wannuan had investigated the Lu family. He knew there were 3 sons in the younger generation, and although he hadn't seen a photo of the eldest, he knew his name was Lu Long. He discreetly activated his abilities to assess Lu Long's attributes. Name, Lu Long. Age, 28. Physical strength, 10251. Soul strength, 8500. Ability attribute, water. Comprehensive combat power, 18751. A platinum level ability user, and already at platinum 4 strength, Song Wannuan thought to himself. He knew Lu Long was the most gifted of the Lu brothers, but he hadn't expected to encounter him here. What made him even more anxious was that Lu Long was about to use 10,000 merit points to investigate the murderer of his brothers. Although Song Wannuan's previous actions were flawless and left no evidence, and he hadn't awakened any supernatural abilities, logically, the Lu family shouldn't suspect him. However, if old General Lu decided to investigate, the situation could be entirely different. Song knew very little about old General Lu's capabilities, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. Can old General Lu's intelligence system really find out everything? Song Wannuan turned to the staff at the window, his voice carrying a hint of probing. The staff member replied seriously. As long as you have enough military achievements, there is almost nothing within the Dragon Nation that old General Lu can't investigate. Of course, there are exceptions, situations where even old General Lu is powerless, but such cases are extremely rare. This answer made Song Wenwan's heart sink. Despite his confidence in his own methods, he couldn't afford to be complacent. He calculated silently. During this period, he must keep a low profile, avoid showing up whenever possible, until the college entrance exam is over. Having figured this out, he returned to the hall. By this time, Jean Zizai had already completed the warrior registration process. Sister Nangong, could you check my fortune for the next 10 days? Song Wenwan asked Nangong Weiyang. He specifically inquired about 10 days because that was the time left until the college entrance exam. If he could achieve good results, he would gain the protection of the 3 major academies. Even if the Lu family discovered the truth about him killing Lu Jiao and Lu Meng, he wouldn't have to worry too much. After all, the greater the potential he showed, the more secure he would be. Just a moment, Nangong Weiyang said, closing her eyes to use her prophetic ability. This was a sequence 35 power, deeper than simple fortune-telling, allowing her to glimpse a fragment of the future based on existing information. After a moment, she opened her eyes and said, "Your fortune for the next 10 days is stable, without significant fluctuations." That's good. Song Wenwan breathed a sigh of relief and then announced his decision. The college entrance exam is in 10 days. During this time, I'll stay at old General Lu's place to focus on enhancing my abilities. The business at first floor will be up to you guys. Come to pick up goods every morning. Take as much as you want, no pressure. Boss, does that mean I won't see you for 10 days? I can't learn from you then. Jean Zizai immediately objected. Don't worry, I'll refund your spirit stones. Of course, if you want, you can stay with me at old General Lu's. I don't want to be cooped up like I'm in prison. I like my freedom. No need to refund the spirit stones. We'll sort it out later. Jean Zizai said nonchalantly, waving his hand. At this moment, Nangong Weiyang suddenly widened her eyes. Ew. You haven't taken the college entrance exam yet? Clearly, she had only just met Song Wenwan today and wasn't aware of his situation. Song Wenwan smiled calmly. Do I not look like someone who hasn't taken the college entrance exam yet? He does resemble him quite a bit. No wonder he was so childish before, Nangong Weiyang whispered. If you're going to talk behind someone's back, at least do it where they can't hear you. I can hear everything. Song Wenwan replied with a slightly exasperated tone. After saying goodbye to Jean Zizai and the others, Song Wenwan headed straight to the gravity chamber. Staying at the old general's building was not only to handle matters concerning the Lu family, but also to enhance his physical and soul strength in preparation for the upcoming college entrance exams. He first arrived at the double gravity chamber. It appeared to be an ordinary basement-like space, but it required a fee of 100 spirit stones per hour. Song Wenwan recharged 10,000 spirit stones at the old general's building, allowing the fee to be deducted directly through his honor wristband, saving a lot of hassle. This is it, Song Wenwan said as he took the control stone handed to him by the staff and placed it on the circular platform in the center of the basement. As soon as the stone was set down, the gravity field activated. The sudden pressure almost forced him to his knees, as if he was carrying someone on his shoulders. Although he was mentally prepared, the sensation was still difficult to adjust to at first. Fortunately, his physical foundation was strong, and he quickly adapted. For the next hour, Song Wenwan engaged in running, push-ups, and sit-ups under double gravity. These ordinarily easy exercises became extremely strenuous in the gravity chamber. By the time the session ended, he had fully adapted to the double gravity. Without hesitation, he opted to enter the quadruple gravity chamber. This facility allowed gravity to be adjusted incrementally, up to 4 times the normal level. Song Wenwan started by setting the gravity to triple to acclimate himself. While doing push-ups, he constantly refreshed his attribute panel to assess the training's effectiveness. He soon discovered a pattern. Every 100 push-ups increased his physical strength by 1 point. Under triple gravity, he could do 1 push-up every 3 seconds, completing 105 minutes, which meant he could increase his physical strength by 12 points per hour. Isn't this just like following Saitama's path? Song Wenwan thought, remembering the famous anime character, the bald hero who reached the pinnacle of power through 3 years of training. Watching his stats continuously improve, his eyes shone with anticipation. Song Wenwan started to calculate seriously. With the current exercise regimen, he could increase his physical strength by 12 points per hour. If he exercised for 10 hours a day, that would be 120 points. Calculating for 360 days a year, he could reach 43,200 points. Over 3 years, his physical strength would reach an astonishing 129,600 points, which was already the strength of a king's realm. With the aid of supplements like body refining liquid, breaking through to 200,000 points in physical strength seemed entirely possible. Thinking of this, Song Wenwan's eyes lit up, and he was filled with energy. Although he wasn't sure if this exercise method could continuously break through limits, the visible progress gave him immense motivation. However, reality soon hit him hard. After just over 3 hours of training, he was already exhausted and could only collapse on the ground, panting heavily. He then realized that the idea of exercising for 10 hours a day was somewhat unrealistic. As he lay on the ground staring at the ceiling of the gravity field, a sudden inspiration struck him. He immediately opened his computer manager and selected the full body check function. Soon, two prompts popped up. Fate damaged. Do you want to repair? Abnormal status. Do you want to clear? Seeing these two prompts, Song Wannuan's eyes brightened. He had long known about the fate damage issue, which required 1,000,000 spirit stones to repair. But this abnormal status prompt was new to him. Without hesitation, he chose yes. The system prompted, clearing abnormal status will consume 100 spirit stones. Immediately, a warm energy flowed through his body, and in just 30 seconds, he felt all his fatigue vanish. This is incredible. Song Wannuan exclaimed excitedly as he sat up, pondering the potential of this skill. After a moment's hesitation, he took out a dagger and, with determination, stabbed his own thigh. Despite doing it himself, the pain was more intense than an accidental injury. If the effect isn't as expected, this stab would be in vain. He gritted his teeth and pulled out the dagger, initiating the full body check once more. The same prompts appeared again, and he chose to clear the abnormal status. This time, the system indicated a consumption of 1,000 spirit stones, but the wound healed completely. Hurrah! This is amazing. Song Wannuan couldn't help but laugh. This was practically a life-saving skill. As long as the damage wasn't instantly fatal, he had a chance to recover. The only issue was the high-cost 1,000 spirit stones for a small wound. If he encountered a serious injury, it might cost tens of thousands of spirit stones. Of course, spending tens of thousands of spiritual stones to save a life is definitely worth it, Song Wannuan mused, leaning against the window with a glint of greed in his eyes. Like they say, a horse grows fat on wild grass, and a person gets rich on unexpected wealth. I feel like robbing someone. Although the first floor brought him an income of 10 to 20,000 spiritual stones daily, this was far too little for his ambitions. These were merely scraps from ordinary people, not nearly enough to satisfy his ambitions. After the college entrance exams, I'm heading to the capital to find the wallets of those wealthy families, he declared, clenching his fist as he began to strategize how to obtain spiritual stones from the rich. In the capital, the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, making big money requires having what others don't, being superior when others have it, and being exceptional when others excel. Though challenging, with time before the exams, he was confident he could devise a plan. With this understanding, Song Wannuan threw himself into his training. Over the next 9 days, he meticulously followed his regimen. 10 hours of grueling practice in the gravity field during the day, and 5 hours soaking in the soul spring at night. Though the soul spring cost a hefty 1,000 spiritual stones per hour, it increased his soul strength by 30 points, a worthwhile investment. The old saying, a scholar needs wealth, a warrior needs riches, held true. Without ample spiritual stones, even the most gifted would struggle to progress quickly. This is why so many strive to enter the 3 great academies, not only for the top-tier mentors, but for access to the best cultivation resources in the Dragon Kingdom, resources that ordinary families could only dream of. In addition to his foundational training, Song Wannuan made time for combat practice in the Old General's arena, battling beasts in simulated environments to make up for his lack of real-world experience. While he had mastered several special skills, his direct combat experience was lacking. During these 10 days, aside from the necessary 4 hours of sleep, he devoted all his time to training. The results were remarkable. Physical strength increased from 252 to 1542. Soul strength increased from 193 to 1783. Special abilities, none. Overall combat power. Now his physical strength could rival a level 5 gold esper, and his soul strength even surpassed his physical prowess. Of course, the spiritual stones he spent to achieve this were astronomical. Song Wannuan quickly calculated his current situation. In 10 days, he had spent over 120,000 spirit stones on training at the Old General's building. Fortunately, the first building was well managed, generating a net profit of 250,000 during this period, leaving him with a surplus of 130,000 after expenses. This brought him a significant step closer to his goal of amassing 1,000,000 spirit stones. As he stepped out of the Old General's building, Song Wannuan took a deep breath, stretching his arms as his joints emitted a soft crackle. Suddenly, as if unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter. Ha! I'm out. I'm finally out. Oh ho ho. He then began running wildly in front of the building, much like the monkey freed from under the 5 Elements mountain. At the entrance of the Old General's building, Jin Zizai, Nangong Weiyang, and Dao Wuxin watched Song Wannuan's antics, turning their heads in unison, pretending not to know this crazy kid. They all remembered that 10 days ago, Song Wannuan, though a bit childish, was still relatively normal. Clearly, the 10 days of secluded training had driven him a bit mad. After running a lap in front of the building, Song Wannuan approached the trio and, with a hint of sentiment, recited, "Life is precious. Love is more so. For freedom, both can be forsaken." This sudden display of eloquence surprised Nangong Weiyong, and Dao Wuxin truly deserved his title as the top student in cultural studies at 6th middle school for 3 years. Let's go, Song Wannuan called to the three, ready to head to the college entrance exam venue. The exams here were quite different from those on Earth, specifically designed for those with special abilities. Boss, are you confident about the exams? Jean Zizai asked worriedly. He knew well that Song Wannuan hadn't awakened any special abilities, making it challenging to stand out in this smoke-free battle that would determine one's future prestige. Piece of cake, Song Wanwan replied nonchalantly, then asked, aren't you taking the exams? No need. I've already been accepted by the Imperial Capital University, Jean Zizai answered. Song Wanwan rolled his eyes. Don't talk to me, you privileged student. When they arrived outside the exam venue, they were greeted by a lively scene. The sound of drums, firecrackers, waving red flags, and a bustling crowd. Doger, over here. His mother, Yu Qingcheng, called out, waving to him. To Song Wanwan's delight, besides his mother, his big uncle, Yun Dashan, and second uncle Tang Zio were also there. These two were sworn brothers of his father, Song Laosan, with whom they shared a close bond. The three elders had distinct personalities. Yun Dashan was honest and taciturn, often giving an impression of being timid. Tang Zio was a cultured scholar, graceful in demeanor, and Song Laosan's character was strikingly similar to Song Wanwan's. Both had a mischievous, carefree, dog-like nature. Interestingly, their children, Song Wanwan, Yunda, and Tang Chichi, formed the Three Musketeers due to their similar personalities, playing together since childhood. Song Wanwan had always been curious about one thing. How did Yun Dashan, Tang Zio, and his own father, three men with such different personalities, become such close friends who could talk about anything? Their trust had long surpassed the bounds of ordinary friendship. Each had solemnly told their children that if they ever faced difficulties and their father wasn't around, the other two uncles were the most reliable support. At this moment, outside the college entrance exam venue, Song Laosan couldn't be there, but his two lifelong friends were there in his stead. Tang Zio smiled and said, your dad had something come up and couldn't make it, so big brother and I came to cheer you on. Big son, here's a bun specially made by Big Dad for you. Yun Dashan handed over a steaming paper box. Remember, just do your best, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Thanks, Big Dad. Song Wanwan accepted the box with a genuine smile on his face. Dog, your Big Dad is right. Don't push yourself too hard, Yu Qingqing gently advised. Qingqing Jia, Big Dad, second dad, look over there. Song Wanwan suddenly pointed to a giant screen in the distance. Look at what? Yu Qingqing asked, puzzled, as she glanced at the blank screen. While biting into the hot bun, Song Wanwan confidently declared, it won't be long before my name is in the most prominent position on that screen. The top scorer in Fenghuang City's college entrance exam will be none other than me. Wait for my good news. With that, he walked confidently towards the exam hall. Big son, well done. Big Dad believes in you. Yun Dashan's voice echoed loudly behind him. It was only after Song Wanwan disappeared through the exam hall doors that everyone looked away. Yu Qingcheng then turned her attention to Nangong Weiyong and her group. Weiyong, meet your second aunt. Nangong Weiyong suddenly bowed respectfully to Yu Qingqing. So you're my elder sister's daughter. No wonder you looked familiar. Yu Qingqing warmly took Nangong Weiyong's hand. I haven't seen you for so many years, and you've grown so beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend? How did you meet my Wanwan? Although he's a bit younger than you, he's a good person and not bad looking. Faced with this unexpected mother-in-law enthusiasm, Nangong Weiyong deftly changed the subject. Second aunt, I only just found out that Song Wanwan is your son. Sister-in-law is at it again. Tang Zio quietly stepped back a couple of steps and whispered to Yun Dashan. Yun Dashan mused. Come to think of it, Chi-Chi and Wanwan do make a good match. Laosan and his wife like her a lot, and you think highly of that kid too, don't you? Why not make them in-laws? It keeps it in the family. I wouldn't mind, but unfortunately, the kids don't seem to have that kind of interest in each other, so there's nothing I can do, Tang Zio said helplessly. Meanwhile, Song Wanwan had no idea that his mother was trying to set him up, nor did he expect Nangong Weiyong to call his mother second aunt. But judging from Yu Qingqing's attitude, he and Nangong Weiyong probably weren't related by blood. Once inside the exam hall, Song Wanwan began the rigorous identity verification process. As the most important exam for supernaturally gifted individuals in Longhua, each candidate had to go through an extremely detailed identity check, even requiring them to be completely naked for inspection. Only after passing the verification could they select exam clothes and their usual weapons in the designated room. Since during the exam, all external items were prohibited. In the special entrance exam for those with extraordinary abilities, no external assistance is allowed to ensure fairness. At the entrance of the exam venue, students in standard school uniforms are lined up for thorough inspections, each undergoing a complete search from head to toe. The inspector's eyes linger particularly on candidates from affluent backgrounds, who might carry valuable storage artifacts. Although such artifacts are extremely rare, They are temporarily confiscated to maintain absolute fairness. After a series of checks, Song Wannuan steps into a special room. More accurately, it is an artificial secret realm, a venue specifically crafted for the exam by the strong individuals of the Dragon Country. This place is unique in that candidates can get injured but are not at risk of death. If they face a lethal attack, protective measures are immediately triggered, teleporting the candidate out of the realm. Though this also means the end of their exam. The exam consists of 3 stages: finding objects, defeating exotic beasts, and passing challenges. A large screen outside the exam hall displays a real-time scoreboard, calculating scores based on the time taken to clear each stage, with higher scores leading to better rankings. With a flash of light, Song Wannuan appears in the first stage of the exam. Before him lies a rocky wilderness, overgrown with weeds and riddled with traps. While there are no exotic beasts or other candidates in this stage, a single misstep could lead to a meticulously set trap, wasting significant time to escape. The task for candidates is to find 3 hidden key fragments and assemble them into a complete key to open the door to the second stage. The secret realm is filled with various clues pointing to these fragments, ostensibly testing the ability to find objects but actually assessing wisdom. I have wisdom, but I choose not to use it just for fun, Song Wannuan says, casually surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, he shouts, "Everyone, align to the right." Before the words are fully spoken, an eerie scene unfolds. All the stones, trees, and traps begin to move, arranging themselves into neat rows. All key fragments, step forward. With his second command, red lights erupt simultaneously from 3 locations within the realm, precisely indicating the positions of the key fragments. Not bad, come to me. The 3 key fragments vanish in an instant, reappearing in Song Wannuan's hand the next moment. Leisurely, he strolls toward the gate to the second stage. Song Wannuan's ability to find the key fragments so effortlessly isn't due to any power to make words reality. The truth is simple, he used a cheat. As soon as Song Wannuan stepped into the secret realm, he effortlessly opened a word processing interface. His fingers tapped in the air as if operating an invisible computer. He first selected all the items in the realm, and with a simple swipe, everything was neatly aligned to the right. Aligned to the right, done, he murmured to himself. Then, he brought up the search function box and entered a keyword. In the blink of an eye, the location of the key fragments was pinpointed by the system. He quickly clicked the background fill option, highlighting the area containing the key fragments in a striking red. Finally, with a snap of his fingers, he used the cut function, and the key fragments appeared out of thin air in his palm. The entire process was seamless, and Song Wannuan didn't even move a step. This was a testament to his oft-repeated saying, "I've got the smarts, I just don't need to use them. I'm just playing around." Indeed, with such a game-breaking ability, he didn't need to rack his brains like other candidates. From entering the secret realm to obtaining the key fragments, it only took him a minute. If not for his deliberate playfulness, it could have been even quicker. He placed the key fragments on the door of the second level, then lightly tapped the undo key, restoring everything in the realm to its original state. As the door slowly opened, he stepped through without hesitation. Meanwhile, outside the examination venue, chaos erupted. The big screen prominently displayed Song Wannuan, first stage completion time, 0:59, score, 200. A perfect score, and in under a minute. This is definitely cheating. The fastest record in history is 9 minutes and 55 seconds. Completing it in a minute is impossible. He must have colluded in advance or prepared a complete key. Angry parents swarmed the proctor's office, demanding an explanation. However, the proctors were even more shocked than the parents. They knew for certain that Song Wannuan hadn't cheated. "Do you think?" One of the proctors began thoughtfully. "This kid might have awakened a locating ability? Or perhaps, a reality-altering ability?" Another proctor's guess left everyone stunned. "Highly possible." The first proctor nodded confidently. Only a reality-altering ability could explain his performance. A Series 21 reality-altering ability. The other proctors gasped. Phoenix City has truly produced an extraordinary genius this time. The head examiner pondered for a moment and decisively ordered, "Whether it's a reality-altering ability or not, anyone who can pass the first stage in a minute is exceptional. Report this to the higher-ups immediately." Yes. Outside the examination hall, Yu Qingcheng and the others were staring at the entrance in astonishment. "Not even a minute. That's my son," Yun Dashin exclaimed, waving his hands in excitement, unable to hide his joy. Tang Zio frowned, a hint of skepticism in his voice. "That's incredibly fast. Is it really possible? Did that rascal use some underhanded method? Second brother, can't you have a little faith in our son?" Yun Dashin immediately retorted. "That rascal has been smart since he was a child. You know that." His trust in Song Wannuan was evidently unconditional. Yu Qingqing's face lit up with a proud smile. "You didn't embarrass your dad or your mom." This might have been the first time she referred to herself as mom. Although she always told Song Wannuan that as long as he lived a safe and happy life, It didn't matter if he was an extraordinary being. At this moment, seeing her son's achievement, her pride was involuntarily evident. Nangong Weiyang silently watched the examination hall, thinking to himself, as expected of the person I chose. But what secrets are you hiding? As for the astonishing result, Jean's eye remained indifferent, as he didn't understand what it meant. A few minutes later, inside the secret realm, a long-haired man was excitedly playing with 3 key fragments in his hand. Feng Xiaoxiao laughed wildly. 7 minutes and 28 seconds, breaking the record, 200 points in hand. I am the most dazzling guy in Phoenix City and the entire Dragon Kingdom. After today, everyone in Phoenix City will remember my name, Feng Xiaoxiao. I've been holding back for 2 months just to make a splash, and now it seems it was all worth it. Before his laughter faded, he stepped into the door of the second stage. At this moment, Song Wannuan was expressionlessly observing the second stage of the secret realm. This stage seemed simple, but was actually dangerous. 300 simulated exotic beasts roamed in front of him. Although these beasts were simulated, they were no different from real exotic beasts, varying in size and strength. Song Wannuan quickly assessed their attributes. Object name, exotic beast. Age, unable to calculate. Physical strength, 228. Soul strength, 108. Ability attribute, strength. Overall combat power, 336. These data indicated that most exotic beasts had strength equivalent to a human bronze level extraordinary being, with about 1 in 20 reaching silver level. For ordinary candidates, handling 1 or 2 alone wasn't difficult, but facing 300 at once was like being overwhelmed by ants. This stage tested not only combat strength, but also adaptability and maneuvering skills. Candidates must skillfully use the secret realm environment to either restrain or eliminate the exotic beasts. Each beast killed grants 1 point, and accumulating 200 points opens the door to the third stage. Song Wannuan stood in the center of the examination arena, gripping the large sword issued by the venue, his gaze sharp as he assessed the 300 mythical beasts before him. He wasn't hesitating about how to handle them. He was contemplating the most efficient way to eliminate them. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes, as if he had just thought of an ingenious plan. Perhaps this might work, Song Wannuan murmured to himself, then opened an Excel spreadsheet. In an instant, a magical scene unfolded. Each of the 300 beasts in the mystical realm was separated by an invisible force, precisely allocated into individual cells. Though the beasts couldn't see these transparent boundaries, they could distinctly feel a barrier preventing them from attacking collectively. In this situation, Song Wannuan could choose to duel each beast individually. However, his strategy was clearly more ambitious. A slight smile played on his lips as he softly chanted, "Great God of Darkness, grant me strength." With that, he deftly selected 10 cells containing the beasts with his mouse and clicked the Clear Contents option. In Excel, delete and clear contents might seem similar, but their principles differ significantly. It's akin to handling a trash bin. Deleting removes the entire container, while clearing contents merely empties it. Song Wannuan chose the latter for its convenience. The moment the Clear Contents command was executed, the selected 10 beasts trembled violently and vanished into stardust. It worked. Song Wannuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. This is yet another perfect assassination skill. Encouraged by his success, he expanded the experiment, selecting 100 cells this time. The scenario replayed, albeit taking twice as long to eliminate the beasts. Without pausing to catch his breath, he pushed the limits further, selecting all the remaining beasts. After the last beast disappeared, Song Wannuan was left panting, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This endeavor had pushed him to his limits. Given my current physical condition, I should be able to clear 200 cells at once, he analyzed while catching his breath. Though the technique was remarkably powerful, he believed there was still room for improvement. Most of these beasts were equivalent to human bronze-level abilities, while he had reached the gold level. With his current strength, facing these beasts head-on wasn't a challenge. The greatest advantage of this new skill was that it saved time and allowed him to act without anyone noticing. As my abilities continue to grow, if one day I could clear all the creatures from the entire Excel spreadsheet, even if they're just at the black iron level, my power would be unmatched in the world, Song Wannuan said, gazing into the distance with a determined voice. In his mind, the vast Excel spreadsheet was vividly clear: 256 columns, 65,535 rows, totaling 17,032,960 cells. To defeat a black iron level beast in each cell meant facing a terrifying scene of over 17 million beasts simultaneously. Even the mightiest warrior would find such a feat nearly impossible. According to the battle merit calculation rules, killing one black iron level beast earns 1 point of battle merit. Achieving this feat would result in over 17 million points, enough to directly promote to a 9-star general, just a step away from becoming a war god. Although Song Wannuan was still far from reaching this level, his potential was unpredictable. At that moment, Song Wannuan had already cleared all the beasts in the secret realm and was striding towards the gate of the third level. The timer for the second level stopped at 48 seconds, causing an uproar outside the examination hall. Song Wannuan completed the second level in 0:48 seconds, adding 300 points. The information on the big screen left the audience in shock. That's impossible. Even with luck, this level of achievement is unthinkable. The first level might have some tricks, but the second level relies entirely on strength, with no external aid. Voices of disbelief filled the air, and someone in the crowd recognized Song Wannuan. He's the top student from the 6th high school, ranking first in cultural subjects for 3 years. But it's said he hasn't awakened any abilities. Tang Xiao turned to Yu Qingcheng, his expression serious. Sister-in-law, has Wannuan really not awakened any abilities? Even those with abilities in the top 100 sequences would struggle to achieve such results. Yu Qingcheng furrowed her brows slightly. Goer's destiny is damaged, as you and Brother Dashan know. It's indeed impossible for him to awaken abilities. This kid, Yin Dashan said with a satisfied smile, seems to be hiding quite a few secrets. Although Yunda and Tang Qiqi had awakened abilities with SS-level potential, Yin Dashan knew that even if they took the college entrance exam, they might not achieve such results. No awakened abilities? Nangong Weiyong stood in front of the big screen, her brow slightly furrowed. This question lingered in her mind. Song Wannuan, what secret are you hiding that made me choose you out of millions? Is that figure glimpsed in the future really you? At this moment, Song Wannuan was unaware of others' thoughts, focused intently on the selection interface before him. The third level offered 3 modes: normal, hard, and hell. Each mode had a score multiplier of 1, 2, and 3 times, with difficulty increasing exponentially. Well, since I'm here, Song Wannuan said with a confident smile, I promised Xiao Jianjian and Qiqi to enter the Imperial Academy in the most dazzling way, so I might as well break the record. With that, he chose Hell mode without hesitation. The scene shifted instantly, and Song Wannuan found himself standing on a massive rock. This island was only 3 or 4 square meters, surrounded by a deep lake. In the water, the forms of dozens of water-type beasts were faintly visible, occasionally causing waves. Suddenly, a tumterlong fish-like beast burst from the water, its massive jaws lunging toward him. Despite the foul smell hitting him, Song Wannuan remained unfazed, his large sword slicing through the air in a sharp arc. With a physique comparable to a golden tier ability user, he easily sliced the beast in 2. However, this attack seemed to open Pandora's box. The lake erupted with chaos as 30 or 40 water-type beasts of various shapes charged toward the rock. Ordinary ability users would be powerless in such a situation, as without water or lightning abilities, they couldn't effectively harm underwater enemies. Song Wannuan, however, was confident. He immediately activated his ability, causing the rock beneath him to expand rapidly. In an instant, the previously small platform grew over 10 times larger. This sudden change caught the water beasts off guard, flinging a dozen onto the rock where they flopped clumsily like fish out of water. Out of their aquatic environment, the beasts' combat abilities were significantly reduced, making them easy prey for Song Wannuan. He swiftly dispatched the stranded enemies and then pondered. How could he deal with the remaining beasts hidden underwater? Song Wannuan knew that in such a critical moment, merely using the clear content skill in Excel was far from sufficient. The resistance of the lake water was 800 times that of air, and the restless beasts in the lake clearly wouldn't give him much time to think. The beasts couldn't come ashore, but they began to fiercely attack the huge rock beneath Song Wannuan's feet. The heavy thuds echoed continuously, and the surface of the rock was already showing fine cracks. Although he could still use his skills to enlarge the rock, it was clearly not a long-term solution. At that moment, an idea flashed through Song Wannuan's mind. Bring to front. He quickly opened Word, selected himself, and activated this seemingly ordinary function. In the next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. His feet stood firmly on the water's surface, as if on an invisible glass pane. He tentatively took a step and found that he could run freely across the lake, the water beneath him remaining perfectly still, not even wetting his shoes. The beasts in the water were clearly stunned by this sight, and soon began thrashing their tails, chasing him relentlessly. Suddenly, a massive crab claw broke through the water's surface, lunging at him. Song Wannuan swiftly dodged this sudden attack. A giant crab, over 2 meters long, revealed its menacing face. I wonder if such a big crab is edible. All that crab meat must be quite a treat, Song Wannuan mused aloud. No sooner had he spoken than more aquatic beasts emerged, surrounding him. I was going to play with you a bit longer, but it seems unnecessary now, Song Wannuan's eyes sharpened. I'm serious now. Quantity count. A virtual display popped up in his mind. 86. Adding the 14 he had previously eliminated, it made a perfect 100. Insert border. At his command, 86 black cages appeared out of thin air, trapping all the beasts securely. He then shouted, insert vertical inside border line. Countless spear-like vertical lines descended from the sky. The beasts, sensing the danger, were unable to move due to the cages and could only watch as the lines pierced their bodies. Is that it? Pathetic, Song Wannuan said casually. He finally realized that these seemingly mundane office software skills actually held immense destructive power. The third challenge was not yet over. The scene before him suddenly changed. A dense forest replaced the tranquil lake, and various beasts surrounded him once again. He immediately performed another quantity, count exactly 100 once more. Before Song Wannuan could make a move, the mythical beasts in the forest launched their attack. In an instant, wind blades howled, flames roared, water arrows whistled through the air, boulders thundered, vines danced wildly, and lightning flashed. 100 types of attacks swept in from all directions like a fierce storm. Faced with such danger, Song Wannuan smiled slightly, remaining calm. This time, let me show my true skills. He gripped his large saber tightly, which instantly burst into dazzling golden light, the result of the immense energy he had accumulated from mastering the Sunflower Manual. The energy seamlessly merged with the saber, transforming into sharp, formidable blade energy. As the fierce attacks approached the blade energy, they shattered and dissipated instantly. Song Wannuan's figure flickered, becoming a phantom as he darted through the dense forest. Thanks to his training in the simulated battlefield of the Veteran's Tower, he navigated this fight with ease and confidence. His prowess in the Golden Realm was fully displayed as he unleashed a crushing massacre against these beasts, which were at most in the Silver Realm. Wherever he went, the beasts fell, and in a flash, 100 beasts in the forest were all vanquished. The scene changed abruptly, and Song Wannuan stood atop a mountain peak. Looking up, 100 flying beasts circled overhead, replacing the previous ground and aquatic beasts. Let me show you my 40-meter blade, Song Wannuan shouted, and his saber rapidly expanded into a giant blade dozens of meters long. With a sweeping motion, he slashed at the swarm of flying beasts in the sky. Caught off guard, many of the flying beasts were struck by the sudden attack, their remnants vanishing before hitting the ground. These were virtual beasts specially designed by the great powers of the Dragon Kingdom for the high school entrance exams. The surviving beasts quickly counterattacked, transforming countless feathers into arrows mixed with wind blades and lightning, pouring down like a torrential rain. Song Wannuan remained unruffled, skillfully deploying insert border, forming 2 black borders around him for protection. The attack struck the outermost border, causing only slight tremors, unable to shake his solid yet fundamental defense. Insert table. At Song Wannuan's command, a giant net, spanning hundreds of meters, suddenly spread across the sky, enveloping all the flying beasts within it. When the flying beasts were caught in the giant net, their fate was sealed. Song Wannuan swiftly ended their lives with a single, decisive strike. What will the fourth challenge be? Song Wannuan pondered deeply. Beasts from water, land, and air had appeared in succession, seemingly covering all possibilities. Yet, deep inside, he longed for an even greater challenge. The answer soon became clear. Before him stretched an endless expanse of yellow sand, vast enough to make one feel insignificant. Suddenly, a howling wind arose, carrying with it swirling sand, quickly brewing into a devastating sandstorm. Song Wannuan squinted, detecting the real threat within the churning dust. Countless tiny yellow insects hidden within, almost imperceptible unless one looked closely. This was the first time he felt a genuine threat. Facing the forces of nature, human insignificance was laid bare. Just as a single drop of water is harmless, but when gathered into a sea, it can create towering waves. A gentle breeze or a grain of sand seems trivial, yet when they combine into a sandstorm, they possess the power to destroy everything. I admit you have some strength, but in front of me, you're no match. Cells divide. Song Wannuan opened an Excel spreadsheet, instantly slicing the raging sandstorm into countless small pieces. Deprived of its unifying force, the sandstorm dissipated in an instant. However, the danger was not over. Song Wannuan sensed something moving swiftly beneath the sand, clearly a lurking sand creature. Attacked on 2 fronts, this level designer is truly twisted. No wonder it's called Hell Mode, he thought to himself. Ordinary candidates would likely be overwhelmed just dealing with the sandstorm, let alone guarding against threats from below. The creatures in the sand launched an attack without hesitation. Insert bar chart. Song Wannuan quickly cast a skill, causing several square stone pillars to rise from the ground beneath him, lifting him away from danger. Since these creatures refused to reveal themselves, he decided to force them out. Insert bar chart. With his continuous casting, stone pillars emerged from the sand, each bringing up 1 or 2 yellow beasts. Song Wannuan acted swiftly and decisively, taking down all the enemies with ease and passing the 4th challenge effortlessly. The final challenge now, Quizmaster. What tricks do you have left? No sooner had he spoken than Song Wannuan was transported into a pitch-black environment. Here, it was so dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, as if engulfed in endless darkness. Song Wannuan stood still, feeling the suffocating environment around him. In such a setting, not only would an ordinary person's fighting ability be greatly reduced, but their inner fears would also be magnified exponentially. The test maker is truly twisted, Song Wannuan chuckled softly. But unfortunately for them, I fear nothing when it comes to the color of my surroundings. Background color fill white. As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding white light instantly dispelled the surrounding darkness. Against the pure white background, Song Wanwan's pupils contracted. Hundreds of pitch-black beasts were silently launching an attack on him. If he hadn't turned the environment white in time, these beasts, perfectly blending with the darkness, might have closed in on him undetected. Now they're sitting ducks. A glint of coldness flashed in Song Wanwan's eyes. In just a few minutes, all 100 beasts lay defeated at his feet. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice announced, "Congratulations on perfectly completing Hell Mode, earning a hidden reward, the War God Token." A token emitting a purple gold glow appeared out of thin air before Song Wanwan. The War God Token? This reward is too generous. Song Wanwan murmured in disbelief. During his 10 days at the old general's tower, he had heard that only those with over 20 million battle merits could be called war gods, and there were only 8 war gods in the entire dragon nation. The war god token symbolized the right to exercise the authority of a war god once. The bearer could make a reasonable request to the old general's tower, which could not be refused. Song Wanwan reached out to take the token, noting the word Dongfang engraved on it. Just then, the scene shifted suddenly, and he found himself back at the place where he had entered the secret realm. His entrance exam had concluded. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber in the imperial capital, an elder in the midst of training suddenly opened his eyes wide. How is this possible? How can it be? Someone actually obtained the war god token. His face was filled with shock. No, I must see for myself. If such a person truly exists, I must have him. The elder's figure vanished from the chamber in an instant. As one of the designers of the Dragon Nation's entrance exam, he had whimsically placed one of his war god tokens as the final reward. In his view, to perfectly pass each stage with full marks, and still choose Hell Mode in the 3rd stage while maintaining a perfect score, was an almost impossible feat. Yet today, that impossible had been achieved. As the designer, he knew every trap and blind spot of this level inside out. When he first created it, he was convinced that no one could complete it perfectly. Yet now, this exceptionally gifted young man had shattered his expectations. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Such a genius could not fall into the hands of others. He had to claim him, no matter the cost. With this thought, his figure vanished into the depths of the chamber. Meanwhile, outside the examination hall, the large screen suddenly lit up with a blinding light, and new score information appeared before everyone's eyes. Song Wanwan, Stage 3 completed in 57 minutes and 42 seconds, score 1500. This score exploded like a thunderclap among the crowd. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen, staring in disbelief at the numbers. The maximum score for the exam was only 1,000 points, yet Song Wanwan had scored 1,500 points in just the 3rd stage, bringing his total to an astounding 2,000 points. Impossible. This must be cheating. An angry voice erupted from the crowd. The examiners must have been bribed. We demand justice for our children, parents loudly protested. At that moment, a calm voice cut through the commotion. You might not know this, but the points in Hell Mode are 3 times that of the normal mode. Theoretically, it's entirely possible to score 1,500 points in the 3rd stage. These words momentarily silenced the agitated crowd, but soon someone retorted, theoretically possible, but who can truly perfect Hell Mode? As the debate continued, a powerful presence surged from within the examination hall. Duan Fa, the chief examiner of Phoenix City's exams, strode out with an aura of authority that instantly silenced the chaotic scene. Everyone felt the majesty of this king-level power. With eyes like daggers, Duan Fa surveyed the crowd. I am Duan Fa, the chief examiner for this Phoenix City exam, fully responsible for all examination affairs. I can assure you all that Song Wanwan's score was achieved purely through his own ability, with no cheating involved. His voice was firm and resonant. Just because you can't achieve something doesn't mean others can't. Just like some awaken with SS-grade potential abilities, while you do not. The Dragon Kingdom has never lacked geniuses, and you should feel proud that an unparalleled talent is emerging in our nation. This signifies that the strength of the Dragon Kingdom will rise to new heights. With these words, Duan Fa turned and walked back into the examination hall, leaving the crowd deep in thought. After such an incident, it was indeed necessary for Duan Fa to step forward and offer an explanation, but that was all. At this moment, Song Wanwan walked out of the examination hall and brushed past Duan Fa, who was heading in. As the chief examiner of this year's exam, Duan Fa merely glanced at Song Wanwan before continuing on his way, as they were not acquainted. Although Song Wanwan recognized the chief examiner, he simply walked by silently due to their unfamiliarity. The parents waiting outside the exam hall paid little attention to Song Wenwan's appearance since many students had already left the exam early. Those who were eliminated by the mythical beasts in the second round naturally finished earlier than others. This lousy exam, thinking it could stop me from earning spirit stones. Song Wenwan stretched lazily in the sunlight outside the exam hall, a hint of disdainful smile on his lips. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Yu Qingqing and her group approaching him with joy on their faces. Before he could speak, Yu Qingqing pulled him into a hug, exclaiming excitedly, "Goer, you truly are my son. I'm so proud of you." Scoring an astounding 2,000 points far exceeded everyone's expectations. "Big son, amazing." Yun Dashin gave a thumbs up, his eyes full of admiration. Clearing 3 stages within an hour and scoring 2,000 points not only broke the records of previous years, but also set an insurmountable benchmark for future candidates. "Big son, impressive." Tang Zio echoed in agreement. Song Wenwan freed himself from his mother's embrace, smugly saying, "I told you my name would be at the top of the big screen, and I always keep my promises." At this moment, Yu Qingqing was completely infatuated with her son, saying, "I'll believe anything you say from now on." Even if Song Wenwan claimed he was invincible, she would probably believe it without hesitation. Although Nangong Weiyang didn't speak, her complex gaze contained surprise, disbelief, inevitability, and a hint of admiration. "No wonder he's the one I saw in my prophecy," she murmured. "Big son, how did you do it?" Yun Dashin, knowing the difficulty of the exams from experience, couldn't help but ask. Song Wenwan turned to Yun Dashin with an innocent look. "Isn't it just a matter of using your hands?" Everyone thought to themselves, "Darn, he really got us. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go celebrate." Yu Qingqing interjected at the right moment. She could see there were hidden secrets about her son, but since he chose not to share, there must be a reason, so she didn't press further. Yun Dashin immediately agreed. "Exactly, let's go celebrate." Just as the group was about to head to the best restaurant in Fenghuang City, a powerful aura suddenly emerged in front of them. The sudden surge of powerful energy caused everyone's expressions to change instantly. Yun Dashin, Tang Zio, and Yu Qingqing quickly shifted, forming a triangular defensive formation to protect Song Wenwan and Nangong Weiyang at the center. As individuals with special abilities, they had an acute sense of danger, with every muscle tensed, ready to respond to any potential threat. "Sister-in-law, be prepared to call for help," Tang Zio said in a low, serious voice to Yu Qingqing. In this world where everyone had awakened abilities, the prodigies of the Dragon Nation were frequently targets of assassination by hostile countries. Song Wenwan's astounding 2,000 points in the college entrance exam had undoubtedly made him a prime target. Song Wenwan clenched his fists, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Faced with this oppressive aura, he wasn't sure if the skills he had mastered would be of any use. "Don't worry, little ones, it's just me." A familiar voice broke the tension, and a figure appeared before them. The Eastern War God. Recognizing the newcomer, the group immediately relaxed and respectfully greeted. "Greetings, Eastern War God." No need for formalities. The elder waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over them. "I happened to be passing by and saw you here, so I thought I'd say hello. Which one of you is his descendant?" "This is my son," Yu Qingqing replied, stepping forward. The Eastern War God studied Song Wenwan thoughtfully. "No wonder. Little one, there's a familiar aura about you." With that statement, all eyes turned to Song Wenwan. His heart tightened, and his first thought was of the War God token, though he feigned ignorance. "What familiar aura? Have you seen a purple token?" the Eastern War God asked bluntly. "Haven't seen it," Song Wenwan replied after pretending to think for a moment. He had already transferred the War God token to a cloud drive, making it impossible for anyone, no matter how powerful, to detect it. The Eastern War God frowned slightly, sensing the aura of the War God token, but unable to locate the object. After a brief pause, he said, "I have other matters to attend to, little ones. I'll take my leave." With that, his figure vanished in a flash. Once the Eastern War God had left, Yu Qingqing immediately turned to Song Wenwan. "Dogger, be honest with me. Do you have the War God token?" "Yes," Song Wenwan admitted with a nod. "Then why did you deny it?" when the Eastern War God asked. "I don't even know him, nor do I know what kind of person he is. He just came up and questioned me. Do you think I can trust him? What if he wants to kill me and take the treasure?" Song Wenwan explained. "You could have asked us first. The Eastern War God is a pretty decent person," Yu Qingqing said, somewhat helplessly. Yu Qingqing shook her head helplessly, a fond smile playing on her lips. "Song Wenwan is great in every way, just sometimes a bit too cheeky. When do I get a chance to ask you guys anything? Let's go, let's have a feast at Fenghuang Tower, my treat." No sooner had she spoken than Song Wenwan turned to look at Nangong Weiyang with a curious glint in her eyes. "By the way, where's Xiaojin? That guy said he's used to being free and doesn't like waiting for people, so he went off to have fun on his own." Nangong Weiyang shrugged. At that moment, Yu Qingqing suddenly spoke seriously. "By the way, Weiyang is my big sister's daughter. She's older than you, so you should call her sister from now on." "What?" Song Wanwan's eyes widened. Sister Qingqing, aren't you an only child? Where did this big sister come from? Nangong Weiyong smiled and explained. In the time it takes to take a test, subordinates can become sisters. The relationship between my big sister and me is like your dad and your big dad. We were best friends in school. But after we both got married, we lost touch a bit. Little Wanwan, call me sister. Nangong Weiyong put her hands on her hips, looking unyielding. Although Song Wanwan used to call her sister Nangong because of their age difference, with this new connection through Yu Qingqing, the title became more legitimate. Song Wanwan's eyes twinkled as she drew out her words. Since you're my big aunt's daughter, you're my honorary sister. Hello, honorary sister. The playful tone in her words made the adults present instantly understand. Nangong Weiyong's cheeks flushed as she lifted her foot to kick, but Song Wanwan was ready and nimbly dodged to the side. If you dare say nonsense again, watch out, or I'll beat you into a panda. I doubt second aunt will help you, Nangong Weiyong huffed. Yu Qingqing immediately took sides. Weiyong, feel free to hit him, just like you're hitting your own husband. Don't hold back. Second aunt, you're bullying me too. Nangong Weiyong pretended to be aggrieved. Yun Dashan laughed heartily. This brat will cause trouble if not disciplined every 3 days. Weiyong, if you ever want to teach him a lesson, just tell Big Dad. Big Dad and your second dad will help you hold him down. Suddenly, Nangong Weiyong's eyes lit up as she looked at Yun Dashan and Tang Ziyo. Uncle Yun, Uncle Tang, you're both bullying me too. I'm going to tell my mom when I get home. I've heard her say she used to beat both of you up. More than once. At this, Yun Dashan and Tang Ziyo's mouths twitched, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Tang Ziyo quickly distanced himself. Niece Weiyong, Uncle Tang didn't say anything just now. I'm not very familiar with your Uncle Yun. What he said has nothing to do with me. His obvious act of selling out his friend showed he indeed had some fear of Nangong Weiyong's mother. Betrayed by Tang Ziyo, Yun Dashan was annoyed but still put on a brave face, puffing out his chest. Yeah, I said it, so what? Bring your mom to beat me up if you dare. Do you think I'm still the same Yun Dashan from back then? His words were bold, likely because he knew that Nangong Weiyong's mother wasn't present. Mom, Uncle Yun was just joking around earlier. Don't take it seriously. Nangong Weiyong suddenly turned to look behind Yun Dashan, her tone slightly teasing. Yun Dashan froze instantly, a few beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Yes, I was just kidding. Please don't take it seriously, he said with a forced smile, hurriedly turning around, only to find no one behind him. Boss, can you not be so gullible? You actually believe that, Tang Ziyo said, shaking his head in exasperation. Everyone burst into laughter at Yun Dashan's awkwardness. Song Wanwan's eyes sparkled with curiosity about the formidable aunt who could make both her godfathers so apprehensive. Nangong Weiyong's mother. Second brother, do you really have the nerve to laugh at me? Yun Dashan retaliated. Back in the day, you got beaten up the most. If it were you, you'd probably run for the hills at the sound of her voice. Tang Ziyo straightened his back, pretending to be bold. I was just being a gentleman. If I met her now, I'd settle old and new scores, showing her why the flowers are so red. Second dad, are you declaring war on Auntie? Song Wanwan waved her phone. I've recorded all your bold words. When we see Auntie, I'll make sure she enjoys them. Tang Ziyo's expression changed instantly. My dear, a challenge like that should be issued in person. Please delete the video. Oh dear, second dad. I must be so hungry I can't even find the delete button, Song Wanwan said, feigning distress. No problem, Tang Ziyo declared with bravado. Let's head to Phoenix Tower. Order whatever you want. Today, second dad is treating, in celebration of my dear son topping the college entrance exams. Laughing and joking, the group headed to Phoenix Tower, the most prestigious restaurant in Phoenix City, where a meal could cost an ordinary family years of savings. On the way, Song Wanwan finally pieced together the history between her godfathers and her formidable aunt. Yun Dashan, Tang Ziyo, Song Wanwan's father, Yu Qingqing, Wu Yini Nangong Weiyong's mother, and Bai Zier were all schoolmates. The 3 boys were an inseparable trio, while the 3 girls were as close as sisters. It was Song Laosan's romance with Yu Qingqing that brought the 2 groups together. Despite Yun Dashan's seemingly honest demeanor and Tang Ziyo's scholarly appearance, they both had a penchant for mischief, constantly coming up with tricks to tease Wu Yinin and Bai Zier. Little did they know, Wu Yinin was naturally strong and fiery-tempered, and each prank resulted in them paying the price. After being beaten by Wu Yinin, Yun Dashan and Tang Ziyo were not convinced and secretly began plotting how to prank her. However, every time they made a move, Wu Yinin would appear like a ghost and give them a thorough beating without a word. After several such encounters, the 2 were finally too scared to challenge her anymore. They would tremble at the mere sight of Wu Yinin, like mice seeing a cat. This also explained why they looked so terrified whenever Nangong Weiyong mentioned her mother. Hearing this story, Song Wanwan became even more intrigued by Wu Yinin. At that moment, he was thoroughly enjoying the delicacies of Feng Huang Lu, praising every bite he took. The meal cost Tang Ziyo over 100 spirit stones, which converted to dragon coins would be over a million, a significant expense indeed. Huh. Song Wanwan suddenly noticed something unusual. After eating this meat, it seems to have some benefits for the body. I feel like my physical strength has slightly increased. Tang Zio put down his chopsticks and explained, Feng Wang Lu uses meat from exotic beasts, which contains spiritual energy. The higher the level of the beast, the more concentrated the energy. But today, we're just eating meat from a bronze-rank beast, which isn't much. Song Wenwan's eyes lit up. He had always been looking for ways to quickly enhance his physical strength, besides gravity fields, body refining liquids, and the sunflower manual. It turned out that exotic beast meat was an excellent option. But considering this small portion of bronze-rank beast meat cost over 100 spirit stones, the price of higher-ranked silver, gold, or even platinum beast meat would surely be astronomical. At this rate, when will I ever save up 1,000,000 spirit stones? Song Wenwan calculated silently, and then a thought struck him. If I really run out of money, I could secretly sell the War God token. A War God token that can make the old general house take action must fetch a good price, enough to cover the cost of repairing my life destiny and other expenses. As he was contemplating whether to sell the War God token, a voice suddenly spoke beside him. Young man, lying is not a good habit. You made this old man go in circles. Song Wenwan turned abruptly to see the Eastern War God standing next to him, looking at him with a displeased expression. It was clear that the Eastern War God had found out about his 2,000 points in the college entrance exam and the War God token. This old guy is not easy to fool. He found me so quickly, Song Wenwan thought to himself, but his face was full of smiles. Ah, it's the Eastern War God. Please have a seat. I've grown up listening to your stories, and my admiration for you is like the endless river, unstoppable like the water of the Milky Way. Please sit. I'll have the waiter bring more dishes. With that, Song Wenwan eagerly helped the Eastern War God to sit down, then pretended to walk out of the private room, as if he was really going to find the waiter. Stop right there. The Eastern War God fixed his intense gaze on Song Wenwan. Immediately, Song Wenwan adopted a humble demeanor and said repeatedly, Elder, if you have any requests, just let me know. You are my mother's senior, which makes you my senior too. I'll have the Phoenix Pavilion serve you some hearty dishes. Please don't stand on ceremony. My second uncle is treating today. A sharp glint flashed in the War God's eyes as he sneered. Boy, are you enjoying fooling an old man like me? Do you think I'm that easy to deceive? Where is that coming from, Elder? Song Wenwan replied with genuine sincerity. You are a War God. How could I possibly trick you? Everyone present could see clearly that Song Wenwan was putting on an act. Yu Qingsheng was so embarrassed she turned away, pretending not to know her shameless son. Keep pretending. I want to see how long you can keep it up, the War God said with a hint of annoyance. The thought that a seasoned veteran like him was being played by a teenager was quite humiliating. He had even gone to the examination hall to verify the information of the one who passed his test perfectly, confirming that it was indeed Song Wenwan who had taken his War God token. Although he didn't know where the token was hidden, it only strengthened his belief one must have real skills to pass his challenge flawlessly. Sensing the danger, Song Wenwan quickly said, Oh, I see. Elder Dongfang wants a drink, right? I'll arrange for some wine immediately. He was about to slip out of the room. But as he reached the door, an invisible force pulled him back to stand before the War God. Please, Elder, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to scare a young guy like me. Song Wenwan feigned a pitiful look. The War God's gaze softened. Young man, there's no need to be so guarded. I mean no harm. The War God token is indeed in your possession, but I'm not here to reclaim it today. I have only one thing to say. I want to take you as my disciple. At these words, everyone in the room was stunned. Yu Qingsheng quickly turned and said, Elder, having Wannuan as your disciple, isn't that inappropriate? There's a difference in generations. By seniority, she had to call the War God grandfather. So if Song Wannuan became his disciple, wouldn't he be on equal footing with the War God? You young folks are more concerned about these things than an old man like me. The War God said dismissively. If I don't mind, why should you? Everyone can just address each other as they please. Yu Qingsheng was at a loss for words. How would that work? If Song Wenwan became the War God's disciple, he would be considered a senior. Would she have to say to her son, I call you uncle, and you call me mom? Song Wenwan spoke up then. Elder, we've only just met, and you might not know me well. I'm a straightforward person, not very bright, and a bit of a blockhead. Becoming your disciple would be the biggest disgrace of your life. Perhaps you should consider someone else. A trace of displeasure flashed in the eyes of the Eastern War God as he looked directly at Song Wenwan and said, You brat. Do you know how many people in the Dragon Kingdom are scrambling to become my disciple? And here you are, hesitating? Song Wenwan looked troubled. I'm really thinking of your well-being. I'm just a reckless guy, greedy and lustful, with no sense of martial virtue. Becoming your disciple might just shorten your life by 5 years. In reality, Song Wannuan knew very well that being accepted as a disciple by the Eastern War God was a rare opportunity. Not only would he gain a powerful mentor, but his status would also instantly elevate. However, He was always worried that his secret advantage might be exposed, which made him hesitant. When I decide on something, no one can change it. The Eastern War God suddenly spoke sternly. I've set my mind on you as my disciple. It's not impossible for me to become your disciple. Song Wannuan blinked. But you'll have to pay extra. Pay extra. The Eastern War God frowned. It's already something that I won't charge you to be my disciple, and you dare to ask me for money? Do you know that if I say the word, people willing to be my disciple would line up from Phoenix City to the capital? Then why don't you go find them? Why bother with me? Song Wannuan retorted, deciding to deliberately make a worse impression. This left the Eastern War God momentarily speechless. Indeed, there were countless willing disciples, but none had caught his eye. Over the years, only the talent of this young man in front of him had sparked his interest in taking a disciple. How much do you want? The Eastern War God finally relented. Since he wanted to take on a disciple, giving a little pocket money was only fair, like an advance. How many spirit stones do you have? Song Wannuan deliberately used spirit stones instead of money, fearing the other would give him dragon coins. After all, it took 10,000 dragon coins to exchange for one spirit stone, a vast difference. I'll give you 10,000 spirit stones upon becoming my disciple. 10,000 spirit stones. Song Wannuan's eyes widened. Seeing his reaction, the Eastern War God smiled. How about it? Tempted. For a child of his age, 10,000 spirit stones was indeed a huge sum. Unexpectedly, Song Wannuan scoffed. A mighty war god, and you offer just this much? It's embarrassing to even mention it. With such stinginess, I doubt there's much future in this. Let's just drop the disciple matter. Brat, you think 10,000 spirit stones is little? How long would it take you to earn that on your own? Song Wannuan turned to Nangong Weiyang. Sister Nangong, tell this stingy old man how much my first floor earns in a day. Great-grandfather Dongfang. The first floor that Wannuan runs has a daily net profit of over 20,000 spirit stones, Nangong Weiyang truthfully reported. With these words, the room fell silent. Yun Dashan, Tang Ziyou, and Yu Qingcheng were all too shocked to speak. Although they knew Song Wannuan had opened the first floor in Phoenix City with quite a stir, they hadn't expected it to be this profitable. The Eastern War God's face turned red. If what Nangong Weiyang said was true, his offer of 10,000 spirit stones did indeed seem paltry. I didn't bring many spirit stones, the Eastern War God considered. But if you become my disciple, I can give you a diamond-level treasure. How about it? The Eastern War God knew well that merely using spirit stones to impress Song Wannuan wouldn't be easy. This little guy could earn 20,000 spirit stones a day, so ordinary rewards wouldn't catch his eye. What kind of treasure? Let me see it first, Song Wannuan said, pretending to be picky. If it's too shabby, I don't want it. Despite his words, he was already thrilled inside. His earlier probing had indeed unearthed a diamond-level treasure. Without further ado, the Eastern War God flipped his hand, revealing an utterly ordinary-looking white vest in his palm. Just this. Song Wannuan looked disdainful. How is this any different from the one sold at street stalls for a few dragon coins? You brat, don't underestimate it. Tang Ziyou quickly explained. This is made from the silk of a king-level beast, the ice silkworm. It's impervious to water and fire, and even sharp weapons can't damage it. Below the king realm, no one can break its defense. It's considered top tier among diamond-level treasures. Thank you, master. Upon hearing this, Song Wannuan immediately changed his attitude and swiftly grabbed the ice silkworm vest from the Eastern War God's hand. Although he hadn't initially intended to take a master, the offer was simply too generous. A master isn't someone you call so casually, the Eastern War God said, putting on an air of authority. Yu Qingqing approached with a cup of tea. Guer, since you've agreed to take him as your master, it's time to bow and offer tea to Elder Dongfang. Without hesitation, Song Wannuan knelt down and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Disciple greets master. Good, 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 my obedient disciple, stand up. The Eastern War God beamed with joy. Song Wannuan stood up, but didn't forget to extend his hand. Master, what about the disciple's gift? You cheeky brat, the Eastern War God said, his smile fading. Wasn't the ice silkworm vest enough? That was a gift for accepting me as your disciple. Now I'm asking for the disciple's gift. It's different. Are you going to give it or not? The Eastern War God handed him a sealing stone. Inside is a clone with 1/10 of my strength. Crush it if you're ever in danger. Thank you, master. You're the best master in the world. May you enjoy eternal prosperity and longevity. Song Wannuan said happily as he accepted the sealing stone. With 1/10 of the war god's power as a safeguard, his safety was unquestionably elevated. You brat, you're even cheekier than your shameless father, the Eastern War God said, feigning irritation. Thank you for the compliment, master. It's one of my many virtues, Song Wannuan replied nonchalantly. To him, being shameless was always a compliment. Now tell me, the Eastern War God said seriously, what ability have you awakened? You managed to perfectly pass the test I set up. Is it in the top 10 sequence? I've been wanting to ask this question for a while, but it just never seemed appropriate before. Superpowers? What superpowers? I haven't awakened any, Song Wannuan said, frowning. The Eastern war god paused, looking skeptical. Disciple, stop joking around and keeping secrets from your master. With me here, no one can harm you. He had noticed Song Wanwan's guarded nature before and assumed this was another instance of her withholding the truth. Yuqingqing suddenly spoke up. Senior, Wanwan's fate was damaged 3 years ago, making it impossible for her to awaken any powers. How is that possible? The Eastern war god narrowed his eyes. Without awakened powers, how did you perfectly pass all the trials? Although Song Wanwan had told many lies since they met, Yuqingqing had no reason to deceive him. Song Wanwan replied casually. Perfectly passed? I just did this, then that, and finally a little trick at the end, and I cleared it. It's simple, really, as long as you have hands. The Eastern war god said no more and directly placed his hand over Song Wanwan's heart, carefully examining her. Moments later, his expression grew serious. It was true that Song Wanwan's fate was severely damaged. As the designer of the trials, the Eastern war god was filled with doubt. Passing perfectly without powers meant either colluding with the examiners to cheat or harboring an unknown secret. The first possibility was incredibly low, as being caught would mean ruin for all involved. Besides, no one would be foolish enough to risk such a conspicuous, perfect pass. His nearly century-long experience taught him that those like Song Wanwan, who showed no fear in front of the powerful and even dared to take advantage, were often extraordinary geniuses. The more shameless they seemed, the more it revealed their inner confidence. I won't ask about your secrets if you don't share them, the Eastern war god said, looking directly into Song Wanwan's eyes. I have only one request. Once you enter the Imperial Capital University, take first place in the freshman competition. Can you do that? Is there a reward for first place? Song Wanwan immediately asked. No reward, the Eastern war god replied irritably. Then I can't do it. I haven't awakened any powers. I'm useless. I'm at the bottom, Song Wanwan said without hesitation. No reward. So what's the point of competing for first place? Hearing Song Wanwan's words, the Eastern war god almost couldn't resist kicking him, secretly regretting having such an unreliable disciple. He frowned slightly, as if foreseeing the headache of dealing with this kid in the future. Just standing here, talking made him feel like he was losing 10 years of his life. What if there's a reward? The Eastern war god suppressed his impatience and asked again. Song Wanwan's eyes lit up. That depends on what the reward is. First place among freshmen gets a reward of 1,000 credits, plus a slot to enter the secret realm, the Eastern war god listed. Additionally, there's a private villa and free access to all the facilities of the Imperial Capital Academy. In short, there are plenty of benefits. Are credits worth anything? How many spirit stones can I get for 1,000 credits? Song Wanwan's eyes sparkled as he eagerly inquired. You little rascal, are you only thinking about money? The Eastern war god raised his hand to smack his head, but Song Wanwan swiftly dodged. This move made the Eastern war god nod to himself. The kid's speed was impressive, and his physical strength had reached the golden realm. Master, you don't know. Song Wanwan feigned a pitiful look. I'm really broke, always trying to find ways to earn spirit stones. It's driving me crazy. You're broke? The Eastern war god snorted. Earning 20,000 spirit stones a day, even I am not that extravagant. It was true. Although he held a high position and had many resources, they were all provided directly by the Dragon Nation, so he wasn't particularly wealthy in terms of spirit stones. Earn a lot, spend a lot. Song Wanwan sighed. I'm all alone, relying on myself. If I don't save some spirit stones, I might end up starving on the streets. Your father doesn't support you? Don't even mention him. Song Wanwan shook his head with a wry smile. He's even more unreliable than I am, always thinking of ways to swindle money from me. Hearing this, the Eastern war god glanced at Yuqingqing, who looked embarrassed, clearly indicating that Song Wanwan's words were true. At the Imperial Capital Academy, 1 credit is worth 100 spirit stones, the Eastern war god explained. 1,000 credits equal 100,000 spirit stones. Along with other resources, the total value is no less than 10 million spirit stones. 10 million spirit stones. Song Wanwan's eyes widened in astonishment. I declare that the top spot for new students at the Imperial Capital University is reserved by me, Song Wanwan. So confident? The Eastern war god raised an eyebrow. The Imperial Capital University is full of geniuses, with more than 10 SS-level potential ability users. Just that confident, Song Wanwan said proudly, flicking his hair. When I say it's reserved, it's reserved. Not even Jesus can change that. Good, ambitious. The Eastern war god, though unfamiliar with who Jesus was moved by this confidence. I promise, if you win first place in the freshman competition, I'll give you an extra reward of 10,000 spirit stones. Master, I'm very simple-minded. I believe whatever you say. Song Wanwan said with a cheeky grin. A promise is a promise. I won't go back on my word, the Eastern war god solemnly assured. In that case, I'll make a solemn pledge to you. If I don't come in first, you can slap me as much as you want. No complaints. Song Wannuan declared with determination, his voice strong and resolute. The master and apprentice sealed their promise with a high five in midair. The Eastern War god smiled slightly. I'll be waiting for you at the Imperial Capital Academy. Before the words had fully left his lips, he vanished from sight. Son, are you really confident about getting first place? Yun Dashan asked with concern as he approached. Absolutely. Song Wanwan replied firmly. Good. That's my boy. Yun Dashan nodded in satisfaction. I just told your younger brother about your apprenticeship, and he said he wants to come back before you head to the capital. He has some things he wants to tell you. Why all the secrecy? Can't he just say it over the phone? Song Wanwan asked, frowning in confusion. You'll find out soon enough, Yun Dashan replied with a mysterious smile. On the day the college entrance exam results were announced, Song Wanwan's astonishing score of 2,000 points spread like wildfire, creating a sensation throughout Phoenix City and even the entire Dragon Nation. News outlets and online platforms were abuzz, as no one had ever achieved such a high score since the establishment of the Dragon Nation's exam system. While most students struggled to reach 700 or 800 or even 900 points, Song Wanwan had scored twice the maximum, hitting the upper limit of the exam's scoring potential. The three major academies of the Dragon Nation quickly extended offers to him, but Song Wanwan chose the Imperial Capital Academy without hesitation, fulfilling his promise to Yunda and Tang Chichi. That night, after finishing a congratulatory video call with Yunda and Tang Chichi, Song Wanwan began preparing for the future. He took out a bottle of gold-grade body refining and essence nourishing elixirs and consumed them, then checked his attribute panel. Name, Song Wanwan. Age, 18. Physical strength, 1642. Soul strength, 1883. Ability attributes, none. Overall combat power. Although he spoke confidently to the Eastern War god, he wasn't entirely without concerns. It wasn't a lack of faith in his skills. Rather, it was his limited understanding of SS-level potential ability users. Despite having talented friends like Yunda, Tang Chichi, Jin Zizai, and Nangong Weiyong, he had never sparred with them officially and was unsure if his skills could counter those ranked among the top 100 ability users. Just as he was calculating how long it would take to reach the Platinum Realm using the gravity field, body refining elixirs, and the Sunflower Manual, a sudden beep 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 sounded in his mind, like an alarm. After Song Wanwan merged with the computer, it made a sound like never before. He immediately held his breath, focusing all his attention on his mind, worried that his golden touch might falter. In his mind, a small pop-up window suddenly appeared on the computer screen. Seeing the text on the pop-up, a bright smile unconsciously spread across Song Wanwan's face. For the first time since merging with the computer, he had unlocked new software. The long 10-minute wait felt like an eternity. Finally, the countdown ended, and Song Wanwan eagerly clicked to open the new software. The screen instantly displayed an overwhelming array of character models and facial feature options. From almond eyes, phoenix eyes to upturned eyes, from sword-like eyebrows, dragon eyebrows to straight eyebrows, from square mouths, upturned mouths to round mouths. Each feature had dozens of choices. Moreover, hairstyles, body shapes, and leg lengths could be adjusted at will, and even genders could be switched freely. This is like a transformation spell, Song Wanwan exclaimed as he looked at the new face he had casually assembled in the mirror. He could effortlessly disguise himself as anyone, young or old, tall or short, slim or stout, as long as he wished. Thinking about the potential uses of this ability in the future, a meaningful smile played on his lips. At that moment, many people in the Dragon Country inexplicably felt a chill down their spines. Although they didn't know what had happened, their intuition told them that something ominous was about to occur. To fully grasp the functions of this new software, Song Wanwan began further exploration. He tried selecting a cup on the table with the mouse, transforming it into a lifelike character model. However, this character was lifeless, like a delicate sculpture. I guess this ability is only good for being a sculptor, he muttered to himself. The next morning, the acceptance letter from Imperial University arrived in Song Wanwan's hands. By noon, his father, Song Laosan, returned home. Song Laosan asked Yu Qingqing to prepare a few dishes and took out a bottle of treasured old wine, unusually adopting the demeanor of a kind father. Come, son, let's have a drink. Song Wanwan readily accepted the invitation. Although he hadn't touched alcohol in this world, he was quite the drinker in his past life. Judging by his father's unusual behavior, he suspected the old man had something to say. There are many things men find difficult to say in everyday situations, but over a drink, the words come more naturally. The light reflected warmly off the bottle in front of Song Laosan as he looked at his son sitting across from him, a proud smile spreading across his face. Well, son, first of all, congratulations on scoring 2,000 points on the college entrance exam and becoming the top scorer in Phoenix City, and indeed, all of Longhua. Song Wanwan raised his glass and clinked it gently against his father's before downing the drink in one go. The sharpness of the liquor as it slid down his throat made him wince slightly. How does it feel to drink for the first time? This drink is quite strong, Song Wannuan said with a smile, a hint of tears glistening in his eyes. Song Laosan swirled the liquid in his glass, his expression growing serious. No matter how strong the drink, it can't compare to life. He paused. 3 years ago, something happened that damaged your fate. I tried many ways to fix it, but nothing worked. Eventually, I realized it might just be destiny. He gently spun the glass on the table before continuing. Living as an ordinary person isn't bad. At least you won't have to worry about food and drink, and you won't have to be at the forefront when Longwo is in trouble. That's why your mother and I let you grow freely over these 3 years, to develop your survival skills. You are exceptional. Even without our help, you can live better than many. I thought you'd live a simple life, but you surprised me by acing the entrance exams. Song Laosan looked directly into his son's eyes. I know you have secrets, and I won't ask about them. But you must understand, passing the exams in such a remarkable way means you can't lead a simple life anymore. It's not a bad thing, just a different way of living. He poured them another drink, his tone becoming serious. As your father, I have some advice. The world is dangerous, and people's hearts even more so. Spring ice is thin, and human relationships thinner. If someone praises you, don't believe it. If someone insults you, don't listen. Those who flippantly praise or curse you are not worth befriending, as they lack sincerity. Remember, words are often deceptive. Be wary of betrayal. Those who speak of righteousness might change when faced with adversity. Those who call everyone brother might not be genuine. I will remember. Song Wannuan nodded solemnly. Song Laosan's gaze seemed to pierce through time, a complex expression in his eyes. The imperial capital, as the capital of Longwa, is teeming with powerful people and countless influential families. These so-called great families love to bully and hate reasoning. They might see you as a threat because of your talent, or envy you because of your looks, or simply dislike you for no reason. For them, this is commonplace. Reasoning with them is futile. I understand, Dad. When I get to the capital, I'll keep a low profile and avoid trouble, Song Wannuan quickly promised. However, upon hearing his son's words, Song Laosan slowly shook his head. If reasoning doesn't work, then fight until they come around, Song Laosan said with a piercing gaze, enunciating every word. Once they're dead, it won't matter if they see reason or not. These bold words left Song Wannuan stunned, her eyes wide with surprise. She had never imagined that her usually unreliable-looking father could speak with such strength. I know what you're worried about, Song Laosan leaned forward, patting his daughter's shoulder. You're afraid that killing someone might bring trouble. But as long as you're in the right, it won't be an issue. When you go to the capital, don't be timid. Use all the abilities you have. Even if you cause a huge stir, your dad's got your back. Dad, are you really that amazing? Song Wannuan asked eagerly, her eyes shining. Is our Song family some ancient clan in Longwa? Are you the heir who can summon the world with a word? Song Laosan shook his head with a wry smile. I wish. To be honest, I'm an orphan. I grew up on handouts from various families. Later, I awakened my abilities and got into the Imperial Academy, paving my way with these fists. He waved his fists. To be a bit shameless, back in the day, almost every peer with abilities in the capital got beaten up by me. At this, Yu Qingqing chimed in with a laugh. Back then, you were like a mad dog. If anyone showed even a hint of hostility, you'd go off. You'd fight at the drop of a hat. That was all self-defense, Song Laosan said, scratching his head a bit sheepishly. They always started it. What self-defense? Yu Qingqing shook her head with a smile, a hint of nostalgia and admiration in her eyes. You were risking your life. But honestly, your dad was something else back then, making the young generation in the capital bow their heads and walk around him. So, Mom, is that why you fell for Dad? Song Wannuan asked curiously. Not entirely. Yu Qingqing's eyes softened. It was because he saved me. Although the hero saving the damsel in distress is a cliché, it's easy to fall for the hero when you're the one being saved. Your dad was fearless in a fight, but he was so timid around girls. Actually, I pursued him. Why are you saying this in front of the kid? Song Laosan interrupted, then turned to Song Wannuan with a serious expression. The reason I'm telling you this is to let you know that you don't have to be as cautious in the capital as you were in Phoenix City. If anyone dares to bully you because of their status, fight back. If their family causes trouble, I'll handle it. Worst case, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. I'll tear through the entire capital like I did back in the day. However, if you get bullied by the younger generation, even if you get beaten to death, I won't intervene. That's on you for not being capable enough, not anyone else's fault, said Song Laosan, sitting calmly in his chair. Dad, with you saying that, I'm relieved, Song Wannuan replied with a smile of joy. He initially thought he had only latched onto the powerful support of the Eastern War god, but it turned out his father's background was also formidable. With such backing, his plan to open a store and earn spirit stones in the capital could proceed smoothly. Suddenly, Song Wannuan's expression turned serious. Dad, what exactly happened 3 years ago? As a transmigrator, he inherited most of the original owner's memories, yet he knew nothing about that period, possibly due to some damage to his fate or other reasons. Song Laosan's gaze deepened as he slowly began to speak. This matter is indeed something you should know about. He explained in detail the research findings on the potential of the descendants of ability. Users those with stronger abilities often had descendants who awakened with equally strong powers, with an accuracy of up to 80%. 3 years ago, forces hostile to the Dragon Nation exploited this pattern, launching a large-scale assassination against the descendants of our powerful figures, Song Laosan said, his voice tinged with suppressed anger. At that time, we were focused on protecting the already awakened talents, not expecting them to target the unawakened children. Over 100 children were marked, and you were among them. I was away from Phoenix City on business at the time and couldn't protect you, which led to the damage to your fate, Song Laosan continued, his tone filled with guilt. Yu Qingqing picked up the story. After learning it was the work of the beautiful country, your father infiltrated the enemy camp alone. That battle dealt a heavy blow to them, with casualties he still refuses to disclose. He was severely injured, nearly losing his life. It was the worst injury I've ever seen him suffer. Dad's leg. Song Wannuan looked at his father's slightly stiff left leg. He broke it himself, Yu Qingqing said, her voice choked with emotion. He felt he failed to protect you and was ashamed of his duties as a father. He punished himself this way to serve as a constant reminder. Why are you telling him all this? Song Laosan interrupted. Yu Qingqing raised her voice. Wannuan is your son. He has the right to know and must know how much his father has sacrificed for him. Though fatherly love is like a mountain, often silent, I can't stand by and watch you be tormented by what happened 3 years ago. She firmly believed that resolving Song Laosan's inner turmoil depended on their son. Hearing his mother's words, Song Wannuan felt a sudden pang in his heart. Over the years, the seemingly unreliable father had silently given so much for him. He looked at his father's limp leg, a flicker of pain in his eyes. Dad, let the past be the past. Song Wannuan took a deep breath. I hope the next time I see you, you'll be fully recovered, not still limping. I believe you will find a way to heal. Faced with his son's words, Song Laosan remained silent. The emotional knots of those years couldn't be untangled with just a few words. Well, Song Wannuan sighed softly. I wanted to surprise you, but it seems I have to tell you now I have found a way to repair the fate, but it will take some time. Really? Song Laosan and Yu Qingqing asked in unison, disbelief written all over their faces. Of course it's true. I wouldn't joke about something like this, Song Wannuan replied seriously. Yu Qingqing gazed at her son, her brow furrowed. Dogger, what secrets are you hiding? Can't you tell even your father and me? Over the years, Song Wannuan had grown up right under their noses, and they knew exactly who he had been in contact with. She couldn't fathom how her son suddenly possessed such extraordinary abilities, ones even her husband couldn't solve, yet he claimed he could. You'll know eventually, but I can't say now, Song Wannuan replied quietly. How could he tell them that he wasn't their biological son, that their son was gone, and that he had come from a place called Earth, merging with a computer there? Fine, if you don't want to say, Song Laosan said seriously. But let me remind you, a man without guilt is guilty of possessing a treasure. Don't tell anyone you haven't awakened any abilities. If anyone asks, say I helped you repair your fate and you awakened other abilities. As for what exactly, make something up based on your capabilities. These words sent a sudden chill through Song Wannuan. He realized that constantly claiming to have no abilities seemed like self-deprecation, but the abilities he demonstrated were far from those of a useless person. If someone with intent were to investigate, they might easily discover the secret he harbored. If anyone became curious enough to dig deeper, the consequences would be unimaginable. I understand. Song Wannuan nodded solemnly. This world was more dangerous than he had imagined. He was still too naive. Afterward, Song Wannuan stayed in Phoenix City for 2 more days before setting off for the capital. The Imperial Academy was about to start, and according to the rules of the Dragon Kingdom, there was no summer break after the college entrance exams, just 2 short days to prepare. Before leaving, he temporarily closed the first floor without him. There were no products to sell, so it couldn't continue operating. Although the renowned Phoenix City's first floor has closed, the Imperial capital is soon to witness the grand opening of a new first floor. On the 3rd day, the Imperial Academy dispatched 3 powerful figures of the King Realm to escort the newly admitted students. This extraordinary escort lineup was primarily due to an exceptional student, Song Wannuan, who had achieved a perfect score in the college entrance exams. The airship cruised smoothly through the sky, and Song Wannuan sat comfortably, acutely aware of the curious glances directed at him. One person, in particular, had been glaring at him with intense hatred since they boarded, as if harboring a deep grudge. What are you staring at? Song Wannuan finally turned to confront the person. The individual remained silent, continuing to glare angrily. Song Wannuan raised an eyebrow and deliberately spoke louder. I know I'm handsome, well-built, and exude male charm. But sorry, I'm not interested in guys, so staring won't help. The entire airship's attention shifted to them. The person finally couldn't hold back any longer and exploded. Spit. Who wants to be with you? Song Wannuan, you freak, beast, monster, non-human. I just turned down your advances, no need to get so worked up. Song Wenwan replied, adding fuel to the fire. How about when we reach the Imperial Academy? I introduce you to some burly guys. Nothing good comes out of your mouth. The person fumed through clenched teeth. Song Wenwan, you made me a mere backdrop in this exam. Once we reach the Imperial University, I'll make sure to trample you underfoot. Song Wenwan turned to the person next to him and asked, who is this guy anyway? Feng Xiao, the neighbor explained. He ranked second in this exam with a score of 985, breaking Phoenix City's historical record. If it weren't for you, he'd be the top scorer. Song Wenwan glanced at Feng Xiao, a playful smirk forming on his lips. You scored 985 because that's your limit. I scored 2,000 because that's the maximum. Feng, this might be the closest you'll ever get to me. In the future, you probably won't even see my shadow. It's worth noting that Phoenix City had 1.3 million students taking the college entrance exams, yet only 30 were admitted to the Imperial Academy. While this acceptance rate seems astonishingly low, it's actually not that small. There are over 30 major cities like Phoenix City in the Dragon Kingdom, and combined with students admitted without exams, the Imperial Academy's new intake will exceed 2,000. This reflects the Academy's unwavering commitment to quality over quantity in its admissions policy, as one of the top 3 academies in the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing Song Wenwan's words, a defiant look immediately appeared on Feng Xiao's face. He stood tall and emphasized, my name is Feng Xiao, not Fenger. My family's current situation may not match yours, and I don't have many resources for training. But once we get to Imperial Capital University, we'll have equal access to resources. By then, catching up to you will be no problem. Song Wenwan looked at the spirited young man in front of her and couldn't help but smile slightly. His naive confidence made her want to teach him a lesson. Naive. You have no idea how strong your opponents are. She crossed her arms and proposed, how about this? After the school year begins, there's a freshman competition. I'll give you a chance to challenge me if you win. You can name your conditions. If you lose, you'll be my assistant, serving tea, massaging shoulders, cleaning toilets. How about that? Feng Xiao frowned. That's not fair. By the time of the freshman competition, I won't have had the chance to use Imperial Capital Academy's resources, so my strength won't have improved much. Give me half a year. In 6 months, I'll come to challenge you. If I lose, I'll be your assistant. 6 months. Song Wenwan chuckled softly. I'm afraid by then you won't even have the courage to challenge me. But I'll give you the chance. She thought to herself, it might be fun to play with this overconfident guy. The 3 king-level mentors on the flying boat listened to the conversation, each with a knowing smile on their face. Young people are naturally proud and ambitious. This was just a clash between freshmen from Phoenix City. Once students from all over gather, there would surely be more sparks. The 3 exchanged a glance, recalling their own youthful arrogance. Just then, a loud explosion erupted outside the flying boat. Boom! The mentors' expressions turned serious immediately. Trouble! We're under attack. One mentor shouted, and the 3 of them quickly formed a triangular formation to protect all the students in the center. Each of them summoned a dazzling triangular prism artifact, creating a protective energy barrier around the students. In the next moment, the flying boat exploded, but fortunately, the energy shield kept the students unharmed. Who dares to attack us? Show yourself, one mentor roared, his voice resonating for thousands of meters, shaking the very air. Soon, a dozen black-clad figures appeared, hovering menacingly in the air. The mentor's pupils contracted the ability to fly meant these attackers were all king-level powerhouses. To attack Phoenix City's students, such a formidable force had been dispatched. In this critical moment, one mentor quickly drew a heavenly pride arrow and shot it into the sky. Whoosh! Bang! The arrow exploded high above, emitting a blinding light. The Tianjiao arrow was developed by the Dragon Nation as a protective measure after numerous prodigies were ambushed years ago. Once the arrow is launched, it signals that a prodigy is under attack, and any superpowered individuals who see the signal are required to provide immediate assistance. At this moment, more than 10 individuals in black, as if anticipating the teacher's reactions, quickly divided into groups to launch their attack. 9 of them formed 3 groups, each surrounding one of the 3 king-level teachers. The remaining attackers focused their firepower on the energy shield protecting Song Wannuan and the other students. Although the teachers were formidable king-level warriors, they found themselves barely able to fend off equally matched opponents. They gritted their teeth, knowing that reinforcements would arrive soon as long as they could hold on for a moment. After all, they were within the borders of the Dragon Nation. With a resounding crash, the energy shield protecting the students shattered. In an instant, all the students, including Song Wannuan, began to fall freely. Having just completed their college entrance exams, these students had not yet mastered the ability to fly, and such a fall from height would result in serious injury or worse. The 3 teachers were desperate but completely entangled, unable to rescue the students. At this critical moment, Song Wannuan quickly opened a document, selected all the falling classmates with her mouse, and used the bring to front skill. A miraculous scene unfolded just as everyone was about to hit the ground. An invisible force gently caught them. and they landed safely. This feat left everyone present astounded, including the teachers and the attackers, who all attributed it to some secret technique from the Imperial Capital Academy. However, the attackers were evidently prepared and immediately sent several individuals charging towards the students. The students, having just escaped a life-threatening situation, were petrified in the face of these king-level assassins. In the nick of time, Song Wannuan quickly retrieved a sealing stone and decisively crushed it. A majestic figure appeared. It was the apparition of the Eastern War God, a gift from him to Song Wannuan as a token of their apprenticeship. "Master, someone is trying to kill your beloved disciple. Save me." Song Wannuan shouted as she swiftly retreated, using a color fill skill to become invisible and setting up multiple hyperlinks around her for protection. "Who dares to touch my disciple?" The authoritative voice of the Eastern War God echoed around. The attackers' expressions changed drastically upon recognizing the renowned Eastern Xiao. As the eldest among the war gods, Eastern Xiao's name was known throughout the world. They never expected him to appear at such a moment. "This is just a spiritual projection of him, with only a tenth of his true power. There's no need to fear," one of the men in black said in a deep voice, his eyes gleaming with disdain. The reputation of the Eastern War God was indeed formidable, having defeated countless strong opponents over the years. However, the men in black quickly realized that this was merely a projection. If his true form were present, they might have already turned to flee. Three of the men in black swiftly surrounded the spiritual projection of the Eastern War God, while two others at the king level headed towards the group of students. But as they scanned the students huddled on the ground, their brows furrowed. "Where's Song Wannuan?" This question caused Song Wannuan, who was hiding, to tense up. From the enemy's reaction, it was clear that this operation targeted him specifically. Among the 30-odd students, they immediately noticed his absence. "Lebaid, find Song Wannuan," another man in black commanded sharply. The burly Lebaid closed his eyes and, within 2 seconds, accurately pinpointed Song Wannuan's location. Although the others saw nothing, they understood immediately this kid was using invisibility. Song Wannuan's heart skipped a beat. His color-filling skill could only evade visual detection, not conceal his presence. For certain special ability users, finding him was not difficult. In a flash, he decisively activated his hyperlink ability to escape the spot. As for the safety of his classmates, he had already used his top-tier skill to protect them from falling, having done all he could. "Spatial fluctuation," the men in black exclaimed. "No wonder he scored 2,000 points in the college entrance exam. He has dual abilities. Chase him. At all costs, he must be killed. We cannot allow him to grow stronger," the leader of the men in black ordered. While running at full speed, Song Wannuan continuously used his hyperlink to perform spatial jumps. However, this ability was limited to a range of 300 meters, a mere instant for king-level ability users. The only thing troubling his pursuers was his unpredictable direction, changing from east to west. As he fled rapidly, Song Wannuan quickly devised a plan. He transformed a stone to mimic his appearance and carefully hid it in the grass. This duplicate, though unable to move, was almost indistinguishable from the real thing. He quickly shrank in size and utilized his foundational skills. His body gradually sank until he completely merged with the earth. Underground, Song Wannuan was surprised to find that he could breathe without any hindrance. To ensure absolute safety, he swiftly set up several units around him. These microspaces acted like invisible bubbles, effectively sealing in his breath. However, he wasn't entirely confident that this protection would be enough against the tracking abilities of king-level ability users. As expected, two king-level men in black soon arrived directly above him. They scanned the area and quickly focused on a stone statue in the bushes. "Die!" the burly man in black shouted, swinging his hand forcefully. The stone statue was instantly caught up in an invisible force and shattered into countless fragments. "A dummy!" the two kings exclaimed in surprise. Although they had followed Song Wannuan's trail, they hadn't noticed when he managed to create this lifelike stone statue that carried his aura. The burly man immediately extended his senses, only to find that Song Wannuan's aura had completely vanished. This led them into a brief contemplation. Either Song Wannuan had moved beyond their sensory range, or he possessed an extraordinary ability to hide. They quickly dismissed the second possibility. While they acknowledged Song Wannuan's exceptional talent, which allowed him to score an impressive 2,000 points and warranted their special mission to kill him, they believed it impossible for an undeveloped youth to entirely evade their detection. Remembering that Song Wannuan had previously used a spirit seal stone belonging to Dongfang Xiao, whom he called his master, they concluded that he must have used some life-saving trick to escape. Thus, they turned away, intending to continue their search elsewhere. Song Wannuan heard the footsteps receding but remained in his underground hiding spot, aware that this might be a feint. Meanwhile, the battle in the sky had reached a fever pitch. Dongfang Zhao's spirit form was battered and nearly dissipated, and the three teachers from the Imperial Academy were retreating under the assault of numerous foes. Reinforcements had yet to arrive, not because strong allies hadn't seen the signal arrow, but because less than 3 minutes had passed since the battle began, and help was on the way. At that moment, Dongfang Zhao's spirit form finally couldn't hold on and exploded. Simultaneously, far away in the Imperial City, Dongfang Zhao sensed something and vanished from his spot. In the blink of an eye, a minute passed, leaving the 3 teachers from the Imperial Academy severely injured, their bodies covered with wounds of various sizes. It wasn't due to a lack of skill, they were simply outnumbered by their enemies, and even with all their strength, it was difficult to hold their ground. The men in black seemed to sense that reinforcements from the Dragon Kingdom were about to arrive. 12 figures simultaneously launched a final assault. With a sickening sound, the 3 instructors coughed up blood, their bodies helplessly plummeting toward the ground. Fiery dance assassination. Earth explosive flame. Earth-shattering kill. Various lethal attacks rained down on the 3 instructors. They wanted to evade, but they were beyond exhaustion. At this critical moment, a cold voice pierced the sky. Judgment. In my name, I declare your death. Before the words even settled, a yellow river descended from the heavens, instantly enveloping all the men in black. The Yellow Spring War God? How did he arrive so quickly? One of the men in black exclaimed, but was swiftly swallowed by the Yellow River. Harrowing screams echoed as over a dozen king-level men in black were powerless against this terrifying force. Their bodies quickly assimilated and dissolved. Only one man in black survived, not due to his exceptional strength, but because the Yellow Spring War God intended it. The War God grabbed him by the neck, eyes blazing with fury. Where is Song Wannuan? He's already dead. The man in black wasn't sure of Song Wannuan's fate, but with 2 king-level companions hunting him, he assumed the outcome was inevitable. You deserve to die. The Yellow Spring War God's voice was chilling. I, Song Wannuan, swear by my ancestors, from this day forth, I will hunt down every potential level superhuman in your beautiful country, making the entire nation live in fear. We're not from the beautiful country, the man in black quickly defended. Whether you are or not, I'll hold the beautiful country accountable for this. With those words, the Yellow Spring War God tightened his grip, snapping the man's neck. The 3 instructors, enduring their pain, saluted the Yellow Spring War God. Greetings, Yellow Spring War God. As the most decorated of the Dragon Kingdom's 8 war gods, the Yellow Spring War God had earned his renown through countless battles against enemies and beasts alike, commanding respect from all. Suppressing his anger, the Yellow Spring War God turned to the 3 instructors. Where is Song Wannuan? He was previously being hunted by 2 king-level assassins in black. We don't know his exact whereabouts now, one mentor said with a serious expression. Another mentor frowned and added, only 3 king-level 4-tier abilities users were sent by the Imperial Academy to protect the students? Haven't they learned from the incident 10 years ago? If anything happens to Song Wannuan, I'll take down the entire Imperial Academy, came the cold voice of the underworld god of war. His figure flickered and disappeared into the distance. There were very few in the Dragon Kingdom who could utter such words, and the underworld god of war was certainly one of them. What is the relationship between the underworld god of war and Song Wannuan? Isn't Song Wannuan's mentor the Eastern god of war? A teacher asked, puzzled, watching the direction in which the underworld god of war had vanished. Can't you tell? The underworld god of war's name is Song Wannuan, and he's from the same Song family as Song Wannuan. But wasn't the underworld god of war's son unable to awaken his abilities 3 years ago due to a damaged life fate? Not awakening before doesn't mean he never will. Think about it. Who else but the underworld god of war's son could perfectly pass the college entrance exam with 2,000 points? If something really happens with the underworld god of war's character, he truly might take down the Imperial Academy. The 3 mentors all silently prayed for Song Wannuan's safety. Meanwhile, Song Wannuan was searching for his son's whereabouts. Although the protective mechanism on Song Wannuan hadn't been triggered, he couldn't help but worry. Son, your dad's here. Can you hear me? Hiding underground, Song Wannuan initially thought he was hearing things when he heard his father's voice. But when the call came a second time, he cautiously emerged from the ground, concealing himself as he looked towards the sky. Soon, he spotted his father. He had planned to stay hidden underground for 3 days to ensure his safety, but he couldn't wait any longer. I'm here, Song Wannuan shouted loudly. Song Wannuan instantly appeared in front of his son, his face a mix of joy and relief. He lightly punched his son on the chest, speaking with pride. Good job, kid. You even managed to hide from me. Keep it low-key. It's just a little trick, Song Wannuan replied, feigning modesty while his face was full of pride. In front of his father, he didn't need to put on a facade. You didn't embarrass your old man. Come on, this time I'll personally take you to the Imperial capital. Let's see who dares to mess with you, Song Wannuan said with confidence. Dad, you've grown too. In Phoenix City, you're so cautious, but mention the Imperial capital, and you're all fists and fury. I like this tough side of you. While the father and son were talking, neither noticed an ability user emitting a green light quietly lurking in a nearby tree. Holding a transparent cube-like object, the user silently hurled it towards Song Wannuan. Even Song Huangquan didn't detect it. The object hit Song Wannuan, and a transparent bubble enveloped him. In the next moment, Song Wannuan vanished without a trace. The sudden disappearance of Song Wannuan left Song Huangquan in a panic. He had just breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing his son's safe figure, but he hadn't anticipated other enemies lurking in the shadows. In the blink of an eye, a strange light flashed, and Song Wannuan vanished from sight. Ends of the earth. Song Huangquan's pupils contracted as he instantly recognized the spatial artifact. It was originally meant as a life-saving tool, capable of randomly teleporting the target to any corner of Blue Star, but it was used as a tool for ambush. Its lack of offensive nature had led Song Huangquan to momentarily let his guard down. You've gone too far. Song Huangquan's roar was filled with endless grief and indignation. Before the words were out, a surging yellow river suddenly emerged behind him. The water transformed into a monstrous wave, sweeping madly in all directions. In an instant, everything within a radius of several kilometers was obliterated by this terrifying power, including the ability user who ambushed Song Wannuan. At that moment, an elderly figure appeared before Song Huangquan. It was Song Wannuan's master, the Eastern War God. Huangquan, what happened? I was careless, and they used ends of the earth to teleport Wannuan away. I have no idea where he is now. Song Huangquan replied, suppressing his anger. Ends of the earth. The Eastern War God looked grave. If he was teleported within Dragon Country, that's one thing, but if he's in another country, Wannuan could be in danger. Eastern Senior, I'll leave the task of finding Wannuan to you. I need to make a trip to the beautiful country, Song Huangquan said, his gaze icy with murderous intent. Huangquan, don't act rashly, the Eastern War God urged urgently. Have you forgotten what happened 3 years ago? The beautiful country has already marked you as their top enemy. If you show up, you'll be attacked on sight. Our priority now is to find Wannuan. He might still be within Dragon Country. Though Song Huangquan, as one of Dragon Country's 8 war gods, was incredibly powerful, he was not invincible. 3 years ago, he had caused havoc in the beautiful country and barely escaped with serious injuries. Now that they were prepared, going back could mean certain death. What if Wannuan has been teleported out of Dragon Country? Song Huangquan's eyes burned with rage. As a father, how can I gamble with my son's safety? I said 3 years ago, if anyone dares to harm a hair on my son's head, I will make their entire clan pay with their lives. Since the beautiful country dared to plan this, they should be prepared to pay a bloody price. Was this the work of the beautiful country? The Eastern War God cautiously raised the question. As the war god of the Dragon Nation, Song Huangquan's every move could influence the national situation. Although the Dragon Nation was not weak, it had not yet reached the point where it could overpower other countries, so caution was necessary at every turn. A hint of coldness flashed in Song Huangquan's eyes. Whether it's the beautiful country's doing is no longer important. If they did it, they deserve to die. If not, consider it retribution for the injuries they caused me 3 years ago and the harm they did to my son's destiny. I never said I would let that go. His words concealed deeper considerations. He knew that his actions would inevitably cause a stir, and the bigger the commotion, the better it would protect Song Wannuan's safety. This was a deterrent, a message to all nations about the high cost of harming Song Wannuan. Before the Eastern War God could respond, Song Huangquan had already turned and walked away. Watching his resolute back, the Eastern War God shook his head helplessly. That mad dog, still as troublesome as ever after 20 years. This time, he'll likely cause another big uproar. Despite his words, the Eastern War God was also filled with rage. Song Wannuan was the only disciple he had taken in all these years, and these foreign forces dared to act so recklessly within the Dragon Nation, as if they had no regard for it. He turned to the 3 teachers from the Imperial Capital Academy and said gravely, immediately report Song Wannuan's situation to the elders at the Imperial Capital Academy and see what their stance is. Remember to tell them, Song Wannuan is not only my disciple, but also Song Huangquan's son. The 3 teachers respectfully complied. As the Eastern War God left to arrange follow-up actions, other reinforcements gradually arrived at this remote location. One teacher promptly organized the safe return of the new students to the Imperial Capital Academy. Due to Song Wannuan's special status, not only a peerless prodigy who had perfectly passed the college entrance exam with 2,000 points, but also the disciple of the Eastern War God and the son of the war god Huangquan's entire Dragon Nation was bustling with activity over this matter. Meanwhile, Song Wannuan was trudging through a cave filled with excrement, clutching his nose. After finally emerging from the cave, he found himself halfway up a mountain, overlooking an endless expanse of primeval forest. He took out his phone, only to find there was no signal, just the time. Mother, where have I been transported to? He muttered to himself. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a deafening cry echoed from the sky, followed by the descent of a colossal creature. Seeing the situation, Song Wannuan's heart pounded with fear. In his line of sight, A massive king-class flying Biasta golden-scaled eagle was emitting a piercing screech. Without a moment to spare, he leapt from the mountainside. The eagle's sharp eyes were locked onto Song Wannuan. Its enormous wings spread wide as it dove toward him. This big guy thinks I'm food, Song Wannuan thought to himself. In a critical moment, he quickly activated his invisibility skill, simultaneously reducing his size. The sudden change left the eagle confused midair. It flapped its wings perplexedly and eventually chose to fly toward a cave on the mountainside. Meanwhile, Song Wannuan was plummeting rapidly and immediately used his top-tier skill on himself. This proven skill ensured he would not be injured from a high fall. Unexpectedly, he didn't land on the ground but instead came to a steady stop atop a tree's slender branch, which didn't move at all. So, being at the top tier really puts me at the highest level in this space. Song Wannuan realized while standing on the branch. If I maintain this skill, wouldn't I be nearly invincible? This skill allowed him not only to go underground and underwater, but also to evade various attacks. However, the most pressing task was to quickly leave and return to his original location. Without being able to check his coordinates, he had no idea where he was. Enlarge, enlarge, enlarge. Song Wannuan suddenly shouted, activating his enlargement skill. Instantly, his body expanded rapidly, growing 10 times its original size within seconds. Thanks to the top-tier skill, even with his enormous size, he maintained agility, moving like a nimble monkey across the treetops. 20 minutes later, with tenfold speed, he had traveled 50 to 60 kilometers. Yet, the endless expanse of the primeval forest stretched before him. Could this be the Bermuda Forest connecting the 9 countries? He speculated. Just as he was about to press on, a wave of intense dizziness hit him. Not good. I've overexerted myself, he murmured as his body rapidly shrank, plummeting to the ground. Fortunately, with his body at the golden realm of strength, he performed a light flip just before landing, touching down gracefully. At that point, all the effects of his skills had dissipated. It seems these skills aren't limitless, not as overpowered as I thought, Song Wannuan muttered, then proceeded to run a full body check. Soon, another pop-up window appeared in front of him besides the one indicating his damaged fate. Song Wannuan didn't hesitate to choose the option to repair his physical anomalies. The system immediately responded. Repair will cost 2,000 spirit stones and take 10 seconds. In just 10 seconds, Song Wannuan felt a surge of energy within him, and all his functions were restored to their peak state. He silently calculated that this repair cost him 1,000 more spirit stones than the last time, indicating that as his physical strength increased, the repair costs would only continue to rise. At that moment, a faint rustling sound came from the nearby bushes, causing Song Wannuan to tense up immediately. In this Bermuda forest, the most terrifying thing wasn't the harsh environment, but the various exotic beasts that inhabited it. This place was a paradise for exotic beasts, with so many species that they could fill a comprehensive encyclopedia of alien beasts on Blue Star. This is precisely why few ability users on Blue Star dared to venture into this forbidden area alone. The sound grew closer, and Song Wannuan's heartbeat quickened. Soon, he saw what was in the bushes, a pure white ant the size of a human foot. It was crystal clear like a work of art, with the most striking features being its long antennae and those sharp, eerie black glowing mandibles. Army ants. Song Wannuan's pupils contracted sharply. He had learned about this type of exotic beast in textbooks. Although a single one only had the strength of the black iron level, they never acted alone. Every appearance was in the billions. All other exotic beasts avoided them, yet there was nothing they could do about them. These ants were the most troublesome street hooligans in this forest. Just as Song Wannuan was about to get up and escape, he realized he was already surrounded by a dense mass of white army ants. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he quickly set up several barriers around him to try to block them, but these barriers could only hold for 3 minutes before being completely devoured. Let's try some tactics. Today, I'll use you to earn some battle merits, Song Wannuan said sternly as he opened Excel. Instantly, countless cells unfolded in the air, enveloping the surrounding army ants. Clear cells. With a loud shout from him, hundreds of army ants vanished without a trace. As Song Wannuan unleashed his skill, the army ants within a radius of several dozen meters vanished without a trace. However, the joy of victory was short-lived as a new wave of ants surged forward like a tide, filling the battlefield once more. At that moment, Song Wannuan sensed something unusual. He glanced at his honor wristband and saw that his battle points had jumped from 0 to 210. Each of these black iron-level army ants was worth only 1 point. Compared to the billions of ants, 210 seemed insignificant. Come on, let's have a good fight this time. Song Wannuan drew his saber from his storage space and used his skill to enlarge it. In an instant, a massive saber over 20 meters long swung in his hand, each sweep cutting down dozens of army ants. With the physical strength of the Golden Realm, Song Wannuan was like a tiger among sheep in this swarm of black iron-level army ants. Wherever his saber went, the ants were torn apart. One stroke after another, the pile of ant corpses grew, and his battle points quickly surpassed 10,000. However, the continuous fighting left Song Wannuan breathless and drenched in sweat. Despite the disparity in individual strength, the ant swarm seemed endless, continuously surging forward. This was the most terrifying aspect of army ants. They were nearly impossible to kill off completely and could exhaust their enemies. Seeing his stamina depleting, Song Wannuan made a swift decision to spend 2,000 spirit stones to restore his condition. A new round of battle began. This time, he changed his strategy, setting aside the giant saber in favor of using side frames. In an instant, countless black spikes descended from above, turning the ground within several dozen meters into a field of thorns. Yet, the army ants swiftly devoured their fallen comrades and continued advancing. An idea struck Song Wannuan. He picked up a palm-sized stone and used his copy-paste skill. As these copies were hurled into the air, he once again employed the enlarged skill. Instantly, massive stones fell from the sky, crushing the dense swarm of ants into pulp. The effectiveness of this strike was a revelation. He quickly inserted a stone pillar, elevating himself to a higher vantage point, where he commenced a new tactic raining down giant stones on the ants below. Each attack reaped substantial rewards, revealing the best method to combat these tiny yet formidable foes. The casualties among the army ants continued to rise, while Song Wannuan's battle achievements kept accumulating. After more than an hour of intense fighting, nearly 100,000 army ants had fallen at his hands. However, at this moment, Song Wannuan frowned deeply, looking serious. In just this short time, he had consumed 5 spirit stones entirely to repair abnormal states, which meant 10,000 spirit stones were used up. What was more worrying was that the swarm of army ants ahead seemed endless, a dark, unending tide. If things continued at this rate, even if he exhausted all his spirit stones, it might still be impossible to annihilate all these army ants. Once the spirit stones were depleted, his situation would become extremely dangerous. With the situation critical, Song Wannuan made a decisive move. While manipulating enlarged boulders to clear the path ahead, he kept inserting stone pillars as footholds, advancing at full speed. Yet, despite racing for dozens of minutes, he still could not break through the dense encirclement of army ants. Then, an unexpected event occurred. Song Wannuan's body suddenly froze on top of a stone pillar, his eyes becoming vacant. It wasn't due to encountering something terrifying, but because a familiar ding-ding-ding sound suddenly echoed in his mind, the notification sound for unlocking new software. The system prompt appeared. Penguin chat is unlocking, currently at 0.1, remaining time 9 minutes and 59 seconds. What the heck, it's Penguin chat, Song Wannuan exclaimed. This was the software that accompanied him through his entire youth, carrying countless memories, and his anticipation for it had reached its peak. Those 10 minutes felt like an eternity for Song Wannuan. When Penguin chat was finally fully unlocked, he immediately set up dozens of stone pillars beneath him for defense and began to carefully explore this new feature. Opening the chat list, he discovered there were currently only 4 contacts: his father, mother, Xiao Jinjin Yunda, and Tang Qiqi. Xiaoyi, why are there only 4 people in the list? Song Wannuan asked curiously. Only those with a favorability rating of 90 or above can automatically be added to the friend list, Xiao Yi explained. Ah, I see, Song Wannuan realized. These 4 were indeed the people he trusted most on Blue Star. As for his big dad, second dad, and his chief mentor, the Eastern War God, their favorability hadn't reached this standard yet. So how do I chat with them? Click on their avatar, and you can start a conversation with them, Xiao Yi replied. That's amazing. Click an avatar to chat? Even if we're miles apart. Yes. Awesome, Song Wannuan shouted excitedly. This was another godly feature. He could finally have remote conversations with his father. Song Wannuan was completely absorbed in exploring the software, momentarily forgetting to reassure his dad. His attention was caught by the familiar icons on the interface, especially the 2 that stood out to him: Penguin Farm and Penguin Ranch. Weren't these the very applications that had accompanied countless people through their youth? If I could post on social media, I'd say, surrounded by billions of army ants, what to do? Waiting online, quite urgent. He mused to himself, already picturing a selfie of him with the army ants. Glancing at the dense swarm of army ants below the stone pillar, he realized that despite their numbers, it would take them a while to damage the pillars. Seizing this opportunity, Song Wannuan decisively opened the farm function. In an instant, his consciousness was transported to a plot of reddish-brown land. The farm, though not large, appeared exceptionally fertile, reminding him of his past experiences of planting crops in games. Will things grow quickly here like they used to? He wondered. He quickly searched through the items stored in his cloud drive. Although he had ample supplies of essentials like food and water, there weren't many things suitable for planting. Suddenly, he remembered the dragon Ganoderma he had stolen from the Lu Familia, treasure of such high level that replicating it with his current abilities would take 3 months, so he had kept it safely stored. Even better, this dragon Ganoderma had been activated by the Lu family and could be planted directly. He swiftly took out the dragon Ganoderma and planted it in the soil at his feet. As soon as it touched the ground, it took root rapidly, thriving with vitality, unlike its previous withered state. A faint glow began to emanate from it, with a small dragon's silhouette hovering above. The system notified him. 5 minutes until maturity. Please be ready to harvest. Just 5 minutes. I can wait, Song Wannuan said as he continued to reinforce the stone pillar beneath him. As a former programmer, he had an unwavering determination to understand all the functions of new software, and he was focused on exploring every feature of Penguin Chat. Fortunately, despite their vast numbers, the army ant's individual attack power was quite limited. 5 minutes flew by, and the dragon Ganoderma finally matured. Song Wannuan promptly clicked to harvest it, and a dragon Ganoderma of even better quality than before appeared in the farm's storage room. To his surprise, when he looked back at the original planting spot, he found that another dragon Ganoderma had sprouted there. Song Wannuan stared at the message in front of him. 10 days until maturity, unable to hide his excitement. This meant that every 10 days, he could harvest a precious dragon Lingji. As he glanced over the roughly 1-acre farm, his mind began to plan. Bermuda Forest is not just a paradise for exotic beasts, but also a treasure trove of natural wonders. Since I'm here, I can't leave empty-handed, he thought to himself, preparing to thoroughly search the forest later. Having familiarized himself with the farm's functions, Song Wannuan turned his attention to the pasture. In an instant, the scene shifted to reveal a vast expanse 10 times larger than the farm. The diverse terrain featured rolling mountains, lush forests, scattered shrubs, and clear ponds, giving him a sense of commanding all creation. The pasture was currently empty, and Song Wannuan's gaze fell on a moving army of ants beneath his feet. A smile crept onto his face. Why not catch a few army ants to experiment with? As soon as he spoke, a large net appeared out of thin air, capturing dozens of army ants and transferring them to the pasture. The army ants, suddenly in a new environment, were momentarily bewildered. After all, they were only low-level exotic beasts of the black iron rank. But soon, instinct drove them to start building nests among the shrubs. Come here, Song Wannuan softly commanded. Several army ants were immediately controlled by an invisible force and floated in front of him. Go over there, into the pool. With his command, the ants were instantly thrown into the water. Ha ha ha, I was right. In this pasture, I am the master. My little darlings, your daddy is here. Song Wannuan laughed excitedly. He exited the pasture consciousness and looked back at the ant army beneath him with newfound joy, devoid of any previous fear. A bold idea formed in his mind. If he could tame these army ants, anyone who dared to provoke him in the future would have to face the consequences of unleashing the ants. With this thought, he confidently jumped off the stone pillar and stepped into the ant swarm. Opening a gap in the pasture, he used himself as bait, waiting for the army ants to swarm in. These not-so-intelligent army ants fell for the trap, rushing towards Song Wannuan. Yet, once they entered the pasture, they were entirely under his control. More and more army ants were collected by him. Come on, little darlings, more of you. The more the better. I'm the big bad tiger, Song Wannuan shouted smugly, teasing these normally fearsome creatures. He might have been the first person ever to show such a face to army ants. Suddenly, with a splash, a jet of water unexpectedly sprayed onto his face. This unforeseen occurrence made Song Wannuan instantly alert as he cautiously scanned his surroundings. A sudden burst of water caught Song Wannuan off guard, with cool droplets splashing onto his face. As the owner of the ranch, he knew every inch of his land, so there shouldn't have been any surprises. He quickly scanned the surroundings, but found nothing unusual. No hostility, Song Wannuan thought, touching his wet face. The force of the water wasn't strong, more like a playful prank. As he pondered, another water jet shot through the air. This time he was ready, deftly dodging it. As he turned, he caught a glimpse of a black and white figure, but it vanished in an instant, seemingly slipping into an invisible watery realm. Can it move through the void? Song Wannuan's eyes widened in astonishment at such a remarkable ability. When the third water jet came, he chose to stand his ground. Using his authority as the ranch owner, he directly pulled the mysterious figure from the void. What he saw left him completely stunned. It was just an ordinary penguin, the kind you'd commonly find in an aquarium. Short legs, a round body, and an adorably clueless expression. Instead of panicking, the penguin curiously gazed at him with big, watery eyes. A system notification popped up. Your pet thanks you for playing hide and seek with him. Affection increased by 10 points. Current affection level, 10. Then Song Wannuan realized this was the manifested form of his pet from the Penguin Chat app, and it seemed to possess an incredible ability to traverse through space. In his ranch, over which he had absolute control, this penguin could come and go freely. Since you're my pet, I should give you a name, Song Wannuan said, looking at the penguin. Though he was good at giving people nicknames, like calling Yun the little rascal, he often found himself at a loss for words when it came to serious naming. You're so round and clumsy looking. How about Ball? He suggested, but the penguin just stared at him with its big, naive eyes. Can't you be a bit smarter? You're so dopey, like a fool. Song Wannuan said, as he reached out to pat the penguin's head. The system immediately provided another notification. Your pet felt the love from your pat. Affection 10, current affection level, 20. Well, no matter what, you're my first pet. Song Wannuan gently stroked the little penguin's head in front of him, a warm smile on his face. Chocho, from now on, you'll stay by my side. As soon as the name was settled, a system prompt appeared. Your pet thanks you for giving him a name. Affection 10, current affection 30. Xiaoyi, what's the use of Chocho's affection level? Song Wannuan asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Different affection levels mean different levels of dependency on the owner, Xiaoyi patiently explained. The higher the affection, the greater the dependency, and the more the pet can do for the owner. When the affection reaches 100, the pet will never betray, and there might be unexpected benefits. Unexpected benefits? I look forward to that day, Song Wannuan said with a smile, though inwardly he scoffed at the idea of being able to do more for the owner. Looking at Chocho's adorable appearance, he couldn't imagine how this little fellow could be of any help. Your pet is hungry. Please feed it promptly. A new prompt suddenly appeared. You really are a little foodie. Song Wannuan chuckled as he retrieved a bag of chips from his online storage. As a professional onlooker, his storage was filled with snacks, especially sunflower seeds, which were essential for watching dramas. He carefully offered a chip to Chocho. The little penguin sniffed it with its round nose before taking a bite. In the next moment, Chocho's eyes seemed to light up, and its tiny flippers started flapping eagerly, clearly asking for more. Amused by its cuteness, Song Wannuan handed over the entire bag of chips. Watching Chocho devour them, another prompt appeared. Your pet thanks you for feeding him delicious food. Affection 10, current affection 40. Since your pet's affection for you has reached 40, intelligence 5. This prompt caught Song Wannuan's attention. He observed Chocho, who was focused on eating chips, and noticed that although its appearance hadn't changed, there was a newfound liveliness in its round eyes, less dullness. Increased intelligence is good, Song Wannuan nodded in satisfaction. I, as such a clever, brave, and resourceful owner, can't have a silly pet. He turned his gaze to the pasture, where countless army ants were continuously pouring in. Interestingly, as the number of ants increased, the pasture's area was slowly but surely expanding. This was a relief to Song Wannuan's original patch of shrubs was clearly insufficient for such a large ant colony, but fortunately, the pasture was smart enough to adapt and expand on its own. After a long period of time, Song Wannuan managed to collect over 50 million army ants. The remaining ants seemed to receive some invisible command and began to retreat in unison. If I'm not mistaken, the queen ant must have given the order to retreat. Song Wannuan observed the orderly withdrawal of the army ants, a flicker of thought crossing his mind. He briefly considered capturing the queen ant, but quickly dismissed the idea with reason. Although the ranch allowed him to easily capture a large number of army ants, this ability was passive and could not initiate attacks. Recklessly pursuing the queen ant would be suicidal. It's better to be safe than sorry. If something went wrong here, there would be nowhere to cry. Song Wannuan shook his head, closed the ranch, and turned to his pet beside him. Chocho, stop eating and come with me to collect treasures. To his surprise, even after closing the ranch, Chocho remained clearly visible and seemed to follow him freely, unaffected by the environment. At the moment, Chocho was engrossed in enjoying potato chips, ignoring his master's call, as if nothing in the world was more important than the chips. Song Wannuan didn't urge it further and swiftly moved ahead. The retreat of the army ants had led to the surrounding exotic beasts withdrawing, making it an excellent opportunity to search for rare treasures. Chocho waddled its round little legs, floating as if in water, following closely without being bound by gravity. Suddenly, Song Wannuan remembered something and quickly opened Penguin Chat. He had promised to assure his father of his safety, but got so caught up exploring the features of Penguin Chat that he forgot. He quickly opened Song Huangshuan's profile and sent a message. Dad, don't be too shocked to hear my voice. It's me, your handsome, smart, and witty son. I'm safe and not being hunted, just wanted to let you know. Based on my judgment, I should be in the Bermuda forest, though I'm not exactly sure of my location yet. But don't worry, everything's fine on my end, and I've collected quite a few rare treasures. Just relax and wait for me to return home. That's basically it, report over. He playfully added a whoosh sound effect at the end. Xiaoyi, can my dad reply to the message I sent? Song Wannuan asked out of curiosity. No, these messages are one-way, Xiaoyi replied succinctly. This feature isn't great, it's like sending a text message, Song Wannuan pouted, but soon shifted his focus back to the search at hand. In the brief time he spent sending the message, he had already discovered several precious treasures. The rare and precious treasures of nature such as shieling leaf, cloud grass, litu fruit, thick earth ganoderma, azure flame grass, black gastrodia, muling three-needle flower, tianfei fruit, corrosive heart mushroom, thousand gold vine, and illusionary heart grass were quietly growing in the forest. The mystical beasts that usually guarded them were nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, In a hidden location in the beautiful country, a monumental confrontation was unfolding. Song Huangquan stood alone, facing dozens of powerful rulers of the beautiful country. The leader, a man with a hooked nose, glared with bloodshot eyes and gritted his teeth, saying, Song Huangquan, how dare you act without honor, ambushing and killing hundreds of our prodigies. Today, we will stop at nothing to take your life. Song Huangquan's lips curled into a slight smile, his gaze piercing. We have a saying in the dragon country. Those who love are loved in return. Those who kill will be killed. Your beautiful country attacked our prodigies, and I merely responded in kind. Remember, as long as I, Song Huangquan, am alive, your country will forever live in fear. At this tense moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in Song Huangquan's mind. The cheeky tone and unique way of speaking instantly confirmed it was his son, Song Wannuan. Although he didn't know how his son managed it, learning that he was safe in the Bermuda forest gave Song Huangquan a bit of relief. Song Huangquan, prepare to die. A powerful ruler initiated an attack. Unfazed, Song Huangquan flipped his hand to pull out a bottle of Erguo. Those who knew him were aware this was his signature move before unleashing havoc, often saying, I offer you a cup of wine to send you to the Yellow Springs. After downing it in one gulp, a yellow river appeared behind him. Watch out, it's Song Huangquan's power, the Yellow Springs. It's not ranked in the top 100, but it should not be underestimated, the hook-nosed man urgently warned. Yellow Springs torrent, Song Huangquan shouted, and the yellow river behind him surged into a massive wave crashing toward the crowd. 3 ability users quickly formed a triangle around him, combining their efforts to withstand the terrifying assault. The remaining ability users seized the opportunity to unleash a storm of attacks. Ice shackles, meteor fire rain, desolate stone spear. Various abilities surged towards Song Huangquan, sealing off all possible escape routes. Facing the overwhelming attacks, Song Huangquan let a cold smile play on his lips. I declare you guilty. Judgment. Song Huangquan's roar echoed through the skies. In an instant, the once turbulent waves transformed into countless yellow lightning bolts, spreading in all directions. In a flash, much of the sky over the United States was engulfed in this lightning, with blinding flashes illuminating the heavens. On the ground, the people looked up in terror and hurriedly sought refuge indoors. The 3 ability users who had intercepted him were dumbfounded, never expecting the massive waves to suddenly turn into lightning. This ability was far beyond their comprehension of supernatural powers. Thud, 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 the unprepared ability users at the king level were struck by lightning one after another. Nearly half of them spat blood on the spot, while the others were severely injured and fell to the ground. Your power isn't Huangquan at all, but judgment of sequence 48. The hook-nosed man stared at Song Huangquan in disbelief. All these years, we've been completely in the dark. Indeed, the United States had amassed volumes of intelligence on Song Huangquan, all indicating his ability as Huangquan, even earning him the title of Huangquan War God. Who could have imagined that the renowned Huangquan War God's true ability was actually judgment of sequence 48? If you knew everything, I would have been dead long ago, Song Huangquan said coldly. Judgment. With his roar, the yellow lightning coalesced into several thunder dragons, which began to ruthlessly devour the surrounding American ability users. Quick, call for help from District 13, the hook-nosed man shouted in panic. Clearly, they had underestimated Song Huangquan's strength, initially believing that dozens of king-level ability users would be enough to kill him. Want to call for help? Too late. Song Huangquan smirked as he controlled the thunder dragons, annihilating dozens of king-level ability users in just 10 seconds. Listen up, you little scoundrels of the United States. Song Huangquan's voice resonated across the sky. If you dare to harm a single hair on the head of our Dragon Kingdom's prodigies, today is just the beginning. I will make the entire United States live in fear. I will become your eternal nightmare. When I, Song Huangquan, speak, I mean it. Before his words had even fully settled, Song Huangquan's figure had vanished from the sky. His intention was to prevent Song Wannuan from being targeted outside the Dragon Kingdom, starting with the United States to make a bloody statement. But since he had confirmed Song Wannuan was in the Bermuda forest, there was no need for further slaughter. By the time the United States realized what had happened, Song Huangquan was long gone. Despite his bold words, he remained extremely cautious. After all, as one of the 5 major powers on the blue planet, the United States also possessed saint-level powerhouses, though they rarely act unless absolutely necessary. If the sage truly decided to act against him, Song Huangquan knew he would be in grave danger. Understanding this, he immediately decided to retreat before any other strong figures or the sage from the beautiful country could appear. His next destination was the Bermuda forest, where he intended to bring his son back home. Song Huangquan moved like a swift wind, leaving no trace of his presence. As he departed, only the corpses scattered across the ground bore witness to his visit. This battle would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the entire blue planet. once again demonstrating to the world the terrifying power of the youngest war god from the dragon country. Having slain over 100 king-level ability users, he had twice wreaked havoc in the beautiful country and escaped unscathed. Even though he nearly lost his life last time, he managed to survive. While Song Huangquan was unleashing his fury, his son, Song Wannuan, was thoroughly enjoying himself in the Bermuda Forest. He had gained a lot during his time there, filling his entire farm with rare treasures he had collected. Although the farm was expanding, it required time. Faced with the limitations of his planting space, Song Wannuan turned his attention to the exotic beasts in the forest. He felt that relying solely on millions of army ants was too monotonous, so he decided to add some exotic beasts to his ranch. However, he was well aware that adult exotic beasts were intelligent and difficult to tame, posing a significant risk to his life. Thus, he planned to start with the young beasts and eggs, bringing them back to his ranch for nurturing. Chochio, do you see those blue flame phoenix eggs on the big tree over there? Song Wannuan pointed in the distance. Help me steal them and bring them to the ranch, and I'll reward you with 2 bags of chips. Enticed by the promise of 2 bags of chips, Chochio eagerly nodded in agreement. It leaped into the air as if diving into an invisible pool, causing a slight ripple in the space before vanishing. Song Wannuan activated his color-fill skill to hide his presence, isolating his aura with a grid, and waited quietly. 20 minutes passed, and Chochio had not yet returned. Just as Song Wannuan began to worry that the creature might have misunderstood, a thunderous cry echoed through the forest. A powerful king-level aura, accompanied by a sweeping wave of blue flames, engulfed the area, turning everything in its path to ashes. This startled Song Wannuan so much that he didn't have time to think. He turned around and sprinted away. It was uncertain whether the surrounding barriers could withstand the intense blue flames. If the defenses failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. What on earth did this fool do to enrage the blue flame phoenix to such an extent? Song Wannuan pondered as he ran. The blue flame phoenix in the sky had lost all reason, letting out an earth-shattering roar, as if it intended to reduce everything to ashes. After running nearly 20 miles, Song Wannuan finally dared to stop. He leaned against a sturdy tree trunk, panting heavily, with cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Even from a distance, the high temperature from those blue flames felt potent enough to incinerate everything. Just then, Chochio's little head suddenly popped out of nowhere, startling Song Wannuan, who almost instinctively launched an attack. So, did you get the blue flame phoenix's egg? Song Wannuan asked eagerly. Chochio nodded, and then pointed at Song Wannuan's body. Song Wannuan immediately understood that Chochio had already placed the spoils into the ranch. He quickly set up protective barriers around him, and then directed his consciousness into the ranch space. Sure enough, there was a new bird's nest on a big tree, quietly holding 3 eggs. You silly thing, you took the whole nest? No wonder the blue flame phoenix was so furious. Song Wannuan couldn't help but laugh. He had only wanted 1 egg, and forgot to clarify with Chochio. After checking the condition of the eggs, the system indicated that they would hatch in 3 days. In 3 days, we'll see baby phoenixes. I just wonder how long it'll take them to grow up, Song Wannuan thought with anticipation. Chochio, let's keep going. Just having the blue flame phoenix isn't enough. We need to get other exotic beasts too. As soon as Song Wannuan said this, Chochio eagerly pointed at him, making an eating gesture, as if asking for the promised chips. Chochio, you need to think bigger and not just focus on small gains. You'll definitely get your 2 bags of chips, and if you help me get more exotic beast eggs or cubs, there's a whole box of spicy sticks waiting for you. The most delicious snacks in Longwa. You haven't tried them yet, have you? But Chochio seemed uninterested in the proposal, persistently miming for the chips. Sigh. Chochio, you're thinking too small. But since I promised, I'll keep my word. Song Wannuan reluctantly pulled out 2 bags of chips and handed them over. A flicker of excitement flashed in Chochio's eyes as its small hands grabbed the chips and tucked them into its embrace, making them disappear instantly. You have gained Chochio's trust. Affection 10, current affection 50. Hey, Chochio, where did you hide the chips? Song Wannuan asked curiously. Ignoring the prompt, Song Wannuan focused intently on examining the ball in his hands. His fingers gently traced its smooth surface, yet he couldn't find any hidden compartments or openings for storing items. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the ball suddenly pressed its tiny hands against its round belly and gave a light tug out of nowhere. A bag of chips appeared in its hand. The gesture seemed to boast to Song Wannuan. See, it's that simple. You little guy, could it be that you have a storage space inside your belly? Song Wannuan exclaimed in amazement. The ball tilted its head, and whether it understood him or not, it pressed the chips back against its belly, making the bag vanish without a trace. Instead of being troubled by the ball's magical ability, Song Wannuan was thrilled. He quickly came up with a brilliant idea to use snacks as a reward to have the ball borrow some exotic beast cubs and eggs from the Bermuda Forest. To his delight, the ball's performance exceeded expectations. Every time it ventured out, it managed to gather all the young of a particular exotic beast species, leaving none behind. Even more impressive was its discerning eye. The offspring it brought back were of top quality, including many with diamond-level bloodlines, and even some with royal lineage. In just one day, Song Wannuan's ranch was teeming with over 500 various exotic beasts. However, this large-scale relocation caused an uproar in the Bermuda forest. Many exotic beasts, upon discovering their offspring missing, suspected other beasts of devouring their young to enhance their own strength. The forest was soon engulfed in chaotic battles, with scenes of devastation unfolding one after another. Ball, it's time to go home. Song Wannuan quickly called out to the ball upon seeing the situation. He picked a direction and sped away without looking back, ignoring the treasures and other beast offspring he encountered. The haul this time was more than enough. Selling just a few would easily raise 1,000,000 spirit stones, sufficient to repair his fate. In fact, Song Wannuan had been stuck in a rut. After arriving on Blue Star, he was used to relying on himself for everything, subconsciously seeing his father as the money-draining, crippled Song Lao San, forgetting that his current father was the youngest war god of the Dragon Kingdom. He had only learned of this identity just before being ambushed at Tianya Haijiao. If Song Huangquan knew that only 1,000,000 spirit stones were needed to repair his son's fate, he would undoubtedly raise the funds immediately, even if it cost tens of millions or more. However, for Song Wannuan, who possessed a golden finger, awakening a supernatural ability seemed more like a bonus than a necessity. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder. I wonder what kind of ability I'll awaken. According to his father, exceptional parents often produce even more exceptional offspring. Given that Song Huangquan possessed the 48th ranked judgment ability and had become the youngest war god of the Dragon Kingdom, it stood to reason that once Song Wannuan awakened, he might surpass his father. Song Wannuan leaned against an ancient towering tree, gazing thoughtfully at the undulating forest in the distance. From any angle, my abilities shouldn't be inferior to Xiao Jianjian's. He's awakened the sequence 16 moral ability. With my genetic makeup, I should at least awaken an ability in the top 10 sequences, right? He took stock of the skills he currently possessed. Defense, attack, and survival abilities were all quite comprehensive. Yet deep down, he felt he lacked a truly awe-inspiring offensive power, one that could instill fear in his enemies. If he had seen Song Huangquan's previous battles, he might have been thrilled to discover that was the very form of ability he longed for. Having been transported to the Bermuda forest by the ends of the earth for 2 days, Song Wannuan pushed his speed to the limit, running relentlessly. Whenever his stamina was about to deplete, he would decisively use spirit stones to recover. However, even after sprinting for a full 2 hours, the vast forest seemed endless. If this keeps up, by the time I return to the Dragon Kingdom, I might miss the Imperial Academy's freshman competition. Song Wannuan frowned slightly. I promised my master I'd take first place. Looks like I'll have to trouble my dad. He opened his chat app and found his father's avatar. Dad, help. I was fine when I came here, but now I can't get back. I'll light a signal fire in the forest in half an hour. When you see it, you'll know I'm nearby. After sending the message, Song Wannuan couldn't help but complain to the system assistant, Xiaoi. When will we be able to have two-way conversations? This one-sided texting is so inefficient. Once the computer configuration and operating system are fully upgraded to the 2nd generation, Xiaoi replied. It can be upgraded to the 2nd generation? Song Wannuan's eyes lit up. He had thought that enhancing physical and soul strength was merely about upgrading computer specs. As long as the conditions are met, it can be upgraded to the 2nd, 3rd, 4th generation, and so on, Xiaoi explained. Upgrading to the 2nd generation requires physical and soul strength exceeding 100,000, plus 1,000,000 battle merits. So it's related to battle merits too? Song Wannuan pondered. Is the unlocking of the chat app also tied to battle merits? I remember it unlocked unexpectedly, and my physical and soul strength hadn't increased much at that time. That's correct. Reaching 100,000 battle merits fulfilled the unlocking condition for the chat app. After upgrading to the 2nd generation, will there be a significant performance boost? For example, the ability to replicate skills. Currently, I can only replicate tangible objects and struggle with conceptual ones, Song Wannuan continued to inquire. For example, other people's powers? A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Song Wannuan's eyes as he asked a question he had long been curious about. Ever since acquiring the ability to replicate, he had pondered this possibility, but success eluded him. Replicating a skill required locking onto a target with a cursor, and an ability, being an intangible force, couldn't be locked onto. Yes, Xiaoi replied with unwavering certainty. Hearing this, a faint smile crept on Song Wannuan's lips. A daring thought surfaced in his mind. If his special ability could level up to a 2nd generation, repairing his fate might not be so crucial. After all, what power could compare to the godlike ability to replicate? With this sense of satisfaction, Song Wannuan turned his focus to the task at hand. He carefully placed stone pillars in the Bermuda forest, creating an isolated vacuum zone to prevent the spread of fire. Although, truth be told, even if the flames did spread, it wouldn't be much of an issue. Unlike Earth, The Bermuda Forest on Blue Star was home to numerous exotic beasts capable of easily extinguishing flames. If it weren't for them, the battles of fire element beasts would have long turned the forest to ash. Meanwhile, Song Huangquan had ventured deep into the Bermuda Forest, unable to pinpoint Song Wenwan's exact location due to the vastness of the area. More troubling was the fact that he couldn't risk calling out loudly. The number of king-level beasts in this forest far exceeded the number of king-level ability users in the United States, and attracting their attention would lead to dire consequences. As he cautiously searched, Song Huangquan noticed fierce battles erupting throughout the forest. Although unaware of the details, his instincts told him it likely involved the Everestless Song Wenwan. At that moment, Song Wenwan's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. This brat, Song Huangquan muttered to himself, only thinks of me when he can't find his way back. If he could return on his own, I'd have made this trip for nothing. Despite the complaint, he felt a sense of relief being able to communicate with him through some mysterious means at least indicated Song Wenwan was safe. Half an hour later, Song Huangquan followed the direction of the smoke signal and quickly reached the target location, though he didn't immediately see Song Wenwan. That brat is as cunning as ever, he nodded to himself. But it's a good habit. Cunning means survival. Brat, your dad's here to pick you up. He deliberately kept his voice low, ensuring it only traveled within a mile around the smoke. Sure enough, before long, Song Wenwan appeared. Dad, over here, he waved to his father. Just as Song Huangquan was about to leap towards him, the forest erupted with furious roars. A large number of beasts, including several king-level ones, were charging towards the smoke's direction. Song Huangquan's expression turned grim. Faced with the sudden turn of events, Song Huangquan swiftly moved and appeared in front of Song Wenwan. A flash of urgency crossed his eyes as he grabbed her arm and urgently whispered, "Let's go." He then dragged her away at high speed. The sky was filled with countless exotic beasts, blocking out the sun. Even with Song Huangquan's abilities, breaking through alone was a challenge, let alone while protecting Song Wenwan. As they flew a short distance, they found themselves surrounded by swarms of flying beasts and king-level beasts. Thousands of beasts were glaring at them menacingly. What did you do to make these beasts so frenzied? Song Huangquan demanded, turning to her. I didn't do anything, just sold a few small items, Song Wenwan replied innocently, blinking. I don't think their craziness has much to do with me. When I was hiding earlier, no beasts chased me. Dad, could it be that you brought the beasts here? Song Huangquan didn't have time to dwell on why the beasts had gone wild. Their priority was to escape. No more pointless talk. Do you have a way out? He knew his daughter had many secrets, possibly even some special tricks, like the mysterious long-distance communication she had used before. I'm not sure if it'll work, but I'll give it a try. Song Wenwan pulled out 2 stones, her expression serious. Dad, this is our chance. When I say run, just take me and run as fast as you can. Before she finished speaking, she used a color-filling skill to make herself and her father invisible. Then, using enlargement and enhancement skills, she transformed the stones into decoys identical in size to them. Finally, she applied a submersion skill to send the stone figures plummeting to the ground. It was her first time using so many skills simultaneously. Run! With Song Wenwan's command, Song Huangquan bolted out of the encirclement with her. At that moment, the stone figures hit the ground. The swarm of beasts in the sky immediately surged towards the falling targets. But just as the stone figures hit the ground, they mysteriously vanished, thanks to the submersion skill. The beasts were momentarily thrown into chaos, unable to comprehend the scene before them having watched their prey fall, only to see them suddenly disappear. In shock, the beasts began to furiously attack the area around the impact site, quickly reducing it to a cratered wasteland. Finally, after a series of intense attacks, they discovered 2 stone figures hidden underground only to realize they were mere decoys. Instantly, the entire space was filled with the furious roars of beasts. Roar, a whoop, hiss. Various mythical creatures let out deafening cries of anger, frantically searching for Song Wenwan and Song Huangquan, eager to tear them to pieces. However, it was too late. The 2 had already vanished without a trace. With no outlet for their rage, the beasts gathered their companions and decided to launch a retaliatory attack on the human world. This sudden beast tide swept across 9 countries bordering the Bermuda Forest, catching the residents off guard. They couldn't comprehend what had provoked these creatures and could only respond hastily, striving to defend themselves. This incident later became known as the Day of the Beast Frenzy. Some experts even jokingly compared it to a woman's menstrual cycle, though the interval between the beast's agitation might be longer. Meanwhile, Song Huangquan flew swiftly with Song Wenwan, and only after ensuring there were no pursuers behind them did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at his son with a meaningful gaze. This mysterious young man had not only survived in a place forbidden to superhumans, but had also caused the entire Bermuda Forest beasts to riot, a feat even the most powerful superhumans would find hard to achieve. Dad, Song Wenwan began to speak, but was suddenly overcome with nausea. It was his first time experiencing such high-speed flight, far more thrilling than a roller coaster. He quickly used 100 spirit stones to remedy this minor issue, finally regaining his composure. All right, Dad, let's go, Song Wannuan said eagerly. We need to hurry back for the Imperial Academy's freshman competition. He remembered his master mentioning that the first-place prize was worth millions of spirit stones, an opportunity not to be missed. The journey from the Bermuda Forest back to the capital took several hours. Late at night, Song Wannuan didn't head directly to the academy, but instead checked into a hotel. After spending 2 days in the forest, he was covered in grime and desperately needed to clean up and rest. Early the next morning, Song Wannuan set off alone for the Imperial Capital Academy. It was the start of the new academic year, and as soon as he arrived at the academy's entrance, he was stopped by uniformed security personnel. Access to Imperial Capital Academy is restricted, a vigilant security officer warned. Sir, I'm a student at Imperial Capital Academy, Song Wannuan explained. I was delayed by some matters a couple of days ago and only came to register today. My name is Song Wannuan from Phoenix City. You can verify it. At that moment, Song Wannuan noticed something unusual. The security personnel guarding the entrance were all of the King Realm. In his hometown of Phoenix City, a King Realm expert was a top master capable of supporting a major family. Yet here at the academy, they were merely gatekeepers. Are you Song Wannuan? The security officer's eyes changed, as if appraising a rare treasure. Am I that famous already? Song Wannuan asked, puzzled. He had just arrived in the capital and didn't expect even the guards to recognize him. Disciple of the Eastern War God, son of the Underworld War God, perfect score of 2,000 in the college entrance exam. Your name is well known. The security officer spoke with respect. In fact, the academy was in an uproar over Song Wannuan's situation in recent days. Foreign forces had sent over a dozen king-level abilities users to assassinate him, even using life-saving artifacts like the ends of the earth. The academy's teachers searched nationwide for him, fearing the worst, yet here he was, unharmed and ready to enroll. Though I'm not active in the world, tales of me still circulate. That's not quite ideal, Song Wannuan joked. Since you know me, I'll proceed to register. Hold on, we need to verify your identity, the security officer quickly said. Do you need my ID or admission letter? Song Wannuan asked, taking out his documents. Those are external proofs and not entirely reliable. I see you have an honor bracelet, which means you've been to the veterans building. We can use it for verification, the officer explained. The honor bracelet requires the owner's blood to activate and contains genetic information, making it impossible to fake. Sure, let's do it quickly. The freshman competition is about to start, and I can't miss it, Song Wannuan replied, extending his arm. The verification process was swift, but when the security personnel saw the merit points displayed on the bracelet, they were collectively stunned. 108,562. Over 100,000 merit points. You're already a one-star battle master, they exclaimed in shock. Although they had seen individuals with such high merit before, the young man before them was clearly extraordinary. These individuals have survived countless battles, earning no less than 1,000,000 merits. However, the most astonishing fact is that Song Wannuan, at just 18, accumulated 100,000 merits in merely 2 days. May I go in? Song Wannuan asked as he stood at the school gate. Of course, all the freshmen are gathering at the field now. You can head straight there, the security guard warmly directed. Thank you, sir, Song Wannuan replied, expressing his gratitude as he quickly ran towards the field. Truly the son of the god of war from the underworld. Like father, like son, one security guard remarked, watching Song Wannuan's retreating figure. Our dragon nation is about to see the rise of an extraordinary person. To earn 100,000 merits at 18 in just 2 days, he must have gone through unimaginable life and death battles. The most incredible part is that he survived, another security guard added in agreement. If Song Wannuan had heard this conversation, he might have laughed out loud. Life and death battles? He merely made a supply run to the Bermuda Forest. What's more amusing is that if he cleared out all the soldier ants in his ranch, he could earn at least 50 million merits and be directly promoted to the same level as his father, the god of war. At this moment, over 2,000 students and more than 100 teachers were gathered on the field of the Imperial Capital Academy. All eyes were fixed on the front stage, where a man in his 50s or 60s stood, the principal of the Imperial Capital Academy and one of the 8 gods of war in the Dragon Nation, known as the White/God of War. There's a rumor that entering the Imperial Capital Academy will make you soar to great heights, living in luxury from then on. White/ surveyed the crowd, his voice booming. That's utter nonsense. Being admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy is due to your talent. But whether you graduate depends entirely on your hard work. With a stern expression, White/ continued. Don't think that entering the Imperial Capital Academy means you can rest easy. The harshness here will exceed your expectations. Your so-called talents are insignificant here because this is a place where the exceptional gather. Your proud family background is equally worthless because no family can influence the decisions of the Imperial Capital Academy. Here, the only thing you can rely on is yourself. The next 3 days will be your first lesson. White/'s voice grew even deeper. You have only one task to strive to survive. Students in the audience whispered among themselves. What does strive to survive mean? Is the academy going to hunt us down? How is that possible? This is the freshman competition, also known as the first lesson. An informed student explained. Although you won't actually die, if you don't perform well, the consequences will make you wish you were dead. You'll find out the details soon enough. As soon as Baijan finished speaking, the students on the field erupted into a buzz of chatter. Conversations flared up as some students, relying on snippets they had heard from older family members, attempted to explain to their peers. However, their explanations were hesitant and clearly lacking in understanding. Most students, on the other hand, looked bewildered, unable to grasp the underlying significance of the principal's words, yet they all sensed that something ominous was about to unfold. Now, I announce the 10-minute countdown for the freshman competition. All mentors, start distributing the student cards. Baijan glanced around the field, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Enjoy yourselves, little ones, and good luck, he said, turning away with a smirk that hinted at a touch of schadenfreude, making one question the principal's true intentions. The more than 2,000 freshmen were divided into exactly 100 classes, each with over 20 students. Each class was assigned a mentor, a teacher of king-level prowess. This alone showcased the formidable resources of the Imperial Capital Academy, where king-level ability users, rare in the outside world, were commonplace here. There were 100 such powerful mentors, not to mention other faculty members. Among the students, one figure stood out: Jean Zizai. At this moment, he looked around with a face of resignation. As someone who had always done things his own way, he detested being bound by rules. But at the Imperial Capital Academy, his usual rebellious behavior was simply not feasible. He had already learned that acting out would only lead to trouble, and no one would stand up for him. To his frustration, even his much-vaunted financial power was useless here. If only the boss was here, it would definitely be fun to hang out with him. Jean Zizai was muttering to himself when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Shaking his head, he thought it was just a figment of his imagination brought on by longing. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Reporting, Song Wannuan of Class 1 requests to join the team. The voice caused the previously listless Jean Zizai to look up sharply. When he confirmed that the figure was not an illusion, he instantly perked up. It really is the boss. This is going to be fun now. Song Wannuan's appearance immediately drew the attention of everyone present, including the king-level mentors. Over the past few days, his name had become well known, and now people could finally see him in person. The girls commented on his handsomeness, and even a self-proclaimed exceptional boy in front of Jean Zizai had to admit, there's actually someone who can rival me in looks. On closer inspection, I might even have to concede to him. Hearing this, Jean Zizai rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed by such narcissistic remarks. The speaker appeared dark and stout, nearly 2 meters tall. From a distance, one might have mistaken him for a brown bear. In his surprised gaze, Instructor Eugene from Class 1 lifted his head, a look of delight spreading across his face. Like everyone else, he had assumed Song Wannuan had met with misfortune, but to his surprise, Song had returned alive. Surrounded by many rumors, Song Wannuan's appearance piqued Eugene's curiosity. Permission to rejoin the team. Eugene called out loudly. Over here, boss. Jean Zizai immediately waved to Song Wannuan. As Song searched for a spot, his eyes lit up upon seeing a familiar face, and he quickly walked over. Xiao Jean, didn't you like being free and easy? How did you end up at the Imperial Capital Academy? Song Wannuan asked curiously. He had just come from checking class information at the academic office and didn't expect to meet an old acquaintance. Jean Zizai replied with a pained expression. It's a long story. My grandpa forced me to come, saying I wouldn't get a single spirit stone if I didn't. You know, boss, I can't survive without spirit stones. Silence. Eugene's voice suddenly rang out, and the entire class fell silent. He said sternly, I am Eugene, and I will be your instructor for the coming years. In the next 10 minutes, we need to accomplish 3 tasks. He began to outline them. First, collect your student ID cards. These are not only your identification but also serve as your campus card for training, accessing various places, and everyday expenses. Second, we need to elect a class leader. He looked directly at Song Wannuan. Song Wannuan, you will be the class leader. Any objections? This unexpected nomination left Song Wannuan momentarily stunned, but he quickly responded. Instructor, I have social anxiety and can't communicate well with others, so I can't be the class leader. Please choose someone else. Jean Zizai nearly burst out laughing at this. The idea of Song Wannuan claiming to have social anxiety was utterly laughable. To him, this boss wasn't socially anxious, but rather a social terror. Seeing Song Wannuan decline, Eugene didn't insist. Who would like to volunteer as class leader? As soon as he finished speaking, a girl with a striking figure stepped forward. I volunteer. She wore a red top with denim shorts, and although her face was youthful, she already had the makings of a mature and confident woman. Anyone could tell that in a few years, she would undoubtedly grow into a stunning beauty. Jean's eyes stood at the front, staring dreamily at the figure in red. Wow, an older woman, just my type. Song Wannuan frowned as he scrutinized the female classmate. It wasn't her striking appearance that caught his attention, but rather her uncanny resemblance to someone he knew. He turned and asked, Xiao Jin, don't you think this girl looks a lot like Nangong Weiyang? She's Nangong Weiyang's younger sister, Nangong Xiaomei. Jean's eye replied immediately, with a hint of pride in his voice. Wow, you knew that? Your intel work is impressive. Song Wannuan raised an eyebrow. Jean's eye puffed out his chest. In the imperial capital, I pretty much know anyone with a bit of fame. Nangong Xiaomei is the little princess of the Nangong family, known by everyone in the capital. This made Song Wannuan ponder. Nangong Weiyang was the eldest princess of the Nangong family, and this Nangong Xiaomei was the daughter of his aunt, whom he had never met. He couldn't help but recall Nangong Weiyang's true intentions when she approached him at the Phoenix City Abilities Guild. Noticing Song Wannuan's thoughtful look, Jean's eye quickly added, Boss, I advise you to keep your distance. Although Nangong Weiyang and Nangong Xiaomei look alike, their personalities are worlds apart. Nangong Weiyang might be a bit enchanting, but she's still a lady of a prestigious family. Nangong Xiaomei, on the other hand, has a fiery temper and a strong sense of justice, just like her mother. The younger generation in the capital avoids her like the plague. Just like her mother? Song Wannuan's interest was piqued. He had always been curious about the aunt who could subdue both his uncles. Such a remarkable woman was indeed worth meeting. Suddenly, Song Wannuan noticed Jean's eyes improved articulation. Xiao Jin, how come your intelligence seems to have improved significantly? Your expression and logic are much better than before. Jean's eye explained proudly. I have the ability of freedom, not just physically, but my intelligence also increases with my strength. I had a breakthrough in my abilities a few days ago and tested it. My IQ is now 102. Although this number wasn't particularly high, it was a significant leap for Jean's eye, whose IQ was originally only 89. At that moment, Eugene announced, All right, from today, Nangong Xiaomei will be the class monitor of Class 1, Year 1. He paused, then continued. Next, let's talk about the last thing. In a few minutes, all freshmen will be transported into the Shumi Mirror. There, you will participate in the freshman competition, which is also your first lesson at the Imperial Capital Academy. I believe the experiences in the Shumi Mirror will be unforgettable for you all. In the Shumi Mirror, you'll face various challenges. Remember, your only goal is to avoid capture and make it out alive, Eugene said gravely as he looked at the new students before him. Getting caught can be terrifying. Good luck. Lecturer, you've talked for a while, but you still haven't explained what exactly we'll encounter in the Shumi Mirror. A student couldn't help but ask, frowning. Eugene slightly smiled. You'll find out once you're inside. Now, everyone step forward to collect your student ID. The 22 students of the class lined up and quickly received their IDs. Song Wannuan examined the ID carefully, finding it more like a token than a typical student ID. He noticed the material was similar to the honor bracelet, requiring blood to bind it. Xiao Jin, how much do you know about the Shumi Mirror? Song Wannuan turned to Jean's eye beside him. Jean's eye explained seriously. Will be randomly transported to a location within the Shumi Mirror using the student token. The biggest threat comes from the second-year seniors. Don't expect them to go easy on us. They went through torment from the third-year seniors themselves, and will likely be even harsher with us. Worse still, the Academy's grading criteria are twisted. The harsher the seniors treat us, the more credits they earn. Besides that, we have to collect point spheres inside, and our final ranking is based on the total score. Before he finished speaking, the tokens of all the students on the field suddenly emitted a dazzling light. In the next moment, everyone vanished from the spot. After a brief moment of dizziness, Song Wannuan opened his eyes to find himself in a forest. Oh great, another forest, he sighed, having just escaped the Bermuda forest only to end up in another woodland. The eerie silence around him made him uneasy. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was nearby, before his gaze settled on a red sphere on a tree trunk not far away. The sphere was clearly marked with the number 1. This must be the point sphere Xiao Jin mentioned, Song Wannuan muttered under his breath. After carefully assessing the environment for safety, he swiftly dashed forward to grab the point sphere and quickly retreated. This wasn't cowardice, but caution knew someone might use the point spheres as bait, like lures in fishing. Once at a safe distance, Song Wannuan examined the point sphere in his hand. The uniquely crafted sphere seemed to contain no energy. Seeing this, a slight smile appeared on his face. He selected the point sphere with his mouse and chose to copy it. A notification popped up in front of Song Wannuan. This copy is expected to take 10 seconds. Countdown 10, 9. He quickly did some calculations. 6 copies per minute means 360 per hour, 8,640 per day, and 25,920 in 3 days. This meant he could accumulate over 25,000 points during the freshman competition. I wonder if that's enough to take first place, Song Wannuan pondered. feeling annoyed as he realized he forgot to ask Jean Zai about the points needed for first place in previous years. Xiao, come out. At his call, a chubby penguin appeared before him. Go find me these point balls, any number, any color, just bring back anything that looks similar, he said, patting Xiao's head. You'll get 10 packs of spicy dried fish as a reward. At the mention of spicy dried fish, Xiao's eyes lit up immediately. Chips were nice, but they couldn't compare to the crispy, flavorful delight of the fish. For a penguin, this temptation was irresistible. Xiao nodded eagerly and vanished in an instant. With such a capable assistant, Song Wannuan didn't need to run around himself. He found a comfortable branch, concealed himself, and lay down. As a newcomer, he understood the rhythm of this 3-day competition, while the early phase was mostly about the tedious collection of point balls, and the real excitement wouldn't start until a day and a half later. Even if the pace quickened, it would still take a day for things to really kick off. Might as well catch up on some sleep. He hadn't slept enough after returning to the capital late last night. Stretching lazily on the tree, Song Wannuan didn't fall asleep immediately, but opened his computer assistant. A small window popped up on the screen. Destiny repair in progress. Estimated time 10 days. Countdown 9 days, 16 hours, 43 minutes, 26 seconds. Seeing the progress, Song Wannuan smiled with satisfaction. He had planned to use the spoils from the Bermuda Forest to exchange for spirit stones to repair his destiny. But last night, his father, Song Huangquan, unexpectedly gave him a special bag containing 5 million spirit stones. He vividly remembered the moment he was drying his hair after a shower when his father suddenly walked in and tossed him the bag. Song Wannuan felt confident about the competition. Simply winning first place was too easy for him. His goal was to make a little fortune as well. This thought brought a sly smile to his lips. Song Huangquan handed over a heavy pouch, his tone unusually gentle. Inside are 5 million spirit stones. Use them as you need. If it's not enough, just let me know, and I'll find a way. Your dad is still around, so you don't have to push yourself too hard. If there's anything, speak up. Don't carry the burden alone. His eyes were filled with guilt. 3 years ago, he had confidently promised that Song Wannuan would never be harmed. Yet, this time his son had been teleported away right under his nose. Although Song Wannuan managed to return safely from the Bermuda Forest using his own skills, anyone else, even a powerful being, might not have been so lucky. Over the past 3 years, he watched his son open his first establishment, train relentlessly at the Veterans Hall, cleverly acquire spirit stones from the Eastern War god, and rush back from the Bermuda Forest to participate in the freshman competition. He knew well that everything his son did was to earn spirit stones. Though he wasn't sure of the exact reason, he understood that his son's determination must be for an important purpose. Reflecting on his own childhood, growing up as an orphan and relying on the kindness of others, Song Huangquan was determined to prevent his son from experiencing the same hardships. He had spent years training tirelessly, becoming a war god, all to provide a better life for his family. If his son had to endure the same struggles he once did, what would be the point of his efforts as a father? Remember, whatever happens, just tell your dad. I've got some influence in the capital. No matter what happens, I'll be here to support you. With that, Song Huangquan turned and left before his son could respond. Song Wannuan held the pouch containing 5 million spirit stones, feeling a warm surge of emotion. Soon, however, a look of excitement crossed his face. These spirit stones meant he could finally repair his destiny. He immediately opened his computer assistant to start the destiny repair program. The system indicated that it would take a total of 10 days, with just over 9 days remaining. Lying on a tree branch, Song Wannuan closed the computer assistant and murmured to himself, I can hardly wait. He eagerly anticipated what kind of abilities he might awaken after the destiny repair, and with that anticipation, he drifted off to sleep. As Song Wannuan slept, chaos erupted inside the Shumi mirror. This mysterious space wasn't just home to lush forests, but also expansive plains, desolate deserts, eerie swamps, and silent graveyards, creating an intimidating environment. The freshmen, though exceptionally gifted, were mostly sheltered individuals with little experience beyond their brief high school exam battles. Suddenly being transported to such an unfamiliar and perilous setting left many bewildered and panic-stricken. Meanwhile, several black-clad figures wearing sinister ghost masks roamed the Shumi mirror, searching for the freshmen. Atop a mountain peak, 4 or 5 masked individuals gathered, scheming something. Every year's punishment is the same old routine. It's so boring. A tall, slender man spoke first. How about we up the ante this year and give them something truly thrilling? Isn't that a bit much? A shapely woman named Donger hesitated. The standard punishments are already tough enough for them. Donger, you're just too soft-hearted, a hefty man interrupted, his sinister laughter echoing from beneath his mask. Remember when we started? Those third-year maniacs nearly played us to death. Now it's our turn, and I've got several interesting punishments in mind. The tall man added at the right moment. This is our only chance. Don't forget, according to Academy rules, the bigger the play, the higher the credits. Don't you want those credits? The mention of credits seemed to cast a spell, plunging everyone into silence. Moments later, Donger broke the silence with uncharacteristic resolve. Let's do it. Let's go all out and play them to death. Magan, what's your plan? Just lay it out. Magan then elaborated on his plan, so twisted that even the self-proclaimed sadistic hefty guy couldn't help but admire. Your plan is twisted beyond twisted. Despite his words, excitement sparkled in his eyes. Since there's no objection, let's get started, Magan declared. I want to personally take on Song Wannuan. Don't try to stop me. I want to see what this apprentice of the Eastern God of War, son of the Yellow Springs God of War, who aced the college entrance exam with 2,000 points, is really capable of. The hefty guy shrugged. I wanted to test this Song Wannuan too, but since you called dibs, he's yours. I heard there are a few SS-level potential superhumans among the freshmen. It might be fun to play with them too. Be careful, hefty, Donger warned. SS-level potential superhumans aren't easy to deal with. Don't worry, I've got it under control. The hefty guy brushed off her concern. After all the storms I've weathered, I doubt this little stream will sink me. I just hope these rookies can last a bit longer and not get eliminated too early. Otherwise, the fun would be much less, the chubby guy said with a meaningful smile. After discussing their strategies, everyone led their teams into action. The chubby guy, along with his 10 teammates, cautiously moved through the forest. They slowed their pace, extending their senses to carefully search for the newcomer's tracks. Suddenly, a voice filled with resentment reached their ears. I was wrong, really wrong. I shouldn't have agreed to Grandpa from the start. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have entered the Imperial Academy. If I hadn't entered, I wouldn't be stuck in this miserable place. Well, if it isn't the young master of the Gene family, the chubby guy's eyes lit up. I wonder what kind of ability this rich kid has awakened. Come on, let's go meet him. They quickly adjusted their positions and skillfully surrounded the source of the voice. The person surrounded was Gene Zazai, who was momentarily stunned but then flashed a smooth smile. Hello, seniors, Gene Zazai said politely. I'm Gene Zazai. Some of you might know me, others might not. But our meeting here must be fate. What is this, a comedy show? The chubby guy teased with interest. Go on, you're doing well. Gene Zazai immediately adopted a negotiating stance. I'm sure you're aware of the Gene family's background. I know the rules of this freshman competition too. How about we strike a deal? Name your price, and I'll pay whatever it takes in spirit stones to let me go. I won't haggle. If there are points orbs, I'm willing to buy them at a high price. 1 orb, 1 point, 1,000 spirit stones. How about it? The young master of the Gene family is indeed generous. Honestly, that's quite tempting. The chubby guy shook his head, but unfortunately, in the Sumi mirror, we have no choice. My apologies, young master. Take him down. With the chubby guy's command, 3 people in black swiftly lunged at Gene Zazai. Wait! Gene Zazai shouted urgently. Trying to bribe us again? Forget it, the chubby guy sneered. A failed deal doesn't mean we can't part amicably, Gene Zazai suddenly said with a playful expression. Frankly, you guys aren't cut out for business. Never mind, let's forget our earlier agreement. I'm done pretending. Gene Zazai, wanna leave, and you bunch of trash can't catch me. Oh, and I'm not targeting anyone in particular, I mean all of you are trash. See you. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Gene Zazai had already vanished without a trace. Seeing Gene Zazai suddenly disappear before their eyes, the chubby man's face turned grim. He quickly realized what was happening and shouted loudly. Damn, it's invisibility. Quick, seal off the area. Upon his command, the team sprang into action, spreading out like a fishing net to tightly secure a kilometer-wide area. With Gene Zazai's speed, he couldn't possibly break through this range in such a short time. As long as they trapped him within this space, even his invisibility wouldn't allow him to escape their grasp. At that moment, Gene Zazai's voice, tinged with smugness, echoed from afar. You think sealing the area can keep me here? You're dreaming. I'm out, see you. The chubby man's expression grew even darker as he spoke in a low voice. It seems his power isn't just invisibility. He was sure that Gene Zazai had indeed broken through their blockade. This mission had failed, leaving them utterly humiliated. Captain, what do we do now? Should we pursue him? A team member asked. Pursue? In what direction? Do you even know which way he went? The chubby man scoffed. Megan was right. These rookies are not simple. We need to be careful not to be caught off guard. Next time we see him, no more talking, just act. The chubby man had initially thought the young master of the Gene family was just a useless person relying on spirit stones. Now he realized how wrong he was. These descendants of powerful clans were indeed extraordinary. What shocked him the most was that he couldn't detect how Gene Zazai had managed to escape. Revealing himself after successfully escaping, Gene Zazai shouted with excitement. Awesome. His thrill wasn't just from evading capture, but from the bold words he had just spoken. In the past, he would never have been able to say something so audacious. The 60,000 spirit stones spent were worth it. Just a few days following the boss, and I can speak like this. Unbelievable. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. I, Huang Tianba, have never been defeated. Who dares to challenge me? The voice echoed for hundreds of meters around. Jean's eye turned towards the sound and saw the large black bear who had stood in front of him in the group, now fiercely battling for men in black. Despite his impressive momentum, he was sent flying after a few exchanges. Yet, Huang Tianba quickly got up and roared again. I, Huang Tianba, am invincible and will win every battle. His aura grew even stronger, and his power surged as he charged at the men in black again. From his hiding spot, Jean's eye thought to himself, this big black bear is interesting. His ability seems similar to Sequence 57's belief power. Belief power implies that the stronger one's belief, the more powerful they become. Of course, this ability has its limits. No matter how strong the belief, someone at the bronze level couldn't exhibit the power of a king level. In the same realm, the stronger the belief, the more formidable the combat power one can unleash. Bang! Huang Tianba's body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Although his opponents were not as gifted as he was, their year of training at the Imperial Capital Academy and their numerical advantage showcased astonishing combat prowess. I, Huang Tianba, am invincible, suppressing all enemies under heaven. Huang Tianba roared as he climbed back to his feet, his aura surging as he recklessly charged at the men in black again. In the shadows, Jean's eye watched and shook his head. As expected, he's a big oaf, single-minded and inflexible. He knows he can't win, yet he charges again and again. With such a personality, he's doomed against a real enemy. His thoughts drifted to Song Wannuan. With that guy's personality, he'd be using every trick in the book in this situation, rather than foolishly fighting Hedon. Should I help him? Jean's eye began to weigh the pros and cons, a habit inherited from his merchant family. Even if caught in the freshman competition, it would only lead to minor injuries. Escaping now would still mean being caught by the top sophomores eventually. In that case, it might be worth securing the friendship of an SS-level potential ability use-ran investment that could pay off. At this moment, the men in black looked on in astonishment at the tenacious Huang Tianba. Is this guy a cockroach? He just won't die. One of them muttered. Don't hold back. Use full force and beat him down, the leader ordered. I wanted to throw this big guy into the prepared mud pit. It's a shame to eliminate him outright. Since we prepared it, let's not waste it. Everyone attack. The four men in black attacked simultaneously, each unleashing their abilities from different angles towards Huang Tianba. Triple gravity, earth bind, wood vine entangle, endless wind blades. Facing attacks from all directions, Huang Tianba still held his head high, raising his fist and shouting, I, Huang Tianba, am born invincible. My punch can shatter the sky. However, just as he was about to launch his attack, the myriad abilities of the men in black had already descended upon him. As Huang Tianba charged forward, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force pressing down on him, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Although he managed to regain his balance, he realized that his talents were insignificant compared to the experienced second-year students, except for his stubborn refusal to give up. The attacks from his opponents came in waves. As soon as the threefold gravity hit, the ground beneath him sank, trapping his legs. Meanwhile, vines appeared from nowhere, wrapping around his entire body. To make matters worse, sharp wind blades were descending rapidly from above. In that critical moment, two muffled sounds broke the rhythm of the battle. A man in black turned sharply to find two of his companions had unexpectedly fallen to the ground. The wind blades dissipated, and the pressure on Huang Tianba vanished. Invisible abilities? Or telekinesis? The leader in black quickly reacted, standing back-to-back with his remaining companion, warily scanning the area. Yet, everything remained eerily quiet, with no sign of anything unusual. With a loud bang, Huang Tianba broke free and leaped up, immediately sprinting away. Jean's eye, hiding in the shadows, was stunned by this. Damn, this big brute has no sense of honor, just running away like that. He had been worried that this reckless guy would charge back into the fray without thinking. At that moment, an outrageously confident voice echoed from the opposite direction. I, Huang Tianba, have never been bested. Who dares to challenge me? This sudden provocation left the two men in black bewildered. Could it be a duplication ability? The leader speculated. He found this plausible since no other presence had been detected during the battle. In reality, the voice was Jean's eye mimicking Huang Tianba, creating chaos before chasing after him to confront him about his lack of loyalty. We were careless. The two men in black realized too late that the voice was a distraction to facilitate Huang Tianba's escape. Chong, should we pursue them? One of the men in black asked. There's definitely an invisible ability user here. If we can't counter his power, catching Huang Tianba would be pointless. Wake the others and regroup, the leader ordered. Only a few freshmen managed to escape from the men in black. Most of the freshmen fell into the hands of the men in black. These captured newcomers weren't immediately eliminated, but instead subjected to various forms of punishment. The scene was unbearable to witness. A few male students, stripped of their clothes, were hung in a spread eagle position from trees with vines, overwhelmed with shame. Nearby, Male and female students were buried in mud up to their heads. At another spot by a water pit, students were repeatedly dunked, forced to endure suffocation every few minutes. And even more cruelly, some were placed in iron pots to be tormented. The most brutal of all was when some were beaten until they were covered in wounds and then abandoned in the scorching desert to face their fate. The guards deliberately relaxed their vigilance, leaving a chance for these freshmen to escape much like a cat playing with a mouse, knowing not to kill the prey all at once. Under such torment, the freshmen finally understood the principal's well-intentioned advice for them to enjoy themselves earlier. The purpose of the Imperial Capital Academy was clear: through harsh trials, to awaken these newcomers to their inadequacies, dispelling any blind confidence from being admitted. Simultaneously, such extreme conditions could ignite their desire for strength because weakness is the original sin, and only power can prevent one from being bullied. More importantly, this brutal test could stimulate their survival instincts and self-respect, urging them to unleash hidden powers. Huang Tianba ran frantically until he was certain of his safety, then collapsed onto a rock, panting heavily and muttering with lingering fear, "Big dumb bear, you have no sense of honor." Just then, a voice suddenly sounded near his ear, startling him into a defensive stance. When he recognized the speaker as his classmate Jin Zizai, his tense nerves gradually relaxed. "Was it you who saved me just now?" "Thanks, brother," Huang Tianba said gratefully. "I saved you, and you ran off. Real loyal of you." Jin Zizai replied sarcastically. "I had no choice, they were too strong," Huang Tianba quickly explained. "I figured since you dared to provoke them, you must have a way out. Of course, that's no excuse for leaving a brother behind. After the competition, I'll buy you a drink to make it up to you. I've noticed that you, big dumb bear, seem honest on the outside, but you're really quite cunning," Jin Zizai said bluntly. "Oh, not at all. I'm just slow-witted. By the way, what should I call you, brother?" Huang Tianba chuckled, unfazed by the teasing. "Jin Zizai, you can call me Xiao Jin or Zizai. I'm Huang Tianba. You can call me Baba," Huang Tianba said earnestly. "What the heck? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Do you think I'm easygoing? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know why the flowers are so red." Jin Zizai bristled, echoing a phrase he'd learned from Song Wannuan. At that moment, a soft laugh suddenly came from above them, interrupting their conversation. The sudden laughter startled both Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba. They looked towards the sound and saw a figure sitting leisurely on a tree branch. It was Song Wannuan, casually eating sunflower seeds with a look of amusement. "Song Wannuan, boss," they exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes full of surprise. "Just carry on as if I'm not here," Song Wannuan said nonchalantly, tossing a few more seeds into his mouth. It turned out he had been sleeping there all along and was only awakened by Qiuqiu's return. To his delight, Qiuqiu had brought back a considerable number of point balls, ranging from 1 to 10 points each, totaling over 100. Although he wasn't sure what the maximum value in the Shumi mirror was, the highest he had seen so far was 10 points. After organizing the point balls, he heard someone approaching. Recognizing them as Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba, he decided to watch quietly as an observer. It wasn't until he heard Jin Zizai say, "If someone doesn't get angry, do you take them for a fool?" that he couldn't help but laugh. "Boss, come down. We need to strategize. The sophomores are hard to deal with," Jin Zizai urged. "What's the situation outside?" Song Wanwan asked. Having slept for so long, he was unaware of the current state of affairs. "It's not looking good," Jin Zizai said grimly. "Too many classmates have been caught. I estimate less than a tenth are still free." "A tenth?" Song Wanwan pondered. With over 2,000 people, having 200 survivors wasn't too bad. These were either like Jin Zizai, who had special abilities, or just lucky. Either way, it meant the remaining ones were experts, and the real challenge was just beginning. Song Wanwan stretched and gracefully jumped down from the tree. "I've had enough sleep. It's time to get to work." He turned to the two of them. "Do you know infernal affairs?" Seeing their puzzled expressions, he smiled mysteriously. "You'll understand soon enough. By the way, Jean, what's the highest score in the annual freshman competition?" "The record is held by the Space Sage with 6,988 points, and it hasn't been broken yet," Jin Zizai replied. "Only 6,000 plus?" Song Wanwan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. He had discovered that whether duplicating a 1-point or a 10-point ball, the time required was the same. In 3 days, just duplicating the 1-point balls could yield over 20,000 points. This realization deepened his smile. A shrewd glint flickered in Song Wanwan's eyes as she looked at Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba, her lips curving slightly upward. This way, his points can increase tenfold in the same amount of time. "Are you two up for something big?" Huang Tianba frowned in confusion. "Something big? How do we play that?" As it was their first meeting, he was still unaware of Song Wanwan's personality and ideas. Jin Zizai, however, seemed at ease, grinning at Song Wanwan. "Boss, just tell us what to do. You know me, I'm not a big fan of thinking." His tone was filled with trust in Song Wanwan, stemming not only from their past interactions, but also from his secret investigations into her. Song Wanwan glanced around and lowered her voice. The Academy hasn't told us any rules about entering the Shumi mirror, which means there are no rules here. A sly look flashed in her eyes. If the second-year veterans can deal with us, then we can deal with them too. So why don't we take them down? Take down the second-year veterans? Huang Tianba shook his head with a wry smile. We'd like to, but we just don't have the strength. He instinctively rubbed his arm, injured from an earlier encounter with a man in black. Even at full strength, they were no match. A glint of determination appeared in Song Wanwan's eyes. In a direct confrontation, we're definitely not their match. But we don't need to confront them heat-in. We can use any means necessary to take them down. Boss, you mean ambush? Jean Zizai's eyes lit up. Ambush is just one method, Song Wanwan said, tapping her fingers lightly on the table. We can gang up on them, set them up, lay traps. We'll use different strategies depending on the situation. Let's do it. Huang Tianba slapped his thigh, his eyes burning with resolve. He was fed up with only the second-year veterans having the upper hand. Song Wanwan spoke seriously. For us to work well together, let's each share our abilities. Without hesitation, Jean Zizai spoke up. Boss, you know my ability, it's called freedom ability. It means I can't be restrained by any object. I can phase through anything, including light, barriers, space, and attacks. When I phase through light, I become invisible. It looks like invisibility, but the principle is different. However, my attack power isn't strong. I can only fight up close right now. Song Wanwan gave Jean Zizai a meaningful look. For someone who had just met Huang Tianba, Jean Zizai was remarkably open about his abilities. Either he was too naive, or he was genuinely sincere. But Song Wanwan knew Jean Zizai was no simple character. Seeing this, Huang Tianba candidly revealed his own ability. My ability is conviction. The stronger my conviction, the stronger my power. My ability is only suitable for direct combat, not ambushes. After speaking, both of them turned their eyes to Song Wanwan, curious about what kind of ability had allowed her to pass the college entrance exam with a perfect score of 2,000 points. Facing their expectant gazes, Song Wanwan began to speak. My ability is disguise, Song Wanwan stated calmly under the watchful eyes of Jean Zizai and Huang Tianba. It was a lie, of course, but he couldn't admit that he hadn't awakened any abilities yet, as that would only invite suspicion of a hidden secret. Disguise. Huang Tianba frowned, puzzled. What kind of ability is that? As far as I know, it's not even in the top 100 sequences. Jean Zizai also looked perplexed. Given the genetic level of the underworld war god, your ability shouldn't be something that doesn't even rank in the top 100. After all, Yunda and Tang Qiqi's father's genes are far inferior to Song Huangquan's, yet one awakened the 16th sequence ability, morality, and the other the 10th, reincarnation. Song Wanwan explained unhurriedly. Having strong parental genes only increases the probability of children awakening high-level abilities, it's not guaranteed. There are plenty of examples where heroes' children turn out to be nobodies. It's not surprising that I didn't awaken an ability within the top 100 sequences. This explanation was meant for both of them and as a narrative for the outside world. Could it be because your fate was once damaged? Jean Zizai speculated thoughtfully. Perhaps, Song Wanwan smiled slightly. Even though my fate has been repaired, it can't compare to the original. With this, he hinted that his fate had been restored. Another lie. One lie required more lies to cover it up, but his fate would truly be restored in just over 9 days. Boss, what exactly can this disguise ability do? Jean Zizai asked. The so-called disguise ability allows one to disguise as any person and use any disguise, Song Wanwan explained, though it didn't completely clear up their confusion. In the next instant, his figure blurred, and he transformed into Jean Zizai's appearance from facial features to body shape. Even the clothing was identical. Whoa! Both Jean Zizai and Huang Tianba exclaimed, stunned. The transformation happened right before their eyes, yet there was no trace of it. Amazing. Jean Zizai stared at his identical twin. Even my mom wouldn't recognize the difference. Boss, we're good friends, so don't do anything bad while looking like me. Do I seem like that kind of person? Song Wanwan rolled his eyes. Yes. Jean Zizai replied decisively. Ha! Song Wanwan laughed heartily. You see right through me. I am that kind of person. This made Jean Zizai feel a sudden chill and a sense of foreboding. Huang Tianba chimed in. You and Zizai have similar builds, so it's easy to understand disguising as him. But with our size difference, you shouldn't be able to disguise as me, right? Is this the kind of impossibility you mean? Before Huang Tianba finished speaking, Song Wanwan had already transformed into his likeness, matching his robust physique perfectly. Amazing! Jean Zizai exclaimed sincerely. Seeing an identical version of himself appear before him, Huang Tianba immediately dropped all pretense and surrendered without shame. He understood deeply that while disguise abilities might not be outstanding in attack power, their unpredictability made them incredibly eerie and indefensible. The thought that the people closest to him could be someone else's disguise was enough to send shivers down his spine. Boss, Jean Zizai asked curiously, can your ability disguise you as a woman? Song Wanwan smiled mysteriously and countered, what do you think? Boss, Just from that sly smile, I know you definitely can, Jean's eyes said, hitting the nail on the head. Huang Tianbai added, he did say he could disguise as any character. The key is in any. So a woman is naturally possible. Can you disguise as a beast? Jean's eyes' curiosity was still not satisfied. Not yet. Song Wannuan shook his head, recalling how he once imagined transforming into a mythical beast soaring through the skies in the Bermuda forest, only to find it beyond his current capabilities. But he quickly added, not now, but maybe in the future. If second-generation abilities can't achieve it, then perhaps third generation will. Earlier, you said you could disguise as anything. What does that mean? Jean's eye pressed on. Facing Jean's eyes' expectant gaze, Song Wannuan chose action over words. He picked up an ordinary stone from the ground and instantly disguised it as himself, adjusting its size to match his own using his skill. This display left Jean's eye and Huang Tianbai in awe, finally realizing the true wonder of Song Wannuan's disguise ability. The two, who prided themselves on having SS-level potential abilities, couldn't help but feel their powers paled in comparison. Let's go. Time to get down to business, Song Wannuan said, turning to lead the way. Jean's eye and Huang Tianbai followed silently, having unknowingly accepted his leadership. As they sped along, Song Wannuan suddenly turned and asked, Old Huang, is your belief ability only usable in combat? What do you mean? Huang Tianbai was puzzled. Can it be used elsewhere? It was clear he had never considered possibilities beyond battle. You're thinking too small, Song Wannuan said with a hint of guidance in his tone. Belief is a power, a force of unwavering self-confidence. Since it's a power, it can be applied in many areas. Once you broaden your perspective, you'll find your ability is far more potent than you imagined. Seeing Huang Tianbai's somewhat confused expression, Song Wannuan elaborated. For example, if you firmly believe you're the most cunning, you can become the most devious person around. Believe you're a genius, and you can outsmart everyone. Believe in your stamina, and you'll have incredible endurance. Is that possible? Jean's eye asked, eyes wide with disbelief. At that moment, Huang Tianbai seemed to grasp the fleeting inspiration that had crossed his mind earlier, finally understanding the true essence of his belief ability. Huang Tianbai always believed that his power of conviction made him invincible, so he always faced challenges head-on. At this moment, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He realized his power could be used in another way. By believing in his own prowess in bed, he could become exceptional. This new understanding was like discovering another side of himself, as if a door to new possibilities was gradually opening before him. Song Wanwan noticed Huang Tianbai's thoughtful expression and nodded silently. He understood that sometimes the limitation wasn't in the ability itself, but in one's mindset. Once that limitation is broken, the ability can have unexpected effects. Boss, give me some pointers too. Jean's eye eagerly asked. How can I improve my power? After some thought, Song Wanwan replied. The greatest feature of your power is its freedom from constraints. You can penetrate any attack, barrier, or blockade, even light itself. You think your attack power is weak, but there's no need for a direct clash. You can become the bait and use the environment to defeat your enemies. Jean's eyes lit up. Are there other ways to use it? Can your penetration ability be applied to objects you touch? Song Wanwan asked. Of course, otherwise I'd have to be naked every time I use my power, Jean's eye laughed. Song Wanwan's eyes brightened. Then your ability is even more powerful. Imagine holding a blade, penetrating an enemy, and then deactivating your power halfway through. The blade would remain inside them, and if it hits the heart, it would be a fatal blow. Indeed, Jean's eyes suddenly realized, as if he had found a new direction. Song Wanwan continued. You could also try to maintain the penetrative state of objects you touch and project them remotely, deactivating the power at will. Achieving this would be a significant leap in your strength. Jean's eye fell into deep thought, clearly processing these new possibilities. Suddenly, Huang Tianbai warned in a low voice. Be careful, someone is ahead. His senses were indeed sharper than the other two. If we can sense them, they probably have detected us too, Song Wanwan calmly analyzed. So what should we do? Retreat or engage? Huang Tianbai asked. Song Wanwan picked up 3 stones, a sly smile playing on his lips. Instead of being passive, let's turn the tables. He quickly shaped the stones to resemble the 3 of them, enlarged them to live size, and carefully hid them in the bushes. Then, he used his skills to make them invisible and isolated their scents. Wow, boss, you can turn invisible too. Jean's eye looked on in amazement. Can we also become invisible? Jean's eye looked at Song Wanwan in disbelief. This is a special kind of camouflage, Song Wanwan explained. I disguise myself as colorless light, achieving an effect similar to invisibility. The principle is somewhat similar to your penetrating light. Boss, this camouflage ability is incredibly powerful. It must be SS-level potential, right? Jean's eyes sparkled with amazement. Song Wanwan nodded after a brief thought, confirming, yes. He understood that he had already displayed many abilities, and underplaying his talents would make it harder to gain trust. Shu, Huang Tianba suddenly lowered his voice. The veterans are here. Before he finished speaking, 6 figures dressed in black silently appeared at their hiding spot. Without a word, they lunged toward the decoy in the bushes. Seizing the moment, Song Wannuan released a giant net that descended from above, enveloping the 6. Watch out! One of the black-clad figures immediately noticed the anomaly. One of them quickly waved his hand, summoning a massive dragon made of flames that soared into the sky. However, to their surprise, the fire dragon failed to destroy the net. Earth pillars. Another black-clad figure touched the ground with both hands, instantly summoning numerous earthen pillars to block the falling net. At this moment, Huang Tianba suddenly shouted, I, Huang Tianba, have never been weak, undefeated in battle. He charged at the nearest black-clad figure, immediately drawing everyone's attention. A black-clad figure emitting a silvery white glow-a-steel ability, user immediately confronted Huang Tianba. As everyone's attention was drawn to this confrontation, a flash of cold light appeared. Song Wannuan and Jin Zizai struck simultaneously, and in an instant, 4 black-clad figures fell, 2 heads flew off, and 2 were stabbed in the heart. The 4 bodies turned into streams of light and vanished. Deaths in the Shumi mirror were not real. The remaining 2 black-clad figures were instantly alarmed, realizing there must be an invisible presence nearby. One of them immediately unleashed their ability. Ice Crystal Dance. Countless snowflakes poured from his hands, forming a violent tornado that swept across a radius of several hundred meters. The fierce snowflakes, like sharp arrows, continuously caused destruction in the surroundings, attempting to force out the invisible individuals. The ground, rocks, and tree trunks were riddled with holes, resembling a battlefield swept by a Gatling gun. The man in black surveyed the area, expecting the invisible enemy to be forced into view, but nothing happened, causing him to frown. In theory, such a dense barrage should have made it impossible for any invisible person to remain hidden. However, the man in black misjudged his opponent, who was far from an ordinary invisible being. As the attack descended, Song Wannuan had already activated a lower-level ability, slipping underground. Meanwhile, Jin Zizai used his abilities to gracefully maneuver through the swirling snowflakes. A moment later, a cold flash appeared, and a large knife silently pierced the heart of the man in black. How is this possible? The man in black stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the blade protruding from his chest. Before he could comprehend what had happened, his body dissolved into a stream of light and vanished into the air. Song Wannuan sheathed his knife, a thought crossing his mind. Should I make the knife invisible too? But he quickly dismissed the idea battles between those with abilities relied more on perception than sight, so the visibility of the knife was irrelevant. 5 of the 6 men in black had fallen, and the last one was clearly gripped by fear. Watching his comrades fall, he realized he probably wasn't a match either and considered retreating to regroup with the main force. Watch out, he's trying to escape. Song Wannuan shouted. Don't worry, he won't get away. I, Huang Tianba, am invincible among my peers and will crush all traitors. Huang Tianba leaped forward, raising his fist to strike with all his might. The last man in black hastily defended himself, throwing a frantic punch. With a loud bang, Huang Tianba was knocked back over 10 meters, while the unprepared man in black was sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, Song Wannuan and Jin Zizai closed in swiftly, their blades poised at the man's neck. Sorry, senior, but you've been captured. Song Wannuan struck off the man's ghostly mask, revealing a chilling smile. Hey, let's talk this over. We were forced by the academy. Please, show some mercy. The man in black immediately adopted a placating smile, knowing that if he wasn't cooperative, he might suffer as they had tormented newcomers before. At this moment, he even envied his fallen comrades, though their credits would be few. At least they wouldn't endure any pain. It's not out of the question to show some mercy, but we need some information, Song Wannuan said, standing in front of the man in black, a chilling smile playing on his lips. If you cooperate, everything will be fine. But if you don't, he deliberately stretched out his words. I actually hope you won't cooperate, so we can enjoy a bit of fun as second-year seniors. The man in black shivered at the devilish smile on Song Wannuan's face. Trying to maintain his composure, he whispered, You're kidding, right? As a senior, it's my duty to help juniors. Ask whatever you want, and I'll answer truthfully. Before he finished speaking, Huang Tianba rushed forward, delivering punches and kicks. Are you going to talk or not? Speak up, he yelled, continuing his assault. The man in black curled up on the ground, rolling around to dodge the blows, and shouted in frustration. Why don't you just ask then? Huang Tianba paused, and turned to Song Wannuan and Jin Zizai. Haven't you guys asked him anything yet? Didn't get the chance, Jin Zizai replied helplessly, thinking that Huang Tianba was clearly just looking for trouble. Unfazed, Huang Tianba turned back and continued his assault on the man in black. We didn't ask, but can't you just start talking? Do you know how much time you're wasting? Every minute you waste is 3 minutes for us. Do you know how many people you can outdo in 3 minutes during the college entrance exams? You're just looking for excuses to hit me. The man in black gritted his teeth, clearly seeing through Huang Tianba's act of venting his frustration from being chased earlier. Do I need a reason to hit you? Huang Tianba retorted confidently, continuing his actions. All right, all right. Song Wannuan intervened at the right moment. You vented enough. Now we need to get down to business. He turned to the man in black on the ground, his voice growing colder. Senior, whatever I ask now, you'd better answer honestly. You know what the consequences will be. The man in black got up from the ground, relieved that Huang Tianba hadn't used any special abilities, leaving him with only minor injuries. Compared to the torment they usually inflicted on freshmen, these were nothing. He just hoped that once he told them what they wanted to know, they would let him go. If that happened, he'd be willing to bow to their ancestors. What do you want to know? Ask away, the man in black said quietly. Song Wanwan immediately asked the crucial questions. Tell us, how many of you second years are in the Shumi mirror? Who are the strong ones? Where are you mainly gathered now? And is there anyone you're particularly targeting? The sophomore class isn't very large, with only a little over 200 students. At the base of the mountain, a man in black introduced the situation to Song Wanwan with a serious expression. Most students are hovering around the gold level 4 or 5, while a few team leaders have reached gold level 1. They're all currently gathered around the mountain peak 10 kilometers ahead, which is our main base. He hesitated slightly before continuing. These leaders are very interested in you. After all, being the apprentice of the Eastern War God, the son of the Yellow Springs War God, and having perfectly passed the college entrance exam with 2,000 points, they all want to see what you're about. A hint of amusement flickered in Song Wanwan's eyes, and a slight smile tugged at his lips. These people wanted to challenge him? Interesting. He was already formulating a plan in his mind. What's the highest level among the strongest sophomores now? Song Wanwan inquired. Considering they had only been at the Imperial Capital University for a year, reaching the gold level was quite impressive. After all, most of them were just over 19 years old. Some have already broken through to the platinum level, but I don't know the specific ranks, the man in black replied. How many platinum level students are there? And what are their names? There are 4, Dongfang Sweki, Tang Feihong, Qin Mo, and Yi Baiyun. Upon hearing the surname Dongfang, Song Wanwan's eyes lit up. Is Dongfang Sweki related to the Eastern War God? She's the youngest granddaughter of the Eastern War God. So she's my grandniece, Song Wanwan remarked with interest. Is she in the Shumi mirror too? Although he might be younger than Dongfang Sweki, as the apprentice of the Eastern War God, he was technically her uncle in terms of seniority. She shouldn't be. The Shumi mirror is for gold-level ability users. It wouldn't be fair to have platinum-level people deal with freshmen. The newcomers wouldn't stand a chance. One last question. Song Wanwan looked at the man in black. What's your name? I'm Lu Mingmeng, he stammered. Song Wanwan couldn't help but laugh. Are you kidding? A burly man with steel abilities named Lu Mingmeng? Is this a moral failing or a human twist? My name really is Lu Mingmeng, the man quickly explained. My parents thought I was going to be a girl, but I turned out to be a boy. They didn't bother changing my name, so I've been called this for nearly 20 years. He was worried that if he said this too late, something bad might happen. I'll believe you this time, Song Wanwan said calmly. Xiao Jin, send the senior back to the city. Before the words were fully spoken, Jin Zizai's knife had already pierced Lu Mingmeng's heart. Surprisingly, Lu Mingmeng showed no resentment and instead breathed a sigh of relief. Returning to the city was better than enduring torture. In the next moment, his body turned into a stream of light and vanished. Boss, what do we do next? Jin Zizai asked excitedly, seemingly having fallen in love with the thrill of being a hunter. This is even more thrilling than the flower spirit stone. As soon as Song Wanwan finished speaking, his face began to change dramatically, becoming softer until it completely transformed into Lu Mingmeng's appearance. Boss, are we about to pull off an undercover operation? Jin Zizai's eyes lit up as he eagerly moved closer. Can you disguise me too? Without hesitation, Song Wanwan waved his hand, and the appearances of Huang Tianba and Jin Zizai instantly changed to resemble 2 other people dressed in black. Although the facial features weren't a perfect match due to not having scanned the exact faces, it didn't matter, these individuals wore demon masks, so once the masks were on, no one could tell the difference. This is so exciting, Jin Zizai exclaimed, dancing around in excitement as he looked at his transformed reflection in the mirror. Huang Tianba, now also addressing Song Wanwan as boss like Jin Zizai, raised a crucial question. Boss, the appearance is settled, but what about our voices? Just try to stay silent and follow my lead. Song Wanwan replied confidently, then spoke in a voice identical to Lu Mingmeng's. Hello, fellow students. My name is Lu Mingmeng. He also cleverly tattered their clothes, making it seem as though they had just been through a fierce battle. The realistic detail left Jin Zizai in awe. Boss, how did you do it? Your voice sounds exactly like Lu Mingmeng's. That's just my ventriloquism, Song Wanwan said nonchalantly before putting on the demon mask. Let's begin the mission. The target is the Ultimer's base. In reality, Song Wenwan's ability to perfectly mimic Lu Mingming's voice wasn't due to ventriloquism, but rather a high-tech method, had recorded Lu Mingming's voice in advance, and used a voice changer from a chat app to analyze it. This feature, which he had recently discovered, allowed him to imitate any voice he had heard. The three quickly arrived at the foot of a mountain 10 kilometers away, where, as Lu Mingming had described, many senior students were gathered. A person dressed in black approached them quickly. "What happened to you guys? You look terrible." Song Wenwan immediately responded in Lu Mingming's voice. "We found nearly 100 rookies gathered 20 kilometers away. Some of them were quite strong, with strange abilities. Our group of 6 was ambushed, 3 of us died, and only the 3 of us barely escaped." "Nearly 100 rookies?" The person in black's eyes lit up. "No wonder we couldn't find other rookies. They were hiding there. This is perfect. We'll catch them all at once. You guys rest here. I'll notify the leaders." Once the person in black turned away, Song Wenwan gave Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba a signal, and the 3 of them found an empty spot to sit down, waiting for the next act of their plan to unfold. At this moment, Song Wenwan and the others cautiously observed the situation on the mountain peak. The scene before them was chilling. A large number of captured freshmen were undergoing various absurd forms of torment. Dozens of boys were stripped naked, paired up face to face, and tightly bound with vines. Further away, over 100 people had only their heads exposed, their bodies pressed into muddy pits. Any slight movement prompted the black-clad men to mercilessly use their powers to push them further into the mire. Throughout the area, the freshmen's plight was even more miserable. Some were strung up like kites, swaying in the wind. Others were tied into ball shapes, used as props for the black-clad men to play bowling. There were even more scenes too distressing to behold, and even the usually thick-skinned Song Wenwan couldn't help but frown. Although these methods didn't cause serious injury, they were a huge insult to the freshmen's dignity, akin to crushing their self-respect into the ground. "Luckily we didn't get caught. This is just too awful," Jin Zizai whispered, his face full of lingering fear. "I'd rather die than endure this kind of humiliation," Huang Tianba said through gritted teeth. "Once their main force leaves, we can carry out our plan," Song Wenwan said, then lay down. Before long, several leaders arrived with 50 or 60 people in front of the trio. One of the overweight leaders urgently pointed into the distance and asked, "You said there are nearly 100 novices hiding 20 kilometers in that direction?" Jin Zizai's eyes slightly narrowed at the sight of this fat leaderette. Was one of those who previously tried to capture him. He had only escaped because they didn't know about his powers. "That's right," Song Wenwan replied. "We even fought them. There was one with the ability to become invisible, constantly ambushing us. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be in such a sorry state." "Invisible ability user? Our team encountered one before, but he got away," a black-clad man interjected. The fat leader said through clenched teeth. "It must be the young master from the Jin family. He dared to mock me when he slipped away last time. This time, I'll catch him and make him pay." Jin Zizai shot a cold glance at him, thinking, "You better hope you don't end up in my hands, or you'll learn what regret really means." At this point, a tall, thin leader stepped forward and asked, "Have you seen Song Wenwan?" "No." Song Wenwan shook his head and denied it. "Has this guy vanished into thin air? Never mind. Let's capture those novices first." The tall leader finished speaking and led the group away. Only over 50 experienced ones remained on the mountain peak, while the others were scattered throughout the Shumi mirror, hunting for other novices. "Boss, should we take action?" Jin Zizai asked. "Wait a little longer. Over 50 experienced ones are still too many. We could easily get surrounded," Song Wenwan whispered. "We'll first rescue any classmates we can, create chaos, and then take advantage of the confusion. You two wait here and be ready to act. I'll go handle some things," Song Wenwan instructed Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba. "Got it, boss. Just call us if you need anything," Jin Zizai replied. Song Wenwan nodded, then turned and stealthily made his way towards the cesspool. 5 men in black stood in a pentagon formation, guarding the area around the cesspool. Song Wenwan observed them from a distance for a while, and when no one was looking, he concealed himself and quietly approached the edge of the cesspool. He quickly used a top-tier skill to instantly transfer dozens of freshmen from the muddy pit to the ground, ensuring they couldn't fall back in. "Run!" A sudden, urgent shout shattered the silence. The freshmen reacted instantly, sprinting in all directions at their fastest speed. The 5 veteran guards were caught off guard by this unexpected situation. Just as they were about to intercept, a flurry of black spears rained down from above, forcing them to abandon the chase and defend themselves. Within seconds, the freshmen had scattered away from the pit. "The rookies are escaping. Catch them!" Song Wenwan shouted from the shadows. The veterans immediately turned to pursue the fleeing freshmen. Amid the chaos, Song Wenwan moved between the peaks, rescuing other trapped freshmen one by one. The scene descended into chaos. Song Wannuan returned to Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba, saying, "Let's go, it's our turn to act. Target the isolated veterans, quick and decisive." With that, He cast a spell to make the two of them invisible. The three moved like phantoms through the fray, taking down isolated veterans one by one. After a while, the leader known as Donger finally sensed something was wrong. Everyone, gather up, she ordered sharply. The veterans immediately ceased their pursuit and regrouped. Everyone, report your numbers. Donger commanded sternly. 1, 2, 3. The count stopped abruptly at 26. All the veterans' faces turned pale. They had lost half their numbers without even realizing it. Donger made a quick decision. All evil spirits, listen up. From now on, show no mercy to any rookies. Kill them on sight. She understood that with their current Tintoon disadvantage, along with the restriction against freely killing the freshmen, the situation was dire for them. Rather than being passively attacked, it was better to eliminate a batch of rookies first and deal with the rest later. Those who survived their pursuit would be the truly worthy opponents. Most of the freshmen in their first year had no idea that outside the stormy mirror, a massive electronic screen was flickering with two different colors of light. There were over 2,000 dense white dots, representing the new students like Xiao Bai who had just enrolled, while the black dots had sharply decreased from 200 to about 160, representing the second-year veterans referred to as demons by the newcomers. This year's freshmen are indeed unusual. They knocked out over 40 demons on the first day, a teacher commented while observing the screen. That's good. Perhaps those second-year students should take things more seriously now. The real battle is about to begin, and I'm curious to see how far these rookies can go. Another teacher remarked with interest. Could the rookies eliminate all the demons? Someone proposed this seemingly far-fetched idea. Absolutely not. A seasoned teacher immediately dismissed it. The demons being reduced by a fifth is merely because they were playing a game of cat and mouse, not taking things seriously. Now that they've likely sobered up, they won't be holding back. Once the demons get serious, these rookies will have a tough time. The teachers exchanged glances before changing the topic. Speaking of which, should we play along with the demon's previous suggestion? Good idea. It's about time these rookies got a taste of reality. Let's go with it, said Dongfang Sweki and the others. Inside the stormy mirror, Song Wannuan, Jin Zizai, and Huang Tianba were mingling with the demon group. They had joined the gathering summoned by Winter and became part of the 26-member team. Everyone, attack. Don't let a single rookie escape. Winter commanded, and the demons charged like wolves towards the rookies fleeing down the mountain. Song Wenwan and the other two struggled to keep up with the main group, falling to the back. At that moment, Winter suddenly appeared beside them. Why are you three so slow? Reporting to the leader, we just went through a fierce battle, and our energy hasn't fully recovered, Song Wenwan quickly explained. Winter glanced at their tattered clothes and said no more before rushing ahead. Phew, that woman is terrifying. The pressure is immense. Huang Tianba sighed in relief after Winter left. To become the leader of the veterans, her strength is undoubtedly formidable. She's reached gold level 1, just a step away from the platinum realm, Song Wenwan whispered. But right now, the most important thing is to find potential new students to join us. The strength of just the three of us is too limited. Understood, Song Wenwan said, as Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba nodded in agreement. On the battlefield that followed, brutal scenes unfolded continuously. The demons were far more powerful than the rookies, and despite the newcomers' desperate attempts to escape, many were caught. These demons struck mercilessly, without hesitation. Most of the newcomers, who were only at the bronze level, couldn't withstand even a few moves against demons 2 major levels higher. However, there were some outstanding students among the newcomers. A few gifted individuals had already reached the silver level. Though they still couldn't rival the veterans, they could at least hold out a bit longer. In just half an hour, over 300 newcomers had fallen. Meanwhile, Song Wenwan and his companions were slacking off in secret, pretending to fight while actually putting in minimal effort. Boss, look over there. Jin Zizai suddenly pointed to a particularly intense battle in the distance. Song Wenwan looked in the direction and saw a newcomer fiercely battling a demon. With a wave of the newcomer's hand, massive stones and trees around him lifted into the air and hurled towards the demon. Unfazed, the demon raised a fist and launched a red fireball, which exploded violently in midair. Boom! The explosion was deafening, and the scorching flames spread outwards. The newcomer reacted swiftly, grabbing onto a distant boulder and flying towards it, narrowly avoiding being engulfed by the flames. Did you figure out what ability he's using? Song Wenwan asked. Isn't it telekinesis? Huang Tianba speculated. No, Jin Zizai shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, it's a gravity ability. Isn't gravity similar to telekinesis? Huang Tianba asked, confused. Jin Zizai explained in detail. They seem similar on the surface, but they're fundamentally different. Telekinesis uses mental power to manipulate objects, like an invisible hand. Gravity manipulation, on the other hand, controls the gravitational relationships between objects. In the early stages, the effects are similar, but the development paths are vastly different. Imagine controlling gravitational forces between planets. How powerful would that be? How do you know so much? Huang Tianba asked in surprise. Our Gene family is in business, Gene Zizai replied. Do you know what's most important in business? Of course, it's good products, Huang Tianbai answered without hesitation. Good products are important, but the key is intelligence. Sometimes, a single piece of useful information can earn you a fortune. Gene Zizai's words made Song Wannuan look at him with newfound respect. Song Wannuan still vividly remembers the first time he met Gene Zizai. Back then, Gene Zizai's every move resembled the clumsy and clueless son of a landlord. Surprisingly, after experiencing a breakthrough in his abilities, his intelligence significantly improved, and he gradually began to exhibit the demeanor expected of a member of the Gene family. This transformation confirmed one thing. The Gene family's meticulous upbringing of him never ceased, but before the increase in his intelligence, these teachings seemed to fall on deaf ears. Now, the once elusive business acumen is gradually becoming clear in his mind. Our Gene family doesn't just deal in ordinary goods. We also trade in information, Gene Zizai said with a clever glint in his eye, revealing his shrewd businessman side. Big Bear, if you ever need something, just mention my name for a 20 discount. Enough with the sales pitch, Song Wannuan interrupted him. We've got our eyes on this person. Follow me and be ready to act. With that, he headed towards the rookie with gravity abilities. When they approached their target, Song Wannuan suddenly shouted, Feng Xiao Xiao, so it's you. This gravity-wielding person was, in fact, an old acquaintance of his, the audacious young man who had scored 985 points while constantly watching him on the airship to the capital. At that time, Feng Xiaoxiao had boldly declared that with the resources of the Imperial Academy, he would defeat Song Wannuan within 6 months, or else he would serve him faithfully. Now, it seems that his 985 score indeed showed some capability. Who are you? Feng Xiaoxiao asked warily, facing Song Wannuan, who was wearing a demon mask. Song Wannuan immediately changed his tone, his voice filled with anger. Back in Phoenix City, you courted my sister, promising to marry no one else. Now that you're in the Imperial Academy, you pretend not to know her? Do you think my sister has no one to back her up? Gene Zizai marveled silently. If he didn't know the leader's background, he might have believed this masterful performance. He wondered if this was also a result of disguise abilities. Nonsense. I never said anything like that. Feng Xiaoxiao denied vehemently. Song Wannuan turned to the demon-masked person who had been fighting Feng Xiaoxiao earlier. Brother, this guy has a grudge with me. Can you let me handle him? Of course, jerks like this deserve a good lesson. The masked person agreed readily. Feng Xiaoxiao. Song Wannuan raised his voice deliberately to ensure the departing masked person could hear. How do you want to die? Today, I'll make you wish you were dead. Don't say I'm abusing my power. According to Academy rules, no one will stop me from tormenting you. Feng Xiaoxiao frowned, thinking. The person not only called out his name accurately, but also knew he was from Phoenix City, so it couldn't be mistaken identity. Yet, he had never done any of the things he was accused of. While he was puzzled, Song Wannuan whispered quietly, Feng, it's me, Song Wannuan. Don't ask, just go along with it for now. Upon hearing Song Wannuan's words, Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. It turned out that Song Wannuan had infiltrated the enemy ranks disguised as a malevolent spirit. After recognizing Song Wannuan, Feng Xiaoxiao nodded silently and allowed himself to be led into the small woods. A few minutes later, the team emerging from the woods had grown from 3 to 4 members. Inside the woods, Song Wannuan had explained the plan to Feng Xiaoxiao in detail. Feng Xiaoxiao agreed almost without thinking, knew that with his current skills, acting alone would easily lead to being eliminated by the experienced second-year students. Disguising himself as a malevolent spirit was the safest choice for now. Next, Song Wannuan's team began their hunting operation. They approached solitary malevolent spirits using various clever excuses. Hey brother, have you seen Song Wannuan? Song Wannuan pretended to ask anxiously to a lone malevolent spirit. The spirit shook his head and complained, no. Everyone's looking for him, but it's like he's vanished into thin air. Even if he has invisibility powers, he can't be completely undetectable. Didn't the young master of the Gene family also have invisibility powers? At least we could see him, though he managed to escape. Look over there, doesn't that person look like Song Wannuan? Song Wannuan suddenly pointed into the distance. As the spirit turned to check, Gene Zizai made a throat-slitting gesture. Before the spirit could react, he felt a sharp pain, and his head flew off, his body turning into a stream of light and disappearing. Got another one. Gene Zizai exclaimed excitedly. Song Wannuan analyzed, most of these guys are around gold level 4 or 5, so sneak attacks work well. But the leaders are tough to deal with. Even ambushing them is hard to succeed. To be safe, he always checked the target's attributes before making a move. They used various reasons to lure solitary malevolent spirits, claiming they had spotted Song Wannuan and needed backup, saying a companion was besieged by freshmen, or even using the capture of the #1 beauty as bait. No one suspected that the companion was actually a disguised enemy, and one by one, they fell into the trap. Each deceived spirit was ambushed and killed, then teleported back to the city. Meanwhile, they also recruited several capable freshmen into their ranks. By the time night fully descended, their team had expanded to 15 members. The Imperial Capital Academy truly considers the well-being of its students by providing a buffer period for freshmen to adapt. When night falls in the Shumi mirror, all the malevolent spirits cease their pursuit and return to their base to rest. At this time, Song Wannuan blends in with them, while Jean Zizai and others, following his plan, disperse to find other freshmen. This plan is quite strategic. Sophomores are very familiar with their classmates, so if Jean Zizai's group of 15 were all to appear at the spirit's base, their identities would easily be exposed. More importantly, Song Wanwan has another plan that requires Jean Zizai to make contact with other freshmen, while he stays behind to gather internal information. At that moment, the atmosphere inside the base was heavy. The leaders were taking a head count, and the results made their faces grim. Only 101 remained. This meant that nearly half of their group had been lost on the first day, a record that could be considered the worst in the history of the Imperial Capital Academy. If tomorrow's results are the same, will definitely be marked as a disgrace in the Academy's history, said a tall, thin leader named Ho Junlai in a serious tone. Song Wenwan quietly noted that this gold-level fighter was just a step away from the platinum level. No one refuted Ho Junlai's words. They all vividly remembered their own freshman experience show the current third-year students had toyed with them. By the end of the third day back then, those veterans had only lost 20 people, while their own group was in disarray. Thinking back to how they had once confidently looked forward to playing the role of malevolent spirits now seemed ironic. Monkey, now's not the time for that discussion, interrupted the chubby leader. We need to come up with a strategy for what's next. There are indeed a few troublesome figures among these freshmen, with strange abilities and notable strength, Ho Junlai acknowledged, changing his term from rookies to freshmen, clearly starting to take the opponents seriously. From tomorrow, we need to do as Winter did today, deal with any freshman on the spot, without hesitation. In that case, should we continue with our previous plan? Winter asked. The most important thing right now is to ensure we don't get eliminated, Ho Junlai said earnestly. In my opinion, the freshmen should be divided into two groups, those we've caught before, and there's a high chance that they're already scared out of their wits and won't dare to make a move against us, choosing instead to hide in the shadows and wait for the freshman competition to end. However, Ho Junlai knows that there are still some skilled and extraordinary freshmen who haven't been caught yet. These individuals are extremely confident in their abilities and will undoubtedly try to gain more points. In that case, we'll use the point balls as bait and set a trap to lure them in, Ho Junlai calmly analyzed. Once we deal with these powerful freshmen, the rest won't be a concern. After all, if we can catch them once, we can easily catch them again. I agree with Monkey's plan, the chubby leader immediately voiced his support. So how exactly do we use the point balls to set a trap? Donner asked the crucial question. Listening from the shadows, Song Wenwan silently admired their strategy. Well done. This is exactly the information he had been trying to uncover. It's simple. We'll use an empty fort strategy, Ho Junlai confidently explained. We'll hang the point balls in the most obvious spots in the forest. Anyone seeing such obvious bait will realize it's a trap. But instead of ambushing around the point balls, we'll hide on either side. When they try to avoid the trap in front, they'll walk right into our encirclement. By then, escaping won't be easy. Isn't that too risky? The chubby guy expressed concern. What if we encounter reckless freshmen or those with invisibility powers? They might act without thinking. Ho Junlai was prepared for this. I've already considered that. We'll have sensory ability users around the point balls. This way, we can detect invisibility users and handle unexpected situations, preventing reckless individuals from seizing the balls. If a conflict arises, it will only prove that we've set a trap there, making our strategy more convincing. After hearing this thorough analysis, both the chubby leader and Donger nodded in agreement. If everyone agrees, let's proceed with this plan. With everyone's approval, Ho Junlai began collecting point balls. They planned to have them in place by dawn the next day to capture all the freshmen. Song Wenwan silently watched the gathering of point balls, thinking to himself, these point balls will be mine. I'll let you hold on to them for now. Then, he quietly turned and left, preparing to counter this trap. Having overheard the plan of the sophomore students, Song Wenwan decided to turn the tables. He meticulously searched along the way, not missing any usable stones and wood. Whenever he found suitable materials, he immediately used software to create lifelike human figures. Looking at the completed dummies, Song Wenwan frowned and thought, if only I could make these dummies move, even for just a minute, it would be enough. Unfortunately, his current software couldn't achieve this function. He continued collecting and crafting along the way, and by the time he met Jean Zizai and the others, he had stored hundreds of dummies on his cloud drive. Boss, all the freshman survivors are here now, around 800 people, Jean Zizai reported to Song Wenwan. Surveying the surroundings, Song Wenwan noticed that Nangong Xiaomei was also among the crowd. Song Wenwan, what exactly is your plan? Nangong Xiaomei asked. She was there entirely because she trusted her old acquaintance Jean Zizai, rather than Song Wenwan's reputation. Song Wannuan then detailed the sophomore's plan that he had overheard. Using point balls as bait to set up an empty city trap, that's pretty cunning, Nangong Xiaomei said, looking at Song Wannuan. If you hadn't discovered this plan, we would have fallen for it tomorrow. What's your countermeasure? Our target isn't those bait point balls, Song Wannuan said solemnly, but to kick all the sophomores out of the game. That way, it will just be an internal competition among us, avoiding those torturous situations. Since they plan to split and ambush, we can take advantage of the confusion. How do we take advantage of it? A man with a gloomy expression asked. Song Wannuan then elaborated on his plan, gaining the approval of the crowd. Early the next morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Song Wannuan led the group to the woods near the mountain peak. Sure enough, many point balls were conspicuously hidden in the forest. Xiao Jin, go stir things up, Song Wannuan signaled to Jin Zizai. According to their plan from the previous night, the first step was to alert the other side. Jin Zizai swiftly disappeared into the woods. Although his stealth skills were excellent, the surrounding ambushed sensory type ability users quickly detected him and launched an attack. The sky was ablaze, forming a fiery net that descended towards Jin Zizai. However, faced with this deadly trap, Jin Zizai neither dodged nor hesitated. Instead, he revealed himself and dashed straight towards the alluring point's orb. In the next instant, his figure ghosted through the fiery net, emerging unscathed. This scene left the old hands lurking in the shadows utterly dumbfounded. They had expected such a fierce assault would force their opponent to retreat, but to their surprise, Jin Zizai was not only an invisible ability user, but also possessed the power to phase through obstacles. With the tempting point's orb in imminent danger, the 6 veterans had no choice but to abandon their cover, revealing themselves and surrounding Jin Zizai in a hexagonal formation. That should be all of them, Song Wannuan whispered to Huang Tianba and Nangong Xiaomei. Let's move. Even as he spoke, he activated his color-filling skill, turning his teammates invisible. They launched a sudden assault on the 6 exposed veterans. This was the trap they had meticulously planned, using Jin Zizai to lure the enemy out and then annihilate them in one swift move. Eliminating these 6 among over 100 veterans would significantly weaken their opponents. Song Wannuan, utilizing the hyperlink set up the previous day, teleported into the enemy ranks and swiftly dispatched 2 of them. The rest quickly fell to the team's coordinated attack. What shocked Song Wannuan the most was the seemingly delicate girl behind Nangong Xiaomei. Standing at about 1.55 meters, her chubby cheeks adorned with charming dimples, she exuded a hint of shyness. Yet when she acted, it was with overwhelming force. Wielding a giant bronze hammer in each hand, she moved with earth-shaking power, her strength awe-inspiring. Driven by curiosity, Song Wannuan checked the attributes of this girl, named Dai Ruo. Age, 18. Physical strength, 524. Soul strength, 314. Ability attribute, super strength SS level. Overall combat power, 838. A pure strength type ability user. Song Wannuan marveled inwardly at the astonishing power hidden beneath her gentle exterior, the contrast truly striking. Ambush. It's an ambush. Run. Several cries of alarm rang out. This was part of their plan to deliberately create chaos, causing the veterans on both sides to mistakenly believe their scheme had succeeded and wait for the newcomers to walk into the trap. However, at that moment, several figures from the newcomers' camp suddenly sprang into action, heading straight for the point's orb in the trees. For them, the key to this freshman competition was ranking. The points orbs scattered throughout the forest were highly valuable, worth thousands of points. Grabbing one, even if it meant being eliminated afterward, was worthwhile. These points would ensure a top position in the final rankings and earn them substantial rewards. The sudden actions of these individuals took everyone by surprise. The infighting among the freshmen erupted so unexpectedly, even before they had a chance to eliminate the more experienced sophomores. However, when they reached out to grab the point balls, a comical scene unfolded. Their hands passed right through the balls. Unconvinced, they tried several more times, only to experience the same result. Naive, Song Wannuan stepped forward, a slight smile on his lips. Since the opponents are acting as bait, did you really think they would use real point balls? In reality, the seniors were indeed using real point balls. However, before the operation began, Song Wannuan had already used his special ability to cut and collect the point balls in the forest, leaving behind mere illusions as substitutes. Since these point balls contained no energy, this operation was a piece of cake for him. This made Song Wannuan reflect on the nature of his ability. The less energy an object has, the easier it is to manipulate. For instance, duplicating a bottle of ordinary drink could be done in the blink of an eye, whereas duplicating a dragon lingji would take a full 3 months. Deleting a piece of regular paper was also easy, but deleting a person with abilities might drain his own energy completely. It was akin to handling files of different sizes naturally. A 1 KB file would take far less time to process than a 1 GB file. Faced with these specially made but energyless point balls, cutting and creating shortcuts was a simple task for him. The freshmen who had just attempted to seize the point balls listened to Song Wenwan's explanation, showing no signs of guilt on their faces, only flashes of unwillingness and regret not for their actions, but for failing to see the situation clearly. These individuals are not to be trusted, Song Wenwan noted silently to himself. He had anticipated this. In any team, there would always be a few restless individuals, tempted by such alluring benefits. This also provided him with an opportunity to see who was trustworthy, as they would be spending several years together at the Imperial Capital Academy. Let's move on to the next phase of our plan, Song Wenwan announced, retrieving the dummies he had crafted the previous day from his online storage. These dummies were similar in build to the people present and could easily be mistaken for the real thing at first glance. He turned to two young men, one with dark skin and the other with an earring, Xin Hui and Xiao Fei, the object manipulators that Jean Zizai had brought in yesterday. You two control these dummies to move to the left, following our agreed speed. Just buy us some time. Understood. Leave it to us, Xin Hui and Xiao Fei responded in unison. In an instant, the two of them simultaneously activated their telekinesis powers, maneuvering the dummy to weave to the left. The dummy moved with such fluidity and naturalness that from a distance, it could easily be mistaken for a real person. Let's head to the right, Song Wenwan commanded decisively. The new recruits immediately understood and sprinted to the right, their steps light yet vigilant. After covering some distance, the group halted. This was the perfect spot for the second phase of their plan, luring the enemy into their trap. Nangong Xiaomei, this is up to you now. I'll go lure them over, Song Wenwan said, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Don't worry, we'll set up the trap here, Nangong Xiaomei replied, her eyes holding a hint of admiration. She had to admit that her recent interactions with Song Wenwan had changed her perception of him. Although he hadn't demonstrated overwhelming combat power, his strategic thinking and intelligence were indeed remarkable. Of course, this didn't mean she conceded everyone had their strengths. She excelled in direct confrontation, not these clever tactics. She silently resolved to have a fair face-off with Song Wenwan once they had eliminated the upperclassmen. Black-clad team, gather up, Song Wenwan ordered, and over 40 people quickly converged on him. This wasn't just a simple lure, it was a complex, multi-layered strategy. With the setup complete, Song Wenwan dashed forward alone. Before long, he reached the ambush site of the sophomore students on the right. Fatty, fatty, Song Wenwan called out. He had just used his word count skill to confirm that 47 people were hiding here, led by someone known as Fatty. What's up? The chubby leader emerged and asked. Song Wenwan immediately reported. Fatty, according to plan, the rookies have discovered our empty city ruse and decided to flank us from both sides, but they went to the left. Monkey asked me to inform you, hoping you can join in for a pincer attack and capture them all. No problem, the chubby leader agreed without hesitation. He had already heard the sounds of battle ahead and was worried the newcomers might see through the trap. Hearing this news, he finally felt relieved. Brothers, it's time to settle the score. Follow me, the chubby leader shouted, leading his group forward. Settle the score, huh? Well, good luck with that, Song Wenwan murmured with a knowing smile as he watched the upperclassmen's retreating backs. Then, he quickened his pace, running ahead to guide them into the carefully laid trap set by Nangong Xiaomei and her team. The group, led by the plump leader, had no suspicion of Song Wenwan's actions. As reinforcements arriving from another direction, his familiarity with the movements of the newcomers and the ambush points of the seasoned veterans was convincing. At this moment, Song Wenwan was silently guiding this unsuspecting group into the carefully laid trap of Nangong Xiaomei and her team. They're coming, get ready, Nangong Xiaomei commanded in a hushed voice. Ranged ability users, wait until they are dazzled, then attack with full force. Hold back your abilities. The first wave must take out half of these veterans. Close combat ability users, wait for my signal before charging. Her analysis was spot on. While the physical strength of ability users does improve with their level, it still lags behind those specialized in close combat. As long as the level gap isn't too wide, close-range ambushes can be highly effective. This was the key to Song Wenwan and his group's previous success in eliminating so many veteran golden-level fighters. The newcomers were on high alert when suddenly, Song Wenwan halted. Wait a minute. What's wrong? The plump leader quickly stepped forward. Fat brother, look at that. Song Wenwan pointed upward. Just as the veterans all looked up, he subtly waved his finger and vanished instantly. Suddenly, chaos erupted. The ground collapsed, and countless earthen spikes and vines burst forth, launching a fierce assault on the veterans. Damn it! It's a trap, the plump leader roared, punching the ground with such force that rocks flew and the earth crumbled. Unfortunately, not everyone reacted as swiftly as he did. Many were caught off guard by this sudden attack. The first wave of ambushes took out 25 veterans. Just as those who escaped the ground attack were beginning to relax, a more concentrated assault descended from above. These attacks weren't individually powerful, but their sheer number and coordination overwhelmed the second-year veterans. Close combat ability users, charge with me, Nangong Xiaomei shouted, leading the charge into the fray. The other close combat fighters followed, their battle cries ringing out. I, Huang Tianba, have never been weaker than anyone. Charge, take down those veterans. You scum, your grandfather is here. This unexpected close combat charge once again disrupted the veterans' newly regained footing. Among them, Jean Zizai stood out the most, using his fluid abilities to move freely among the crowd, targeting the veterans' backs for ambushes. I'm old 6, flying high, he laughed recklessly as he continued his ambush tactics. Another experienced one bites the dust. Jean Zizai exclaimed excitedly, waving his weapon. As time went by, the veterans on the battlefield were eliminated one by one until, 10 minutes later, only the plump leader was left standing alone. At this critical moment, Song Wannuan cleverly disguised himself as a demon who had previously followed the plump leader, quietly approaching him. The plump leader looked grim, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, we've been outsmarted by these rookies. That guide was a mole all along." Clenching his fists, the plump leader said anxiously, "We need to warn Monkey and the others about the spy, or we'll face a total defeat and be the laughingstock of everyone." "I'll cover you, fat brother." Song Wannuan feigned loyalty. "You go and inform Brother Monkey and the others." "No." The plump leader shook his head. "They're definitely watching me. I'll launch a full assault to clear a path for you. You go and tell Monkey and Winter. Our sophomore reputation depends on you." "All right." Song Wannuan pretended to be full of fervor. "Hang in there, fat brother. I'll bring reinforcements as soon as possible." Rock burst, the plump leader roared, his body beginning to swell rapidly. But at this critical moment, a knife with a cold gleam silently pierced his heart. His expanding body deflated instantly as he turned to Song Wannuan in disbelief. You are." "Sorry, I'm the mole." Song Wannuan flashed a cunning smile, withdrawing the bloodstained knife. The next second, the plump leader's body dissolved into a stream of light and vanished into the air. "Men in black ready." At Song Wannuan's command, 20 men in black quickly appeared. He skillfully disguised a dozen of them as the plump leader's comrades, while the rest pretended to engage in combat, creating the illusion of an ongoing battle. "Nangong, little sister, proceed as planned." Song Wannuan instructed 5 other men in black. "You continue to lay an ambush here while we execute the final step." Jean Zizai watched all this, barely able to contain his excitement. "Boss, this is too thrilling, like something out of a blockbuster." As a wealthy kid who had never wanted for anything, this was his first experience of such a heart-pounding battle. Thinking about how these freshmen were about to create a legend by defeating all the sophomores, all thanks to Song Wannuan's flawless plan, Jean Zizai couldn't help but feel genuine admiration in his eyes. At times like this, we must remain vigilant. Song Wanwan's expression was serious as he spoke in a low voice. "Too many plans in history have failed at the last step. We have to be extra cautious. If we fail, all our previous efforts will be in vain, and the opposition won't give us another chance." Jean Zizai nodded slightly, taking deep breaths to calm himself, while deliberately hunching over with a pained expression on his face. "Don't worry, I won't give anything away," he assured, clearly fully immersed in his role. Soon, Song Wanwan led a few others, feigning severe injuries as they stumbled toward Ho Junlai and Donger's ambush site. Their group matched the number of the team led by Pang leader, totaling 47 people. Just then, a series of explosions echoed from ahead. Looking up, they saw Ho Junlai and others fiercely attacking the decoys controlled by Xian Hui and Xiao Fei. Under the intense assault, the lifelike decoys burst one after another. Ho Junlai and his team's faces turned grim. They had waited here for so long, only to find a group of decoys. It wasn't entirely their fault for not seeing through the ruse. Song Wanwan's decoys were incredibly realistic. Hidden away, Xian Hui and Xiao Fei, seeing all the decoys destroyed, quickly withdrew. They had completed their mission and had no reason to linger. "Damn it, we've fallen for a diversion tactic." Ho Junlai and Donger, staring at the shattered decoy remains, immediately realized they had been tricked and rushed toward Pang leader's location. On their way, they encountered Song Wanwan and his group of 5, staggering along. "What happened to you?" Ho Junlai hurried forward to ask. Song Wanwan put on an angry and anxious facade. "Brother Ho, somehow our plan was exposed. Those newcomers didn't act as we expected, snatching the scoring balls from the forest and eliminating our guards. They launched a surprise attack on us, catching us off guard. Now, we're down to just over 20 people, and the casualties are still mounting. Brother Pang is covering our retreat, and we're here to ask for your help. If we don't hurry, they might be wiped out." "How could the plan be exposed?" "That doesn't make sense." Ho Junlai frowned, pondering. Song Wanwan gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Ho, Sister Donger, you don't know how cunning and deceitful those newcomers are, especially that Song Wenyuan's downright despicable and filthy in his methods. If I get the chance, I must teach him a lesson he'll never forget." As he mentioned Song Wanwan, he appeared as though he wanted to tear him apart. Jean Zizai, standing by, secretly marveled. The boss is truly impressive, even cursing himself while acting. He had thought he was close to the boss's level, but now it seemed the gap was still significant, and he needed to keep learning. As for the others who followed Song Wannuan, they all silently rolled their eyes. The most urgent thing is that we must hurry to rescue Pongzi and the others, Donger said anxiously. Yes, yes. Ho Junlai responded immediately, leading the group swiftly in the direction where Pongzi and his team were located. If Pongzi and his team were completely wiped out, it would be an immeasurable loss for their side. The remaining seniors of the second-year class followed closely, advancing towards the encirclement of Nangong Xiaomei and her group. Song Wanwan and Jean Zizai stayed behind, exchanging a knowing glance. Song Wanwan nodded and pointed to himself, indicating that they should take his actions as a signal. Jean Zizai and the others nodded silently in agreement. 10 minutes later, the sounds of battle reached them from afar, and Ho Junlai's group finally saw Pongzi and his team being attacked. Pongzi, don't be afraid. Your brother Ho is here. Ho Junlai shouted angrily, leaping forward. Divine light pierces the sun. Instantly, countless rays of light erupted from his body, transforming into a barrage of light arrows aimed at the freshmen attacking Pongzi. Retreat, quickly! Nangong Xiaomei, who had been observing the situation, shouted a warning. The attackers hurriedly retreated, but 5 or 6 of them were too slow and were struck by the light arrows, disappearing in a flash of light. As the leader, Ho Junlai demonstrated his formidable power with this impressive strike. Nangong Xiaomei led the hundreds of freshmen to pause their attack, but they maintained a distant encirclement. This allowed Ho Junlai's group to join forces with Pongzi and his team. Are you okay? Ho Junlai asked, stepping forward to support Pongzi. Since Pongzi couldn't use a voice changer or mimicry, he simply waved his hand in response, avoiding speaking to prevent revealing his identity. Seizing the opportunity, Song Wanwan helped support Pongzi from the other side and explained, Brother Pang used the rock explosion to help us escape, which drained him a lot. This rock explosion was a technique he had learned from the real Pongzi leader, who unfortunately was ambushed before he could use it. Ho Junlai understood upon hearing this, realizing why Pongzi was so weakened, barely able to stand. You all rest first. Leave the rest to us, he said while quickly calculating their situation. They had a total of 68 people, 47 on their side, 5 from Song Wanwan's group, who came to help, and Pongzi's team of 16. On the opposing side, there were about 600 to 700 freshmen. Even considering Pongzi's team's exhaustion, their strength should be more than enough to handle 10 freshmen each. Though they had the advantage, the situation was ironically humbling. These second-year demons should have easily toyed with the first-year rookies, but now they had to strategize carefully. As Ho Junlai put it was embarrassing to the point of opening the door to embarrassment itself. A determined glint flashed in Ho Junlai's eyes. He knew this was the last chance. This time, we must eliminate all these freshmen to barely save face. He turned to Donger and Fatty beside him. At this point, we have no choice. Donger nodded gravely. Fight, it's the only way. Fatty, though silent, nodded firmly in agreement. Brothers, charge with me. At Ho Junlai's command, all the veterans began to gather their strength, ready to launch an all-out attack. However, just as their assault was about to hit Nangong Xiaomei and her group, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Fatty and Song Wanwan suddenly turned and attacked their own side. In an instant, more than 20 veterans were knocked out, leaving the scene in chaos. Fatty, what are you doing? Ho Junlai turned incredulously to question them. Song Wanwan calmly walked over to Ho Junlai, speaking softly. It seems they've been controlled. Everything happened so quickly that even Nangong Xiaomei and her group didn't have time to react. Controlled. Donger watched Fatty and his group warily. I don't think so. Ho Junlai's mind raced, and he quickly figured out the truth. I understand now. The real Fatty and the others were likely eliminated. These people are imposters. Someone must have infiltrated us last night, which is why our plan was exposed. Exactly right. Jean Zizai smirked. We are indeed disguised. But can you be sure there are no more of us among you? This statement was like a bombshell, causing the remaining veterans to immediately distance themselves from each other, watching vigilantly. Jean Zizai felt secretly pleased with the chaos. Ho Junlai quickly regained his composure and ordered sternly, don't let him provoke you. Everyone, remove your masks. It was a wise decision, as they had lived together for a year, and without masks, it would be easy to identify imposters. Song Wanwan internally admired Ho Junlai's quick thinking. He had only managed to mimic the form of a slain comrade, but couldn't scan their face due to the mask. He had to take a gamble and, during the mask removal, quickly disguised himself as Lu Mengmeng. This Lu Mengmeng was the linchpin of the entire disguise plan. Through him, Song Wanwan had obtained various information about the veterans and gained trust by imitating Lu Mengmeng's voice within the sophomore group. Once everyone had removed their masks, Ho Junlai scrutinized each familiar face and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Ho, just taking off the mask isn't enough. Song Wanwan stepped forward, his expression serious. We need to find a way to confirm if someone has infiltrated us. How about asking a few questions that only we oldtimers would know? The freshmen definitely won't be able to answer them. Ho Junlai was about to dismiss the idea but hesitated, furrowing his brow. If the opponent could disguise their appearance, it would indeed be difficult to distinguish them by looks alone. He nodded slowly, signaling for Song Wannuan to continue. Here's what we'll do, Song Wannuan said, glancing around at his companions. We'll go from left to right, each person naming another. If they can say the name, it proves they're one of us. If not, his voice trailed off, a hint of calculation flashing in his eyes. With his ability to view attributes, he could easily know everyone's name. This was a perfect opportunity, perhaps even a chance to eliminate a few seasoned members. Even if the plan failed, it wouldn't matter much. Great idea. Ho Junlai agreed decisively. Simple, direct, and most effective. The others lined up, ready for the test. Nangong Xiaomei and her group did not intervene, instead watching the performance with cold detachment. Despite their numerical advantage, they were up against a group of golden-ranked ability users, and the odds weren't in their favor. It was wiser to wait and see rather than act rashly. Nangong Xiaomei keenly noticed that Song Wannuan was nowhere to be seen, and the one suggesting this plan was likely his impersonator. The test began. The first 5 passed smoothly, correctly naming their designated companions. But when it came to the 6th person, things changed. Brother Ho, the 6th person stammered. I'm not good with names. I really can't remember this classmate's name. Before he finished speaking, a figure darted in front of him. With a dull thud, Song Wanwan's fist had pierced through the student's chest, blood splattering everywhere. Song Wanwan, are you crazy? Ho Junlai demanded harshly. Brother Ho, we're about to fight with our backs against the wall, Song Wanwan quickly explained. Everyone needs to trust their back to their companions. If he can't even say a name, we can't afford that risk. Better to be safe than sorry. Ho Junlai stared at Song Wanwan, filled with doubt. Although Song Wanwan's reasoning seemed somewhat valid, executing someone who might just be forgetful was too hasty. Some people naturally struggle with names, and some faces are too ordinary to remember easily. These were all possibilities. He wanted to verify further with other questions, but Song Wanwan acted first. This made Ho Junlai deeply suspicious of Song Wanwan's true identity. Facing the unwavering gaze of Ho Junlai, Song Wanwan stood firm, her eyes reflecting a resolute light. What is my name? Ho Junlai asked coldly, locking eyes with Song Wanwan. Ho Junlai. Song Wanwan answered loudly without hesitation. Ho Junlai then pointed to a seemingly ordinary figure beside him. And him. Fong Huifeng. Song Wanwan replied again promptly. Seeing Song Wanwan answer both questions fluently, Ho Junlai's sharp gaze softened slightly. In his view, anyone who could accurately name his companions couldn't be a newcomer. Little did he know, Song Wanwan had a special skill to view others' attributes, something Ho Junlai hadn't anticipated. Ho Junlai turned his attention to another person, pointing to Song Wanwan's disguised identity as Lu Mengmeng. He questioned a man with straight brows. What's his name? The man with straight brows opened his mouth, but found he couldn't make any sound. Thinking it was due to a dry throat, he coughed twice, but still no sound came out when he tried to speak again. Ho Junlai frowned. This straight-browed man was his classmate, and he knew he wasn't mute. If you don't speak, I'll consider you a spy, he warned. The straight-browed man anxiously pointed to his throat, showing his distress. In reality, only Song Wanwan knew the truth. She had used her special skill to mute him by locking onto him and clicking mute. If that's the case, I'm sorry, Ho Junlai said, and with a wave of his hand, a light arrow pierced through the man's heart. The straight-browed man's figure dissolved into light and vanished into the air. During the subsequent interrogation, Song Wanwan refrained from using the mute skill. Instead, she cleverly used a tilt skill on a square-faced individual. This sudden move caused the already tense Ho Junlai to misjudge, thinking the person was about to attack, prompting him to strike immediately. Once all the veterans had been questioned, Ho Junlai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although their numbers had dwindled to 24, with the most hidden being Song Wanwan, at least those present were trustworthy allies. Attack! Ho Junlai shouted, unleashing a brilliant silver attack toward the numerous newcomers, his anger-infused strike proving exceptionally powerful. Ho Junlai raised his hands high, and in an instant, blinding light converged in his palms, transforming into a multitude of sharp swords that poured down like a torrential rain upon the advancing freshman army. This attack seemed to signal the start of the battle, as the experienced fighters unleashed their most powerful moves. Chains of darkness swept across the sky, crimson infernos erupted into towering flames, fans of fire swept across the battlefield, and illusionary sounds disrupted the mind. Each attack carried a force capable of devastation, overwhelming the freshmen. Despite the terrifying onslaught, the freshmen did not back down. They understood that this was the final showdown with the veterans. Victory would etch their names into the school's history. Failure would be accepted without complaint. After all, Song Wanwan's plan had already successfully weakened the sophomores. If they couldn't win under these circumstances, it would be a testament to their lack of ability. Moreover, This honorable confrontation was far preferable to being caught and humiliated. The melee erupted instantly. Aware of their individual limitations, the freshmen employed a tactic of surrounding a single opponent with 30 to 40 people. While they struggled to defeat their adversaries, they could at least hold them at bay through teamwork. Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba maintained their distinct fighting styles. One engaged in stealthy ambushes, while the other confronted the enemy head-on. Huang Tianba envied Jin Zizai's ability to move freely and evade attacks, but his own power only enhanced his combat strength without changing its nature, so he continued his straightforward approach. The most striking figure was Nangong Xiaomei. Her eyes were blood red, as if possessed, exuding an aura of intimidation, with the scent of blood detectable from afar. Within a 10-meter radius of her, nothing could survive, and even her allies dared not approach. It was no wonder she could command the other freshmen. In such a near-mad state, who would dare defy her? Song Wannuan was stunned by Nangong Xiaomei's condition and quickly checked her attributes. Name: Nangong Xiaomei. Age: 18. Physical strength: 623. Soul strength: 1140. Ability attribute: Bloodlust SSS level. Potential total combat power: 1763. These stats shocked Song Wannuan. Since merging with the computer, he had seen many ability users' data, but never had he encountered someone whose soul strength exceeded their physical strength by an entire realm. No wonder she dared to charge into battle alone. Capable of taking on 100 foes, her power was comparable to a typical level 5 gold ability user. The Bloodlust ability ranked 33rd, far above Huang Tianba's conviction and Jin Zizai's freedom. Watching Nangong Xiaomei's formidable performance on the battlefield, Song Wannuan couldn't help but wonder about her parents. What kind of people could raise daughters with such extraordinary talents? At that moment, Song Wannuan's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a memory. He vividly recalled the scene when he first met Nangong Weiyang in Fengwang City. Back then, he was still quite inexperienced and was amazed to discover that she possessed a power of the gold rank. In that small town, such strength was truly remarkable to him. However, thinking back now, gold rank was not all that exceptional. What concerned him more was an obvious anomaly. With Nangong Weiyang's predictive ability at sequence 35, she should have broken through to the gold rank, or even the platinum rank, by her sophomore year. Yet, at 23, she was still at the gold rank, indicating there was more to the story. When I see her, I must ask her about it face-to-face, Song Wannuan thought to himself, then refocused his attention on the intense battle before him. The battle had reached a critical stage. It was time to bring it to an end. Song Wannuan's gaze locked onto the central figure of the battlefield, Ho Junlai. As long as he could take him down, the chaos would be over. Seizing the opportunity, Song Wannuan silently set up a circle of hyperlinks behind Ho Junlai at the moment he launched his attack. In a flash, he appeared behind him, swinging his saber towards Ho Junlai's head without hesitation. However, Ho Junlai, a light ability user, was incredibly swift, twisting his body in a way unimaginable to most, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. But Song Wannuan was prepared, summoning countless decoys to swarm towards Ho Junlai in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Ho Junlai couldn't distinguish between real and fake, instinctively launching attacks. Amidst the bang 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 of explosions, the decoys turned to dust. The familiar scene made Ho Junlai wary, but it was too late. A sharp dagger had already pierced his heart. Struggling to turn his head, he saw Song Wannuan wearing Lu Mingming's appearance. "It's you? A traitor?" Ho Junlai asked in disbelief, having previously verified the identity of the person. Surprised? Caught off guard, Song Wannuan smiled smugly. "Remember, my name is Jin Zizai." With that, he swiftly withdrew the dagger. The success of this strike was due to his continuous use of hyperlink jumps, combined with isolating his presence, allowing him to deliver a fatal blow unnoticed. "With Ho Junlai dead, why don't you surrender?" Song Wannuan's voice echoed across the battlefield. Upon hearing this, the senior students were visibly shaken, and their offensive became chaotic. The freshmen seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack. The battlefield was constantly illuminated by the flashes of elimination notifications as several sophomores were knocked out one after another. In no time, only Donger and 3 other veterans were left in the camp opposing the freshmen. They were completely surrounded by the newcomers led by Nangong Xiaomei, with no way to retreat. "Senior, surrender," Song Wannuan said earnestly, looking directly at Donger. He knew that in such a situation, avoiding unnecessary conflict was the best option. Cries of surrender echoed throughout the space. Donger glanced around at the few remaining companions, a bitter smile playing on her lips. The situation was clear. They were nearly wiped out. Even if they fought to the end, they could only take a few more freshmen with them, unable to change the outcome. This time, the sophomore's pride was utterly lost. "I have just one question," Donger said, scanning the freshman before her. "Who is the leader of your operation?" She recalled the turning point in the battle. Initially, the newcomers were easily subdued, but then someone rescued some captured freshmen, triggering a coordinated uprising. From that moment, The freshmen's attacks became organized and unexpected. There had to be someone orchestrating everything. Let me introduce you. Song Wannuan stepped forward. Our leader Nangong Xiaomei. She was responsible for the ambush and the attack. He purposely highlighted Nangong Xiaomei to avoid drawing too much attention to himself. Since the mission was successful, it was better to let Nangong Xiaomei take the credit, which could potentially bring trouble. Hearing this, Nangong Xiaomei shot Song Wannuan a sharp look. Although she did command the ambush and attack, the true mastermind was Song Wannuan. She merely executed the plan. Donger looked at Nangong Xiaomei, understanding dawning in her eyes, accompanied by admiration. Having been in the capital for over a year, she had heard of the famous young princess of the Nangong family. As expected of the Nangong family's little princess, truly exceptional. We lost fair and square. I hope we'll have the chance to learn from you all in the future. With that, she voluntarily ended her participation. Seeing Donger choose to bow out gracefully, the remaining veterans followed suit without further comment, disappearing in streaks of light. The crowd finally breathed a collective sigh of relief. Although they had only been in the Shumi mirror for a day and a half, it felt like an eternity to everyone. This period not only tested their physical limits, but also transformed their spirits significantly. Many collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, finally able to relax their long-tense nerves. Watching everyone unwind, Song Wanwan's signature smile appeared on his face. If Yunda and Tang Chichi were present, they would recognize this expression. It meant Song Wanwan was about to start scheming again. Song Wanwan glanced around, speaking calmly to the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, all the second-year veterans have been eliminated. Now, it's time for us to compete among ourselves. This statement was like a wake-up call, instantly tensing up everyone who had begun to relax. They realized that the battle in the Sumi mirror was far from over. A ranking had to be established in this freshman competition. Seeing the tension on their faces, Song Wanwan quickly reassured them. Don't worry, classmates. I'm not suggesting we fight to the death. The world is such a beautiful place. Why resort to violence? He smiled slightly and continued. You know the Academy's rules. The ranking in this freshman competition isn't based on individual combat strength, but rather on who accumulates the most points in the Sumi mirror. Honestly, I bet you haven't gathered many points yet, have you? The crowd fell silent. They had been too busy evading the second-year seniors to collect many point spheres. A few lucky ones had found some upon entering the Sumi mirror, but the quantities were pitifully small. What exactly are you getting at, Song Wanwan? Nangong Xiaomei asked, eyeing him with suspicion. Song Wanwan chuckled softly and pulled out a large handful of point spheres from his storage, showing them to everyone. These spheres had been collected in various ways. Some were gathered by his companion, Qiuqiu, some he duplicated himself, and quite a few he obtained when the seniors fell for his empty city stratagem. In fact, he held about 90% of all the point spheres in the Sumi mirror. Seeing those glowing spheres, everyone's breath involuntarily quickened. They weren't just points, they represented generous Academy rewards. Thinking of taking them from me? Think again. Song Wanwan shrugged. Even if you outnumber me, you'd never find me if I chose to hide. It was true. His peculiar disguise ability made him unmatched in concealment. Suddenly, Song Wanwan's eyes lit up. He pulled out a familiar stall from his space, the same one he used to sell body refining and essence cultivating liquids in Phoenix City. Since I'm so eager to help, why don't we settle this in the fairest, most traditional way, be setting up a stall. 1 point for 100 spirit stones, and if you spend over 10,000 spirit stones, you get a 2% discount. Actions speak louder than words. Song Wanwan stood at the center of the crowd, scanning the surroundings with bright eyes and loudly proclaimed, Boss, I'll take all the points. Before the words even finished, Jin Zizai eagerly pushed his way to the front. His eyes sparkled with determination. For this wealthy young master, any problem that could be solved with spirit stones was never a problem. Previously, he hadn't cared much about the rankings in the freshman competition, as it required a lot of effort to gather and compete. But now that it could be settled with spirit stones, his interest was piqued. Don't mess things up, Song Wanwan frowned. If you take everything, how will others buy? He suddenly remembered the foolish son of the wealthy family standing before him. Initially, he intended to earn some spirit stones, or rather, to help more students, so he couldn't let Jin Zizai take it all. But boss, Jin Zizai replied innocently. You said 1 point for 100 spirit stones. I have the money, why can't I take them all? Song Wanwan's eyes shifted as he quickly changed his strategy. I want to spread the wealth, not favor just one. How about this? I'll take the first place without any hesitation. Now, let's auction off the second place, starting at 10,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 5,000. 1 million spirit stones. Jin Zizai shouted the astronomical number without a second thought. Everyone present was taken aback. Such a massive bid was an astronomical figure for these ordinary students. Competing financially with the rich young master of the Jin family was like showing off swordsmanship in front of Guan Yu. 1 million once. 1 million twice. Song Wanwan deliberately dragged out his words. 1 million thrice sold. And just like that, Jean Zizai easily secured the second place. The wealthy young master was thrilled, thinking not only would he receive the academy's rewards, but if his family found out he placed second in the freshman competition, he'd likely earn even more spirit stones. No matter how he calculated, it was a profitable deal. Next, we auction off the third place. Song Wannuan's eyes twinkled with delight. With the first round bringing in 1,000,000 spirit stones, he thought if such opportunities had come earlier, his fortune would have been restored long ago. At that moment, a female student with fox-like eyes suddenly stepped forward. Song Wannuan, isn't it unfair to us poor students to decide the freshman competition through an auction? Unfair. Song Wannuan sneered, firing back with rapid questions. When has the world ever been fair? If not through auction, then how? Should I give away the hard-earned points for free? And to whom? To you? Why? Because you're good-looking, or because you're strong? This line of questioning suddenly reminded Song Wannuan of a term hypocrite. It described those who appeared kind but were inwardly dark and deceitful. He suddenly recalled a saying from Earth: when the apocalypse comes, first eliminate the hypocrites. Song Wannuan's gaze turned cold, her tone sharp and unwavering. People like those who pretend to be selfless saints pose no threat to enemies, but they can be deadly to their teammates. This is just an internal freshman competition at the academy. On a real battlefield, I'd be the first to get rid of such people. Better they meet their end early than drag everyone down with them. The girl with fox-like eyes sensed the murderous intent in Song Wannuan's voice and fell silent, too scared to utter another word. She knew that if she spoke again, Song Wannuan might actually make a move against her. In an instant, Song Wannuan's demeanor shifted, the coldness gone as if it had never been there. She beamed brightly and announced, "Let's continue. The starting bid for third place is 8,000 spirit stones, with each increment no less than 2,000. The reward for third isn't as good as for second, so the base price is naturally lower." Before she finished speaking, Nangong Xiaomei calmly interjected, 100,000. Knowing she couldn't compete financially with the young master of the Jin family for second place, she set her sights on securing third. To an average family, that price was astronomical, and no one wanted to cross Nangong Xiaomei, so third place was hers without contest. Song Wannuan continued. Next is fourth place, starting at 5,000, with each bid no less than 1,000. Don't worry if you don't have the spirit stones right now. You can pay on credit. This was the first time he allowed credit, and rather than worrying about non-payment, he feared no one would bid. Besides, he had his ways of ensuring debtors paid up. As the rewards extended to the top 10 in the freshman competition, the bidding became fiercer with each rank. While these competitors couldn't match the financial power of Jean Zizai and Nangong Xiaomei, they came from well-off families. The option to pay on credit only fueled the bidding frenzy. Meanwhile, the teachers watching from outside wore expressions of utter disbelief. They never imagined the freshman competition would devolve into an auction for the highest bidder. To add to their embarrassment, a group of sophomores had been completely outmatched by these newly enrolled freshmen. The vice principal was furious and declared on the spot, "Sophomores? More like a bunch of doughballs. All sophomore advisors will have 2 months' pay docked, and each mentor must write a 10,000-word report detailing how you teach your students." One teacher quickly stepped forward to explain. "Please calm down, vice principal. Upon investigation, it's not that the sophomores are weak. It's just that some of these freshmen have exceedingly strange abilities that are hard to counter." Another teacher cautiously asked, "Vice principal, with a day and a half left until the 3-day deadline, should we declare the freshman competition over, or make alternative arrangements? If we announce the end of the freshman competition now, those first-year kids will think they can rule the world," the vice principal said, standing in the center of the office with a furrowed brow, his gaze sweeping across the teachers present. "They'll think the second-year students are nothing special and might even believe our Imperial Capital Academy is overrated. What about Dongfang Sueki, Tang Feihong, Qin Mo, and Yi Baiyan?" The vice principal's voice carried a sense of urgency. "They're preparing for tomorrow's plan. There's no tomorrow if today is lost. Go get them," the vice principal ordered decisively. In less than 10 minutes, the four stood neatly before the vice principal. His eyes scanned their faces one by one as he spoke in a grave tone. "You've probably heard that the second-year ghosts have been completely defeated. Some say the first-year students possess mysterious powers that are difficult to defend against. But I don't care what extraordinary abilities they have. That's no excuse for the second year's complete defeat." Raising his voice, he continued, "I didn't call you here to be nice. You need to restore the honor of the entire second-year class. Even if the freshmen have world-shattering abilities, you need to handle them like they're just little chicks. How you do it is up to you. I only care about the results." "Yes," they replied in unison, their voices loud and clear. Qin Mo hesitated for a moment and then asked softly, "Vice principal, isn't it a bit unfair to send us in?" The vice principal waved his hand dismissively. "There's no other choice. The first lesson is to teach the freshmen that there are always people better than them. If we don't keep them in check after they've eliminated all the second years, they'll get too full of themselves, and it won't be good for their future growth." Besides, you are also second-year students, so it's not unfair. Understood, Chinemo said, suddenly realizing. Then the four of them entered the virtual realm. The scene shifted to the auction house. Song Wannuan was counting the spirit stones he had received, his smile so bright it was almost annoying. He had earned a total of 1,248,000 spirit stones from this auction, twice as much as he had expected, thanks largely to Jin Zizai's generous bidding. Song Wanwan, I challenge you. Nangong Xiaomei suddenly stood up, staring at him intently. Song Wanwan waved his hand nonchalantly. Challenge me? Miss Nangong, you're very powerful, and I'm just a small fry. I know my limits, so I concede. He was always wary of challenges that offered no benefit. Have you no dignity as a strong man? If you're a man, fight me. Nangong Xiaomei raised her voice. She had already figured out the abilities of Huang Tianba, Jin Zizai, Dairuo, and Feng Xiao, but she couldn't see through Song Wenwan, who always relied on flashy tricks. Dignity of a strong man. Song Wenwan raised an eyebrow and asked, how much is that worth per pound? Like Yunda, he had no aspirations, let alone dignity. If dignity could be sold, he would have cashed it in to repair his fate long ago. You must fight me today. If you don't accept my challenge, I'll take action myself, Nangong Xiaomei said firmly. You want to fight me? No problem, Song Wenwan said leisurely. When the dog finishes licking the face, the chicken finishes pecking the rice, and the fire burns through the lock, I'll fight you. This strange answer left Nangong Xiaomei completely baffled, not understanding what he meant at all. What do you mean by that? Nangong Xiaomei asked, looking directly into Song Wenwan's eyes. You can't even understand my jokes, yet you want to challenge me. Just give up, Song Wenwan replied dismissively, waving her hand. As Nangong Xiaomei hesitated to respond, several powerful presences suddenly descended from the sky, far beyond what the previous second-year students could manage. Everyone present instinctively looked up, seeing four figures fall to the ground like meteors, kicking up a cloud of dust. The three men and one woman stood expressionless before the crowd, exuding a chilling aura. This scene left the freshmen puzzled. Hadn't all the second-year students already been eliminated? Song Wenwan immediately focused on the female's attribute panel. Name, Dongfang Sweki. Age, 19. Physical strength, 56-23. Soul strength, 61-40. Ability attribute, life SSS level. Overall combat power, 11763. It's her. Song Wenwan's heart skipped a beat, recalling the information Lu Mingming had mentioned four super geniuses from the second year had broken through to the platinum realm. Dongfang Sweki, Tang Feihong, Qin Mo, and Yi Baiyun. Aren't they supposed to be outside the Sumera mirror? Could they be here for revenge on behalf of the other second-year students? As Song Wenwan pondered, he quietly retreated to the back of the crowd. He quickly activated his foundational skills, using a module to conceal his presence. He knew well that against Platinum Realm ability users, ordinary disguise strategies were futile. It was like in the anime he had watched on Earth, where even 3 people from Ghost Valley could resist the infiltration of the web. Confronting these Platinum Realm powerhouses with freshman strength was like smashing an egg against a rock. Hiding was the wise choice at this moment. We four represent the second-year students and challenge the freshmen to a sparring match. Please teach us, Dongfang Sweki declared. Before her words even faded, the four of them had already become afterimages, rushing towards the freshmen. Everyone, work together, Nangong Xiaomei shouted. But against the 4 Platinum Realm powerhouses, any collaboration seemed futile. They were like tigers among sheep, choosing to incapacitate rather than kill. If they intended to kill, they could wipe out all the freshmen in a single move. I, Huang Tianba, have never been inferior to anyone, invincible in the world. Huang Tianba roared, charging at Dongfang Sweki, only to be swatted away by a casual palm, landing awkwardly on the ground. Those who were knocked down lay half-conscious on the ground. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Jin Zizai instinctively turned to flee. However, Dongfang Sweki made a simple grasping gesture, and Jin Zizai's body was uncontrollably pulled backward, eventually caught by the neck, as if he were a kitten. Sister Dongfang, please show mercy. Jin Zizai plastered a flattering smile on his face. He was well aware that his Sequence 37 ability was nothing compared to Dongfang Sweki's Sequence 14 Life Force ability. Moreover, he was only at the silver rank, while she was a platinum rank expert. The disparity in power was akin to being scolded by a parent. Knowing when to yield was wise, and there was no shame in admitting defeat now. I heard you're good friends with Song Wenwan. Where is he? Dongfang Sweki squinted, asking. She was quite annoyed with Song Wenwan, who, despite being younger, inexplicably became her uncle. She had intended to teach him a lesson during the freshman competition, but was initially barred from participating as a specter due to her platinum rank. Fortunately, the sophomore students were all eliminated, giving her this chance. I don't know where the boss is hiding, but with his skills, finding him would be quite the challenge. When it comes to hiding, my boss is second to none. Jin Zizai expressed his unwavering trust in Song Wenwan. Enough talk. Dongfang Sueki impatiently knocked Jean Zizai unconscious with a slap. She abandoned the pursuit of other freshmen, focusing solely on tracking down Song Wannuan. She didn't want to miss this rare opportunity to teach him a lesson openly. Meanwhile, Tang Feihong, Qin Mo, and Yi Baiyun had already knocked out the other freshmen, including Nangong Xiaomei. Qin Mo pressed his hands to the ground, causing it to churn and swallow the unconscious freshmen, leaving only their heads exposed. That's a wrap. Qin Mo clapped his hands with a smile. Yi Baiyun, help me wake them up. I have questions to ask, Dongfang Sueki said. Yi Baiyun obliged, waving his hand to gather moisture from the air, which fell as a fine drizzle on the faces of the freshmen. They quickly regained consciousness as Dongfang Sueki stepped forward, ready to question them about Song Wenwan's whereabouts. Wishing all the students who took the exam yesterday the best of luck in achieving their desired scores. Dongfang Sueki coldly surveyed the group of freshmen before her, their bodies buried deep in the ground with only their frightened heads exposed. The gap in our abilities should be clear to you, she said, her voice as cold as ice. In the face of absolute power, your little tricks and schemes are laughable. Now, I have just one question. Where is Song Wenwan? The freshmen exchanged nervous glances, searching frantically among themselves for any sign of Song Wenwan, but to no avail. Sister Dongfang, you might as well give up, Jean Zizai said with a smug smile. You'll never find our leader. He secretly admired Song Wenwan's cleverness. Dongfang Sueki frowned slightly, her gaze sweeping the area once more. Indeed, no matter how hard she looked, there was no trace of Song Wenwan. What kind of ability has he awakened? She asked directly, hoping to determine Song Wenwan's hiding method through his ability. Jean Zizai smiled mysteriously. My boss awakened the ability of 72 transformations, able to grow big or small, and transform into trees or stones. Maybe the little grass under your feet is him. His obviously nonsensical words brought a meaningful smile to Dongfang Sueki's face. She suddenly waved her hand, and with a gesture, Jean Zizai's body was pulled towards her against his will. Crack! The sharp sound of a bone breaking echoed as Jean Zizai's arm was instantly fractured. The swift and decisive move made all the freshmen present gasp, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. Is it because I haven't disciplined you in a while that you've forgotten my methods? Dongfang Sueki looked down at Jean Zizai. Sister Dongfang, I was wrong. Let's talk this out. Jean Zizai immediately relented, the pain unbearable for this pampered young master. On the side, Nangong Xiaomei looked on with admiration, while Tang Feihong and others cast sympathetic glances at Jean Zizai. Of all people to provoke, he had to choose the notorious senior known as the female demon. Kids are just too young, Dongfang Sueki said calmly. I'll ask one last time, what ability did Song Wenwan awaken? This time, Jean Zizai dared not play tricks and answered obediently. My boss awakened the disguise ability, able to mimic anyone, regardless of age, gender, size, or height. If a child doesn't listen, a beating will do. If they still don't listen, then 2 beatings. Isn't that right? Dongfang Sueki's voice remained calm, yet it sent shivers down everyone's spine. Dongfang Sueki turned to survey the new students present, frowning slightly as she inquired about the situation. Song Wenwan's ability is quite unique, Fox Eyes explained eagerly. He can not only change his own appearance, but also help us disguise ourselves as others. Thanks to this ability, we managed to infiltrate among the seniors and launch a surprise attack. Observing Jean Zizai and Fox Eyes closely, Dongfang Sueki could tell they weren't lying. This indicated a troublesome situation. Song Wenwan could very well be hiding among the crowd, just with a different face. Any of the new students present could be him in disguise. While treating Jean Zizai's injured arm, she addressed the crowd sternly. Song Wenwan, don't drag your classmates into this. Show yourself. The crowd remained silent. As expected, if Song Wenwan was indeed present, he wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal himself. Since we can't identify who Song Wenwan is, Dongfang Sueki turned to Tang Feihong and the others, her tone icy. Let everyone face the consequences together. Do as you please. Tang Feihong grinned, his expression chilling. Apologies, freshman. I've been looking forward to playing the villain for a while now, haha. Placing his hands on the ground, lightning suddenly erupted. Since the freshmen had been doused with water, the electricity instantly surged through them all. Horrific screams rang out as everyone's hair stood on end. This is just the appetizer, Tang Feihong said excitedly, increasing the current. The main course is yet to come. The freshmen screamed in agony once more. Can you not be so twisted? You look like a creepy uncle, Dongfang Sueki said helplessly. Tang Feihong responded with delight. This is the art of electricity. Look at their expressions, their poses, simply perfect. Wow. Qin Mo looked shocked. Old Tang, I knew you were a bit twisted, but I didn't expect it to be this extreme. I'll keep my distance from you in the future. You ordinary folks don't understand art, Tang Feihong said disdainfully. Yi Baiyun interjected to ease the tension. All right, old Tang, that's enough. We've already been knocked out, and having a few platinum-level ability users intervene is already unfair. anymore, and it truly becomes bullying. Hearing this, Tang Feihong reluctantly stopped. Seeing Tang Feihong nod in agreement, Yi Baiyun turned to face the new students, his gaze sharp as lightning as it swept over each young face. Are you convinced? He asked. Convinced, convinced. The new students nodded repeatedly, though their voices carried a tone of reluctance. How could they truly be convinced? After such an ordeal, who could willingly accept it? Yet the disparity in strength was undeniable, and for the moment, they had no choice but to bow their heads. Many silently vowed to reclaim their dignity once they had grown stronger. Yi Baiyun gently waved his hands, and immediately the sky filled with countless water arrows. As silver light flickered, these arrows precisely pierced each new student's body. For a brief moment, everyone experienced the sensation of near death, before dissolving into shimmering light that dissipated into the air. Let's go, Yi Baiyun said to the other three, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. This method of assessment was indeed somewhat unfair, but since it was the school's requirement, they had no choice but to comply. The blame lay with the teachers who set such unreasonable rules. Dongfang Sueki and the others nodded silently, each crushing the jade slips in their hands. With a flash of light, the four vanished from the Shumi mirror. Upon returning to the real world, they found numerous teachers frowning at the screen. A white dot still flickered on the display, indicating someone remained in the Shumi mirror. Impossible. We clearly removed all the new students, Yi Baiyun said, puzzled. It's Song Wannuan. Dongfang Sueki suddenly realized. They had previously suspected that Song Wannuan might have disguised herself within the crowd, but now it seemed she had found a hidden spot to hide. I'll go back to the Shumi mirror, Dongfang Sueki murmured to herself. Song Wannuan, don't blame me, blame my grandfather. Soon, Dongfang Sueki re-entered the Shumi mirror. Although the space wasn't particularly large, finding someone deliberately hiding was no easy task. However, for her, with her Sequence 14 life force ability, it was not an insurmountable challenge. She flipped her hand, releasing countless tiny seeds infused with her ability's energy. She then leaped into the air, scattering the seeds in all directions. Repeating this process several times, she managed to spread the seeds throughout the entire Shumi mirror space. Grant life, let all things grow. Dongfang Sueki activated her ability, urging the seeds to sprout. In an instant, a peculiar wild grass emerged and quickly spread. Within seconds, even the barren desert areas were covered by this grass. The grass grew more vigorous, soon filling every corner of the Shumi mirror. Dongfang Sueki closed her eyes, focusing through the grass to sense human presence. However, as time went on, her frown deepened. Because she searched every corner of the Shumi mirror and found no trace of human presence, Dongfang Sueki frowned deeply, staring at the persistent white dot on the surveillance screen, filled with doubt. Could the Shumi mirror be malfunctioning? She immediately dismissed the idea. Over the years, the Shumi mirror had never made a mistake. The problem was, how could a newcomer evade her detection? As a master with the ability to sense life, she was extremely sensitive to the aura of any living being. Yet, her search just now yielded nothing. There was no sign of life in the entire Shumi mirror. Song Wannuan, come out. The freshman contest is over, and you're the only one left. I'm here to take you out of the Shumi mirror. With no other option, Dongfang Sueki resorted to the most primitive method of calling out. At that moment, Song Wannuan was leisurely hiding in an underground compartment, munching on sunflower seeds and sipping soda. Hearing Dongfang Sueki's voice, he didn't even bother to look up. To him, this was clearly a ploy to lure him out. He was determined to hide until the end of the third day and wouldn't come out easily. Besides, staying here was quite enjoyable. He had food, drinks, and could play with Qiuqiu. The recent interaction had increased Qiuqiu's fondness for him by another 10 points, reaching 60, just halfway from the target of 100. As the fondness increased, Qiuqiu's intelligence also grew, allowing it to communicate with Song Wannuan telepathically. Seeing no response to her call, Dongfang Sueki muttered in frustration. Is this kid made of stone? Unyielding, and left the Shumi mirror. Shortly after, Tang Feiyu, Qin Mo, and Yi Baiyun arrived. They also tried everything to find Song Wannuan, but to no avail. Soon after, several teachers arrived. Even with their king-level abilities, they couldn't detect Song Wannuan's presence. If these teachers knew that even the underworld god of war Song Wannuan's father can't find him, they might not feel so defeated. It seems we have to activate the Shumi mirror's forced expulsion, one teacher said. Although it will consume energy, we can't delay the freshman opening ceremony any longer. Otherwise, this kid might really stay hidden indefinitely. With that, the teachers left the Shumi mirror. A few minutes later, Song Wannuan, who was hiding underground, suddenly felt an unusual fluctuation in the surrounding cells. Before he could react, the cells he had set up, along with himself, were forcibly transported out of the Shumi mirror. At that moment, he was leisurely munching on sunflower seeds and sipping a soda, and the sudden change in environment left him momentarily stunned. However, being quick-witted, once he saw the teachers in front of him and the surrounding environment, he immediately understood what had happened. Unfazed, he shook the sunflower seeds in his hand and asked with a smile, "Would you like some?" The vice principal of the Imperial Capital Academy looked at the composed young man and couldn't help but tease. "You really know how to hide, don't you? Seems like you were living quite comfortably while hiding." Song Wannuan immediately put on a pitiful expression. "You have no idea, teacher. I'm a coward. Seeing 4 platinum-level seniors made my heart race, so I could only hide and nibble on some snacks to calm down. Feel it, it's still pounding." "Nonsense, if your heart stops, you'll be dead." A voice full of resentment suddenly spoke up. Song Wannuan turned to see Dongfang Sweki glaring at him. And if the teachers weren't present, she might have already made a move. Pretending not to recognize her, Song Wannuan asked, "And who might this be?" "This is your senior, Dongfang Sweki," a teacher explained. "Oh, so it's my niece." Song Wannuan drawled, cheerfully pulling out 2 packs of 5-spice sunflower seeds from his pocket and handing them to her. "Nice to meet you. Uncle has a special treat for you." Dongfang Sweki, barely containing her anger, said slowly, "You're a freshman, and I'm your senior. Kindly address me with respect." "No worries, no worries. We can call each other what we want. They'll call you senior, and you can call me uncle." Song Wannuan laughed even more. "Senior, since I'm new here, please take good care of your uncle." Dongfang Sweki coldly replied, "As your senior, I'll be sure to take care of you." She emphasized the words, "take care," with a chilling tone. "My dear niece is so sweet. If you weren't already a grown-up, uncle would give you a couple of kisses as a reward," Song Wannuan said, picking up on the threat, but still smiling. The vice principal watched this scene, shaking his head with a laugh. "You're definitely Song Huangchuan's son, even more shameless than your father. That's called surpassing the master." Song Wannuan winked and asked, "By the way, who are you?" "I'm Chen Bo, the vice principal of Imperial Capital Academy and your father's former advisor." Hearing this, Song Wannuan's eyes lit up, thinking this was a valuable connection worth holding on to. Even though Song Wannuan had already secured several influential connections, he knew that one could never have too many. He was well aware that at the academy, the principal often held an honorary position, while the real power lay with the vice principal. More importantly, Vice Principal Chun in front of him had been his father's mentor and was likely quite familiar with Song Huangchuan's exploits in the capital back in the day. "Since you were my father's mentor, I should call you Master Teacher," Song Wannuan said with a playful wink and a flattering smile. "Oh, please don't." Chen Bo quickly waved his hand, looking nervous. "In terms of seniority, I'm actually a junior to the war god of the East. If you call me Master Teacher, he might just come and tear me apart tomorrow. Just call me Vice Principal Chun or Mr. Chun." "Ah, that sounds so distant," Song Wannuan persisted. "We're not strangers, so let's not fuss over titles. How about I call you Old Chun, and you call me Wannuan? It feels more friendly." Chen Bo shook his head with a smile. "I take back what I said earlier. You're nothing like your father. Your dad may have been like a mad dog, but at least he had some principles. Looking at you, there's not even a hint of that left." "Old Chun, your insight is impressive," Song Wannuan said, taking pride instead of offense. "No wonder you're the vice principal of the Imperial Academy. You immediately spotted my greatest strength. Without principles, you can't be shackled by them. I'll definitely keep it up." "You little rascal," Chen Bo said, half amused, half exasperated. "All right, enough chatter. You should head to the freshman opening ceremony." "Yes, sir." Song Wannuan saluted dramatically and strode away. When Song Wannuan arrived at Class 1, all eyes were on him, filled with awe. His ability to remain perfectly hidden under the noses of 4 platinum-level abilities users was indeed remarkable. "Boss, 2 words, absolutely awesome." Jean Zizai gave a thumbs up. "Boss, from today on, I'm your #1 fan. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River." Huang Tianba chimed in, eager to show his loyalty. "Hey, Big Bear, that's my line." Jean Zizai protested, feeling his position as the top follower was under threat. "Whoever says it first owns it," Huang Tianba replied nonchalantly. "Teacher's here," someone suddenly shouted, and the noisy classroom fell silent immediately. "I didn't expect it to still work in college," Song Wannuan thought to herself with a sly smile, watching her classmates flock to the auditorium. It was a timeless trick, but this time, the teachers did indeed show up as promised. The auditorium was packed, with rows of freshmen seated below the stage. On stage were not only the class advisors, but also Vice President Chen Bo, whom Song Wannuan had seen before. Chen Bo strode confidently to the podium, his gaze sweeping over the young faces below, and he began to speak with a powerful voice. "Congratulations on completing the first lesson at the Imperial Capital Academy." Chen Bo's voice echoed through the hall. "I know some of you might be silently cursing the academy for the ordeal in the Shumi Mirror, but this isn't malice from the academy. It's to make you greenhouse flowers truly understand the world's harsh realities." His tone grew heavier. "The real world is 100 times harsher than you imagine. The experiences in the Shumi Mirror are mere child's play compared to what real ability users face. At least your senior classmates have some boundaries. But in future real-life combat, if you fall into enemy hands, the torment will be tenfold, 100-fold that of the Shumi Mirror." Chen Bo's gaze sharpened. Though you're just entering adulthood, you must realize that the world isn't as glamorous as it seems. In many dark corners, inhumane things continue to happen. By choosing the Imperial Capital Academy, you've destined yourselves to a life beyond the ordinary ability user. With great power comes great responsibility. As the elite talents of our nation, when the country and its people need you, you must step forward. This is the fate of the Imperial Capital Academy, and it will be your mission. His voice grew more resolute. In places you can't see, countless people are silently guarding you, protecting our nation. With enemy nations watching us like hawks, we must never be complacent. Students, strive for the rise of our nation. For the rise of our nation. The thunderous call echoed throughout the auditorium, each wave of sound louder than the last. Even the usually composed Song Wannuan felt her blood surge with passion. After the speech, the awards ceremony for the top 10 in the freshman competition took place. The 10th to 4th places received increasing rewards of 10 to 70 academic credits, along with a private villa and a discount card for school training resources. The top 3 received even more generous prizes. 3rd place, Nangong Xiaomei, received 200 credits, a private villa, and a free pass for all school training facilities for 1 month. The 2nd place, Jin Zizai, was awarded 500 credits, a private villa, a 6-month free pass for all school training facilities, and a precious secret realm entry. The first prize goes to Song Wanwan, who receives 1,000 academic credits, a private villa, a free training card for all cultivation grounds at the Imperial Academy for the entire year, a slot to enter the secret realm, a set of diamond-grade weapons and armor, and a Tianya Haijiao. Standing on the podium, Song Wanwan glanced over the list of rewards in his hand, his brow furrowing unconsciously. He recalled the promise made by the Eastern War god, that the top prize in the freshman competition would be worth 10 million spirit stones. However, the rewards before him seemed to fall short of that value. He quickly assessed the value of each reward. The most tempting was the free card granting unlimited access to all the cultivation grounds at the Imperial Academy for a year. As for the Tianya Haijiao, although it was a life-saving artifact, its randomness was quite frustrating. He vividly remembered being transported to the perilous Bermuda forest the last time he used it. Without his skills and quick thinking, he might not have survived. After the award ceremony, the welcome party began. Despite feeling disheartened, the humiliation of being defeated by the freshmen in the Sumi mirror still lingering, the second-year students were obliged to perform their scheduled acts. What was meant to be a triumphant celebration of their prowess in the Sumi mirror had turned into an awkward display. The freshmen in the audience, however, watched with great interest, occasionally commenting on the highlights of the performances and discussing which senior was the most remarkable. The conversation soon shifted to Dongfang Sweki. Though her beauty was indeed captivating, her name sent chills down everyone's spine. Her expressionless act of breaking Jin Zizai's arm in the Sumi mirror was still fresh in their minds. After the party, the excited freshmen walked back to their dorms in groups, eagerly anticipating their upcoming university life. Meanwhile, Song Wanwan was scanning the crowd, seemingly looking for someone. "Boss, who are you looking for? Is it the little sister of the Nangong family?" Huang Tianba asked, a playful smile on his face. Song Wanwan turned to glare at him. "Is there anything in your head besides women? At least it's better than being obsessed with men, right?" Huang Tianba teased, taking a step back. "Boss, you don't have any unusual preferences, do you? Get lost. My orientation is perfectly normal," Song Wanwan replied irritably. "Help me find Zhonghang." "Who's Zhonghang?" "The 6th place in the freshman competition." "Boss, why are you looking for him?" "To get money." When Zhonghang chose to purchase the Shumi mirror on credit due to his limited funds, he knew the time would come to repay the 12,000 spirit stones. Now that the award ceremony was over and the prize was in hand, it was time to settle his debt. "Boss, since the academy has already awarded him a standalone villa, why don't we just wait for him there?" Huang Tianba suggested, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "You're right," Song Wanwan exclaimed, smacking his forehead in frustration. He silently berated himself, thinking that spending too much time with Jin Zizai had made him a bit slow-witted, unable to think of such a simple solution. However, Song Wanwan didn't immediately head to Zhonghang's villa. Since he would be spending the next 4 years at the Imperial Academy, he decided to check out his own accommodation first. Jin Zizai also bid him farewell and headed to his villa. Pushing open the villa door, Song Wanwan carefully inspected his new abode. Although the standalone villa wasn't huge, with 2 floors totaling around 200 square meters, it was more than enough for one person. After circling the bedroom on the 2nd floor, he was about to head downstairs. "Boss," a drawn-out voice suddenly came from downstairs. It was Huang Tianba. "Geez," Song Wanwan shivered. "Can you talk normally? A grown man acting coy is just disgusting," he said, vigorously rubbing his arms to get rid of the goosebumps. The sight of this nearly 2-meter tall, bear-like hulk looking at him with a pleading gaze was truly unbearable. "Boss, look how lavishly this villa is decorated," Huang Tianba said, glancing around. "Living here alone must be so lonely. with no one to talk to. How about I make a sacrifice and stay here to keep you company? He finally revealed his true intention. Want to live in the villa? Song Wannuan raised an eyebrow. Will you behave? Of course I'll behave. Huang Tianba assured, thumping his chest. I'm your most loyal fan. If the boss tells me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to chase a dog, I won't catch a chicken. His expression was as loyal as can be. Behave, huh? Then be good and go back to the dormitory. Song Wanwan replied with a cold smile. Boss, please. Huang Tianba started using his ultimate weapon again, acting coy. Do you think I won't hit you? Song Wanwan asked through gritted teeth. Boss, I admit your disguise skill is impressive, and I might fall for it in a melee. Huang Tianba said nonchalantly, even with a hint of provocation in his tone. But now, with just the two of us, your disguise won't work on me. In that case, today I'll show you why you call me boss and not the other way around. Song Wanwan slowly raised his hands. Mommy Hong. Ultraman, transform. Huang Tianba widened his eyes, focusing intently on Song Wanwan, curious to see how he would transform. Smack. At that moment, Huang Tianba suddenly felt a sharp slap on the back of his head. It wasn't a hard hit, but it left him momentarily stunned. He stared intently at Song Wanwan, who was standing before him, arms raised above her head, performing an exaggerated transformation move like she was about to split a large watermelon in half. Then, Song Wanwan calmly transitioned into a fluid Tai Chi routine. Huang Tianba quickly turned around, but found nothing. The only thing remaining in the air was Song Wanwan's teasing voice. Huang, are you convinced? Try slapping me again. Huang Tianba retreated 2 steps cautiously, keeping a sharp eye on Song Wanwan. Before he finished speaking, there was another crisp slap, and his head received another blow. Reflexively, he turned again, but there was still nothing behind him. Jeans' eye come out. It must be you playing tricks. Huang Tianba shouted, suddenly realizing something. He knew very well that with Jeans' eye's ability to bend light and become invisible, this kind of prank was right up his alley. Just then, Jeans' eye happened to walk in from outside the villa, and before he could steady himself, he heard Huang Tianba's disdainful accusation. Stop pretending. Don't think I don't know you secretly slapped me twice and then phased through the wall. Do you think you can fool me with such tricks? Jeans' eye looked at Song Wanwan in confusion. Boss, what's he talking about? Probably forgot to take his meds. He's starting to talk nonsense, Song Wanwan replied, leisurely sitting on the stairs leading to the second floor, cracking open a pack of sunflower seeds. Can't afford meds? I'll give you some spirit stones, Jeans' eye said, walking towards Song Wanwan. At that moment, another slap was heard, and Huang Tianba was hit again. Jeans' eye turned back in surprise. Has he started hitting himself because he missed his meds? Did I just hear the big bear slapping himself? Not you. Huang Tianba asked incredulously, looking at Jeans' eye, who had been in his line of sight the whole time. Not me what? Jeans' eye asked, even more confused. Come on, Jean, don't mind him. Have some seeds. Song Wanwan called out. Jeans' eye stopped questioning, sat down at the stairs, and started cracking seeds too. Huang, are you convinced? Song Wanwan asked again. I'm not. I didn't see anything. Huang Tianba yelled. If Song Wanwan had beaten him fair and square, he might have accepted it. But these invisible slaps, while not physically harmful, were deeply humiliating, making it impossible for him to concede. Seeing Huang Tianba's stubbornness, Song Wanwan handed the rest of the seeds to Jeans' eye and slowly stood up. Since Huang Tianba wasn't convinced, she'd make sure he was by the end. Are you really not convinced? Song Wanwan's eyes were piercing as she stared directly at Huang Tianba. I, Huang Tianba, have never been inferior to anyone in my life. If I say I'm not convinced, then I'm not convinced. Huang Tianba straightened his back, his tone full of pride. You still have time to regret it, Song Wanwan calmly reminded him. Come on, if you have the guts, make me yield today. Huang Tianba's lips curled into a provoking smile. In that case, let me show you the art I've honed for years, the great bijou technique. No sooner had she spoken than the entire living room was plunged into darkness, as Song Wanwan's color-filling skill turned the space pitch black. Longing for you in Changsha, brief longing is endless. First move, longing. In the darkness, a figure flashed by, and with a sharp slap, Huang Tianba's left cheek burned with pain. The slap was merciless, aimed squarely at his pride. How many emotions in one night of longing? The ends of the earth are not far enough. Second move, heartbreak. Another slap landed heavily on Huang Tianba's right cheek. Seeing is illusion, listening with the heart is reality. Third move, blind dragon. A heavy punch struck his abdomen, causing Huang Tianba to double over in pain. The moves came in rapid succession, each accompanied by poetic verses. Heaven and earth in a dance, the moon like a hook. Fourth move, elegance, a heavy blow to the back. The taste of books, who in the world wears white? Fifth move, peerless, his left leg took a hard hit. A spear like a dragon among 10,000 weapons. Life like the yellow spring with no return. Sixth move, white dragon, his right leg was struck. Boss, I yield. Huang Tianba shouted, but the assault continued. To cultivate Buddha, first cultivate the heart. One spear of snow, one spear of ice. Seventh move, vision. Raising clouds and hiding intent, sweeping across the battlefield for miles. Eighth move, Kuanping. His left arm and right arm were hit in turn, and finally, with all his strength, Huang Tianba roared. Boss, I yield, truly yield. When Song Wannuan lifted the color filling, and the room was filled with light again, Huang Tianba lay on the floor, body twitching intermittently, like a defeated, battered dog. Boss, what did you do to him? Why does he look like this? Jean Zizai asked in shock. Nothing much, Song Wannuan replied calmly, taking the sunflower seeds from Jean Zizai's hand and leisurely snacking. I just let him experience what it's like to see a riot of colors in black. Don't worry, the injuries on his body aren't severe. Although the physical injuries were indeed not severe, the extent of Huang Tianba's emotional trauma was likely immeasurable. Boss, what was that move you just used to make the space go dark? Jean Zizai's eyes gleamed with curiosity. The intense darkness, although not aimed at him, made him feel uneasy. If they faced an opponent who feared the dark, this move would surely weaken them significantly. Song Wannuan smiled slightly. It's a type of camouflage ability. I can not only disguise myself to achieve invisibility, but also alter the appearance of the surrounding space. Just now, I turned the space black. What he didn't mention was that this was primarily to cover Qiuqiu's actions. It was Qiuqiu who could traverse the void that successfully ambushed Huang Tianba. Ever since Qiuqiu's affection for him exceeded 60, he could direct Qiuqiu through telepathy. This was their first time working together seamlessly. Boss, your camouflage ability is incredible. Jean Zizai praised sincerely. Just a small trick, mainly to scare people. Song Wannuan waved it off. If I were up against your space-traveling ability, it wouldn't be much use. You can just slip away. Despite saying this, he pondered whether his own abilities could counter Jean Zizai's space manipulation. After all, even such a powerful ability seemed powerless before Dongfang Sueki. At that moment, Huang Tianba got up from the floor and dramatically collapsed onto the living room sofa, exclaiming, Boss, you beat me so bad I can't move. I don't need food or drink. Just let me stay in the villa. He initially thought Song Wannuan's skills were just flashy, but he didn't expect the attack to be so powerful. If it weren't for Song Wannuan's lack of killing intent, he'd probably be long gone. Clearly, not just him, but everyone had underestimated Song Wannuan. Who will sweep the floors in the villa? Song Wannuan asked with a teasing smile. I will. Huang Tianba sprang up from the sofa. Who will take out the trash? I will. Who will clean the toilets? I will. To each of Song Wannuan's questions, Huang Tianba agreed without hesitation. Then you'll have a 7-day trial period. If you don't perform well, you're out, Song Wannuan said casually. Don't worry, boss. Huang Tianba promised, patting his chest. That's settled then. Song Wannuan turned to leave the villa. Now, it's time to collect some debts. He was still bothered by the spiritual stones owed to him and felt uneasy until he got them back. With that, Song Wannuan, along with his 2 new followers, soon arrived at Zhonghang's villa. He politely knocked on the door. Who is it? Zhonghang's voice came from inside. It's me, from the Academy's property management, bringing you some warmth, Song Wannuan replied. When Zhonghang opened the door and saw it was indeed Song Wannuan standing there, he was momentarily stunned. Do you need something? Zhonghang leaned against the doorframe, looking at the visitor, Song Wannuan, with an indifferent tone. I'm here to collect a debt 12,000 spirit stones, Song Wannuan stated bluntly, gazing directly into Zhonghang's eyes. Zhonghang's face immediately displayed an exaggerated expression of innocence. Spirit stones? Do I owe you spirit stones? Classmate, even though we know each other, it's not nice to make such accusations. I never borrow spirit stones from anyone. Oh, are you playing dumb with me? Song Wannuan's lips curled into a knowing smile. What? Planning to not pay back the spirit stones you owe? I'll say it again. Zhonghang crossed his arms, his stance more defiant. I don't owe you any spirit stones. If you claim I do, show me the IOU. At this moment, Jean Zizai and Huang Batian stepped forward, flanking Song Wannuan on either side. Jean Zizai's gaze was sharp. Kid, you'd better think carefully before you answer. Some things only come once, and missing out can be costly. Threatening me? Zhonghang scoffed. Let me tell you, in the academy, attacking a fellow student without reason leads to severe punishment. If you dare to make a move, get ready to face the consequences. Oh, threatening me, are you? A flicker of anger passed through Jean Zizai's eyes. Haven't you heard? In the entire Imperial City, no one dares to threaten me, Jean Zizai. You're quite bold, aren't you? Jean, don't get angry. Song Wannuan patted Jean Zizai's shoulder and turned to Zhonghang, her voice taking on a deeper meaning. Want to play the rogue with me? Sure. But you might not know, when it comes to being a rogue, I'm top tier. Originally, you only needed to pay back 12,000 spirit stones. Now, let me give you a heads up when you're ready to pay back. Be prepared with 120,000 spirit stones. This isn't a threat. I just want to see how long you can hold out. With that, Song Wannuan turned and left, followed by the confused Jin Zizai and Huang Batian. There's no one born yet who can make Zhong Heng pay back voluntarily. Zhong Heng muttered as he watched them leave, closing the villa door with a heavy thud. Boss, are we just going to let it go? Huang Batian couldn't help but ask on their way back. The show is just getting started, Song Wannuan replied with a slight smile. In this world, besides my dad, no one can owe me spirit stones and not pay back. As night deepened and the clock struck 10, Song Wannuan lay in bed, opening her status panel to check on her recent neglect of cultivation. Name, Song Wannuan. Age, 18. Physical strength, 1684 gold 5. Soul strength, 1902 gold 5. Special abilities, none. Combat power. The levels for cultivators, from lowest to highest, are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and king. Each major level is divided into 5 sublevels. In the world of superhumans, the Golden Realm is divided into 5 levels, from the lowest to the highest, Golden 5 to Golden 1. The determination of strength at each level depends on the lower value between a superhuman's physical strength and soul strength. In the higher King Realm, every increase of 200,000 points in dual strength allows for advancement to the next subrealm. Song Wanwan's current state is quite unique. His physical strength is 1684, and his soul strength is 1902. Based on the lower value, he is currently at the Golden 5 level. As a superhuman, his combat power should be the total of both strengths, but due to his mastery of an astounding number of skills, this value is difficult to accurately calculate. As he puts it, using the right skills can make you a god, but without them, you're just an ordinary Golden 5. After closing the attribute panel, Song Wanwan's consciousness descended into his ranch space. The first thing he saw was the blue flame phoenix eggs that Xiao had once stolen, which had now hatched into 3 chicks sleeping in the nest. The system indicated that they would mature in 31 days, 18 hours, 24 minutes, and 36 seconds. This discovery shocked Song Wanwan considering that in the wild, blue flame phoenixes take a full 3 years to mature. The speed in the ranch was nearly 40 times faster. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that all the mythical beasts in the ranch were growing at the same accelerated rate. Xiao, where do they get the energy from? Song Wanwan asked the system. From spirit stones. Xiao Yi's answer made Song Wanwan's face change. He immediately checked the C drive and found that the 4 million spirit stones he had originally stored minus the 1 million used to repair his life force had dwindled to just 2 million. In just 3 days, such a massive amount of spirit stones had been consumed, causing him to gasp. At this rate, all his resources would last at most 5 days, and as these little creatures grew, the consumption would only increase. This is terrifying. It seems first floor must reopen as soon as possible, Song Wanwan muttered to himself, then sent a message to Dao Wuxin and Nangong Weiyang, inviting them to come to the capital the next day. Dao Wuxin quickly replied with an okay, but Nangong Weiyang did not respond for a while. However, Song Wanwan wasn't too concerned, as being the eldest daughter of the Nangong family, whether she would continue to help with the store as she did in Phoenix City was uncertain. After using a computer manager to check his body status, he found that the life force repair required another 7 days, 2 hours, 15 minutes, and 37 seconds. Song Wanwan got up from the bed and left the villa. It was time to settle the matter of Zhong Heng's unpaid debt that didn't want to just swallow this loss without a fight. Soon, Song Wanwan arrived outside Zhong Heng's villa. Activating his invisibility to avoid the surveillance cameras, he stood at the front gate and whispered, "Are you ready to face your punishment?" Then he used his shrinking ability to easily slip through the crack in the door. Inside the villa, all was silent. Song Wanwan tiptoed to Zhong Heng's bedroom and found him sleeping soundly. In the faint moonlight, he saw Zhong Heng's lips twitch as if he were dreaming sweetly, with one hand unconsciously resting on an indescribable spot. Song Wanwan took a megaphone from his pocket, something he used to attract customers when he was selling goods in Phoenix City. He made the megaphone transparent and quietly leaned close to Zhong Heng's ear, softly singing, "Listen to me. Thank you. Because of you, my seasons are warm." The sudden song startled Zhong Heng awake, and he immediately sat up, looking around. Song Wanwan stopped singing at the right moment, silently observing his reaction. With both himself and the megaphone invisible, Zhong Heng saw nothing. Huh? Was I having a nightmare? Or was it an auditory hallucination? Zhong Heng muttered to himself before lying back down. In less than 2 minutes, the song started again in his ear. This time, Zhong Heng was fully awake and hurriedly turned on the bedside lamp. Seeing this, Song Wanwan put away the megaphone and used his word space ability to envelop the entire bedroom. He used his mind to control the mouse, selecting all items except Zhong Heng to align them to the right. Instantly, the objects in the room seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand, neatly lining up in rows. This bizarre scene made Zhong Heng jump out of bed in shock. "Who's playing tricks? Come out. Don't think your telekinesis can scare me," Zhong Heng shouted, his voice echoing in the empty room. Song Wanwan stood in the corner, beginning his game. He continuously switched the alignment of the items left, right, center and occasionally added a first-line indent. At the same time, he frequently changed the colors of the items. Even the overhead lights were not spared. The room suddenly became overwhelmingly strange. Furniture moved as if jumping. Items constantly changed colors, creating a surreal dreamscape. Zhongheng stood in the center of the room, staring in disbelief at everything, completely at a loss. The overhead lights continuously shifted colors, casting eerie shadows that roamed the room, enveloping the space in an indescribable atmosphere of terror. Zhongheng felt a chill run through his body, as his rationality began to unravel in the face of such an environment. Ah! He let out a heart-wrenching scream and stumbled out of the room. The moment Zhongheng left, Song Wannuan gently waved a hand, activating a reversal skill. In an instant, the room returned to its original state, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. His figure flickered, silently appearing in the living room. At this moment, Zhongheng was curled up on the sofa, clutching a pillow tightly, his eyes darting around in fear. Seeing him in such a state, Song Wanwan's lips curled into a teasing smile. The game had only just begun. Suddenly, Zhongheng's vision plunged into darkness. He jumped up from the sofa in panic, fumbling towards the direction of the door from memory. But after only a few steps, he crashed into an invisible wall, rebounding back and feeling dizzy. After a brief adjustment, he attempted to move forward again, only to crash into the unseen barrier once more. It was then that Zhongheng finally remembered he was an esper. "Ice storm," he shouted, unleashing his power, sending several ice blue blades from his hands to scatter around. A series of crisp collision sounds echoed as the ice blades seemed to strike an invisible barrier, falling to the ground. "Why isn't any attack working?" Zhongheng muttered in disbelief. Smack! A heavy slap landed on the back of his head, knocking him to the ground. Just then, a song began to play abruptly in the darkness. "Love you walking alone in dark alleys. Love you for not kneeling. Love you for confronting despair, refusing to cry." Normally, this might be a beautiful song, but in this moment, it felt exceptionally eerie. "Stop singing. Please, stop singing," Zhongheng pleaded, his voice tinged with tears. At this moment, he felt even more desperate than when he was stripped naked and tied up with male classmates in the Sumi mirror. Another song began in the darkness. "Spit out what you took from me. Return what you took from me." Zhongheng seemed to realize something and was about to rise, but another heavy blow knocked him back down. "Song Wanwan, it's you, isn't it? It must be you. I'm willing to return your spirit stones, just let me go. I know I was wrong." Zhongheng shouted loudly from the floor. As soon as he finished speaking, the darkness dissipated, and his vision returned to normal, but as he looked around, the living room was already empty. Zhongheng looked around the empty living room, finding no trace of anyone or the ice blade that had fallen during the fight. It was as if nothing had happened, like a dream. No, this was definitely not a dream, Zhongheng muttered to himself, clenching his fists. He rushed into the bedroom, which appeared completely normal, with no signs of anything unusual. This eerie situation made him question his own perception, as the line between reality and dreams began to blur in his mind. Filled with doubt, he slowly approached the bed, jumped onto it, and quickly buried himself under the covers. It was a habit from his childhood. Hiding under the blanket made him feel safe from any monsters. Just as he drifted off to sleep in fear, the unsettling song began to play in his ears again. "Thank you, for you have warmed all the seasons." Zhongheng jolted awake, scanning the room warily. The singing abruptly stopped. "Who? Who is it?" he shouted in frustration, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. Could all of this be related to Song Wanwan? After all, he still owed her 12,000 spirit stones, and her parting words, "Let's see how long you can last without coming to me," seemed particularly ominous. "It's just 12,000 spirit stones, right? I'll pay it back now," he said, heading towards the bedroom door. But just as he was about to touch the doorknob, a sharp pain hit the back of his head, and everything went black. When he regained consciousness, he found himself enveloped in darkness. The familiar song played again. "Love you walking alone in the dark alley. Love you for not kneeling." Then, everything that had happened in the living room replayed. Every time he mentioned the name Song Wanwan, the darkness would dissipate, but before he could stand up, the pain would strike again, and the cycle would repeat. At that moment, Song Wanwan quietly appeared in the living room. She grabbed Zhongheng by the collar, dragged him upstairs, gently placed him on the bed, and kindly covered him with a blanket. A few minutes later, she took out a speaker and once again sang, "Thank you." "Am I stuck in some damn loop?" Zhongheng shouted, nearly breaking down. In 18 years, he had never felt such a profound sense of helplessness. "Dad, Grandpa, ancestors, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me." He knelt on the bed, continuously bowing to the surroundings. Seeing this, Song Wanwan silently turned and left. The game for tonight was over. After all, she needed to rest. Whether it would continue tomorrow night depended on Zhongheng's behavior. The next day, when Song Wanwan walked into the classroom, She immediately noticed Zhong Hang with huge dark circles under his eyes, looking utterly exhausted. Boss, what's up with Zhong Hang? Jean's eyes sharp gaze swept towards Song Wannuan, eyebrows slightly furrowed. Did you do something to him last night? He asked, pointing to Zhong Hang, who had just entered the classroom looking utterly exhausted with huge dark circles under his eyes. Don't accuse me wrongly. Song Wannuan stood straight, exuding righteousness. I am a kind-hearted person and would never do something so unethical. You can doubt your wallet, but not my morals. At that moment, Zhong Hang dragged his weary steps to Song Wannuan and silently placed a spirit stone exchange card on the desk. Here is the 12,000 spirit stones I owe you. This scene immediately caught the attention of Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba. They exchanged glances, recalling Zhong Hang's arrogant demeanor from yesterday and comparing it to his current submissive attitude. He was like a different person. To everyone's surprise, Song Wannuan pushed the card back, his tone lighthearted. Classmate, you must be mistaken. You don't owe me 12,000 spirit stones. He emphasized the words 12,000, hinting at the conversation from yesterday about preparing 120,000 spirit stones, implying that the effort from last night would be wasted if it was just for 12,000. Zhong Hang stood there, stunned, mouth agape but unable to speak. After Song Wannuan left last night, the haunting "thank you" echoed in his mind all night, leaving him sleepless and in his current disheveled state. I, Song Wannuan, am a person of high moral character, Song Wannuan said innocently. If I say you don't owe, then you don't owe. You can't just slander me. His words were clearly mocking Zhong Hang's attitude from the previous day, causing classmates to chuckle quietly. Take it or leave it. Zhong Hang, embarrassed and angry, snatched the card back. Song Wannuan beamed brightly. I knew Zhong Hang was a good person who wouldn't falsely accuse my character. How about I sing a song to express my gratitude? He cleared his throat. Listen to me. Thank you. Because of you, the seasons are warm. To other classmates, this was just a catchy song, but to Zhong Hang, it was a death knell, instantly dragging him back to last night's nightmare. Stop singing, he shouted, losing control and drawing puzzled looks from classmates. This classmate doesn't like this song, Song Wannuan said, blinking with an even brighter smile. Shall I sing another one for you? Shut up, shut up. Zhong Hang roared again, knowing all too well that Song Wannuan was about to sing the song that haunted him. Love you walking alone in the dark alley. Although last night's ordeal left no visible scars on Zhong Hang, it etched an indelible wound in his heart. He was now fully convinced that Song Wannuan was behind the nightmare, but he had no evidence to prove it. This bitter truth was something he had to silently swallow. The world is so wonderful, yet you are so irritable, Song Wannuan remarked with a faint smile. Zhong, you're not in a good state. Maybe you should go back to sleep. You might have a pleasant dream. To others, these words might have seemed ordinary, but to Zhong Hang, they were loaded with a clear reminder not to forget last night's lesson. What exactly do you want, Song Wannuan? Zhong Hang asked through gritted teeth. Facing this shameless person, whom he couldn't defeat verbally or physically, and being in the unique environment of the Imperial Capital Academy, he couldn't even call on his family for help. He had no choice but to temporarily concede. Didn't I make myself clear yesterday? Song Wannuan replied leisurely. I'm simply curious to see how long you can hold out before coming to me. Today is just the first day. We have a long way to go in cultivating our camaraderie as classmates. These words immediately reminded Zhong Hang of Song Wannuan's warning from the previous day. If he came to him to return the money, he would need to prepare 120,000 spirit stones. Although the Zhong family could easily afford this sum, giving it to Song Wannuan without a fight was hard to swallow. If he were someone who would easily part with money, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Yet, if he didn't resolve this, his future would be filled with trouble. Give me some time to gather the spirit stones. Zhong Hang finally relented. I'm in no rush, really not at all. Take your time. Song Wannuan replied with an even brighter smile. Zhong Hang said no more and casually took a seat at a desk. Boss, Jin Zizai approached as Zhong Hang left. What did you do to him? How did he cave so easily? Come on, Song Wannuan replied, feigning innocence. We're all men here. What could I possibly do to him? I simply won him over with love and virtue. Boss, tell us more. I'm curious too, Huang Tianba chimed in. Just as Song Wannuan was about to lower his voice and recount the previous night's heroics, the instructor, Eugene, entered the classroom. To everyone's surprise, he was followed by someone else, Dongfang Sweki, a figure even freshmen preferred to avoid. Everyone frowned involuntarily, including Song Wannuan. Although he had missed the subsequent developments by hiding in the Shumi mirror early on, from the accounts of Huang Tianba and Jin Zizai, his impression of Dongfang Sweki had plummeted. It had even turned into a sense of aversion, a very peculiar emotion. From a young age, there were very few people that Song Wannuan truly disliked. In his world, people were clearly divided into two categories: close friends and complete strangers. Even those who committed terrible crimes only inspired a sense of fear in him, rather than outright dislike. Starting today, Dongfang Sweki will be our class assistant. Yujin's voice echoed through the classroom. She is the most capable student in her sophomore year, and I'm sure everyone can learn a lot from her. Let's give her a warm welcome. Sparse applause followed, with students' faces showing reluctance. If it were anyone else, they might have been more enthusiastic in their welcome, but this formidable figure was best kept at a distance. I'm Dongfang Sweki. She introduced herself from the podium, her gaze like a hawk scanning the room until it landed on Song Wannuan. I'll be assisting Mr. Yu with teaching, and I hope everyone will cooperate. Song Wannuan felt a twinge of anxiety. He had already heard from Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba about what happened in the Shumi mirror and knew of Dongfang Sweki's animosity towards him. He thought their feud had ended, but it seemed she had other plans. He silently warned himself. I hope you're really here just to assist, because if you're looking for trouble, don't blame me for not showing respect to my mentor. There was no denying Dongfang Sweki's excellence. As the top student in her sophomore year, her study methods and cultivation insights were like a vivid textbook for the freshmen. The course was divided into theory and practice. Theory focused on analyzing combat techniques, countermeasures, and development skills of different abilities, as well as their synergy. Practice was about applying theory, because no matter how perfect the theory, it's useless if it can't be applied in real situations. As the theory classes progressed, many students felt like they were opening the door to a new world. Previously, they only knew how to charge headlong into battles, with teamwork being the most basic form of mutual aid. However, real combat was far more complex than they had imagined. Initially, Song Wannuan listened with interest but soon began to nod off. He realized that these seemingly profound lessons boiled down to two principles: optimize and endure. Optimize meant achieving the greatest benefit at the smallest cost, while endure was about seeking victory through steady progress. This approach to life was something he had long mastered, and he didn't need a teacher to point it out. During the theoretical class, Song Wannuan's mind had already drifted away. He was planning his next steps. Dao Wuxin was arriving in the capital today, which meant that the first floor could reopen by tomorrow at the latest. Besides running the shop to earn spirit stones, he also needed to focus on his cultivation. As the champion of the freshman competition, he had the privilege of using the Capital Academy's cultivation resources for free for a year, which would undoubtedly save him a significant amount of spirit stones. Realizing that he hadn't done any cultivation since arriving at the Capital Academy a few days ago, Song Wannuan immediately sought out his advisor, Eugene, after the morning's theoretical class ended. Advisor, what are the requirements for exempting from theoretical classes? Song Wannuan asked directly. Eugene was taken aback by the question. Exempt from theoretical classes? The Capital Academy has never had such a precedent. Has no one ever graduated early? Song Wannuan was puzzled. Although he knew the Capital Academy was one of the top 3 academies in Longhua, and the most comprehensive in strength, he knew little about other aspects. Not entirely, Eugene explained. The Space Saint graduated a year early, but that was during the 4th year. In the first 3 years of university, the theoretical knowledge was thoroughly covered. Song Wannuan insisted. Please report my request to the school. With my learning efficiency, the pace of classroom teaching is too slow and wastes my time. All right, I will report it, Eugene reminded him. But to exempt from theoretical classes, you must have complete mastery of the textbook knowledge. Otherwise, it's impossible to get approval. Of course. Back at the villa, Song Wannuan immediately opened the textbooks issued by the school. Although there were only 4 textbooks for the first year, each exceeded 1,000 pages. Fully mastering this knowledge was no easy feat, as much of it required practical application or insight gained through practice. This was why no one had ever requested an exemption from theoretical classes before. Let's memorize the theoretical knowledge first, Song Wannuan muttered to himself. He sat at his desk, used his mind to control the mouse, and selected the textbook Encyclopedia of Abilities, exporting the text into a Word document. This ordinary document was exactly what he needed. He dragged the document into the C drive, and a prompt immediately appeared. Reading this document will consume 1 spirit stone. Do you wish to proceed? Seeing the prompt on the computer screen, Song Wannuan didn't hesitate to choose yes. Exchanging a spiritual stone for the knowledge of a book was an unbeatable deal. The moment he confirmed, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Song Wannuan closed his eyes, allowing the flow of information to rush through his brain. It took a full 5 minutes for him to completely absorb the document's contents. Opening his eyes, Song Wannuan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Although he hadn't fully understood and digested the knowledge, he could recite all the content without missing a word. He immediately began processing the remaining 3 books, using the same method to extract and absorb the information. In just 20 minutes, he had memorized the entire content of his first-year textbooks. Feels like something's missing, like a binding agent, Song Wannuan muttered with a frown. At this moment, he felt like a worker with building materials: sand, gravel, cement, water, and rebar, but lacking the key force to mix them into unbreakable concrete. This problem remained unsolved for now. The afternoon's practical class was quite a headache for Song Wannuan. He didn't want to reveal his skills in front of everyone after all, An unknown trump card was the most threatening. On the martial arts field, the students of Class 1 stood in 2 rows. Eugene stood before them, straightforwardly explaining the essence of practical combat. Practical combat focuses on a single, decisive strike, without fancy moves. You freshmen often waste a lot of energy in your attacks, and the truly effective attack power may be less than half. Against an experienced opponent, even if your level is slightly higher, you might lose. Next, your senior will guide you, Eugene said, as Dongfang Sweki took over. I will suppress my strength to match your level for the spar. Who's first? I'll go. Nangong Xiaomei eagerly stepped forward. Although she had been overpowered by Dongfang Sweki's formidable strength in the Shumi mirror before, she was confident in her abilities at the same level. Nangong Xiaomei, silver level 3, please guide me, senior. Dongfang Sweki gracefully gestured for her to proceed, simultaneously suppressing her own level to silver 3. Please, junior. And so, a fierce battle began. Nangong Xiaomei, fully aware of Dongfang Sweki's strength, activated her bloodlust mode without hesitation. Her eyes turned crimson, and a heavy aura of bloodthirst enveloped her. Her figure became a blur of scarlet, darting towards Dongfang Sweki with lightning speed, almost too fast for the eye to follow. Hell's Whale, Nangong Xiaomei muttered, as several blood-red specters emerged from her body, attacking Dongfang Sweki from different angles like phantoms. Your attack power is indeed formidable among those at the same level, but your intent is too obvious, Dongfang Sweki remarked softly, nimbly sidestepping the blood-red specters and heading straight for Nangong Xiaomei's true form. Faced with the sudden assault, Nangong Xiaomei advanced instead of retreating, throwing a punch enveloped in red light directly at Dongfang Sweki. In response, Dongfang Sweki casually tossed a few seeds, which instantly took root and sprouted, transforming into thick vines that wound their way towards Nangong Xiaomei. Although not a wood element user, Dongfang Sweki's life force ability could imbue plants with life, making them obey her will. Nangong Xiaomei shattered the encroaching vines with a punch, only to find that Dongfang Sweki had vanished. Just then, a cold voice whispered in her ear, life force extraction. Nangong Xiaomei felt her vitality rapidly draining, on the verge of being completely sapped in seconds. In desperation, she roared bloodlust, causing her blood to boil and releasing a powerful devouring force from her hands to reverse the flow, pulling at Dongfang Sweki's blood. Dongfang Sweki sensed the agitation in her blood but remained calm, using her abilities to stabilize it. The vines beneath her feet surged, forming a fierce wooden dragon that lunged at Nangong Xiaomei. Startled by the sudden attack, Nangong Xiaomei erupted with a burst of red light, creating a shockwave that severed the wooden dragon in half. Yet, at that moment, a deadly threat came from above. Life force isolation. She attempted to dodge, but it was too late. An energy field immobilized her, completely severing her life force, leaving her too weak to resist. Just when she thought she was about to die, the force that had been restraining her suddenly vanished. Her body instantly regained freedom, and she gasped for air. The sparring session is over, Dongfang Sweki announced decisively. Nangong Xiaomei looked up at Dongfang Sweki, her face full of defeat. She had been confident that she could at least hold her ground among others at the same level, but she didn't expect to be unable to withstand even a few moves against Dongfang Sweki. Dongfang Sweki glanced around at the crowd and asked, did any of you notice what Nangong Xiaomei was lacking in her attacks? Her combat awareness and movement have obvious flaws, Huang Tianba immediately responded. Almost every move she made could be easily anticipated. Exactly, Dongfang Sweki nodded in approval, her voice rising slightly. In real combat, having your intentions seen through by your opponent is a big mistake. When skills are evenly matched, unexpected attacks are often more likely to succeed. This critique made the talented students present fall into deep thought. Although they were the elite selected by the Imperial Capital University, with exceptional understanding, they quickly grasped the reasoning. However, as the saying goes, understanding in the mind doesn't always translate to the body. In the time that followed, Dongfang Sweki sparred with each student in turn, meticulously pointing out each person's issues. Her teaching was thorough and responsible, greatly changing the impression Song Wannuan and others had of her. Soon, it was Song Wannuan's turn. Dongfang Sweki looked at him with a playful gaze, like a cat eyeing its favorite toy. Song Wannuan, it's your turn. Sister Dongfang. Song Wannuan quickly waved his hands. I'm not good at fighting. How about we try something else? Like a game of chess, I can give you a rook and a knight. This suggestion was met with disdainful looks from everyone, and Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba couldn't help but laugh. In Longhua, chess is quite a niche game, and Dongfang Sweki might not have played it before. What's your suggestion then? Dongfang Sweki raised an eyebrow and asked. If chess doesn't work, we could play Go, Song Wannuan generously offered. I can give you a 3-stone advantage. When facing an enemy, do you plan to play Go with them too? Who can say for sure? Song Wannuan blinked, already planning for the future. As more software gets unlocked, He might actually return to his old profession and become a programmer again, except this time, he'd be writing rules instead of code. At that moment, he devised a rule somewhere. Both sides would play chess, and the winner would survive. He considered himself quite skilled in chess and Go, and with such a rule, he could easily eliminate his opponent without much effort. Although it was a pleasant dream, it was best saved for the night. Now, let's have a match, Dongfang Sweki said, her gaze sharp as she looked at Song Wenwan. If Senior wants to play, I'll accompany you. Please make your move, Song Wenwan replied. Initially, he planned to adopt a conservative strategy, using stealth and lower-level skills to hide, making it impossible for Dongfang Sweki to find him, potentially resulting in a draw. But at the last moment, he changed his mind. This was a perfect chance to test his abilities. Though he had many skills and had once taken down a golden tier adept by surprise, he had never faced a master above the golden tier Heathen. At this moment, Dongfang Sweki was the perfect test. I'll suppress my strength to silver 3, Dongfang Sweki stated. There's no need. Use whatever means you have, Song Wenwan responded calmly. These words made Dongfang Sweki raise an eyebrow, showing a hint of surprise. Since you asked for it, don't blame me for bullying the weak. I'll let you make the first move, she said, contemplating inwardly. She targeted Song Wenwan specifically to see what skills he possessed that made her grandfather take him as a disciple. If he was mediocre, she would surely look down on him. If he had outstanding abilities, she would naturally give him the respect he deserved. In this world where strength was respected, she only honored the strong, and the weak had no right to speak to her as equals. Did winning first place in the rookie competition rely on disguising abilities or true strength? Song Wenwan had previously avoided battles, but now it seemed he was ready to take action. Then I won't hold back, Song Wenwan said, activating his word ability to envelop a 300-meter radius. Instantly, he rendered himself colorless, disappearing from everyone's sight, an invisibility effect achieved by camouflaging with light. Dongfang Sweki had heard of this move before and was not surprised. She didn't rush to attack, but lightly waved her hand, scattering numerous seeds around. However, just as the seeds were sown, her vision was suddenly engulfed in darkness. It was her first encounter with Song Wenwan's methods. The sudden darkness startled her, but Dongfang Sweki remained composed. Mere darkness had little effect on her, and she immediately attempted to activate the seeds she had just sown to locate Song Wenwan. But in the next moment, her brow furrowed. The seed's presence had completely vanished. Song Wenwan had anticipated the situation. As soon as the background turned pitch black, she quickly erased the scattered seeds on the ground. Dongfang Sweki looked around. Although she couldn't sense the seeds, her experience as a seasoned warrior kept her calm in the face of such an eerie setting. With a flick of her wrist, a few more shimmering seeds appeared at her fingertips. Just as she was about to activate the seeds, a sudden sense of danger descended from above. Dozens of sharp spears pierced through the air, aiming directly at her. Dongfang Sweki moved with agility, deftly dodging each spear in the darkness, her every motion perfectly timed to evade the oncoming threat. Seeing how easily she evaded the attack, a gleam of interest flashed in Song Wenwan's eyes. With a subtle gesture, a massive net descended from above, enveloping Dongfang Sweki. Immediately following, another wave of spears rained down. 10 years to grow a tree. Dongfang Sweki stood her ground, and the 4 seeds in her palm burst forth with incredible vitality. In an instant, 4 towering trees erupted from the earth, their thick trunks not only blocking all the spears, but also lifting the net high, granting her freedom once more. The top of the sophomore class, indeed impressive, Song Wenwan silently praised, a hint of intrigue in his eyes. Let's try my most anticipated skill, delete. He aimed the cursor at Dongfang Sweki, attempting for the first time to use the delete skill on a superhuman. The system promptly displayed a message, deleting target, remaining time 14 minutes 59 seconds. This revelation shocked Song Wenwan. Superhumans could indeed be deleted, but it required a full 15 minutes. If he could trap Dongfang Sweki in the word space for 15 minutes, she could be completely erased. However, he was uncertain of the outcome, whether the world would lose Dongfang Sweki forever, or if she would end up in a recycle bin like other deleted items. Next time, I'll find an enemy to experiment on, Song Wannuan decided after a moment of thought, canceling the deletion. Although he was somewhat displeased with Dongfang Sweki's actions, they weren't mortal enemies, and he couldn't use her as a test subject. If things went wrong, he wouldn't be able to face his mentor. As soon as the deletion was cancelled, Dongfang Sweki let out a sigh of relief. The pervasive danger she had felt, seemingly coming from all directions and even within herself, was unlike anything she had experienced before. This bizarre black space was too perilous. She needed to escape quickly. Dongfang Sweki's figure flashed as she sped into the distance. Seeing this, Song Wannuan immediately inserted a cell. With a bang, Dongfang Sweki collided with an invisible barrier, but she quickly flipped and landed gracefully. Before Song Wannuan could react, she had already raised her fist, shattering the cell's border with a single blow. Showy, How do I increase the hardness of the cell borders? Faced with the platinum-level superhuman's easy destruction of the cell, Song Wannuan hurriedly asked, "Please upgrade the Excel version." Xiaoyi's response brought sudden clarity to Song Wannuan. It's quite amusing when you think about it. Song Wannuan had actually forgotten that, as a software, he could be upgraded. This sudden realization left him stunned. All along, he had been focusing solely on enhancing his physical and spiritual strength, much like upgrading a computer's hardware and operating system, without considering that the software itself might need version updates. Reflecting on the Earth era, Word underwent several version iterations from 2003 to 2007. Naturally, this means the Word he was using now could also be upgraded. Easy, what are the requirements for upgrading software like Word and Excel? Song Wannuan eagerly asked. They require a complete fate. Easy replied firmly. This left Song Wannuan speechless. Repairing his fate indeed took time, but now there were just over 6 days left. By then, not only would he awaken his abilities, but he could also upgrade all these software to version 2.0. At that moment, facing Dongfang Shueqi's fierce attack, Song Wannuan noticed that the cell borders were no longer holding up. He quickly inserted a text box in the word space, which, while slightly sturdier than the cells, still struggled to withstand Dongfang Shueqi's assault. A sudden idea struck him, and Song Wannuan began setting up a nesting doll-style defense around Dongfang's weak, layering text boxes, borders, and cells. Even though Dongfang Shueqi exerted great effort to break through this defense, this combination was enough to delay her for 15 minutes. Having confirmed this, Song Wannuan decisively closed the word space. The two figures reappeared before everyone's eyes. To make the performance more convincing, Song Wannuan had doused himself with water in advance. Now he sat on the ground, appearing utterly exhausted and breathing heavily. "Senior, you're truly formidable. I can see," Song Wannuan said, panting. He had already proven he could stand against a platinum-level ability user, and there was no need to continue the battle. Dongfang Shueqi looked at him seriously. "No wonder Grandpa took you as a disciple. You truly are extraordinary. Song Wannuan, you've earned my respect. I hope your future growth won't disappoint me or Grandpa. But don't expect me to call you uncle." With her straightforward nature, every word she spoke was sincere. The others exchanged confused glances, baffled by their conversation. From their perspective, the two had suddenly vanished before the fight even started. However, Dongfang Shueqi's attitude suggested that Song Wannuan had displayed remarkable strength. Today's practical class ends here. Everyone, go home and thoroughly digest today's lessons. After leaving a cryptic remark, Dongfang Shueqi turned and walked away, casting a meaningful glance at Song Wannuan. Her disheveled clothes silently spoke of the intensity of the battle that had just transpired. "The boss is amazing, managing to put the witch in such a state," Jin Zizai remarked as he quickly stepped forward to help Song Wannuan stand. Huang Tianba followed closely, his eyes alight with excitement. "Boss, did you let the witch experience the full spectrum of darkness?" "I did give her a taste," Song Wannuan replied, brushing the dust off his clothes. "But her performance was much better than yours." "She's only at the platinum level," Huang Tianba said, puffing out his chest, his confidence bolstered by his abilities. "When I reach the platinum level, I'll definitely surpass her." This was Huang Tianba's greatest strength, his bold words. Even when beaten half to death, he would still proclaim, "I, Huang Tianba, am unmatched in the world." "Boss, are you free tonight?" Jin Zizai raised an eyebrow, flashing a knowing smile. "It's your first time in the capital, after all. As your host, I must show you the city's splendor." "I've heard stories about dragons existing in this world since I was a child," Huang Tianba mused. "I wonder if I'll meet one tonight." Jin Zizai immediately chimed in. "I can confirm that dragons do exist. I was served by one just the other day. I, Huang Tianba, am second to none. Tonight, I'll have a life-or-death showdown with a dragon." Song Wannuan sighed, shaking his head with a look that said, "Hopeless." "Boss, why the sigh?" Jin Zizai asked, puzzled. "What's the purpose of life?" Song Wannuan pondered aloud. "Isn't it all about eating, drinking, and having fun?" Jin Zizai replied. "How shallow." Song Wannuan said seriously. "Life should be about setting our hearts on the heavens, establishing destiny for the people, continuing the teachings of the sages, and bringing peace to the world." "Something's wrong," Huang Tianba exclaimed, pointing at Song Wannuan. "This can't be the boss. Someone's impersonating him." Jin Zizai quickly reassured. "Don't worry, boss. Tonight's on me, no matter the cost." "Now you're speaking my language." Song Wannuan's spirits lifted. "What's one dragon? Bring me two. Tonight, I'll be a dragon slayer." "That's the Song Wannuan I know," Huang Tianba cheered. The three of them laughed as they headed out of the campus, only to be stopped at the gate by security. The entrance to the Imperial University was strictly controlled, requiring identity verification. Facing these king-level security personnel, the trio naturally dared not cause trouble. During the verification process, a thought occurred to Song Wannuan. If it took 15 minutes to erase Dongfang Shueqi at the platinum level, how long would it take to erase someone at the king level? With this question in mind, He used his erasure skill on one of the security personnel. Time remaining to eliminate target: 99 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Song Wannuan stared at the message in front of him, his eyes widening in shock. Compared to the mere 15 minutes needed to eliminate a platinum-level ability user, it was astonishing that it would take a full 100 days to remove a King Level 1. As soon as he locked onto the target, the seemingly ordinary security guard suddenly shuddered, unleashing a suffocating, violent aura from within. The thick scent of blood filled the air, enveloping Song Wannuan and the two others. A chill swept over him, and Song Wannuan felt as if he had plunged into an ancient ice cave. Under the terrifying pressure of this king-level force, they were like leaves in the ocean, vulnerable to being torn apart by the waves. Visions of piles of bones even flashed before his eyes, prompting him to immediately cancel the deletion process. Old Han! A shout pierced the tense atmosphere. The security guard, known as Old Han, snapped back to reality, reigning in his intimidating presence. Be careful, the enemy is launching another sneak attack, Old Han said seriously. Get a grip, this isn't the ninefold pass, his companion reminded him. Old Han paused, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Sorry, I got a bit confused there and sensed a crisis. What is the ninefold pass? Song Wannuan couldn't help but ask. He scrutinized the two security guards in their 60s, noting the few black strands in their white beards and the scar on Old Han's face that added to his fierce demeanor. Judging by that aura, this was no ordinary king-level ability user. It's none of your business, don't pry. Old Han's companion interrupted with a dismissive wave. All right, you three youngsters better head out now, Old Han said, opening the school gate to usher them out. Once they were outside, Song Wannuan turned to Jin Zizai. Xiao Jin, do you know what the ninefold pass is? I've definitely heard those words before, Jin Zizai replied with a frown. But no one who knows talks about it. When people mention it in conversation and notice outsiders listening, they immediately stop. Doesn't your family deal in intelligence? How come you can't find out about it? Song Wannuan asked curiously. It's not that we can't find out, Jin Zizai shook his head. It's that the old folks at home don't allow me to know anything about the ninefold pass. Jin Zizai shook his head in frustration. You're acting like I would just blab everything if I knew. We're supposed to be family, but there's no trust between us at all. Before he could finish speaking, the roar of engines approached from the distance. A super luxurious convoy sped towards them, the black cars gleaming coldly in the sunlight before coming to a halt in front of them. The car doors opened, and several men in matching uniforms with gold lettering on their chests stepped out, bowing respectfully to Jin Zizai. Hello, young master. This scene left Song Wannuan momentarily stunned. He recalled the first time he met Jin Zizai, who seemed like a simple, unassuming guy from a wealthy family, always keeping a low profile. If Jin Zizai hadn't mentioned it himself, who would have guessed he was the young master of the Jin family? Even knowing the Jin family's influence, Song Wannuan never treated him like a typical aristocrat. After all, Jin Zizai always called him boss and followed his lead. Seeing this display, Song Wannuan felt a momentary sense of inadequacy, but quickly straightened up. Why should I feel inferior? My dad is the god of war of the underworld, and my master is the god of war of the east. My status is nothing to sneeze at. Although he previously saw his ordinary background as a disadvantage, his new identity was something he was still getting used to. Boss, let's go, Jin Zizai called out, unfazed by the arrival of his family's entourage. Once inside the luxury car, Song Wannuan couldn't help but ask Jin Zizai, who remained calm and collected. Xiao Jin, I've always heard you're the young master of the Jin family. What exactly does your family do? We just dabble in some small business, dealing in intelligence, Jin Zizai replied nonchalantly. Have you ever heard of the Four Seas Pavilion? That's ours. What the heck? Song Wannuan and Huang Tianba exclaimed simultaneously. The Four Seas Pavilion was no small operation. It was a massive enterprise with thousands of outlets across the Dragon Nation, practically monopolizing the industry and being one of the most profitable businesses in the country. Xiao Jin, I knew you were rich, but this is on another level, Song Wannuan remarked in disbelief. With your family's assets, you must be in the top 5 in the Dragon Nation, right? Jin Zizai replied casually. We might just scrape by as number 1. I'm not really sure, it's just what people say. I'm only in charge of spending money, so I don't pay much attention to that. Just scrape by as number 1? Song Wannuan couldn't help but reflect on his own limited perspective. Looks like from now on, if I don't let young Master Jin foot the bill, it wouldn't make sense. He thought to himself, if he had that much money, he wouldn't need to run the first tower. Even with the skill to duplicate spirit stones, making 1 piece per second would only earn him around 50 million a year, a mere drop in the ocean compared to the Jin family. Song Wannuan gazed out the window at the rapidly passing scenery, and an amusing thought suddenly popped into his mind. Back on Earth, someone had calculated that to match the wealth of that famously money-indifferent billionaire with the surname Ma, even if you won 5 million every day tax-free, it would take 76 years. He couldn't help but wonder if the Jin family's assets were similarly astronomical. This thought made him suddenly feel that his warrior father's abilities were not as impressive as he once thought, and he even entertained the absurd idea of his dad teaming up with his master to rob the Jin family. The convoy drove into the bustling streets of the imperial city, where skyscrapers lined the roads. Although night had not yet fallen, the neon lights were already dazzling. In front of a bathhouse called East Sea Dragon Palace, two rows of stunning beauties dressed in red cheongsams had been waiting for some time, each one a rare gem. As soon as they saw Jin Zizai get out of the car, they greeted him in sweet voices. "Hello, little master." Clearly, this place was not unfamiliar to Jin Zizai, who had once boasted about enjoying the all-inclusive service here. "Boss, Big Bear, take it easy today. The service here is top-notch and will make you feel like you're in heaven," Jin Zizai enthusiastically recommended. "Die a worthy death." Song Wannuan suddenly chimed in, glancing at Huang Tianba. "Invincible." Huang Tianba quickly responded after a moment of thought. "Why are we suddenly playing a game of idiom Chang?" Jin Zizai asked, puzzled. "Do you know why Laozi wrote the Tao Te Ching?" Song Wannuan asked with a mysterious smile. "Why?" the two asked curiously. "Because he wanted to," Song Wannuan quipped, stepping into the East Sea Dragon Palace first. "I shouldn't have asked." Huang Tianba shook his head in resignation. "He's still the same old boss. Always a tease." Jin Zizai laughed as he followed. Inside the club, the three truly experienced what all-inclusive service in the imperial city meant. They were surrounded by charming attendants, but Song Wannuan and Huang Tianba were there just to enjoy massages. Each had 6 cheongsam-clad beauties attending to them. For Huang Tianba, one beauty let him rest his head on her soft lap, gently massaging his temples. Another was at his feet, focusing on his soles. For others knelt by his sides, 2 massaging his arms, 1 feeding him delicacies, and the last carefully wiping the corners of his mouth. This emperor-like treatment left Huang Tianba with a silly, satisfied grin. Song Wannuan and Jin Zizai also enjoyed the services, but their expressions were more restrained. This was the extent of what they could indulge in, not due to a lack of other options, but because the Jin family, while allowing Jin Zizai to enjoy himself, had drawn a strict line regarding his relationships with women. "It's not that I'm worried he'll suffer a loss, but I'm concerned about a potential fatality. This issue has been troubling everyone. The Jin family has a very clear stance on such matters. Once a child is involved, whether acknowledged or not, it becomes a tricky issue. If acknowledged, it's because Jin Zizai's indiscretions led to it, making it illegitimate. If not acknowledged, it still carries the Jin family's bloodline. To avoid this dilemma, the Jin family has established strict family rules. Absolutely no messing around for the family members. If someone truly finds their match, the Jin family's rule is simple: bring them home. But with Jin Zizai's personality, he longs for freedom and will never bind himself for anyone. This has led to an unbelievable fact. Like Song Wannuan and Huang Tianba, he remains a virgin. After enjoying a full-service experience at the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, Huang Tianba felt so light, he seemed ready to float away. "I declare, from today onwards, I am sworn enemies with gambling and drugs," Huang Tianba stated solemnly. Song Wannuan teased, "You're not mentioning anything about the Huang character." "I, Huang, am sworn enemies with gambling and drugs," Huang Tianba reiterated. Jin Zizai laughed at him. "Big Bear, you're like this after just one massage. If you were to play poker with a few girls, you might ascend to heaven in broad daylight." "No need for that. My first time is reserved for the girl I love," Huang Tianba said eagerly, then asked, "Old Jin, what's next?" "Your body is relaxed now. Time for some mental enjoyment," Jin Zizai smiled. "Come on, let's go eat, drink, and have fun." "Eating, drinking, and having fun sounds perfect," Huang Tianba said excitedly. Jin Zizai signaled to a staff member, "Let's go downstairs." The three of them took a dedicated elevator down to the 3rd basement level and then boarded a rail car that took them through a series of tunnels, finally arriving at a massive estate covering nearly 1,000 acres. In the landscarce capital, even in the suburbs, owning such a large property speaks volumes about the owner's influence. This estate has everything, Jin Zizai introduced: an arena, casino, restaurant, theater, challenge ring, and a stone gambling venue. These words made the other two widen their eyes in surprise. They initially thought the Dragon Palace was just a massage place, not realizing there was a vast enterprise behind it. "Doesn't the Dragon Nation's government intervene?" Song Wanwan couldn't help but ask. "Everything here is legal. Why would they intervene?" Jin Zizai countered. "Plus, there are officials behind this estate. It makes a fortune every day." "Which fortune?" Huang Tianba interrupted. "The spirit kind?" "Big Bear, how can you even twist that around?" Song Wanwan looked at Huang Tianba in disbelief. To her, Jin Zizai's words seemed perfectly normal, yet Huang Tianba somehow found a hint of ambiguity in them. "Haha, I just said it casually." Huang Tianba realized he had misunderstood and laughed awkwardly. "Old Jin, go on." Jin Zizai continued seriously. "This estate is like a money-making machine, bringing in a staggering number of spirit stones every day. far beyond what our sea-high pavilion can achieve. However, the estate is entangled with numerous forces, making it extremely complex. Very few know where these spirit stones end up. He paused before explaining further. The capital is filled with big shots, but not every family runs businesses openly like our Jean family. To cover their expenses, many choose to secretly support places like this. This estate is like a goose that lays golden eggs, Song Wannuan mused. Doesn't your Jean family have a stake in it? It would be a shame to miss out on such a lucrative business. Jean Zizai shook his head. Our Jean family already makes enough. The people behind the estate wouldn't let us take a slice of the pie. The bigger the cake, the smaller the share for each person if too many are involved. So they'll block others from joining if they can. Song Wanwan suddenly understood. The Jean family's share was already substantial, and trying to take from others would naturally meet resistance. Boss, Big Bear. Jean Zizai turned to them. Where do you want to go first? We're not familiar with this place, so you decide. Song Wanwan replied. Then let's head to the stone gambling arena. Jean Zizai suggested enthusiastically. I always try my luck there whenever I visit. Stone gambling. Song Wanwan asked curiously. What do you gamble on? What can you get? As someone from Earth, he only knew about gambling on jade stones, but on this ability-filled blue star, jade was just a prettier stone and not particularly valuable. Jean Zizai explained. The stones here come from elemental stone mines and might contain an elemental heart. Elemental heart. Huang Tianba interjected. I've never heard of that. I know about elemental stones, though, which are resources for elemental ability users to train with. The heart of elements is the essence formed from elemental stones after countless years, Jean Zizai explained, his eyes gleaming with expertise as he gestured a fist-sized space. A piece of the heart of elements this size is worth at least 100,000 spirit stones. Song Wanwan and Huang Tianba's eyes widened at the figure. Though they knew little about the heart of elements, the value of 100,000 spirit stones was enough to astonish them. Song Wanwan furrowed his brows, suddenly realizing a crucial point. In a world of ability users, if someone awakened a clairvoyant ability, wouldn't betting on stones here be like picking up money for free? Jean Zizai shook his head gently, his expression confident. The outer layer of these raw stones is enveloped with a chaotic mix of elements, completely blocking sensory and clairvoyant abilities. Unless one is a sage sovereign, no one can see what's inside. What if a sage sovereign comes? Huang Tianba pressed on. Jean Zizai gave a slight, disdainful smile. What kind of status does a sage sovereign have? If they desire the heart of elements or spirit stones, a word is all it takes for people to offer them willingly. Besides, if a sage sovereign really were to lower themselves to come here, the owner of the estate would undoubtedly present all the raw stones with both hands. Huang Tianba nodded in sudden understanding. Indeed, in this world, there exists a special group of individuals who, while perhaps not as wealthy as the richest tycoons, only need to speak, and what they desire is brought to them. Such status is more esteemed than mere wealth. Boss, Big Bear, why don't you try your luck too? Jean Zizai suggested, looking at them. Let's give it a shot. Huang Tianba immediately perked up, wandering through the array of raw stones. Though clueless about selecting raw stones, making a few rounds with a feigned air of expertise couldn't hurt. Song Wanwan also began to scrutinize the variously shaped raw stones. He silently calculated the skills he possessed, trying to figure out a way to peek inside the stones. After ensuring no one was watching, he settled on the most inconspicuous stone and attempted to use his color-filling skill. However, when he filled the stone with colorless, it completely vanished from view. This skill is useless. Can't select the surface, Song Wanwan muttered in frustration, tapping his forehead. Why am I getting stuck on this? Sometimes people, no matter how smart they are, can find themselves in a dead end, overthinking things. However, Song Wanwan quickly realized a crucial point. To find the elemental heart within the raw stones, there's no need to see the specific scenes inside. His gaze swept over the raw stones before him as a clear strategy formed in his mind. The elemental heart is the essence of the elemental stone, naturally containing immense energy. If he could locate the stone with the most energy, he would essentially find the largest elemental heart. Ordinary power users couldn't detect the energy within the raw stones, and even the revered ones found it challenging. But Song Wanwan was different. He had a unique advantage. A slight smile played on his lips as he focused his mind and used the mouse to select the first stone. A system prompt immediately appeared. This copy will require 10 spirit stones and is estimated to take 2 minutes. Would you like to continue? This was exactly what Song Wanwan was looking for. The copying skill followed a simple rule. The more energy the raw stone contained, the longer the copying time and the more spirit stones it consumed. He began trying to copy one stone after another, carefully comparing each prompt that appeared. This copy will require 9 spirit stones. Estimated time 1 minute 40 seconds. This copy will require 16 spirit stones. Estimated time 3 minutes 20 seconds. The prompts flashed continuously, but none of them excited Song Wanwan. Meanwhile, Huang Tianba had already chosen the largest stone, believing that bigger was better, with no need for technique. Jin Zizai had also made his choice. As Song Wannuan continued his search, a new prompt suddenly appeared. This copy will require 99 spirit stones, estimated time 15 minutes. His eyes lit up, and he hurried forward to pick up the stone. However, just as his hand touched the stone, another hand grabbed it simultaneously. Song Wannuan looked up to meet a young face. Deep-set eyes, prominent dark circles, the look of a spoiled rich kid. Let go. How dare you try to take what I want? Who gave you the nerve? The young man's voice was filled with disdain as he looked at Song Wannuan's simple attire. To him, anyone worth knowing among the young elite of the capital was familiar, and this rustic-looking fellow was not worth considering. Your dad's calling you, Song Wannuan suddenly said. The remark hit a nerve, causing the young man to instinctively look back. In that split second of distraction, Song Wannuan tightened his grip and secured the stone in his arms. Kid, are you tired of living? Using my dad to trick me? The rich young man turned his head, his eyes sharp and cold. Song Wannuan glanced at him, a smirk playing on his lips. Idiot. Just one word, but it was dripping with sarcasm. He always kept his distance from these wealthy types, feeling their minds worked in strange ways, and prolonged exposure might infect him with their foolishness. Though well-versed in the art of insulting without vulgarity, this time, calling someone an idiot felt especially satisfying. Whatever the other said, that word was the perfect comeback. You're the first to dare insult me to my face. Who are you, kid? The rich young man didn't strike immediately, adhering to the capital's rule of first finding out the other's background. After all, in this city, there were always some people you couldn't afford to offend. If the other had stronger backing, then being insulted was just bad luck. If not, then he would have to settle the score today. Song Wannuan, however, was oblivious to the capital's dog-eat-dog rules, and even if he knew them, he wouldn't care. He looked up, his eyes filled with blatant contempt. Want to know who I am? Are you worthy? Go ask the estate manager, see if he'll tell you. With that, he turned and walked away. This was pure bluff. Was at the estate for the first time, and the manager couldn't possibly know him. But such bravado often worked well, and if not, he still had Jin Zizai and his master, the Eastern war god, to back him up. Sure enough, the rich young man's brow furrowed as he mentally sifted through the prominent figures of the younger generation in Longhua. None matched the person in front of him. Could he be a descendant of a holy master? He quickly dismissed the thought, how could a holy master's descendant appear in such a place? Or maybe this kid is just pretending to be someone important, when in reality, he's just a nobody putting on airs. Realizing this, the rich young man quickly stepped forward to block Song Wannuan, his gaze icy. Kid, are you here to show off in front of me? Do you want to dance? Song Wannuan patted him on the shoulder, speaking as if chatting with an old friend. Just recovered. Better head back and take your meds. If you have a relapse and start biting, that won't be good. Rabies shots are quite expensive these days. You're asking for it. The rich young man raised his hand, ready to strike. At that critical moment, an excited voice suddenly rang out. Try touching my boss, you scoundrel. Only Jin Zizai could call Song Wannuan like that with such an arrogant tone. Both Song Wannuan and the rich kid turned to look, and sure enough, they saw Jin Zizai striding over with Huang Tianba, a confident expression on his face. Jin Dasha. The rich kid's eyes flashed with realization, his tone dripping with contempt and challenge. So you're the one giving this guy his confidence. Sunze, Jin Zizai locked eyes with the rich kid, a flame of hatred burning within. I was just wondering if I'd run into you here. Seems like fate's on my side. Jin Dasha, you've come a long way. The rich kid smirked with mockery. Speaking so fluently now, have you been overdosing on Viagra? Sunze, today I'll show you what it means to ignore the easy path to heaven and barge into hell. Jin Zizai declared, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a small notebook under the watchful eyes of the crowd. His demeanor shifted to one of arrogant triumph as he opened the notebook with a flourish had prepared for this day for 3 whole months. Jin Zizai began reading aloud from the notebook. Qian Yonglai, you've been lacking since childhood, lacking love as you grew, wearing a rope belt and a pot lid on your head. You were born a cucumber, needing a smack. Later, you're a walnut, needing a hit. For life, you're a broken motorbike, needing a kick. You'll find a wife like a screw, needing a twist. His words came out in a rapid-fire torrent, brimming with momentum. Seeing your sly, deceitful face, I just want to slap you. But when I get closer and see your greasy face, I can't bring myself to do it. Your natural shameless aura means you can only be a lowlife your whole life. Song Wannuan watched, wide-eyed, nearly bursting into laughter. It was his first time seeing someone insult others by reading from a notebook. Although he knew Jin Zizai carried a book of classic quotes, he hadn't expected it to be used in such a situation. For a full 5 minutes, Jin Zizai, as if powered by a motor, flipped through pages, unleashing a barrage of insults, each more colorful than the last, with none repeated. He grew more excited, speaking faster, like a Gatling gun in full swing. The The rich kid tried to interject several times, but was overwhelmed by the relentless barrage. Finally, seemingly tired from his tirade, Jean's eye paused. How did you like the package I prepared for you? If you haven't had enough, don't worry, I've got plenty more. You. The rich kid stammered for a long time, struggling to form a coherent response. What do you mean you? You can't even speak properly, yet you try to mix with the crowd. Jean's eyes suddenly switched to a mockingly childish tone. Quick, go home and ask your mom for milk. Mommy, I want milk. Have some, made with melamine. This comical performance almost made Song Wannuan burst into laughter again. I have to admit, Jean's eye has become a completely different person compared to when I first met him. His ability to express himself has improved dramatically. Watching his smug expression, the rich kid took a deep breath, suppressing the anger boiling inside him. It was the first time he had been at a disadvantage against Jean's eye, and it felt as unpleasant as swallowing a fly. Jean's eye, have you no shame? Even taking notes, the rich kid shouted through gritted teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Do you know why I write the Tao Te Ching? Jean's eyes suddenly turned to him, a playful smile on his lips. Song Wannuan couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. He hadn't expected Jean's eye to adapt so quickly, using his own words against others. Although he felt it was inappropriate, he couldn't help but laugh, turning away to hide his shaking shoulders. As someone well-trained, he rarely laughed so openly unless he truly couldn't help it. Why? The rich kid instinctively responded. Because I want to. Jean's eye lifted his chin defiantly. If I want to take notes, I will. And that was just a fraction of what I could say. Want to hear the rest? Seeing this, the rich kid suppressed his anger and said, Jean de Shah, since we've met today, do you dare to play big with me? Whatever you want to play, I'm in. If I'm scared, I'm not your father. Jean's eye retorted, undaunted. Jean de Shah, if you keep this up, I'll beat you so bad even your mom won't recognize you. The rich kid was so furious that his usually sharp tongue was rendered useless against Jean's eye shamelessness. At this point, Song Wannuan finally stopped laughing and turned to ask, I have a question. Do you know that Jean's eye is your father? No. The rich kid blurted out, caught off guard. Well, now you know, so call him Dad. Song Wannuan said playfully. If he's your dad, then I'm your uncle. I'm happy for you, having such an outstanding uncle. Huang Tianba chimed in. Then I'm your third uncle, but having a nephew like you is unfortunate. Better let your dad disown you. Save some face. Sorry for making you both laugh, Jean's eye added. I should have flushed him down the toilet back then. This remark resonated with Song Wannuan, reminding him of a similar insult Jean's eye had thrown at Lu Jiao when they first met months ago. It's undeniable that Jean's eyes would have sharpened considerably. Infuriated by the verbal sparring, the rich kid sneered. I'm done with words. Do you dare to gamble with raw stones? I already said, whatever you want to play, I'm in. Jean's eye agreed without hesitation. Hearing this, a conspiratorial smile crept onto the rich kid's face. If you've got the guts, wait here for a few minutes. I'll make sure you won't forget today. The wealthy young man threw out a harsh challenge, then turned and walked away with an air of arrogance. Old Jean, who is this empty-headed brat? Why is he so cocky? Song Wannuan asked with a frown, noticing a hint of disdain on Jean's eye's face. The nickname, empty-headed brat, wasn't without reason. Jean's eye had seen through him at a glance, polished on the outside, but hollowed out by indulgence, weak beyond measure. His name is Qian Yonglai, the second son of Longting Wanli. Jean's eye explained slowly. Longting Wanli is the second largest business alliance in the Dragon Kingdom, just behind our Sea Pavilion. But over the years, we've kept them at bay, leaving them perpetually in second place. This has led to a long-standing rivalry between the Qian family and our Jean family. Jean's eye elaborated on the delicate balance between the two business alliances. We're both top forces in the Dragon Kingdom and can engage in overt or covert battles like underground gangs. Any extreme actions from either side could lead to disaster, ultimately benefiting a third party. So, both sides have agreed to limit competition to the business realm, avoiding any underhanded tactics. Unfortunately, Jean's eye said with a hint of satisfaction, Longting Wanli always falls just short in the business arena. The Qian family harbors resentment and wants to regain some face from me. He then recounted an incident from 3 months ago. Back then, I lost a verbal spar with Qian Yonglai because I'm not quick with words. I couldn't swallow that loss, so I left the capital and traveled across the Dragon Kingdom to learn the art of retorting. I even kept a notebook of witty remarks, just waiting to meet him again. When I met you, boss, in Phoenix City, I stuck around to learn. Today, I finally got my chance to shine. That verbal takedown felt better than spending time with 10 top courtesans. Jean's eyes excitement grew, and he seemed to glow with enthusiasm. At this point, Huang Tianba raised a question. Since you're both sons of business magnates, why do people call you Little Master, while he's just a young master? Is it because Sea Pavilion is stronger than Longting Wanli? Not entirely, Jean's eye replied seriously. Sea Pavilion is indeed somewhat stronger than Longting Wanli, but not overwhelmingly so. I'm called Little Master because I'm the only male heir in the Jin family, with undisputed inheritance rights. The Qian family, however, has many male heirs in this generation, and Qian Yonglai is the second son, so people call him Second Young Master. Little Jean, someone nearby reminded. I think you're missing the point. You're the sole heir of the Jin family with absolute authority, while Qian Yonglai is just one of many sons in the Qian family. Your positions aren't really comparable. In the capital city, there are countless young masters, if not 100, then at least 80. However, the identity of the young master is truly unique. A shrewd glint flashed in Song Wannuan's eyes as she said to Jin Zizai, if you encounter Qian Yonglai or any other members of the Qian family again, there's no need to argue with them. Just use your status to overwhelm them. Tell them that with their status, they're not worthy of speaking to you. That one sentence will leave them speechless. No matter what tricks they try, you'll always have the upper hand. Jin Zizai's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Boss, that's brilliant. Straight to the point. Why didn't I think of that? You're right, their status truly doesn't match mine. Thank you for the guidance, boss. Just then, Qian Yonglai returned with an old man sporting a handlebar mustache. He raised his chin and looked at Jin Zizai with disdain. Jin the fool, I'm back. Let's pick a piece of raw jade here and see whose elemental heart is larger. The loser pays the other 1 million spirit stones. Do you dare? He had always called Jin Zizai Jin the fool, because Jin's previous behavior resembled that of a foolish son of a landlord. Jin Zizai immediately applied the tactic taught by Song Wannuan, smirking. Trash, you dare bring out a mere 1,000,000 spirit stones? Clearly, your status is not on par with mine. Comparing you to a pauper is an insult to my status. These words not only made Qian Yonglai's face turn livid, but even Huang Tianba, who was standing nearby, twitched at the corners of his mouth. Although he knew Jin Zizai wasn't referring to him, the words were particularly grating to his ears because he couldn't even be considered a pauper, let alone afford 100 spirit stones without scraping together what he could. Then how much do you propose? Qian Yonglai asked, suppressing his anger. Jin Zizai gave him a contemptuous glance. Hollow pickle. How about this? If you can come up with 5 million spirit stones, I'll play along. If not, go home and drink milk. He found Song Wanwan's nickname for Qian Yonglai quite fitting and used it readily. Hearing this number, a flicker of hesitation crossed Qian Yonglai's eyes. Unlike Jin Zizai, he couldn't squander the Qian family's spirit stones at will with many male heirs in the Qian family. Losing 5 million spirit stones would be a painful blow. But when he glanced at the mustached old man behind him, he regained his confidence. A mere 5 million spirit stones. This young master doesn't even care. Then he turned and called to the estate staff. Go get your manager to witness this. The staff member respectfully replied, please wait a moment, young masters, and then turned to leave. Such betting duels were not uncommon in the capital city. In fact, they were almost routine. After all, the capital was filled with prominent figures who wouldn't resort to brawling like hooligans when conflicts arose. Naturally, such bets required a witness, and within this estate, the manager was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. The staff of the manor led a burly middle-aged man briskly towards them. This man, appearing in his 40s, was Jiang Qi, the steward of the manor. Song Wanwan immediately activated her ability to check the man's attribute panel. Name, Jiang Qi. Age, 48. Physical strength, 161884 King level 5. Soul strength, 149002 King level 5. Ability, object manipulation. Combat power, 310886. Upon seeing these figures, Song Wanwan furrowed her brow, pondering to herself. In their hometown of Phoenix City, a king-level ability user was almost invincible, an undisputed top-tier powerhouse. Yet in the imperial capital, such beings seemed quite common. There were hundreds of them just among the faculty of the Imperial Capital Academy, and even the steward of the manor was at the king level 5. This doesn't make sense. Song Wanwan's confusion deepened. A king level should be as rare as a phoenix feather. How can they be so commonplace in the imperial capital? I am Jiang Qi. At your service, Jiang Qi said calmly, looking at Jin Zizai and Qian Yonglai. I understand you two wish to make a wager and need me as a witness. Please show your stakes. Although he recognized their identities, as the manor's representative, he maintained a fair and impartial attitude, treating every guest equally. Soon, both parties presented their stakes of 5 million spirit stones each. Qian Yonglai handed over a spirit stone exchange card, while Jin Zizai produced a Chinquan bag filled with spirit stones. In that case, please begin selecting the raw stones, Jiang Qi said after accepting the stakes. Master Hu, it's all up to you now, Qian Yonglai said, turning to the man with the mustache behind him. Don't worry, second young master, the mustached man said confidently, stroking his mustache. I've been in this business for decades and know a thing or two. With that, he strode towards the pile of raw stones. Qian Yonglai followed, a hint of smugness in his eyes as he turned. Xiao Jin, what are you going to do? Song Wanwan asked. I'll have to rely on luck, Jin Zizai shrugged. I always believe that unbeatable strength is no match for extraordinary luck. It's like in poker. No matter how well you play or calculate the cards, it's hard to beat having 2 jokers and 4 aces. Go ahead, pick whatever you like. Song Wannuan patted his shoulder. I'll be your strongest support. Although she wasn't sure about Jean's eye's luck, she could definitely cheat. What use is strength when you can have a cheat? Soon, both sides had selected their raw stones. Song Wannuan immediately activated her duplication ability on the raw stone chosen by the mustached man. The system prompt appeared. This duplication will consume 39 spirit stones and take approximately 7 minutes. Do you wish to continue? Upon noticing the hint, Song Wannuan couldn't help but take another look at the man with the 8-character mustache, silently admiring the master craftsman's discerning eye for selecting raw stones. Among the numerous stones, the one he chose was undoubtedly of superior quality. Quickly, Song Wannuan completed the replication of the raw stone selected by Jean's eye. Interestingly, this replication was completed almost instantly, so fast that he didn't even have time to check the clock. This unusual speed could only mean one thing. The stone chosen by Jean's eye was just an ordinary rock with no energy inside. Xiao Jean. Song Wannuan chuckled, shaking his head. If it weren't for the fact that you're the young master of the Jean family, with luck like this, you'd probably starve on the streets. Out of thousands of raw stones here, most contain some degree of an elemental heart. I've replicated so many, and never have I completed one so quickly. Yet, you've managed to pick such a treasured. Boss, you think I'm sure to win, right? Jean's eye eagerly turned to Qian Yonglai. Hello Kimchi. Let's battle, he shouted confidently, as if victory was assured. Song Wannuan shook his head at the sight. As a good friend, he couldn't just stand by and watch Jean's eye lose so badly. He promptly handed over the raw stone he had previously selected to Jean's eye. Use this one. Why? Boss, didn't you say I was sure to win? Jean's eye asked, puzzled. Just use it, stop asking questions. Do you think I would harm you? Song Wannuan snapped, masking the unexplainable reason with irritation. All right, boss, I trust you. Jean's eye said, taking the stone. At the final tally, Jean's eye and Song Wannuan stones cost a total of 2,200 spirit stones, while the stone selected by Qian Yonglai's mustached associate cost 1,800 spirit stones. Since we've chosen, shall we start? Qian Yonglai was about to proceed. Wait. Song Wannuan suddenly interjected, leaving everyone present confused. Jean the fool, control your lackey. Qian Yonglai sneered. When the master speaks, what right does a lackey have to interrupt? You're full of crap. Jean's eye immediately retorted. This is my boss. You're lucky he even bothers to talk to you. Boss. Qian Yonglai laughed. The young master of the Jean family playing the lackey, you're regressing. Despite his mocking words, he was secretly assessing Song Wannuan's identity. Someone whom Jean's eye acknowledged as his superior was certainly not ordinary. It's none of your business what I choose to do, Jean's eye said disdainfully. Boss, what were you going to say? Song Wannuan looked directly at Qian Yonglai. You guys bet 5 million spirit stones, and I find it quite interesting. I happen to have 3 million spirit stones and would like to add to the bet. Hello Kimchi, do you dare to accept? Song Wannuan stood in the stone gambling arena, feeling a twinge of envy. The odds of winning this gamble were in their favor. Once the raw stone was cut open, Jean's eye would easily reap 5 million spirit stones, a fortune that was hard not to covet. Song Wannuan thought about how much effort it took to earn just over 20,000 in Phoenix City, and how even winning the auctioned rank in the Shumi Mirror's new student contest only netted just over 1 million off, which Jean's eye, the wealthy patron, contributed 100,000. He couldn't help but secretly contemplate this rapid path to wealth. How could such an opportunity be passed up? Raise the stakes. Do you really trust this Jean the fool that much? Qian Yonglai asked coldly. Jean's eye scoffed. Nonsense. If my boss doesn't trust me, should he trust you instead? So are you in or out? If you're chickening out, just say so, and I'll think of the best way to ridicule you. Though it sounded like a taunt, Qian Yonglai found it particularly effective. He turned to the man with a mustache. Master Hu, are you confident? The mustached man stroked his facial hair and said with full confidence, of course, I've been in the raw stone industry for decades. Do you think I can't beat someone else's luck? Seeing this, Qian Yonglai felt emboldened. Since you're raising the stakes, I'll match you all the way. I'm in for 3 million spirit stones. He turned to the estate manager. Manager Jiang, please witness this. No problem, Jiangqi responded. As both parties handed over their 3 million spirit stone bets to Jiangqi, Song Wannuan's lips curled into a smile. This way of making money was faster than robbery. He even considered the idea of quitting his store to focus on gambling here. After all, fortune comes to those who take risks. The stone carver in the arena quickly got to work, starting with the stone chosen by the man with the mustache. The stone was hard, requiring a professional with diamond-level skills to break it open completely. Before long, Qian Yonglai's raw stone was fully revealed. It's a big win, the stone carver shouted, handing the cut stone to Qian Yonglai. An expert nearby immediately appraised it. This elemental heart is no less than 50 cubic centimeters, worth at least 50,000 spirit stones. The raw stone, originally bought for just 1,800 spirit stones, had increased nearly 30-fold in value, sparking discussions among the crowd. Master Hu, you're amazing, Qian Yonglai praised with a beaming smile. The mustached man exhaled deeply, feigning calmness. Exactly as I expected. In truth, before the stone was fully opened, he wasn't entirely sure. He had just relied on years of experience to judge that this stone likely contained a significant volume of the elemental heart. Now that the outcome was clear, he naturally played it cool. Qian Yonglai, brimming with confidence, turned to his opponent. Jean the Fool, it's your turn. At this moment, his eyes were filled with smugness. Boss, what should we do? Jean Zizai turned to Song Wannuan, frowning slightly. Although 5 million spirit stones were nothing to him, losing face in front of Qian Yonglai and seeing that smug expression was what he found most unbearable. Song Wanwan's lips curled confidently as he said, I picked this raw stone, and I even placed an extra bet. I've always been incredibly lucky finding money on the street and acing high school exams without much effort. Don't worry. He knew this gamble was a sure win, so he casually made up a few stories. All right, I believe you. Jean Zizai nodded, taking the raw stone from Song Wanwan and handing it to the stone-cutting master. Still confident about your luck? Qian Yonglai sneered. Just wait until the stone is cut, and we'll see if you're embarrassed. I don't know about being embarrassed. Song Wanwan turned to face Qian Yonglai directly. But your heart is about to ache. Anyone can act tough. We'll see. Qian Yonglai scoffed, turning his gaze to the stone-cutting master diligently at work. Soon, the true nature of the raw stone began to reveal itself. It's a windfall, the stone-cutting master exclaimed excitedly, having already uncovered 2 valuable stones in such a short time, which added to his excitement. This volume is at least 120 cubic centimeters, an astonished staff member exclaimed. It's a massive win, conservatively estimated to be worth at least 120,000 spirit stones. 120 cubic centimeters? How? How is this possible? Qian Yonglai murmured in disbelief, his face turning pale. This number meant he would lose a total of 8 million spirit stonesa, loss significant enough to make him feel the sting, despite his wealth. Ha! 120 cubic centimeters. Who else? Jean Zizai grabbed the raw stone, raising it triumphantly above his head, utterly ecstatic. For him, this was more thrilling than winning the lottery, not for the mere 5 million spirit stones, but for achieving a complete victory over Qian Yonglai for the first time in years. Standing to the side, Song Wanwan wore a satisfied smile. His joy lay not in defeating Qian Yonglai, but in effortlessly earning 3 million spirit stones. These spirit stones are mine now, Jean Zizai said smugly to Qian Yonglai, accepting the wager from the estate manager. If there's more good luck like this, be sure to call me again. Qian Yonglai glared at Jean Zizai, his expression dark enough to drip water. If looks could kill, Jean Zizai would have been dead 1,000 times over. Boss, Big Bear, we hit the jackpot today, Jean Zizai declared with bravado. Let's head to the estate's restaurant and order the finest, or at least the most expensive. Why? Because we're loaded, and that's how we roll. Wait. Just as Jean Zizai and his group were about to leave, Qian Yonglai suddenly called out loudly. Upon hearing Qian Yonglai's shout, Jean Zizai slowly turned around. His gaze was cold, with a faint, elusive smile on his lips. Kongshin Pao Kai, what's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Do you want to take back the spirit stones? A mere 8 million spirit stones, I, Qian Yonglai, can afford to lose. Qian Yonglai gritted his teeth. Do you dare to gamble with me again? Another round? Jean Zizai raised an eyebrow. Do you still have spirit stones? A trace of madness flickered in Qian Yonglai's eyes. No spirit stones, but I do have a store under my name, Long Tongue Wanli, worth 10 million spirit stones. Let's count it as 8 million and have another round. At this moment, he was like a gambler driven by desperation, completely ignoring the consequences. This reaction wasn't surprising. In the past years, aside from status and position, Qian Yonglai had always outshone Jean Zizai in every other aspect, causing him much suffering. Now, with the tables turned, the former underdog was now on top, a situation Qian Yonglai couldn't swallow. Confronted with Qian Yonglai's provocation, Jean Zizai didn't respond immediately, but instead looked towards Song Wanwan. He was no longer the impulsive, reckless man he once was, now with an IQ of 102. A lucky win in one round had already satisfied him. Losing the second would cost him not just spirit stones, but also the hard-earned reputation. After all, the money we have was easily gained. Losing it wouldn't be a big deal. Song Wanwan chuckled softly. Besides, I have great confidence in my luck. Jean Zizai's eyes lit up. It's foolish not to take advantage of a good opportunity. Since you're offering, why not take it? He turned to Qian Yonglai. Go ahead, let your master Hu pick another raw stone for you. We won't gamble on raw stones this time, Qian Yonglai suddenly declared. We'll bet on beast fights. What do you mean by beast fights? Song Wanwan asked. Jean Zizai explained. Without raw stones, there's no chance for cheating. Beast fights involve choosing two equally matched beasts to duel in the arena, and we bet on which one will win. Do we select the beasts ourselves, or does the estate arrange it? The estate selects them, and we choose from those. It's the fairest way to prevent cheating. Song Wannuan smiled secretly, knowing she could use her ability to see the beast's true combat power, making the outcome almost certain. All right, Pao Kai, we'll play along with you, Jean's eye taunted. Just hope you won't end up crying. When the group arrived at the beast arena, they happened to witness a silver-level beast battle. A ferocious gorilla had seized the iron-tailed monkey's tail and gave it a mighty tug. The iron-tailed monkey lost control of its body and was sent flying backward. In that instant, the rampaging gorilla seized the opportunity. With a fierce shout, it gripped the opponent's legs tightly and tore the iron-tailed monkey apart. The crowd, who had bet on the rampaging gorilla's victory, erupted in cheers. However, this victory was hard-won. The rampaging gorilla was covered in wounds and gasped for breath. In this fierce battle against an equally matched opponent, it had only narrowly won. Just in time, the next beast fight is about to start, remarked Jiang Qi, who was witnessing the event. Soon, the staff brought two silver-ranked exotic beasts, each in a cage, into the arena: three-tailed night wolf and a purple lightning spirit cat. Jin Dasha, both of these beasts are silver level 3, and their strengths are comparable. I'll pick first, Qian Yonglai said. Why do you get to pick first? Jin Zizai immediately retorted. Then you pick first. Why should I pick first? Then who should pick first? Why should it be up to me to decide who picks first? Jin Zizai, can you stop being so shameless? Qian Yonglai fumed. Over the past 3 months, Jin Zizai seemed to have changed. Not only had his intelligence improved, but he had also become articulate. Most frustratingly, he was now shameless and difficult to deal with. This reminded Qian Yonglai of the old saying. A tree without bark will surely die. A person without shame is invincible. Boss, which one should we choose? Jin Zizai turned to Song Wannuan for guidance. Let's go with the purple lightning spirit cat, Song Wannuan decided, having already reviewed the attributes of the two exotic beasts. The attributes of the three-tailed night wolf were only 5 years old, physical strength of 701 silver 3, soul strength of 618 silver 3, with the special ability of iron body, totaling a combat power of 1319. This age was quite surprising, considering that humans at this age are still children, and most only awaken their abilities near adulthood. The purple lightning spirit cat's attributes were also 5 years old, physical strength of 607 silver 3, soul strength of 715 silver 3, with the special ability of lightning, totaling a combat power of 1322. Although the purple lightning spirit cat's combat power was only 3 points higher, this difference is negligible for beasts with combat power over 1,000. The key reason Song Wannuan chose the purple lightning spirit cat was its lightning ability, which countered the three-tailed night wolf's iron body ability. However, Song Wannuan did not notice that when he made this choice, a subtle smile appeared on Qian Yonglai's lips, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Once both sides had chosen their mythical creatures, the iron cages in the arena swung open with a loud crash. The three-tailed night wolf and the purple lightning spirit cat leapt out, locking eyes with a fierce intensity. Having survived countless battles, these beasts knew the law of survival all too well. To live, they must eliminate the other. The three-tailed night wolf tilted its head back and let out a piercing howl, answered by the purple lightning spirit cat's roar, akin to a tiger's, youthful, yet no less imposing. In the next instant, both beasts launched their attacks simultaneously. The three-tailed night wolf's body suddenly gleamed with a metallic sheen, its fur hardening swiftly into something akin to steel. Its three tails swung like sharp blades through the air. Its claws gouged deep furrows into the ground as it lunged at the purple lightning spirit cat. The purple lightning spirit cat demonstrated the origin of its name, purple lightning. Its form transformed into a streak of purple lightning, vanishing before the three-tailed night wolf and reappearing behind it in the blink of an eye. Its claws crackled with purple electricity, ready to strike, sending 2 electric arrows shooting toward the night wolf. Sensing danger, the three-tailed night wolf swung its steely tails to counter. With a thunderous explosion, the electric arrows shattered and dissipated, forcing the night wolf back several meters, but its iron-like defense remained intact. As the battle raged on, both beasts accumulated some wounds, and their stamina waned, yet their fighting spirit only burned more fiercely. While the audience was engrossed in the spectacle, Qian Yonglai discreetly pulled out several silver moon orchid flowers from the stands, a special flower ineffective for most supernatural beings and creatures, but a deadly stimulant for the three-tailed night wolf. Sure enough, the night wolf soon began to show signs of abnormality. Its brown pupils were gradually overtaken by a blood-red hue, as if they might start bleeding. Its aura grew wild and violent, and even the purple lightning spirit cat instinctively sensed the danger, retreating continuously. Finally, the three-tailed night wolf let out an ear-splitting howl to the sky, A woo. The next moment, a thunderous howl echoed throughout the arena. The body of the three-tailed night wolf began to swell visibly, its muscles bulging and fur standing on end. Even more astounding was the transformation occurring at its tail. A fourth tail was slowly growing. It was well known that the strength of a night wolf was directly proportional to the number of its tails, meaning its combat power was about to skyrocket to a whole new level. The audience was stunned, and Song Wannuan quickly pulled up the stats panel for the now four-tailed night wolf. Subject name: Four-tailed night wolf. Age: 5 years. Physical strength: 999 silver 1. Soul strength: 618 silver 3. Special ability: Iron Body. Combat power: 1617. Seeing these figures, Song Wanwan's expression turned serious. With such strength, the purple lightning spirit cat didn't stand a chance. This meant that the bet between Jin Zizai and Qian Yonglai was now a foregone conclusion. As one of the participants in the wager, he had also invested 3 million spirit stones. Watching those spirit stones about to slip away, Song Wanwan steeled himself could afford to lose face, but not the spirit stones, not even if the King of Heaven himself intervened. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. The three-tailed night wolf couldn't have undergone such drastic changes without reason. He quickly recalled the content from his freshman textbook about mythical beasts and soon identified the key silver moon orchid. Song Wanwan's gaze immediately shifted to Qian Yonglai, who was indeed holding a few silver moon orchids. These flowers shouldn't be present in the arena unless someone deliberately brought them in. Manager Jiang. Song Wanwan turned to Jiang Qi. Is it allowed to use silver moon orchids to stimulate the transformation of a three-tailed night wolf in the arena? Jiang Qi frowned. This situation was indeed unprecedented. The arena had powerful backing, and no one had ever dared to pull tricks here, so there were no regulations against it. But to orchestrate such a move, one would need prior knowledge of the three-tailed night wolf's appearance today, indicating insider information. What? Does the arena now control what people eat? Qian Yonglai interjected before Jiang Qi could respond, shoving the silver moon orchids into his mouth. I'm hungry. What's wrong with having a snack? The flower was non-toxic to humans, and even had a slightly sweet taste. This move was both a destruction of evidence and a preemptive strike. In fact, Qian Yonglai had received information about the three-tailed night wolf's appearance today. He had prepared the silver moon orchids to make a profit at the arena. It was only by chance that he encountered Jin Zizai and his group, prompting him to propose the bet. To be honest, when they were choosing the mythical beasts, his heart was in his throat, fearing they would pick the three-tailed night wolf. If they had, his plan would have been left entirely to luck. Qian Yonglai's actions took Song Wanwan by surprise. Watching as Qian unhesitatingly swallowed the silver moon orchid, he was momentarily speechless. At this point, debating whether the flower was suitable for human consumption or appropriate for public use was pointless. In the arena, the situation for the purple lightning spirit cat was becoming increasingly dire. It was covered in wounds and could only rely on its agility to evade the four-tailed night wolf. Yet, from the looks of it, its defeat seemed inevitable. Song Wanwan quickly contemplated a strategy. Unfortunately, the arena was packed with people, hundreds of eyes fixed on the action, preventing him from using his color-filling skill to turn the background black. If he could, he would have let Xiuqiu take action, using its void traversal ability to easily subdue the four-tailed night wolf. But in this setting, doing so would undoubtedly reveal Xiuqiu's existence. Other skills, like inserting tables or enlarging and bolding, were of no use. Jin Zizai's expression was grim as he glared at Qian Yonglai, already plotting post-match revenge. From a sack over the head to being hit with a brick, he even considered using a trash-filled garbage can to humiliate his opponent. The thought of these tricks made him involuntarily chuckle. Song Wanwan turned his head at the sound, casting a puzzled glance at Jin Zizai. In such a critical moment, on the brink of losing the match, how could he be laughing? He must have lost his mind. It seemed that Song would have to take matters into his own hands. 3 million spirit stones couldn't just go to waste. He quickly used his mouse to select the four-tailed night wolf in the arena, activating the delete skill. The system prompt displayed 10 seconds required to delete the target. This discovery brightened Song Wanwan's eyes. 10 seconds was merely a blink of an eye to him. The four-tailed night wolf seemed to sense the impending danger but couldn't determine the source of the threat. It dashed frantically around the arena, trying to shake off the persistent feeling of doom. The audience was bewildered by the sudden turn of events, speculating whether it was a backlash from the transformation. Something's happening? Huang Tianba exclaimed excitedly. Wow, not bad. Boss, we still have a chance to win. Jin Zizai looked at Song Wanwan with excitement, his eyes gleaming with a sense of victory. Meanwhile, Qian Yonglai was on edge, never expecting a twist at the final moment. In the arena, the purple lightning spirit cat keenly sensed the anomaly with the four-tailed night wolf and seized the rare opportunity. Its body crackled with lightning as it gathered all its electrical energy into a terrifying force, launching a fierce attack on the four-tailed night wolf. 100,000 volts. Song Wanwan thought to himself. The sight of the purple lightning spirit cat reminded him of that remarkably powerful little yellow mouse. The blinding lightning struck the four-tailed night wolf, accompanied by a deafening explosion that sent debris flying and filled the arena with dust. At that moment, the 10-second countdown for deleting the four-tailed night wolf had just ended. Under the cover of lightning and dust, the four-tailed night wolf quietly vanished from the arena. As the dust settled, the audience was shocked to find that the three-tailed night wolf, still commonly referred to as such despite its evolution to four tails, had completely disappeared without a trace. Could it be? Was the three-tailed night wolf blasted to ashes? Is the purple lightning spirit cat really that strong? I think the three-tailed night wolf must have had some issue, and the purple lightning spirit cat just delivered the final blow. I bet on the three-tailed night wolf to win, and now I'm doomed. The audience was abuzz with speculation, and even Jean's eye was left stunned by the unexpected turn of events. He then excitedly shouted, "Boss, we won! Ha ha ha, we won!" Song Wannuan had anticipated this outcome, as everything was under his control. He feigned nonchalance and said, "I told you, my luck is always good." At that moment, Song Wannuan turned his attention to his recycle bin, attempting to find any trace of the forcibly deleted four-tailed night wolf. However, after searching thoroughly, he found nothing. This led him to speculate that perhaps forced deletion meant complete erasure. He recalled the genuine fear expressed by Dongfang Sweki, the old man at the door, and the four-tailed night wolf when they were deleted. Such intense fear of death seemed to confirm his suspicion. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through Song Wanwan's mind. What would it feel like if he chose to delete himself? The thought was insane, akin to someone wondering if they could save themselves from hanging by doing a pull-up. But then he considered that if something went wrong and he couldn't cancel the deletion, the consequences would be disastrous. Better not tempt fate, Song Wanwan cautioned himself. He remembered stories of people in some countries on Earth who were so enthusiastic about extreme sports that it led to a population decline, reinforcing his decision to steer clear of danger. Having won the competition, Song Wanwan and Jin Zizai almost simultaneously turned their gaze to the stands. There sat Qian Yonglai, slumped and dazed, muttering to himself like a lost soul. How could I lose? Why did I lose? This shouldn't have happened. He looked as if he had been through a brutal ordeal, completely drained of his usual vigor. Seeing Qian Yonglai in such a sorry state, Jin Zizai's spirits lifted. He called out, "Thanks to Qian Ershao for the gift of a Longting Wanli shop. To show my gratitude, I'll sing a song for you. Listen to me say, thank you. Because of you, all four seasons are warm." Song Wanwan listened to Jin Zizai's deliberately exaggerated singing and couldn't help but shake his head. This kid had unknowingly picked up a lot of his mannerisms. If this continued, his own unique traits as a leader might be entirely copied by Jin Zizai. After receiving all the paperwork for the shop under Qian Yonglai's name from the manor manager, they turned and left the arena, leaving Qian Yonglai alone, slumped on the stands, looking utterly defeated. "Boss, these are for you." As soon as they left the arena, Jin Zizai handed all the shop documents to Song Wanwan. "This is your victory. Why give them to me?" Song Wanwan asked. Jin Zizai explained with a smile. "We won this shop together, and it was you who chose the exotic beast. Without you, we couldn't have beaten Qian Yonglai and would have been mocked by him. Honestly, I was already thinking if we lost, I'd just punch him. For me, seeing Qian Yonglai embarrassed is enough. The money doesn't matter. Besides, the shop would just sit idle with me. I have no interest in managing it." "Boss, weren't you planning to reopen First Tower? This saves you the trouble of finding a place." Song Wanwan thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll take it. I'll give you a 10% share." He calculated that once First Tower developed, a 10% share would be worth far more than a few million spirit stones. What he truly valued was the backing of Jin Zizai's Sea Pavilion. While he had a supply advantage, he was still a novice in business operations. Giving Jin Zizai a 10% share would effectively label First Tower with the mark of the Jin family's young master, making future operations much smoother. "Whatever you say," Jin Zizai readily agreed. Later, the three of them went to the manor's restaurant and enjoyed a hearty meal. The dishes were all made from exotic beast meat, not only delicious but also enhancing the eater's physique. These ingredients came from the beasts that died in the arena, forming a complete supply chain. Before leaving, Song Wanwan remembered Dao Wuxin and bought several jars of the restaurant's special white jade wine. He discovered that the white jade wine contained astonishing energy. Copying a jar required 100 spirit stones, while its market price was a staggering 10,000 spirit stones per jar. Xiao Yi, this white jade wine and the previous raw stone both require 100 spirit stones to replicate. Why does white jade wine sell for 10,000 spirit stones, while the elemental heart can sell for 120,000 spirit stones? Song Wanwan asked, puzzled. Xiao Yi explained. The replication process only considers the energy contained within the object, not its utility. After hearing this explanation, Song Wanwan suddenly understood. The value of the elemental heart lies not only in the energy it contains, but also in its unique effects, which is the fundamental reason for its high price. Song Wannuan illustrated this with a vivid example. Just like an ordinary potato that costs about $1 at the supermarket, once processed, it can be sold for $10 to $20 at a regular restaurant, and if served at a five-star hotel, its value can skyrocket to several $100s. When leaving the estate, Song Wannuan and his group took the railcar back to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Upon returning, he immediately contacted Dao Wuxin, who had arrived in the capital ahead of time, to meet at the newly acquired shop. Senior Wuxin, Song Wannuan got straight to the point. I still have to attend school and don't have time to manage the shop, so I'll leave it to you for now. Starting tomorrow, close it temporarily and arrange the interior like the first tower in Phoenix City. Additionally, a shrewd look flashed in his eyes. Hang a banner outside saying prosperous shop for sale 1 billion spirit stones. 1 billion spirit stones. Jean's eyes widened. Boss, this shop is at most worth 10 million. Who would spend $1 billion to buy it? Song Wanwan's lips curled into a smile. It's precisely because no one will buy it that we can create a buzz. Think about it. This outrageous price will make everyone in the capital wonder which fool is asking such a high price. If someone actually buys it, we make 900 million profit. If no one buys it, once the first tower opens, people will think of it as the fool's shop that cost $1 billion, naturally curious about what it sells. Combined with our unique promotional methods, the first tower will quickly make a name for itself in the capital. Boss, you're a genius. Jean's eyes sincerely praised. If you focused on business, wouldn't our Four Seas Pavilion be overshadowed by you? Huang Tianba also showered praise. When it comes to business tactics, the boss is indeed unmatched. Even the usually indifferent Dao Wuxin nodded in agreement. Doing business requires new ideas. Song Wannuan turned to Dao Wuxin. Senior, close the shop for 3 days as planned and take the opportunity to familiarize yourself with the capital. He then addressed Jean Zizai. Xiao Jin, prepare a report on the major families in the capital for me. Boss, that's unnecessary. Jean Zizai replied with displeasure. I'll have it delivered tomorrow. How could I charge you for that? Brothers are brothers. Business is business, Song Wannuan insisted. I'm the young master of the Jean family. Jean Zizai puffed out his chest. Besides, I own a 10% stake in the first tower. Consider this my contribution. Seeing Jean Zizai's firm stance, Song Wannuan didn't press further. He left a few jars of white jade wine for Dao Wuxin, explained the details, and then returned to school with Jean Zizai and the others. As night fell, the villa area of the Imperial Academy was enveloped in silence. When Song Wannuan returned to the villa, dragging his weary steps, he was slightly taken aback by the sight before him. Zhong Heng stood straight at the door, like a statue. It was already late. The clock hands pointed past 11. Seeing Zhong Heng still waiting, Song Wannuan felt a warmth in his heart and was about to sing to express his gratitude when Zhong Heng quickly approached and urgently shoved a spirit stone exchange card into his hand. There are 120,000 spirit stones in here. From now on, we're even. Don't speak to me, whether there's something or nothing. Zhong Heng's tone carried a hint of anxiety. He stayed up late because he feared that if he fell asleep, he would have to relive the agonizing experience of the previous night. Classmate Zhong Heng, you're a good person. Let me sing a song to show my appreciation, Song Wannuan said, deliberately putting on a sincere expression. Shut up. Zhong Heng snapped like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. If you mention singing in front of me again, I swear it'll be a fight to the finish. With that, he practically sprinted away from the scene, terrified that lingering a moment longer would subject him to a sonic assault. Jean Zizai had already returned to his villa. Turning to Huang Tianba, Song Wannuan boasted, collecting debts isn't that hard. See, just reason with him, and he pays back tenfold. Boss, you can't be such a jerk forever. Sooner or later, someone will beat you up. Huang Tianba couldn't help but advise as he looked at Song Wannuan's smug demeanor. Look at the entire imperial city. Who the heck dares to mess with me? Song Wannuan. Song Wannuan scoffed. Come on, let's go to sleep. We played all day. I'm tired. Good night, Igubigu. Good night, you rascal. Back in his room, Song Wannuan lay on his bed, calculating the day's gains. 3.12 million spirit stones, a shop worth millions of spirit stones, and an elemental heart worth 120,000. He nodded in satisfaction and then checked the fate restoration prompt. Fate is being restored. Countdown 6 days 1 hour 45 minutes 53 seconds. 6 days left. Song Wannuan murmured, barely able to contain his anticipation. These 6 days felt like an eternity to him. As was his custom, he began his daily self-reflection. First reflection, am I more knowledgeable today than yesterday? No. Second reflection, am I stronger today than yesterday? Just a tad stronger. Third reflection, am I richer today than yesterday? Absolutely. All right, I can sleep peacefully now. Good night, dear readers. The next day, Song Wannuan approached his advisor, Eugene, to inquire about exempting from theory classes. The school's stance is that it's not impossible to be exempt from theory classes, Eugene said seriously. But your final exam theory scores must exceed 450 points, or you'll be held back a year. It's worth noting that the full score for the final exam at Imperial University is only 480 points, making a score above 450 quite a challenge. No problem. Song Wannuan agreed without hesitation. He had already absorbed all the knowledge from the 4 textbooks and just needed to verify it. With that, he left the classroom. No need to spend time learning theoretical knowledge, but when it comes to practice, you absolutely cannot slack off. Song Wannuan understood this well and decided to visit her mentor, Dongfang Xiao. As an advisor at the Imperial Capital Academy, Dongfang Xiao rarely appeared in public, usually staying within the academy to study various peculiar objects, such as past college entrance exam challenges and training aids. After finding out his residence, Song Wannuan shouted before even entering, "Dear, beloved, cherished, most adored mentor, your adorable, beloved, deeply loved apprentice Song Wannuan is here. The door's unlocked, just come in." Dongfang Xiao's voice came from inside. Song Wannuan chuckled and pushed the door open. She saw Dongfang Xiao engrossed in studying an unknown stone. "Master, I brought you a gift." Song Wannuan placed 2 jars of wine on the table. Dongfang Xiao immediately recognized the Baiyu wine and instinctively swallowed. He had been so busy with research lately that he hadn't had time to enjoy a drink, and this was just what he needed. He promptly set down the stone and moved toward the wine jars. As a disciple, it's only right to show respect to one's master. My teacher taught me from a young age to respect the elderly and care for the young, to be honest and kind, Song Wannuan said with a sly glint in her eyes. Hearing this, Dongfang Xiao paused, staring straight at Song Wannuan. Although this was only their second meeting, he already knew this person was even more cunning than her father, Song Wanquan. Such serious words coming from her mouth surely had an ulterior motive. "Just say what you want," Dongfang Xiao said directly, putting down the wine jar. Song Wannuan feigned innocence and replied, "Oh, what could I possibly want? I just happened to read some words yesterday about honesty being the foundation of life. A small act of dishonesty can ruin a lifetime's reputation. It reminded me that you promised back then, if I secured first place in the freshman competition, you'd reward me with 100,000 spirit stones. With your esteemed character and integrity, surely you wouldn't go back on your word? You cheeky kid, coming to the Imperial Capital Academy and asking for debt on our first meeting. I, an old man, keep my word. How could I owe you spirit stones?" Dongfang Xiao said, tossing a storage bag over. He had already prepared this reward upon hearing from his granddaughter that Song Wannuan had won first place in the freshman competition. Song Wannuan eagerly opened the Qinkuan bag to check its contents, a habitual action that allowed him to keep track of everything. Dongfang Xiao leisurely sipped his white jade wine, watching with interest. "You're so cautious and suspicious, quite unlike your father, Song Wanquan. He was called a mad dog because he was truly mad. You, on the other hand, are more like a clever dog. Maybe it's a genetic mutation," Song Wannuan replied nonchalantly before getting to the main point. "Master, I'm here today to ask about my cultivation. You can't be my master for nothing." Dongfang Xiao put away his playful demeanor and spoke seriously. "I've heard you've repaired your fate and awakened a disguise ability. What exactly can this ability do?" Without saying much, Song Wannuan demonstrated his ability. Under Dongfang Xiao's gaze, his form gradually changed until he looked exactly like Dongfang Xiao. Even a master like Dongfang Xiao found it hard to tell them apart. Besides that, Song Wannuan continued, "I can disguise myself as light to become invisible." With that, he used his color-filling skill to turn transparent. This ability was just the tip of the iceberg of his true power, a secret he hadn't even shared with his father, let alone Dongfang Xiao. Dongfang Xiao nodded thoughtfully. "Your disguise ability is more powerful than I imagined. If you can disguise as light now, perhaps in the future, as your strength grows, you might be able to disguise as anything." He could sense Song Wannuan even when invisible, but the perfect visual concealment was impressive. "I do have a feeling," Song Wannuan said, reappearing, "that if I keep breaking through, I might be able to disguise as mythical beasts." "This suggests that your ability is indeed developing towards disguising anything," Dongfang Xiao mused. "Initially, you can disguise tangible objects, and later, you might disguise abstract concepts like time or causality." These words lit up Song Wannuan's eyes, reminding him of Xiao Yi's mention that software could continually upgrade from creating things out of thin air to creating space, and even worlds. He suddenly became curious about his master's abilities. "Master, what is your ability?" "Sequence 53, the war ability," Dongfang Xiao answered straightforwardly. With his current strength, there was no need to hide his power. "Sequence 53. Song Wannuan repeated quietly, pondering. He noticed that the top experts in Longhua all seemed to possess abilities within the top 100 sequences. This prompted him to ask, "Master, how exactly are these top 100 ability sequences ranked?" Song Wannuan frowned slightly, her gaze tinged with confusion. "Does a lower-ranked ability always have less potential than a higher-ranked one?" Dongfang Xiao straightened up and explained seriously. "Let me first tell you how the top 100 abilities are ranked. This ranking isn't imagined out of thin air. It's based on the actual performance of those who have awakened abilities and grown into formidable figures throughout human history. The evaluation agencies meticulously quantify the strength these individuals display, with the highest score being sequence 1, and so on. He paused for a moment before adding, "This ranking isn't set in stone. For instance, the fear ability, which is now sequence 54, wasn't even in the top 100 initially. It wasn't until over 300 years ago that a fear ability user exhibited astounding power, shaking the world, which propelled it to sequence 54. So, you're saying," Song Wenwan's eyes lit up, "that an ability ranked 100 isn't necessarily weaker than one ranked 1. The key lies in how well the user develops and grows their ability." "That's correct." Dongfang Xiao nodded in agreement, but added, "However, countless verifications have shown that higher-ranked abilities generally have more potential. Cases like the fear ability's significant rise are rare." Song Wenwan pondered for a moment and then asked, "Are there any abilities that have never appeared in history?" "Of course," Dongfang Xiao explained. "Some abilities with great potential might have appeared, but because their users died prematurely, they were not recorded. There are also some truly appearing for the first time, like your disguise ability. While there are many abilities for changing appearance or becoming invisible, having one that can change appearance, become invisible, and disguise as other objects simultaneously is something I've never heard of." "You named it disguise yourself, didn't you?" "Yes," Song Wenwan nodded in acknowledgement. "After awakening, when I couldn't find a similar ability, I named it disguise." Dongfang Zhao's gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked directly at Song Wenwan. "So, what was the secret you were so intent on hiding before you awakened your ability?" Faced with this sudden question, Song Wenwan didn't panic. Instead, she flashed a sly smile. "Master, you want to know my secret? That's easy, just pay up." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.